My name is Shushu. I died when I was 24. It happened on my way back from dropping off my 4-year-old son at kindergarten. Someone stabbed me from behind, and I didn't even see their face. As I was dying, I had a strange dream. In the dream, I found out that my life was actually part of a romance novel. I was just a side character, the white moonlight of the male lead who died early, and my children were just used to show how perfect the female lead's kids were. My son ended up as a delinquent who tried to compete with the female lead's genius son and went to jail. My daughter, lacking love, became withdrawn and obese, competing for a violinist position with the female lead's beautiful daughter, but ended up ruining her hand and being abandoned by the family. The story ended with the female lead and male lead living happily ever after with their perfect children. I died just to fit the plot? That's ridiculous. Right before I completely blacked out, I cursed. And maybe someone up there heard me, because I got a second chance. But things didn't go as expected. I woke up when my son was already 17 years old. My first reaction was to kick behind me, but I almost fell. I opened my eyes and realized I was standing outside a school, Ungshi No. 3 High School. Before I could figure things out, I noticed a group of students gathered nearby. They were watching a confession. A boy with ridiculous hair and ripped clothes was offering flowers to a beautiful, shy girl named Shu Lian. She looked scared and wanted to refuse, but the boy's friends were pressuring her. Just as I was about to step in, I heard the boy's name, Shu Lingchen. My heart sank. That was my son's name. I looked at him closely and realized with horror, this delinquent was actually my son. Things got worse when another boy, Shurjin, arrived to help Chu Lian. He was the perfect son of the female lead from the novel. My son, Shu Lingchen, got angry and was about to start a fight. I quickly grabbed him by the collar and stopped him. The students were shocked, but I told them to leave. When my son finally turned around and saw my face, he froze. I introduced myself, saying, "I'm your mom." His friends thought I was insulting him, but he looked at me in shock. I looked exactly like his mom, who had died 13 years ago, except I seemed younger, around his age. He tried to punch me but hesitated and backed off, calling me crazy. He left with his friends, stepping on the flowers in frustration. But I wasn't going to give up. I followed him and kept saying, "I'm really your mom." Annoyed, he started running, and I ended up losing him at the next street. But I wasn't going to give up. I was back, and I was going to change everything. It was getting dark, and I was squatting on the streets of Ungshi, a city that felt both familiar and strange after 13 years. I had been here for 3 hours, still unable to accept that my sweet, clingy little boy, who used to talk in a cute baby voice, had grown up to be a rebellious teenager with a ridiculous hairstyle. And the worst part? He didn't even recognize me. I told him I was his mom, but he didn't believe me. As I sat there doubting my life choices, an old lady pushing a cart asked me to move because I was in her spot. I quickly apologized and moved aside, but I kept squatting nearby. The old lady started setting up her stall selling handmade trinkets and casually asked if I was skipping school. I told her I wasn't a student and that my son was already 17 years old. She gave me a strange look and handed me a mirror. When I looked into it, I was shocked. My reflection showed an 18-year-old girl, not the woman in her 30s I expected to see. No wonder my son didn't recognize me. I laughed out loud in disbelief, but then I realized why he thought I was a scammer. Who would believe an 18-year-old saying she had a 17-year-old son? I wanted to find him and explain everything, but the city had changed so much, and I had no phone or money. As my stomach growled, I realized I didn't even have enough to buy food. I saw the old lady weaving trinkets and offered to help in exchange for money. She doubted my skills, but I convinced her to let me try. I made a cute blue and white shark keychain with a tiny light inside, and to my surprise, a girl passing by bought it right away. The old lady agreed to pay me, and I finally earned enough to buy food. While I was busy stuffing myself with snacks the old lady gave me, I didn't notice that my son, Shu Lingchen, had come back. He had walked away earlier but returned, unable to shake off a strange feeling. He stood there watching me make the trinkets, remembering how his mom used to make similar ones for his school bag when he was little. Then, he overheard me mentioning my peanut allergy just like his mom had. That caught his attention. When he finally approached, I called him son, and he asked me something only his real mom would know. What was the drawing he brought home on his first day of kindergarten? I answered without hesitation, a little shark and its mommy. He was shocked. Only he and his mom knew about that drawing. For the first time, he believed me. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he called me Mom, in a trembling voice. I was about to hug him, but his terrible hairstyle stopped me. I couldn't stand it. Instead, I told him to take me home. But when we got there, I was stunned. Instead of the luxurious apartment I remembered, I found myself standing in front of an old, run-down building. What happened to my fancy house? Son, this isn't our home, right? I asked in disbelief. My son, Shu Lingchen, hesitated and said, No, I rented this place. What? Why rent a place when we have a house? He touched his nose, his usual guilty habit. Let's go inside first, he said. The apartment was tiny, just 2 small bedrooms and a living room, but it was neat and clean. At least my son inherited my love for cleanliness. He opened a bedroom door and, to my surprise, it looked exactly like my old bedroom from our real home, down to the smallest details. He looked a little embarrassed and said softly, I did it this way. So it felt like you were always here, and I wasn't alone. Hearing that, I almost teared up. 13 years apart for me was just closing and opening my eyes, but for him, it was a long, lonely time without his mom. He looked at me and called, Mom, reaching out for a hug. But instead of hugging him, I gave him a light smack on the forehead and said, Are you crazy? Why would I stay in this tiny place when I have a big house? At that moment, my son knew for sure. This was his real mom. Only I would say something like that. I walked around the tiny apartment, which didn't take long, then crossed my arms and stared at him. Now, tell me, what happened to our house? He avoided eye contact and touched his nose again, definitely hiding something. Before I could press him, the light flickered and went out. Darn this lousy apartment, I grumbled. While he fixed the light, he handed me his phone for extra light. As I held it, a notification popped up. It was from the school forum, and the title caught my eye. Shocking. School bully Shu Lingchen confessed to school beauty Chu Lian and got rejected. Again. Curious, I opened it. His password was too easy. 123,456. The comments were brutal. Everyone was mocking him, calling him names, and praising the class monitor Shurjin for stepping in. Then, I saw a reply from Chu Lian herself, saying that Shu Lingchen didn't mean any harm and she hoped people wouldn't overreact. She even posted a selfie. I clicked on the photo and what I saw made me pause. In the background was a familiar Maotai liquor wall. I zoomed in, and it hit me. That was my Maotai collection. I scrolled through more of her posts and saw things that were undeniably mine. My massage bathtub, my princess bed, my vanity, my game consoles, my collector's items. It wasn't just a coincidence. She was living in my house. I turned to Shu Lingchen, my face cold and serious. I showed him the picture and asked, Explain. Why is she in my house? He looked terrified, and I knew the truth was about to come out. My son, Shu Lingchen, started explaining the whole mess to me, hesitating like he was hiding something. Turns out, when I died, suddenly, the property manager took care of him for a while because no relatives could be contacted, and he refused to go to a foster home. Eventually, a kind housekeeper from across the hall, Auntie Chu, offered to look after him, and her daughter, Chu Lian, came along too. Apparently, they moved into our home when debt collectors were chasing them. My son was in 6th grade at the time and decided they should stay for safety. Later, in middle school, Auntie Chu said it wasn't appropriate for Chu Lian to stay in the same house as a boy, so my son, thinking he was a gentleman, moved out and started renting. I couldn't believe how clueless he was. I asked, Do you really think they just borrowed the house temporarily? When he didn't get it, I shoved my phone in his face, showing him Chu Lian's social media posts of my house, my Maotai collection, my bathtub, and more, everything she flaunted like it was hers. And those comments? They were dragging my son for being poor and daring to like a rich girl like her. He shrugged it off, saying, "Let them talk. I don't care." I was fuming. How could my son be this dense? I grabbed a knife and said I was going back to our house to kick them out. He panicked and stopped me, which made me realize he likes Chu Lian. Then I found texts on his phone where Chu Lian sweet-talked him after rejecting his confession earlier. She even sent him a screenshot of her defending him online. He ate it up, replying with roses and compliments. I couldn't take it. My son was wrapped around her little finger. I shook him by the shoulders, muttering, "Leave my son's body, stupid ghost." Then I noticed the books he'd brought from our home. I asked about one in particular, A Brief History of Time, but he misunderstood and thought I wanted him to pick up poop. I sighed. Clearly, my son had been fed a decade's worth of stupidity. Luckily, I found what I was looking for hidden in the book, a black and gold bank card linked to an untouched account. I left without explaining, telling him I'd turn into a star and watch over him. 30 minutes later, I was lounging in a luxury hotel suite, eating lobster, and marveling at how much my secret account had grown over 13 years. I realized my son wasn't just a love-struck fool. He'd also turned into a clueless romantic who couldn't manage money or see through lies. Fixing him wouldn't be easy, but he was still my son. I had to step in before it was too late. As I planned my next move, 2 messages popped up. My new ID, showing I was officially 18 again. A notice that my enrollment at Ungshi No. 3 High School was confirmed. Looks like I'm going back to school with my son. The morning sun was shining as I stood at the front of the classroom, introduced by the teacher as the new transfer student. My son, Xu Lingchen, stood up in shock from the back row, rubbing his eyes to check if I was real. After I disappeared last night, he'd spent hours looking for me, thinking maybe I was just a dream. But no, here I was, and I winked at him playfully. The teacher asked me to choose a seat. Naturally, I pointed to the one next to my son. The whole class fell silent. Everyone knew he was the school bully, and nobody dared to sit near him. The teacher tried to persuade me to pick another seat, but I insisted and sat down next to him without hesitation. After class, he pulled me aside, full of questions about where I went and how I managed to enroll in school, especially since I technically don't exist on paper anymore. I brushed off his concerns with, "None of your business." Then, remembering I was here for him, I added, "Actually, it is your business." He followed me back to the classroom, confused and exasperated. Later, during class, he fell asleep on his desk like it was a regular habit. When the teacher asked me to wake him up, everyone froze, waiting to see me get into trouble. Apparently, he's known for having a terrible temper when woken up, even getting into fights with teachers. But I wasn't scared. I grabbed his messy hair, yanked his head up, and let it drop back onto the desk with a loud thud. That woke him up. He glared and shouted. "Who did that?" I smiled sweetly and said, "It's class time. Don't sleep." Instead of exploding with anger, he just mumbled, "Okay," and opened his textbook. The whole class was stunned. The infamous Xu Lingchen actually listened without a fight. After school, his friends cornered him, demanding to know why he didn't teach me a lesson for, challenging his authority. One of them remembered I was the same woman who'd chased him down the street yesterday, and they were even more confused about why he wasn't mad at me. He shut them up with a serious warning. "Don't mess with her. I'm telling you this for your own good." When they laughed, saying I was just a weak girl, he snapped, "You don't get it. She's really good at fighting." He wasn't wrong. But I wasn't here to fight. I was here to make sure my son stopped being a bully and started acting like a proper student. Let's see how long it takes him to figure that out. Xu Lingchen was deeply impressed. When he was in kindergarten, there was a fat boy in the same class who always targeted him and always took the lead in mocking him as a wild child without a father. The fat boy's parents did not discipline him at all, and they also followed suit. When Xu heard the news, he rushed to the kindergarten without saying a word. First, he slapped the fat boy's father 20 times, then pulled out most of the fat boy's mother's hair and scratched her face. Finally, He stripped the fat boy except for his underwear and made him stand at the school gate as punishment. 7 or 8 teachers failed to stop Shu Shu. The scene was quite spectacular. In the end, Shu Shu, who was unharmed, picked him up, domineeringly threw down a bank card as medical expenses, and said with a smile, "If you don't discipline your children, I will discipline them for you. Let me know who bullies my son in the future. I will kill him." The next day, the fat boy was transferred to another kindergarten. Hearing Shu Lingchen's words, the younger brothers had no way to connect fighting is particularly good with the beautiful and harmless face of the transfer student. But Brother Chen never tells lies. "Brother Chen, did you suddenly leave the party yesterday to fight with the transfer student? And then lost?" Shu Lingchen. He was about to say that if they had witnessed the kindergarten fight with their own eyes, they would never doubt what he said. However, if they accidentally revealed that Shu Shu was his biological mother. Rebirth is incredible, and rebirth in the future is even more incredible. Shu Shu would be taken away as a test subject or a ghost. So, Shu Lingchen was silent for a moment and had to bite the bullet and admit. Yeah. The younger brothers were stunned. Even Brother Chen lost the fight and admitted his weakness. How awesome is this transfer student? It seems that I have to take a detour when I see her in class in the future.
Just thinking about this.
Suddenly, a younger brother saw a push message on his mobile phone, opened it, looked up, and said, "Brother Chen, the school beauty Chu is inviting classmates to visit her house in Eugene community again this weekend." Last night, after Chu Lian posted the Mao Tai selfie under the post, the replies exploded. Students from both junior and senior grades were all posting about Chu Lian's luxurious home, wanting to see the entire wall of Mao Tai with their own eyes. Chu Lian agreed. But she was afraid that too many people would disturb the neighbors upstairs and downstairs, so she only invited 7 or 8 classmates to visit her home on weekends. Boluozi asked excitedly, "Brother Chen, do you want to fight for it this time? I heard that Eugene Garden is very luxurious." Shu Lingchen shook his head. "No, I don't want to go. He has lived in his own home for more than 10 years, and he is tired of seeing it every day."
"What is there to see?"
Boluozi looked at Shu Lingchen with a look that seemed to see through him, and winked and said, "Brother Chen, why are you pretending in front of your brothers? You don't want to go, but you can't go." Shu Lingchen sneered. "I'm too lazy to tell you." So, in the eyes of his younger brothers, he looked like he was just being stubborn.
"Oh.
Forget it." They didn't say it out loud, leaving some face for Brother Chen. In just one day, the news that Chu Lian was inviting classmates to her home on the weekend spread all over the school.
The school bell rang.
Class 12 was empty. Shu Shu sat in her seat, crossed her arms, looked at her son like a queen, and asked him, "How many times has Chu Lian brought someone to your home?" Shu Lingchen hesitated and said, "Since the second year of junior high school, one after another."
Haha.
In other words, it's been countless times. So many times, she told everyone that the house in Eugene Garden is her home. Shu Lingchen said, "Because of debt collection, Aunt Chu and Chu Chu can't go back to their original house. Chu Chu also needs to make friends, so she can only live in Eugene Garden. Why are you not in her circle of friends?" Shu Lingchen scratched the back of his head. "My reputation is not very good. How can Chu Chu, such an excellent girl, have a friend like me?" Shu Shu had a question mark on his head. "Then you learned to confess at the school gate?" It was Chu Chu who forwarded a circle of friends, saying that she envied the person who was confessed with roses, but with me here, Chu Chu doesn't have to envy others. Shu Shu. She now reasonably suspected that the forwarding was only visible to Shu Lingchen. After the confession, Chu Lian was rescued by Shijin, and everyone sympathized with her. Shu Lingchen was sprayed into a pile of shoot, and he established a good persona. Shu Lingchen couldn't be used as a gun by others, and he was stupid and didn't know it. Shu Shu was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "What is the procedure for abandoning a 17-year-old mentally child, and how many years of sentence will be given?" Shu Lingchen, what? Shu Shu closed her eyes. She couldn't bear to look at this mentally child anymore. If she looked at him any longer, she would want to abandon the child. She decisively picked up her school bag and left. Mom, where are you going? Xu Lingchen chased after her. You haven't told me where you lived yesterday. You are out there alone, in a place you don't know, and you don't have any money. It's very dangerous. As he said, he took out an envelope from his school bag. Here is some money. Take it and use it. If it's not enough, ask me for it. Xu took the envelope, opened it, and took a look, roughly estimating that there was nearly 1,000 in it. Xu Lingchen continued. If you don't want to live in my small rental house, then go back to live in the house in Yujinjiwan. I'll tell Aunt Xu. Xu snorted. So I have to tell the people who are staying with me before I go back to my own house? That's not what I mean. I can go back and live there, but you have to kick the mother and daughter of the Chu family out first, and then I'll go back after the house is vacated. Xu Lingchen looked embarrassed. Obviously, he couldn't do it. Xu asked again. Then how long will they stay temporarily? Xu Lingchen was silent. Obviously, he was not sure. Xu was not surprised at all, so he simply explained, I won't go back to live in that house. I don't want the house anymore. I have mysophobia. She felt uncomfortable with two people like this living in her house for so many years. Even if the mother and daughter of the Chu family moved out now, she would not stay another night. Xu Lingchen was surprised. What, you don't want it anymore? Then where are you going to live? Rent a house by yourself? Xu looked at his son, and suddenly sighed with a sad face. Don't worry about my son. Just care about your Aunt Chu and Chu. As for me, the street is so big. There is always a place that belongs to me, with the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. After saying that, Xu admired his son's guilty expression, took the envelope, and left. 20 minutes later, Xu curled up on the sofa in the presidential suite, with her feet up, eating iced fruit with a fork, and fiddling with her mobile phone to check information. She really didn't want the house anymore. However, her not wanting it didn't mean that she would give it to the Chu family mother and daughter so cheaply. That Chu Lian clearly didn't like Xu Lingchen, but it was because the house was hanging on Xu Lingchen. In this case, then she would take the house back. A new message window popped up on the phone. Dear Black Gold user, here is the property fee list for the asset of room 1701 in Eugene Garden in a branch account for the past 4 years that you want to query. Xu put down the small fork and clicked on the long picture. Since her death, the property fee of Eugene Garden has always been paid from the balance of one of her cards. Because she thought it was troublesome to pay the property fee at that time, she simply got a special card and put some money in it. The property fee and water, electricity, and heating fees will be automatically paid every month. In other words, the mother and daughter surnamed Chu have been enjoying her house for free. Dear Black Gold user, warmly remind you that the balance in the card is not enough to pay the property fee of room 1701. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you need to renew it before the deadline, which is this weekend. Such a reminder was marked at the bottom of the list. This weekend? Isn't it the day when Chu Lian is going to bring her classmates to visit her home? Xu looked at the prompt and raised her eyebrows. Oh, then she won't renew the subscription. Then Xu switched to the long picture interface and continued to look at the new house decoration plans sent by the designer.
Yes.
New house. Yujinjiwan, house number F1600. Just downstairs from the house occupied by the mother and daughter of the Chu family. The last time Xu experienced the collective life of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on campus was the last time. To be honest, she still misses it. Wearing the uniform blue and white school uniform, she feels fresh in everything she does. At noon, in the cafeteria, Xu took the plate to the window to get food, ordered a little of everything, and then found a seat to show off. The food in the school cafeteria tastes like something you can't taste anywhere else. It's not that it's so delicious, it's simply that the taste is unique. After Xu finished eating, he returned the plate and was about to go back to the classroom when he heard a familiar name. Look, it's Xu Lingchen. He's here to bring yogurt to the school beauty Chu again. Xu looked over. I saw Xu Lingchen squatting under a big tree not far from the entrance of the cafeteria. His school uniform jacket was open, revealing his black skull-patterned short-sleeved shirt, with turkey hair and a bottle of yogurt in his hand. You just say he's funny or not. Why don't you take A to see what kind of person he is? How dare he bother Miss Chu? See, he's going to be rejected again, TSK clown. The mocking comments kept coming. At that time, it happened that Chu Lian and her classmates had finished their meal and came out of the cafeteria to go back to the classroom. The classmate next to her reminded Chu Lian in a low voice. Shu Lingchun is here again. Chu Lian sighed slightly, as if she felt helpless after being entangled. Everyone around was staring at this side, waiting to see the next scene of Shu Lingchun making a fool of himself after being rejected. At this moment, a slender white hand grabbed the yogurt in Shu Lingchun's hand before Chu Lian was about to walk to the big tree. Everyone was stunned. Shu unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back and took a sip, then tasted it. It tasted like grapefruit, with fruit pulp, sour and sweet. Well, not bad. Shu Lingchun was also stunned, looked at his empty hands, stood up, swallowed the word mom, and then said, I bought this for you. Shu. Oh, so I can't drink it? No, if you want to drink it, it's sold in the canteen over there. He gave her the money yesterday. Shu repeated again. Oh, so I can't drink it? Then, without waiting for Shu Lingchun to answer, she said calmly, Okay, I got it. After that, Shu threw the yogurt back into Shu Lingchun's arms and turned away. Hey, for some reason, Shu Lingchun panicked immediately and chased after him without thinking, always feeling that if he didn't chase him, he would be finished. Are you angry? He whispered mom from behind. Shu turned to look at Shu Lingchun with a strange look on his face and blinked his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Hey, who are you, classmate? Do we know each other? Shu Lingchun, whose survival radar was automatically activated, immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. You can drink it. Here. He handed the grapefruit yogurt back to Shu with both hands. Shu didn't take it at all. I won't drink it if it's not given sincerely. Shu Lingchun immediately said, It's given sincerely. 24,000 pure sincerity. Shu looked up at the sky and said, I won't drink it if it's not bought for me. Then I'll go buy it for you now. What flavor do you want to drink? Strawberry? Blueberry? Or pineapple? Shu thought for a moment and said, grudgingly, take both. As long as his mother calmed down, everything would be easy. Shu Lingchun hurried down the stairs. Okay, buy both. I also want 2 grilled sausages.
Bye.
So everyone looked at Shu with her arms folded proudly, and Shu Lingchun followed her happily, and the two walked towards the canteen. This was the first time that Shu Lingchun directly ignored Chu Lian in the presence of Chu Lian. Everyone was in a daze. Who is that girl? Why does Shu Lingchun obey her so much? It seems that she is the new transfer student in their class 12, named Shu. Wow, she is so beautiful. Even prettier than the school beauty Chu. Chu Lian had stopped walking without realizing it. She stood there. The discussion reached her ears, and her eyelashes under her bangs trembled slightly with unknown meaning. She couldn't believe it. Shu Lingchun just left her, and left with another girl? He was very afraid of misunderstanding before, so he always kept a distance from all the opposite adult love. Shu Lingchun spent a lot of money in the canteen, and the snacks filled Shu's desk. Only then did Shu recognize him again. Lunch break. In order to show his filial piety, he passed a note to Shu. Mom, tomorrow is Saturday. Do you want me to take you out for a walk? Shu replied, No, I want to sleep. Shu Lingchun. He wrote again, You haven't told me where you've been staying these days. Shu. Didn't I tell you on the street? How come you don't go out at night and don't see me on the street? Shu Lingchun. All right. He tore the note into pieces, making sure that not a single word could be read, and then laid on the table to hurry up and sleep. Shu Lingchun didn't sleep in class these days, because Shu would hit him on the head whenever he fell asleep. The big bump on his forehead hasn't disappeared yet. He really didn't dare to be angry or say anything. There was no way, because this person was his biological mother. In order not to feel sleepy during the day, he, who used to play games until 2 or 3 o'clock every night, even began to develop the habit of going to bed and getting up early. Saturday. Shu slept in the presidential suite until the afternoon. She came to a small stall on the street to buy hand-pulled pancakes. Shu is no longer the poor little girl who had to rely on performing arts to make money to buy a pancake a week ago. Now, she is a rich woman who can add meat, bacon, and ham sausage to the pancake. Little girl, it's ready.
Thank you.
Shu took the hot and fragrant luxurious pancake from the boss and then squatted on the street and started to eat it casually. At this time, a group of people came towards them. The leader was Chu Lian. There were 7 or 8 people who looked like students, both men and women, following her. Judging from this scene, they should be the classmates who are going to visit Chu Lian's house. Shu's eyes met with this group of people for a second, and then she looked away and continued to concentrate on eating the pancake. Who knew? Chu Lian took the initiative to come over, smiled, and said, "Is it classmate Shu? What a coincidence. I saw you at the school gate that day, and I didn't expect that you are the new transfer student in our No. 3 middle school,"
said.
She looked embarrassed. "I haven't personally thanked you for what happened that day. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how to deal with Shu Lingchen's confession." If Shu simply thought Chu Lian was a soft-hearted person before knowing the truth, then now she sincerely rolled her eyes at Chu Lian. Chu Lian knew that Shu Lingchen was reluctant to hurt her, but she came to thank him. This statement indirectly confirmed that Shu Lingchen would do something bad, lowering Shu Lingchen's reputation while also making her look generous and simple. Sure enough, the times are changing, but the green tea is always there. "What are you doing?" A female classmate behind Shu Lian saw Shu rolling his eyes, rushed up and frowned. "Xiao Lian is thanking you, are you polite?" The person who spoke was Chu Lian's friend who called Shu Lingchen a toad that day. "Lulu." Chu Lian stopped Zhonglu. She looked at Shu and bit her lip. "Student Shu, this should be the second time we meet. Did I do something that made you misunderstand? I just want to thank you, nothing else." Shu, no misunderstanding, it's all true. Chu Lian was choked. She is the school belle of No. 3 middle school and is called the eldest lady by everyone. Everyone is polite to her and few people would give her face so bluntly. "I say, why are you like this? Originally, I thought you were pretty good because you stopped Shu Lingchen that day." Zhang Lu stood up for Chu Lian again. As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of the hand-pulled pancake in Shu's hand and laughed sarcastically. "You are so uncultured. It seems that you eat these dirty and poor things. No wonder you can hang out with a poor guy like Shu Lingchen." Zhang Lu followed Chu Lian yesterday and saw Shu and Shu Lingchen going to the canteen together. She felt that she was friends with the eldest lady and gradually developed a sense of superiority while talking. Chu Lian heard Shu Lingchen being called a poor guy, and she didn't want to clarify at all. Shu had a question mark on his head. Shu Lingchen didn't mention it for now. What happened to her with the hand-pulled pancake? The next second, Shu put away the pancake, grabbed Zhang Lu's arm and pulled her to the hand-pulled pancake stall and said, "Boss, she said your pancakes are not clean and have a poor taste." What? The boss was originally preparing the customer's order, but when he heard this, he stopped making the pancakes, threw down the shovel, and looked at Zhang Lu. "My stall has been selling here for 4 or 5 years. All the procedures and documents are complete. The ingredients are guaranteed to be fresh every day. What makes you say my pancakes are not clean?" The boss has a loud voice, and when he shouted, everyone around looked over. The customers in the queue also stood up. They are all repeat customers and have a say in whether the food is good or not. She is so young, and she just speaks without thinking. She is not afraid that the boss will sue her for defamation. Everyone was talking, pointing, and talking, and some took out their phones to post videos. Zhang Lu instantly became the target of public criticism. She was just talking nonsense, and she never thought that Shu would directly drag her to the boss for a confrontation. Zhang Lu's face was pale. She stood there at a loss. Her arrogance was gone, and she was about to cry. In the end, Chu Lian came over to help speak, and Zhang Lu reluctantly bowed to apologize to the boss, and the matter was over. Several classmates who were traveling with her were also embarrassed. Seeing the awkward scene, Chu Lian hurriedly took people away. Everyone dispersed. Shu Shu continued to squat back on the street to eat hand-pulled pancakes. After eating, she threw the wrapping paper into the trash can, and the phone in her pocket rang. There was new news. The new house designer asked, "Miss Shu, have you arrived at Eugene Garden? The workers and I are in your house." Shu Shu replied. Almost Shu Shu looked up at the towering buildings. 13 years later, Eugene Garden is still as luxurious and majestic as ever. More importantly, the front door's recognition system still retained her information, and the door opened as soon as she swiped her face. Shu Shu walked to her building with ease. When she got downstairs, the unit door did not have a password lock and had to be locked by swiping an access card. Shu Shu's share of the new house was given to the designer first. Just as she was about to ask the designer to open the door for her upstairs. "How did you get in?" A shrill female voice came from the side. Zhang Lu came over aggressively, and she glared at Shu Shu with anger in her eyes. She had never been so embarrassed in her life, and she was now completely offended by Shu Shu. "I'm asking you a question? How did you get in?" "Infiltrated?" Shu Shu tilted his head. "Is there a possibility that my house is here?" Zhang Lu sneered. "You are kidding. You are squatting on the street eating pancakes. How can your family live in Yujinjuan?" "Shu Shu? What is the connection between squatting on the street and whether there is a house in Yujinjuan? What did the pancake do wrong to be targeted like this?" "Lulu, what's wrong?" At this time, Chu Lian and other classmates came over. They had already arrived at Yujinjuan, but they didn't go up first. Chu Lian took people to the garden. After all, Yujinjuan is a luxury residence, and the garden scenery is very good. Several people took out their mobile phones to take pictures and check in. "Student Shu Shu?" Seeing Shu Shu, Chu Lian's expression was also surprised. "Why are you here?" "Shu Shu, my house is here." Chu Lian was obviously stunned and looked at the building behind Shu Shu. "You mean you live in this building? But why have I never seen you?" Shu Shu thought. "Nonsense, because I was already dead when you moved into my house, and if you see me, you'll be in trouble." Chu Lian's words seemed to give Zhang Lu the opportunity to catch Shu Shu's weakness.
Ha!
"Liar. You've been exposed. It's so funny that you dare to brag about anything." As she said that, she looked at Chu Lian. "Xiao Lian, did we not close the door properly when we came in just now?" "That must be the case," Zhang Lu said with certainty. "Otherwise, why did she appear here right after we came in?" Chu Lian was about to say that the quality of security work at the entrance of Yujinjuan would not be so bad. But at this moment, she caught a glimpse of a figure. Not far ahead, a boy in a white shirt and regular features passed by. Chu Lian's eyes lit up slightly, and then she called out in a sweet voice. "Class monitor?" The boy was Shijin. Shijin transferred from Jingshi School to Angshi No. 3 Middle School 3 months ago. He came from a wealthy family and lived in Yujinjuan after transferring to another school, just a few buildings behind. "Chu Lian, squad leader, are you getting ready to go out?" Shijin said in a light voice. "Yes, I have something to do." He was about to move forward, but his eyes accidentally caught sight of Shu Shu and he paused slightly. At this time, Zhang Lu pointed at Shu Shu and said, "Xiao Lian, quickly call the security guard to kick this poor liar out. Not everyone can enter Eugene Garden. Don't ruin the reputation of Eugene Garden as a luxurious residence." Chu Lian's sharp eyes caught the movement of Shijin pausing when he saw Shu Shu. Pursing her lips, she raised her hand to put one side of her hair behind her ear and gently stopped Zhang Lu. "Lulu, don't be like this." Then he walked to Shu Shu and said sympathetically, "Student Shu Shu, if you are really so curious about Eugene Garden, just tell me directly, and I can bring you in." "Shu Shu?" Chu Lian glanced at Shijin and continued, "Otherwise, student Shu Shu, you can come with me to my house so that you can have a good visit. In the future, you don't have to be so sneaky." "Shu Shu?"
Xiao Lian.
Zhang Lu was the first to speak out and objected. "She was so rude to you on the street just now. Why did you invite her to your house?" Chu Lian shook her head and looked very generous. "It's okay, I don't care, after all. We are classmates from the same school." Shu Shu originally came to inspect the results of the new house decoration today, but she heard Chu Lian's suggestion just right. She also wanted to know what kind of state her house had become after being ruined by the mother and daughter of the Chu family, so she said, "Okay, then let's go to 1701 first." Chu Lian was stunned. "How do you know my house is 1701? Zhang Lu grabbed Shu Shu again, with a look as if he had suddenly realized the conspiracy. "So your real purpose is here. Knowing that we were coming to Xiaolian's house today, you deliberately waited for us on the street in advance so that you could sneak into Yujinjiwen. You just wanted to go to Xiaolian's house. You even found out Xiaolian's house number." Shu Shu was silent for 3 seconds, admiring Zhang Lu's train of thought. "Kid, if you want to use your brain like this, you might as well donate it. Who do you call a kid? Are you taking advantage of me?" Shu Shu thought to himself, "I didn't take advantage," and then he lazily urged, "Let's go. Aren't we going upstairs? Let's go quickly." Everyone was stunned. How dare Shu Shu, a freeloader, urge the host so confidently? Chu Lian looked at Shijin. "Then squad leader, you go ahead, and we will go upstairs first."
See you on Monday.
Shijin nodded slightly. He looked at Shu Shu again. His eyes stayed on her quietly for a moment, and then left. Chu Lian took out the access card and swiped open the door of the apartment building. A group of people came to the elevator. The elevator happened to stop on the first floor. Shu Shu walked in first and pressed the 17th floor with ease. Zhang Lu was shocked and angry. "This is not your house. Xiaolian should be the one to press the button. You are simply overstepping your authority." Shu Shu nodded. Yes, that's right. It's not my house, but I pressed the elevator. I am a cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. My face is thicker than the corner of the city wall. I am shameless and have no morals." Zhang Lu was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Shu Shu not only did not refute, but also followed suit. She immediately sneered. "Huh, you have self-knowledge." Zhang Lu didn't notice. Chu Lian, who was next to her, froze for several seconds when she heard Shu Shu's words. For some reason, when she heard this, she felt like he was scolding her. The elevator was big enough. A group of people walked in, and just when the door was about to close. Wait a moment. A man in work uniform and a tool bag hurried into the elevator. After nodding to express his gratitude, he took out a card from his pocket, swiped the sensor, and then pressed the 16th floor. The elevator began to rise. Soon it reached the 16th floor. The elevator door opened, and the sound of renovation was heard, and the man carrying the tool bag walked out. Everyone looked over. They saw a capable-looking woman holding a blueprint in her hand, directing the workers to work. Although the house behind her could not be seen completely, the luxurious and exquisite feeling of the house could be seen, and everyone's eyes lit up. But before they could appreciate it for a few seconds, the elevator door closed. Oh my God! What a beautiful house! As luxurious as a palace. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Xiaolian, isn't there anyone living on the 16th floor? Zhang Lu asked doubtfully. This was not her first time to Yujin Garden. Every time she followed Chu Lian to 1701, the button for the 16th floor of the elevator was dark and had to be pressed by swiping a card. Chu Lian said that the entire 16th floor was bought by a buyer more than 10 years ago and connected to form one unit, making it a large flat of more than 600 square meters. The house has been empty all the time. But in the past week, decorators have been coming to the 16th floor one after another to buy furniture. Chu Lian said, "It should be the owner of the 16th floor who is back. This is too generous." Such a generous person is the neighbor of the school beauty Chu. As a result, everyone looked at Chu Lian with more admiration. Chu Lian pursed her lips, accepted all these looks calmly, and said in a gentle voice, "When the house is renovated, I will make some peanut cakes by myself as a gift for the neighbors downstairs." Wow, sure. Making it by yourself shows sincerity. You can visit us often in the future. You don't have to give me this meeting gift. Amidst all the compliments, a dissenting voice came. Shu Shu leaned against the elevator wall, hugging his arms. "I'm allergic to peanuts and can't eat peanut cakes." Everyone turned their heads. Zhang Lu said angrily, "No, who asked you?" Xiao Lian didn't make the peanut cakes for you. What does it have to do with you? You're being sentimental. Shoo shoo. Didn't you say it was for the owner of Unit 1600? I am. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere froze for a moment. What did they hear? Shoo shoo said that the house that was as beautiful as a palace just now was her home. Some people start dreaming before it gets dark. Zhang Lu sarcastically said, "You're still pretending at this time. You can't even get in the unit door. If you were the owner of Unit 1600, I'd eat shoot." Shoo shoo's eyes were speechless for a few seconds. Do you have such a strong taste? But the problem is that you're not. At this time, Chu Lian said, "Student Shoo shoo, please stop joking. Lying is a bad thing." With a ding, the elevator stopped on the 17th floor, and the door opened to the side. "Okay, everyone come in first." Chu Lian led everyone to turn right, walked to a door, raised her hand, and pressed the password skillfully. As soon as the door opened, the view was wide. A woman wearing an apron, who looked to be in her 30s or 40s, stood at the entrance. She bent down to Chu Lian. "Miss, you are back." Chu Lian introduced. "This is my family servant, Aunt Wu." Shoo shoo. Didn't Xu Lingchen say that Chu Lian's family was in debt and being chased for debt? Where did they get the money to hire a servant? Shoo shoo couldn't help but take a closer look at the servant. Then he was surprised to find that the servant's eyebrows were somewhat similar to Chu Lian's. Could this be Chu Lian's mother, who is not in good health? Chu Lian said, "Because my parents are doing business outside all year round, they are worried about me, so they found someone to take care of me." After that, she told the servants, "Auntie Wu, pour water for everyone, cut fruits, and prepare snacks." "Yes, Mississippi." Auntie Wu bowed slightly and turned to go into the kitchen. The students who came to visit today were all from ordinary families. They had never been treated like a waiter before, which was very fresh. "Oh my God, I've only seen this kind of scene on TV. Chu, the school beauty, is really a rich girl." Shoo shoo shook her head. Filial piety. Everyone turned around in confusion and asked her, "What are you laughing at?" Shoo shoo. "I said she is so filial. Using her own mother as a servant to establish a rich girl's persona. Does Shilingchen, the little idiot, know about this?" Everyone didn't understand. But after Shoo shoo's outrageous talk just now, they all agreed that this new transfer student might have hallucinations, so she always said nonsense, so they simply ignored her and started to tour the house. Wow, an old version of the game console handle and game cards. They have been out of print on the market for a long time. "Classmate Chu Lian, can I play with it for a bit?" A male classmate walked to a glass cabinet excitedly and turned to ask. Chu Lian paused. "This one can't be played. In fact, it's broken. I just put it in there as a decoration." Shoo shoo glanced at the glass cabinet. The game console wasn't broken at all. It was just that she was afraid that the 4-year-old Xu Lingchen would play with her game console secretly, so she locked it up. It's a combination lock, and only she knows the combination. And the cabinet is of the quality of a safe. Unless the glass and the things inside are smashed to pieces, it can't be pried open. Hearing Chu Lian's answer, the male classmate looked a little regretful. "Oh, okay." At this time, another female classmate walked to a cabinet next to it. Wow, so many classic edition figures. She took a picture of the cabinet with her mobile phone and asked, "Classmate Chu Lian, can you take it out so I can take a close-up picture?" Shoo shoo glanced again. It still requires a password to open it, so there was no surprise. Shoo shoo saw that Chu Lian seemed to have dealt with it many times, and said skillfully, "No, these figures are my father's favorites, and even I am not allowed to touch them, so..." The female classmate took over with a laugh. "Understood." Chu Lian smiled and said, "You can also take pictures through the glass." Okay. The female classmate's hand that was about to take back the phone stopped. Hearing this, she had to raise her phone again and took a few more pictures of the figures through the glass. "Let's go see the Matai wall." The photo of that daylight shocked me. So a group of people took photos with the Matai wall one after another. Oh my God, the door glass outside the Matai wall is actually fingerprint locked. So advanced. "Classmate Chu Lian, can you open it and show us?"
No.
Before Chu Lian could say no, Shu Shu had already predicted and spoken for her. Everyone looked over, and she said lazily, because this fingerprint must be recorded from Chu Lian's father. Only her father can open it, but she can't. Shu Shu looked at Chu Lian and tilted her head. Chu Lian, I guess you want to say that? Chu Lian was stunned. Yes, that's right, that's it. Shu Shu smiled. Chu Lian felt creepy because of his smile. Because that smile seemed to carry a look of seeing through everything, which made her feel guilty instinctively. For some reason, she had a hunch that it was a wrong decision to invite Shu Shu to visit the house. 1. You can't play with it. 2. You can't look at it. 3. You can't show it. A group of people had no choice but to walk around the house. Shu Shu spent a huge amount of money on the renovation. Although more than 10 years have passed, the decoration of the house is still durable, low-key but luxurious. Chu Lian wanted to divert everyone's attention from the password cabinet, so she took the initiative to take people to the terrace to see the river view in the distance. Shu Shu walked into her bedroom. The bedroom was still the same as before, but all her things were gone, and there were traces of Chu Lian's life everywhere. Shu Shu suddenly remembered something, came to the cloakroom, opened a curtain of one of the wardrobes, put his hand on a place, and pushed it. A secret compartment was pushed out. The fingerprint lock inside was revealed. Shu Shu put his fingertips on the glowing sensor. Only a beep was heard. A door panel behind the wardrobe moved aside. Shu Shu specially designed an inner room in the cloakroom. It was used to store valuables. When the door opened, the lights around and the lights in the golden glass cabinet with excellent texture in the center all lit up. The watches, bracelets, necklaces, earrings in the cabinet, and the brand-name bags on 3 walls were shining brightly. Shu Shu walked forward excitedly. My babies. I haven't seen them for 13 years. I must miss them. Shu Shu took one of the bags and hugged it lovingly. This was the latest limited edition bag she had just bought before the accident. She hadn't even carried it twice. But now it is outdated and not fashionable. Shu Shu put down the bag with pain and went to the jewelry cabinet in the center.
How does the saying go?
Diamonds are forever. Fortunately, there is still a cabinet of diamonds and jewelry that can comfort her a little. There is a thick layer of dust on the glass cabinet. It means that it has not been opened for a long time. Shu Shu raised her eyebrows. She just noticed that the secret door also showed no signs of being touched for a long time. Perhaps no one has come in here since her. That's right. The secret door is designed to be so secret that it is difficult to be discovered. Even if it is discovered, no one can get in without fingerprint unlocking. So, Shu Lingchen, the little idiot, did not tell the Chu mother and daughter that there is a secret room in the house. Shu Shu looked at the bags and jewelry. She was shouting in her heart. Don't worry, babies, don't worry, and don't worry about the Maotai wall outside. I will take you home soon. Then Shu Shu left the inner room, closed the door, and went out of the bedroom. How is it, poor guy, how is the tour? Is it an eye-opener? As soon as Shu Shu came out, a shrill female voice came. Zhang Lu crossed her arms, looked at Shu Shu with sarcasm on her face, and said in a high tone, Cherish this opportunity. There will be no such store after this village, and you can't see it again in the future. Shu Shu nodded. I think she is right. This is indeed the last time she can see this house in its entirety. But at the same time, it is also the last time for everyone in this house. Just after Zhang Lu finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Chu Lian subconsciously went to open the door, but when she thought of the servants at home, she cleared her throat, sat on the sofa, and shouted to the kitchen. Auntie Wu, go open the door. Can't you see I'm busy? You don't have hands, can you open it? 7 or 8 people came in at once. Making tea and cutting fruits were not small jobs. Mother Chu looked up with an impatient look, and when she saw everyone's suspicious and surprised eyes, she realized that her current identity was the servant Auntie Wu. Her face was stiff for 2 seconds, and Mother Chu smiled awkwardly. Sorry, miss. I'll open it now. As she said, she walked towards the entrance. As soon as the door opened, 2 men and women in suits and work clothes with nameplates on their chests stood outside. Hello. We are the staff of Yujinjiwan Property Management Office. The female staff smiled and said, the property fee of 1701 has been overdue for more than a month. Today is the deadline. We came to ask you to make up the payment. What property fee? Madam, it's like this. The balance on the card you used to pay the property fee is insufficient, resulting in the failure to pay the property fee last month. Chu's mother was confused. She has lived in 1701 for several years and has never paid any fees. She has long forgotten that there is such a thing as property fees. When she heard the staff talk about recharging cards, her eyes flickered, and she immediately ran back to the house, pulled Chu Lian aside, and lowered her voice. Hurry up and contact Xiaochen and ask him what's going on. There is no money in the card for paying property fees. Ask him to renew it as soon as possible. The property management has come to our door. Chu Lian was stunned. Like Chu's mother, she has always assumed that Xu Lingchen is paying all the fees for 1701. Just when she was about to take out her cell phone to send a message to Xu Lingchen, she found that her cell phone was missing. Has anyone seen my cell phone? Chu Lian poked her head out and looked around. Everyone thought Chu Lian was looking for her cell phone to pay the property management fee, so they followed to help look for it, but to no avail, no one saw it. Zhang Lu took out her own cell phone. Xiao Lian, let me call you. She dialed several times, but there was no ringtone. Chu Lian remembered that she seemed to have muted her cell phone. So she quickly winked at Chu's mother and asked her to contact Xu Lingchen. Chu's mother ran to the balcony with the phone. No one noticed that the phone in Xu's hand, who was sitting on the sofa, showed that she was on a call. She had a Bluetooth headset on one ear. Hello? Who is this? Why are you on the phone but not talking? Xu Lingchen's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Xu typed a text message. I'm your mom.
Mom? You?
You finally contacted me. Is this your number? Xu Lingchen was a little excited, because after school these days, Xu disappeared without a trace and no one knew where she went. Xu, yeah. Where are you? Do you want me to find you? Why don't you talk? Do you want a text? I'm not in a position to talk. Did something happen to you? I'm coming to find you now. Xu Lingchen was worried when he heard it. Xu quickly typed. No, I just bought a new phone card and the salesperson said that it can only be officially activated after 8 minutes of talk time. Oh, okay. Can we just leave it there until the call time reaches 8 minutes? Xu paused and then replied seriously. The person answering the phone wants to speak. You sing Little Apple for me to hear. Xu Lingchen. Is there such a rule? Xu, sing or not. 3 words. Even if they were words, Xu Lingchen felt very oppressive across the screen. So, he gritted his teeth and started singing Little Apple. After singing, he asked, How was it? Xu, not bad, another one. Xu Lingchen was a little flattered when he heard it. Really? Then he sang the next song. With the encouragement of his mother, he sang more devotedly and even took the TV remote control at hand as a microphone.
This way.
When Xu heard the first word of his son, he pulled off his headphones expressionlessly. My goodness, singing is so terrible. Chu's mother came back from the balcony in a hurry with her cell phone and told Chu Lian, Xiaochen didn't reply to my message, and the phone has been busy.
Chu Lian.
What should I do now? The 2 property staff who had been waiting outside the door for a long time couldn't help but stick their heads out and asked hurriedly. The owner of 1701.
Yes.
Chu Lian walked to the entrance with an unnatural expression and said in a negotiating tone, Well, I'm sorry, I can't find my phone. Can I pay the property fee tomorrow? If it is delayed until tomorrow, Xu Lingchen can pay it. The female staff member then smiled politely but said, I'm afraid that's not possible. The property fee for 1701 has been overdue for a long time. I hope you can cooperate with us. She added, 1701 is the only household in the entire building that has not paid the property fee. Auntie Wu. Chu Lian managed to calm down and shouted, Bring your phone here and pay the property fee. Hearing this, Chu's mother widened her eyes and said sharply, Why? The atmosphere was stiff for a few seconds. Everyone was wondering why they felt that the servants in Chu Lian's family were a little disrespectful to their employer. Chu Lian secretly glared at Chu's mother, walked over, took out the mobile phone from her pocket, and gritted his teeth. I will find the phone later and return the money to you. Chu's mother turned her back to everyone, with a look of pain and reluctance on her face. Then you must remember to return it to me. Yeah. Anyway, I can let Xu Lingchen make up for it when the time comes. Chu Lian, who got the phone, said to the property staff, "Come on, scan the code."
Okay.
The female staff opened the payment code and said, "The total is 48,000 yuan. Wait a minute." Chu Lian subconsciously covered the camera of the mobile phone, shocked. "How much did you say? Why is it so expensive?" "It's like this. The monthly property fee of F1701 is 4,000 and 48,000 yuan is the annual fee. The property fee of our Yujinjiwen is paid annually." After the staff member finished explaining, his tone was a little puzzled. "It has always been like this, you. Don't you know? If you are the owner of Yujinjiwen, you must know it. Since you know, how can you complain about it being expensive with an ignorant look?" Chu Lian's scalp numbed, and she felt annoyed for blurting it out. She hurriedly made up for it. Of course I know." "Okay, then you can continue to scan the code." The staff member smiled and handed the QR code forward again. At this time, Chu's mother stepped forward and said in Chu Lian's ear, "I don't have that much money in my balance." Needless to say, she knew it. Chu Lian felt annoyed for a while, but then she thought of something, her eyes lit up, and then she said to the property staff, "It's like this. My servant doesn't have that much money in the balance, so I will pay the overdue property fees for the single month first. The main reason is that I can't find my mobile phone. When I find my mobile phone, I will pay it in full immediately. This way, it won't delay your work. What do you think?" "This." The property manager hesitated. Chu Lian smiled, glad that she was quick-witted and thought of such a good wording. Just when she was about to breathe a sigh of relief. "Student Chu, your phone is here." Everyone turned their heads. They saw Shu holding a white phone in his hand. That was Chu Lian's phone. "Sorry, your phone is on the sofa. I didn't see it just now. I sat under it." Shu looked a little apologetic, got up and walked over, handing the phone to Chu Lian, who was stunned. Chu Lian looked at her phone in Shu's hand. She couldn't reach out to take it. 48,000. She couldn't take it out at all. But she said in front of everyone that the reason she didn't pay it was because she couldn't find her phone. The next second, the phone was found. If she still couldn't pay it, she would be contradicting herself. And under the watchful eyes of everyone, she couldn't contact Xu Lingchen again. "What's wrong?" Student Chu Lian. Seeing that she didn't move for a long time, Shu tilted his head and asked in confusion, "Is there any difficulty?" At the beginning, Shu put nearly 600,000 yuan into that card. The mother and daughter of the Chu family have lived in her house for so many years for free, and they have not paid a penny. So, when they wanted to occupy the house, they did not consider that living in a luxurious community also has a threshold.
Can you speak?
What difficulties can Xiaolian have? Zhang Lu stood up, glared at Shu, and said, "Xiaolian's living expenses are hundreds of thousands every month. It's just less than 50,000. It's just a piece of cake, okay?" Zhang Lu didn't notice that Chu Lian's face turned pale, and he said it with pride. As soon as the voice fell, everyone showed shocked expressions. They are all ordinary middle school students. The pocket money given by their families is basically controlled within 3 digits. When they heard the living expenses of hundreds of thousands, they were deeply shocked. The school beauty Chu is really worthy of being a young lady. "Oh, I see. Forgive me for not having seen the world." Shu raised an eyebrow, nodded to show that he understood, and then handed over the phone. Then, classmate Chu Lian? Chu Lian had to answer it. The QR code displayed by the property staff was right in front of her. Chu Lian knew very well that once she scanned it, the 4 big words "insufficient balance" would appear on the screen. She raised the corners of her mouth stiffly, trying to make herself look relaxed and natural, pretending to be embarrassed. I suddenly remembered that I just bought a lot of new bags yesterday and almost spent all my living expenses for this month. Xiaolian, why did you buy bags again?" Zhang Lu waved his hand and said, It's okay. Anyway, you have found your mobile phone. You can call your uncle now and ask him to give you some money, isn't it? Chu Lien's fingertips holding the phone turned white, and the expression on her face almost couldn't hold back. For the first time, she hated Zhang Lu's chattering mouth and wanted to sew it up with a needle. Chu Lien gritted her teeth. At this point, my father must be busy with business matters, and my mother is on vacation abroad. There is a time difference, and she can't see the phone. When Chu's mother heard Chu Lien say this, she nodded and said, "Yes, yes, sir, and madam are busy, very busy. Property staff. Then see if you can contact your parents' assistant or someone like that. The living expenses are more than 100,000 yuan a month. Even if the parents are busy, it should only take a short time to find an assistant to transfer a mere 50,000 yuan." Chu Lien was so nervous that she swallowed instinctively. She tucked the hair on her cheeks behind her ears and thought of the response in anxiety. My father's secretary is also very busy. I don't want to disturb their work, so I'd better pay the single month's property fee first, and I will make up the difference later. Immediately, her tone became a little tougher and she frowned and asked back, "What? I'm about to pay all the overdue payments and I live here. Are you afraid that I'll run away? Is this the attitude of your property management in Yujinjiwen towards the owners?" When the male and female classmates who were visiting nearby heard this, they also stood up for the injustice. "That's right, classmate Chu Lien has said so. What else do you want? It has delayed her father's business. Can your property afford it? Believe it or not, I'm going to complain to you." When they heard the word complain, the property staff was really intimidated. In order to avoid conflict, they chose to back down. No, you misunderstood. In this case, you should pay the single month first." Shu watched the whole process from the side. To be honest, she admired Chu Lien a little. She has a good ability to make up stories and speaks as if it were real. Chu Lien scanned the code successfully and pressed the number 4000. Just when she was about to enter the password. "The owner of 1701 is here," along with the ding of the elevator prompt, a steady male voice came, attracting everyone's attention. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with an elite aura, walked to the door. Behind him were 4 or 5 men in work clothes and white gloves, who looked like a moving team. "I am the owner of 1701, and I'll pay the property fee." Saying this, unlike Chu Lien, who tried to refuse, the middle-aged man readily scanned the payment code in the property's hand. In less than 30 seconds, 48,000 was transferred to the property account. Everyone was dumbfounded.
Who is this guy?
He said he is the owner of 1701? Their first reaction was that this was someone from the Chu family. But they heard Chu Lien's face full of surprise and said,
"Who are you?"
The middle-aged man walked straight in, looked at Chu Lien and Chu's mother, and said in a serious tone, "I am the owner of 1701. The two of you are living in my house illegally. Please move out immediately, otherwise I will sue you and claim compensation to protect my rights as an owner." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Zhang Lu widened his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Lian's family is the owner of 1701. She has always lived here." The middle-aged man ignored Zhang Lu directly, took out the certificate from the file bag, and opened it. "I am the owner with a real estate certificate, Lu Tong." The two property staff looked at each other. "Lu? The information on our property also shows that the surname is Lu, not Chu." In fact, they felt strange just now. It was just that Chu Lien acted like the owner of the house, so they subconsciously thought that Chu Lien was a family member of the owner surnamed Lu, so they didn't question it too much. Chu Lien and Chu's mother were dumbfounded, and there was surprise in each other's eyes. Of course, they knew that the owner's surname was not Chu, but it shouldn't be Lu, but Xu. The house was left by Xu Lingchen's deceased mother. "Where did you come from, you liar? The property management is in cahoots with you, right?" Chu's mother rushed over first. "If you don't leave, I'll call the police." The middle-aged man was not afraid, and stretched out his hand lightly. "Please." Chu's mother. The two property management staff heard that they were being slandered, and one of them took out his mobile phone decisively and called the police. In less than 10 minutes, the police came to the door. The uniformed policeman said, After verification, this property certificate is authentic, and the owner of Yujinjuan F1701 is indeed Mr. Liu Tong. Then, the middle-aged man raised his hand, and the people in work uniforms behind him came out. First, they went to the figurine cabinet. After pressing the password fluently, the door of the figurine cabinet opened with a snap. Then the game cabinet. The same method was followed, and it opened. Finally, it was the Maotai wall, and the middle-aged man took out a small box from his briefcase, took out a fingerprint from the box, and carefully placed it on the sensor. A beep sounded. The two glass doors that had not been opened for a long time were moved aside. The middle-aged man gave an order, "Pack up and move." Everyone was stunned by this scene. "Xiao Lian, what's going on? Isn't this your house?" Zhang Lu tremblingly pulled Chu Lian's clothes. "How can this person have the property certificate of your house?" Chu Lian was also in shock at this moment. This person is really not a liar. Psst. Of course not. The police have personally proved that the property certificate is real, and how could a liar know the passwords of all the cabinets in the house and open the Maotai wall? On the other hand, School Beauty Chu just said that the game console was broken or the figures were expensive. Now it seems that she didn't know the password at all and couldn't open it. Is this an excuse? So this mansion is not Chu Lian's? Then she was also dragging her feet in paying the property fee just now. Is it because she didn't have the money to pay it? Then she brought people here, so many times before.
Suddenly,
everyone looked at Chu Lian with complicated eyes. Chu's mother next to her saw that her mansion was about to be taken away, and she couldn't hold back in an instant, and yelled at the middle-aged man, "Impossible. It must be a mistake. The owner can't be you, and the surname can't be Liu. The owner of this house is obviously called Chu." Chu Lian quickly covered Chu's mother's mouth. Chu's mother almost said Xu Lingchen's name. She was sweating coldly. If everyone knew that this house belonged to Xu Lingchen, and she had been living in Xu Lingchen's mansion, rejecting Xu Lingchen's pursuit, and letting everyone call Xu Lingchen a poor ghost, then her image as a young lady would collapse. 2 minutes later, everyone was politely invited out of 1701 by the middle-aged man, and then 2 boxes were kicked out. They were the packed luggage of Chu Lian and her daughter. The door was ruthlessly closed in front of them. Chu Lian trembled with pale lips and said, "There must be some misunderstanding. I want to contact my father and ask what's going on." As she said that, she pretended to be angry and turned on her phone. The atmosphere at the moment was extremely awkward, especially the 6 or 7 classmates who had originally come to visit the mansion with great interest, but never expected to be driven out like this. At this time, everyone stood outside the corridor with a bad look on their faces. It was too embarrassing. Only Shu was relaxed from beginning to end. She pressed the elevator button and prepared to go back to 1600. She said she would take the house back. Take it back and sell it. According to the current housing prices in Yujinjuan, the 1701 house should be easily sold for about 10 million yuan as a second-hand house. Although, she doesn't need this mere 10 million yuan. Everyone didn't want to stay here any longer. Seeing this, they said goodbye to Chu Lian. "Chu Lian, I haven't finished my homework yet. I have to go home. My aunt is here, and my mother asked me to go back early for dinner. Well, I suddenly have something urgent." So, the elevator came up quickly, and a group of people swarmed into the elevator. Zhang Lu also felt that the atmosphere was awkward and whispered, "Xiao Lian, I'm going back too. See you on Monday. Wait for the last person to come in." Shu, who was standing by the door, pressed the door closing button, and then put the sensor on the back of the phone and pressed the elevator button for the 16th floor. "Hey, classmate Shu, you pressed the wrong button. You should press the first floor." The man stopped talking before he finished.
"Wait.
Isn't the 16th floor the big flat that requires a card to get to?" "Classmate Shu, why are you Shu? I'm going home." "What do you mean? Your home is on the 16th floor?" The elevator took only 3 or 4 seconds to reach 1 floor. The elevator door opened, and Shu walked out. Everyone saw the capable female designer they saw when they came up quickly walking towards Shu, smiling attentively. "Miss Shu, you're here." Everyone gasped. classmate Shu Shu is really the owner of 1600. She didn't lie. The air was still for 2 seconds in disbelief. The most shocked person was Zhang Lu. She was stunned. At this time, Shu Shu seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around and said to Zhang Lu, "My classmate, do you think I should find you a public toilet, or do you produce and sell it yourself? If you are the owner of 1600, I will eat shoot." Zhang Lu's firm words are still ringing in my ears. Everyone immediately looked at Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu. My face hurts. Zhang Lu also scolded Shu Shu for being poor. But now it seems that compared with Shu Shu, Zhang Lu is the poor ghost. No, wait, there are them. So, Chu Lian has not seen Shu Shu in this building, because Shu Shu's house is a large flat on the 16th floor that has just started to be renovated recently, so Chu Lian naturally has not met Shu Shu. Shu Lingchen, who rushed over in a hurry, saw the mother and daughter of the Chu family on the street near Yujinjiwen. At this time, the mother and daughter of the Chu family can only be described as embarrassed. Standing on the street, there are 2 suitcases standing next to them. The suitcases were obviously packed very perfunctorily, and all the clothes and pants were exposed from the edges. It was obvious that they were kicked out. When she saw Shu Lingchen, Mother Chu's eyes were full of complaints and accusations. "Xiao Chen, if you don't want Xiao Lian and I to live in your house, you can just tell us and we'll leave. Why did you deliberately find someone to play a trick to drive us out? What do you mean by finding someone to play a trick to drive you out?" Shu Lingchen was confused. He rushed over as soon as he saw the message. "Aunt Chu, what are you talking about? Who drove you out?" "Mother Chu, it was you." "Me? I didn't?" Chu Lian saw that Shu Lingchen looked innocent and was out of the situation. It was obvious that he was unaware of this. She said softly, "Aiken, just now a man who claimed to be the owner of 1701 came with a real estate certificate with his name on it and drove us out with his men."
What?
Shu Lingchen, "The house is mine. How could someone else have the real estate certificate? Is he a liar?" Chu Lian shook her head. "No, my mother called the police, and even the police said that the real estate certificate was real. This is impossible." Shu Lingchen said with certainty, "It seems that he is still a high-level liar. Is he still in 1701 now?" "Yes." "Aiken, it was so scary just now. The man brought so many people. All of them were tall and strong. My mother and I were scared." Chu Lian stood in the wind. The wind blew up her white skirt. She looked scared, and her eyes were red when she spoke. This fragile look can easily arouse people's desire to protect. Chu, don't be afraid." Shu Lingchen's eyes were blazing with anger, and he clenched his fists. "Okay, you dare to lie to me, Aunt Chu. Chu, come with me. I will handle it." Chu's mother and Chu Lian looked at each other happily, and they immediately felt confident when they heard what Shu Lingchen said. Chu Lian said, "Aiken." The man said his name was Lu Tong. "Who?" "Lu Tong. The phone call is through." Shu Lingchen was stunned. Why does this name sound familiar? Chu Lian was already thinking about how to make up for what happened today. It was really unlucky. How could it happen by chance on the day when she invited her classmates to visit? When she returns to 1701, she must make a statement quickly. Just say that it was a misunderstanding. In short, her eldest lady persona cannot collapse. Thinking of this, the 3 of them walked to the gate of Yujin Garden. Shu Lingchen swiped his card to go in. The mother and daughter of the Chu family followed closely behind, but were stopped by the guard. "You can enter." Mother Chu was surprised. "Why?" The guard in a neat uniform and a hat glanced at the mother and daughter of the Chu family. "You are not the owners." Shu Lingchen turned around and frowned defiantly. "I am the owner. I brought them in." The guard glanced at Shu Lingchen, his voice still cold. "Sorry, the higher-ups have instructed that if you want to bring these 2 in, you are not allowed to enter." Shu Lingchen. Mother Chu and Chu Lian turned pale. What does it mean that they were blocked by Yujin Garden? Shu Lingchen, the superiors? Who is the superiors? The guard was silent. Shu Lingchen. "Then I'll go in, okay?" He wanted to see who was behind it. Then he said to the mother and daughter of the Chu family, "Aunt Chu, You wait here for me. I will come down to pick you up later. It was the only way. Chu Lian bit her lip. Okay. Aiken, you have to pay attention to safety. There are many people on the other side. Shu Lingchen felt warm in his heart and nodded with emotion. Yeah. Sure enough. Only Shu Lingchen entered, and the guard let him in immediately. When Shu Lingchen walked away, Mother Chu immediately spat at the guard. You are such a dog-eyed person. When I go back, the first thing I will do is to complain about you and make you pack up and leave immediately. The guard raised his hand and pressed the pager on his shoulder without even a twinkle in his eyes, and said expressionlessly, 2 people from Team A come over here. Drive these 2 idlers at the door away. Chu's mother was furious. Shu Lingchen rushed to the bottom of his building like an angry little lion. At that time, a middle-aged man was standing at the door of the unit. It seemed that he was waiting for someone here. Shu Lingchen approached. He shouted, Lingchen.
Who are you?
Shu Lingchen stopped, looked at the middle-aged man's face, studied him carefully for a moment, and then recognized him in surprise. Are you Uncle Lu Tong?
Yes.
Shu Lingchen suddenly remembered F1701 was indeed his house, but the name on the property certificate was not his. After Shu's death, the house was naturally inherited by Shu Lingchen, but he had to wait until he was 18 years old before the property certificate would be officially changed to his name. Before that, it would be registered under the name of a professional manager. This is a measure to protect the property of underage heirs. When Shu Lingchen was about 10 years old, this professional manager named Lu Tong found Shu Lingchen alone and explained the matter. Shu Lingchen had never mentioned it to the mother and daughter of the Chu family. Just now, Chu Lian mentioned Lu Tong, and he didn't remember it for a while. Shu Lingchen frowned and asked, Uncle Lu Tong, why did you drive Aunt Chu and Chu Lian out? Lu Tong only said, come up with me first. In the elevator. Shu Lingchen saw Lu Tong suspiciously press the 16th floor. Did you press the wrong one? Lu Tong, no, it's the 16th floor. Shu Lingchen felt that Lu Tong was going to take him to meet someone. He guessed that it might be the person above that the guard mentioned. Walking out of the elevator. The door of the large flat was open. Shu Lingchen was shocked by the luxurious corner inside. It was much more luxurious than his home upstairs. Led by Lu Tong, he poked his head out and walked in with a bit of vigilance. The next second, he widened his eyes, froze in place, and blurted out, Mom? On the sofa, Shu was drinking coconut juice and browsing his mobile phone comfortably. Hearing this, he looked up and a bright smile appeared on his face. Hi, son. Why are you here? Shu Lingchen thought of N possibilities and never thought that the person he would meet would be Shu. This is my house. If I'm not here, where should I be? Shu Lingchen immediately looked around the living room and was very surprised. Is this your house? Where did you get the money to buy a house? This is too luxurious. Could it be that she used the money he gave her to buy a lottery ticket and won the jackpot? Shu. Oh, I took some time out these 2 days to rob a bank. Shilingchen. Lu Tong was standing next to Shu. Shilingchen saw the property certificate on the coffee table in front of Shu and a pile of boxes filled with game consoles, figurines, and Moutai placed on the open space next to it. He associated it and reacted. Mom, was it you who asked people to kick Aunt Chu and the others out? Shu,
Why?
Shilingchen. Then where will Aunt Chu and the others live in the future? Wherever they want to live. Shu said, they have been using my house for free for so long, and I didn't ask them for rent, water, electricity, property fees, or damage fees. I just asked them to leave. Notre Dame de Paris would have to personally invite your mother to be the dean. Why, they still want to live in 1701 for the rest of their lives. Shu Lingchen. Aunt Chu and the others didn't mean to do that. They just wanted to stay temporarily. Shu. Oh, you've been staying here temporarily for 6 or 7 years. And they still want you to rent a house? Shu Lingchen clarified weakly. I was the one who took the initiative to ask to rent a house. Shu. The house at 1701 is mine. It's my right to take it back or not, let anyone live there and do whatever I want with it. These words shut Shu Lingchen up, acknowledging that it was correct. The house originally belonged to Mom, and now that Mom is back, it should naturally be returned to Mom. But he was in a dilemma now. How should he tell Aunt Chu and Chu Chu? Shu Lingchen leaned over to listen, half believing and half doubting. Is this okay? Shu. Then, besides this, do you have a better explanation? Shu Lingchen.
No.
He had no choice but to agree. Immediately, Shu Lingchen noticed Lu Tong next to him and suddenly thought of something. His face turned pale with horror. He pulled Shu aside and said in horror, "It's over. I seem to have called you Mom in front of Uncle Lu Tong just now. The fact that his mother was reborn is about to be exposed." Shu was very calm. "Don't worry, he is a professional. Otherwise, how do you think he appeared here?" "What do you mean?" "He knows." Shu did not deny it. Shu Lingchen looked at Lu Tong in disbelief. "Then why is he so calm?" Shu, I said, he is a professional. In fact, 1701 is not in the name of Shu himself. It is an asset under his own sub-account. Shu Lingchen's underage inheritance measure is the authority issued by the sub-account. These professional managers don't know how many zeros are behind the dividends they get from their employers every year. They only recognize the card and service password. Therefore, they must be professional. On the street opposite Eugene Garden, Chu's mother and Chu Lian were almost eagerly waiting for Shu Lingchen. As soon as she saw him coming, Chu's mother couldn't wait to get up. "Xiaochen, how is it handled? Can we go back? Auntie's legs are numb from standing." Mother Chu felt that it was a sure thing, and snorted in her heart. That security guard, she would definitely complain about him and make him lose his job. As a result, the next second, Shu Lingchen said something that made Chu's mother and Chu Lian feel like the sky had collapsed. "Aunt Chu, that man is not a liar. What is written on the property certificate is indeed true. The house is his." Chu's mother. "What did you say?" "Xiaochen, isn't the house yours?" Shu Lingchen lowered his head, not daring to look Chu's mother and Chu Lian in the eye. He repeated the words that Shu had taught him in his mind and said, "When my mother was still alive, she borrowed a large sum of money and mortgaged the house to a man named Lu Tong. After so many years, the money has not been repaid, so he came to take the house. I just found out about it." Chu's mother's eyes went dark immediately, and her body was about to fall backwards.
Aunt Chu.
Shu Lingchen hurriedly supported Chu's mother with concern. "Are you okay?" Chu's mother patted her thigh, her face full of grief. "Her mansion." Shu Lingchen was a little puzzled. "Aunt Chu, the house is gone. Shouldn't I be the most depressed person right now? Why are you more excited than me?" She was so excited that it seemed as if she was the one who lost the house. Chu Lian tried to make up for it. "Aiken, Mom is feeling sorry for you." Then she didn't give up, her voice trembling slightly. "Is it really impossible to get the house back?" Shu Lingchen touched his nose and said, "Well, they have written documents. Even if they go to the police and the court, I will be the one who has no reason." Chu Lian took a step back, as if struck by lightning. "Aunt Chu, don't worry about having no place to live. I rented a house outside." Shu Lingchen patted his chest and said, "Although there are only 2 rooms, it is no problem for the 3 of us to live here. You can live in the big room, and I will live in the small room." Chu Lian forced a smile. She knew the house that Shu Lingchen rented. It was a shabby residential building without even an elevator. It was so small that you couldn't even stretch your legs. She was used to living in the mansion in Eugene Garden. How could she adapt to it? Chu Lian forced a smile on her face. "No need, Aiken, my mother and I will move back to our old house." Shu Lingchen immediately worried. "How can that be possible? What if those debt collectors come to our door?" Over the years, the mother and daughter of the Chu family would occasionally mention to Shu Lingchen that the creditors were still looking for them. It was precisely because of this. Shu Lingchen couldn't bear to drive them away at all. Hearing this, Chu Lian's face was unnatural for a moment, and she shook her head. "It's okay, Aiken. I just asked the neighbors. Those people haven't come for a long time, and they should have given up." She said considerately, "Aiken, my mother and I have troubled you a lot. This time, just listen to me. If there is anything, I can always find you, right?
Okay.
Then I'll take you there. Xu Lingchen helped to take the 2 suitcases and took a taxi. The Chu family mother and daughter's previous residence was also a residential building, but it was better than Xu Lingchen's place, and the space was much larger than the house Xu Lingchen rented. The house had not been occupied for a long time, and there was thick dust everywhere. Xu Lingchen took it upon himself to take care of all the sanitation and clean the house. Finally, he ordered takeout. After the 3 of them finished their meal, he went downstairs with the garbage and left. The next day, morning reading class. Xu Lingchen felt uneasy when Xu stared at him. He asked through the textbook standing upright, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xu, what did you tell them yesterday? Just do what you taught me to say, saying that the house was mortgaged and taken away, and then Aunt Xu and the others went back to live in the previous house. So smooth? Xu narrowed his eyes. Looking at the calm expression on his son's face, there was no sign of being treated coldly by Chu Lian. She had already taken back the house. Chu Lian should have no reason to keep Xu Lingchen, the little idiot, hanging on.
No.
There must be something wrong. Before Xu could think of anything wrong, he suddenly heard Xu Lingchen in a breath softly, and he instinctively covered his arm. It seemed that he had touched something painful. "What's wrong with you?" Xu Lingchen was nervous for a moment, subconsciously touched his nose and said, Nothing. What's wrong?"
Leet.
Xu grabbed Xu Lingchen's wrist and pushed up his school uniform sleeve. There were large bruises on the boy's smooth arm, and the color in the middle became darker. Xu was shocked. She frowned. How did this happen? Xu Lingchen didn't expect Xu to attack suddenly, and his face was panicked. "It's okay. I accidentally hit the wall." As he said, he wanted to pull his hand back. It didn't move. His strength was super strong. Xu knew that this kid was farting as soon as he heard it. The bruise was clearly caused by some hard metal object. Xu had a blank expression on his face and pressed directly on his wound. "Oh, it hurts," Xu Lingchen wailed. Xu, you call this okay? If it's okay, why is it dark here?" Xu Lingchen. Xu guessed. "Did the mother and daughter of the Chu family beat you?"
How could that be?
Xu remembered that his son was a school bully and slammed the table. "Xu Lingchen, did you fight with someone?" This shocked everyone in the classroom. The air was instantly quiet. Xu Lingchen immediately retorted, "I didn't." No touching his nose, no lying. Xu raised his hand. "Sorry, everyone continue." All classmates. Polo in the next group looked at it in disbelief, whispering to a group of younger brothers, "Oh my goodness, this is the first time I see Brother Chen being yelled at as a grandson, but he doesn't dare to fight back." Xu asked, "Then what's wrong with you?" Xu Lingchen stopped talking again. For the next day, Xu couldn't pry open his mouth. Xu Lingchen only promised that he didn't fight and didn't bully the weak, and he refused to say anything else no matter how he asked. This stubborn character is really a bit like that person. When he doesn't want to do something, no matter who comes, he can't do it. This kid must be hiding something bad from me. It's like he wants to avoid Xu. As soon as school was over, Xu Lingchen disappeared. Xu looked at his hurried back, thinking. She did not leave the school immediately, but went straight to the woods behind the teaching building. This is a place frequented by bad students. At this time, several boys were smoking secretly there. When they heard footsteps, they looked at each other and stepped on their cigarettes, until they saw Xu in school uniform. "Didn't the dean raid?" I got scared. One of the boys saw Xu's face clearly, and his eyes suddenly showed surprise. The anger of being forced to smoke half of the cigarette disappeared, and he said attentively, "Who are you looking for, sister?" Xu. "It's impolite, call aunt." The boy looked at the beautiful girl of the same age in front of him and angrily. "Who is impolite?" Xu looked around and didn't see Xu Lingchen, but saw a familiar face. A boy with a rooster hairstyle. One of Xu Lingchen's little followers. Xu shouted at him, "Classmate Zhao Heping." Boluozi was in a trance. Everyone usually liked to call him by his nickname Boluozi, and few people would call him by his real name so seriously. He stood up straight unconsciously.
Hey.
Shu. Do you know how Shulingchen got the wound on his arm? Ever since Shulingchen told everyone that day that Shu was very good at fighting, Boluozi has always been a little afraid of Shu. But more of it was dissatisfaction.
How good can he be?
No matter how good he is just a girl. Why should I tell you?
Who are you?
Boluozi acted like a big shot again. Shu was already very angry because of Shulingchen, the little idiot, and she had no patience at this moment. She picked up a brick on the ground and broke it with her bare hands.
Bare hands.
Break. Everyone was stunned. Boluozi swallowed his saliva and made a move in a second. Chen. The wound on Brother Chen's hand was caused when he was collecting debts. Woo, I'm sorry, Brother Chen. Collecting debts? Shu frowned. Someone owes him money? No, Brother Chen is short of money, so he found a part-time job. He goes to help Brother Chong collect debts and can get commissions. Shu caught the key word short of money and was surprised. Shulingchen short of money?
How could it be?
When Shulingchen was born, she had set up an insurance fund for him, just in case, even if she was not there. Shulingchen would have 50,000 yuan for living expenses every month. Even if he didn't go to school or work, he could be a carefree loser. Shu took out his mobile phone to check. The fund was operating normally, and the monthly profit distribution for the past 13 years was also normal. The house Shulingchen rented was very ordinary. He basically only ate and drank at school on weekdays, and he didn't seem to have the habit of spending lavishly. So, where did his money go? Hey, check the forum. Miss Chu is showing off her bags again. A boy lowered his head and excitedly swiped his phone. I heard that last Saturday, Chu Lian brought people to visit Yu Jinjiwen's home, but was kicked out. They said that the house was not Chu Lian's and Chu Lian was not a young lady at all. Wasn't it clarified very quickly later? It was said that Chu Lian's father, the president, made an error in the operation of the assistant and mistakenly mixed up the deeds of a house in the family and sold it to someone else by mistake. Chu Lian must be a young lady. Look at this bag, it's more than 10,000. And the shoes, clothes, and jewelry she wears on weekdays, which one is not a luxury brand? If she is not a young lady, how could she afford it? Shu frowned. He also opened the forum of number 3 middle school, and sure enough, he saw a screenshot of Chu Lian's order for Xiangjia bags in the latest hot post. The caption read, "A gift of apology for my father. Recently, I can only live in a 5-star suite. The mother and daughter of the Chu family couldn't even pay the property fee of 48,000, so how could they have spare money to buy luxury goods?" Shu snorted. She seemed to know where the money of this idiot had gone. That's right, the house is occupied by someone else. Shu looked at Boluozi and asked, "Where is Shulingchen's debt collection place?" Boluozi, why are you asking this? Shu narrowed his eyes. "I want to go." A cry of pain came from the alley. "No, I have no money." The bruised and swollen man was forced into a corner by several gangsters, with his hands clasped together, begging for mercy. "Can you give me another week, just 1 week? I will definitely pay the money back next week." Shulingchen wore a black baseball cap, and his features under the brim of the hat were fierce and unruly. He stretched out his hand to grab the man's hair, making him look up. "No money? Weren't you singing happily in the KTV with a beautiful woman just now?" Brother Chong said, "If you don't pay back the money, your hand Shulingchen." Shulingchen didn't finish his words when he heard someone calling his name. His back froze and he turned his head away blankly. At the entrance of the alley, Shu stood there expressionlessly. 3 big words suddenly fell on Shulingchen's forehead. "It's over." Half an hour later, Yu Jinjiwen F 1600. Shulingchen stood in the living room with extremely low air pressure, like a quail. On the sofa opposite, Shu folded his arms, looked down at him, and said coldly, "How long have you been doing debt collection?" Shulingchen said weakly, "The 2nd day. That is to say, it started yesterday. Give me the phone." Shulingchen didn't dare to disobey the imperial edict and handed over the phone obediently. After Shu Shu took the phone, she directly checked Shu Lingchen's bank account. As expected, most of Shu Lingchen's 50,000 living expenses every month were transferred to the same person.
Julianne.
Aiken, do you think this crystal hairpin is pretty? Shu Lingchen, transfer 666. Aiken, this pair of hook shoes is so girly. I like it so much. Shu Lingchen, transfer 1688. Aiken, this white dress is so beautiful. I saw it in a roadside window after school today, but it's too expensive for me to buy. Shu Lingchen, transfer 6666. Basically, when Shu Lingchen's 50,000 living expenses came down at the beginning of each month, Chu Lian would ask for money under various pretexts. From small accessories at the beginning to clothes to bags later. Chu Lian's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Shu Shu snorted. This idiot has a house for others to live in, and all his money is spent by others. He lives like a young lady and a little princess, while he lives like a poor rascal. Shu Shu glanced at Shu Lingchen's nearby bill again. After he left Yujinjuan on Saturday, he transferred 400 to Chu Lian. The note is, daily necessities. Why do you have to pay for her living expenses? Shu Lingchen said. Didn't Aunt Chu and her family move out of Yujing Garden that day? The sheets at home are too old to be used. Aunt Chu is in poor health, can't work, and has no source of income, so. Poor health? Shu Shu saw that Chu's mother, who was fighting with Lu Tong that day, was full of energy when she spoke, and she looked like she could fight for 300 rounds. How could she be in poor health? She has no source of income, so how can Chu Lian go to school? Shu Lingchen was silent for a moment and said, I have always paid Chu Chu's tuition. Shu Shu laughed directly in anger. It turned out that her insurance fund has not only supported Shu Lingchen over the years, but also supported the mother and daughter of the Chu family. Shu Shu found that after Shu Lingchen transferred the 400 to Chu Lian, there was only 28 cents left in the balance. After receiving the money, Chu Lian was still complaining that the bedboard was moldy and had a rash all over her body. She wanted to change the bed, and she couldn't stand it for a day. Shu Lingchen replied that he would find a way. But he had no money. So, in order to make money, he chose to be a debt collector. Shu Lingchen's latest transaction was yesterday evening, when he transferred 700 to Chu Lian. Note: buying a bed. This was the commission he received after doing debt collection. He did not keep a penny and transferred it all out. Debt collection is simply a group of illegal loan sharks who violently collect debts. And there are few kind people who go to borrow money from loan sharks. Most of them are gamblers who don't care about their lives. How can they pay back the money obediently? In order to avoid debt, they must fight against debt collectors with their lives. I guess this is how Shu Lingchen got his injuries. This time it was bruises and next time it might be knife wounds. Shu Shu thought of the dream she had before she died. In the dream, Shu Lingchen would go astray and end up in prison. Could this debt collection be the beginning of his wrong path? It was actually because of Chu Lian? Shu Shu kept taking deep breaths. She kept repeating in her heart, biological child, biological child. She now really suspected that Shu Lingchen had been fed with intelligence-reducing drugs. Otherwise, why did the mother and daughter of the Chu family lie on him and his blood without him noticing? How about taking him to the hospital for an intelligence test some other day? Shu Shu thought expressionlessly, while Shu Lingchen, who was standing next to him, carefully watched his mother's face. Suddenly, Shu Shu raised her hand, and he closed his eyes in fear. The big surprise from his mother's love that he had expected did not come. Hand over here. Shu Lingchen opened his eyes. Shu Shu held a bottle of safflower oil in her hand and looked at him coldly.
Oh.
Shu Lingchen rolled up his sleeves and handed his hand over obediently. Shu Shu poured some safflower oil on his palm, warmed it up a little, and then rubbed it on the bruise on Shu Lingchen's arm. Shu Lingchen was stunned. He looked at his mother, who lowered her eyes and applied safflower oil to him, and remembered that when he was a child, he accidentally bumped his knee while playing and swollen, and his mother also applied medicine for him in this way. Shu Shu never hired a nanny or the like. For Shu Lingchen, she did everything herself. As a mother for the first time, she didn't understand many things. She would rather learn slowly and not throw Xu Lingchen to others because of trouble. Xu Lingchen felt as if he had returned to his childhood at this moment, and his nose was about to ache. Xu exerted force on his palm. It hurts. It hurts. Xu Lingchen gasped. If it hurts, just remember it and don't do that debt collecting thing again. Xu said. The new house is ready. Give up the rented house and move back in with me. I'm warning you. Don't even think about letting the Chu family mother and daughter move in. Otherwise, I'll declare that you've lost me as your mother. Xu Lingchen, I mean what I say. Xu was really angry. Xu Lingchen nodded quickly. The next day after school, Xu Lingchen arrived at the rental house and packed his things in less than 10 minutes. Xu noticed that he had very little luggage. Just a school bag, a pair of worn-out sneakers with fuzzy surfaces, 2 sets of school uniforms, 3 black short-sleeved shirts, and 3 pairs of ripped jeans. Apart from that, he didn't even have a thick piece of clothing. Xu didn't feel sorry for Xu Lingchen. This was what the little idiot deserved, who told him to give all his money to the Chu family's mother and daughter and live like a little beggar. Xu Lingchen checked out smoothly and returned the keys to the landlord on the same day. But he wanted to quit his part-time job as a debt collector, but it didn't go smoothly. The neon lights of the street bar flashed colorful lights. Before pushing the door in, Xu Lingchen turned around and still didn't agree with Xu to accompany him. Mom, why don't you go back first? I'll go talk to Brother Chang myself. Xu, with your IQ, I'm afraid you'll get stuck inside. Xu Lingchen immediately retorted with grievance. Do I look so stupid? Not stupid, I'm mentally. Stop talking nonsense, let's go.
So,
Xu Lingchen had to push open the door. The deafening sound of DJ came, and the dance floor was full of twisting figures. A man with tattoos on his arms led the two to find Brother Chang. In the booth, a bald fat man with a thick gold necklace around his neck, a dragon head tattoo on his chest, and a cigar in his hand sat in the middle of the sofa. Xu Lingchen walked up with an unnatural expression. Brother Chang, I'm here to quit my job. The man called Brother Chang took a puff of his cigar, then looked over and sneered impatiently. You think I'm a vegetable market? You can come and go as you please. I asked you on the day you joined, and you said you were sure before I agreed to let you join. Do you think I'm an idiot now? Xu Lingchen pursed his lips. Sorry, Brother Chang. Brother Chang glanced at Xu Lingchen and said lightly, You can leave if you want, but you have to follow my rules. Roll the dice. If you win, you go. If you lose, you leave one finger behind. After he finished speaking, a younger brother handed him a fruit knife with blood on the blade. Xu Lingchen's face froze. After all, he was still a student who had never really left the campus. He had not seen the bad behavior of these idle people in society, and he had never played dice. What? Are you scared? If you are scared, get out of here and continue to collect debts for me tomorrow. I'll roll the dice for him. A sweet female voice came out. Everyone looked up. Xu was standing outside the booth and said, I'll roll the dice for him. Seeing that it was a pretty girl, everyone was stunned. Brother Chang frowned. Who are you? I look so easy to talk to? You say I'll do it? Xu hooked his lip. It doesn't matter who I am, Brother Chang, right? How about we make a bet? I will roll the dice for him. If I win, I will take him away. If you win and his finger is left, I will give you an extra 200,000 yuan. As soon as the words came out, everyone was surprised. Duo Xiao? 200,000 yuan? Brother Chang stared at Xu suspiciously. This girl looked like a student, and her appearance and temperament were quite eye-catching, but he didn't believe that a student could come up with 200,000 yuan. Are you kidding me? Xu directly opened his mobile phone and clicked on the balance of one of the N accounts. Then he handed the screen over. A little brother came over to take a look and counted the balance in his mouth. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions.
Million.
There are more than 2 million yuan. Whose student account can put so much spare money? I can pay you a deposit of 10,000 yuan to prove that the money in this account is real.
Ding.
A minute later, Brother Chong looked at the 10,000 yuan payment notification on his phone and smiled. If you have money, don't be a fool. He agreed. Okay, you do it for him, but Brother Chong narrowed his eyes. You have to compete with me in rolling the dice. As soon as the voice fell, all the younger brothers looked at each other. Brother Chong was going to do it himself. It seemed that neither the 200,000 nor this kid's finger would be spared today. Sensing that the atmosphere was wrong, Xu Lingchen gritted his teeth and secretly said to Xu Xu, "Mom, let's run. I'll count 1, 2, 3, but Xu Xu directly responded to Brother Chong's words. Deal. The wine and fruit plate on the coffee table were removed, and 2 sets of dice were placed on it. Brother Chong and Xu Xu each had a set. The rules are simple. There are 6 dice in the jar. Compare the points, and 2 out of 3 will win. Begin." In the first round, Brother Chong shook 3 sixes and 3 fives, a total of 33 points. Brother Chong is awesome. The younger brothers started to make a fuss. Xu Xu lifted the lid and saw 1 4, 3 threes, and 2 ones, a total of 14 points.
He lost. Poochie.
Seeing this, Brother Chong smiled with his yellow teeth showing. The girl's points were obviously that of a rookie, but he had some skills in shaking the dice, and no one in this area could match him. Little girl, you made this bet yourself, and you can't accuse me of bullying later. Xu Xu raised his eyebrows. No, 2 out of 3, continue. In the second round, Brother Chong shook 3,635 again. He rubbed his bald head triumphantly, as if he had already won the game, and the 200,000 was in his pocket. Then, it was Xu Xu's turn to open the lid. He saw 2 fives and 4 sixes inside the lid. 34 points. Just a little more than Brother Chong. Brother Chong paused with a smile on his face, a little bit unbelievable. This is shoot luck. In the last round, match point. Brother Chong subconsciously put in a lot of effort. This time he shook 5 sixes and 1 5. 35 points, close to the full number. Shaking the dice to Brother Chong's level is also a skill. Brother Chong smiled and couldn't wait to say, "Little girl, you shouldn't shake it anymore. Just transfer the money directly and save some time." He thought that shoot luck would not come again, and Xu Xu would definitely not be able to shake a bigger point than himself. You still have to shake it. Xu Xu's 5 slender fingers were clasped on the black jar. She raised her hand and shook it. The dice made neat colliding sounds in the jar. With a bang, the dice jar was placed on the table. Xu Xu curled her lips, and her sparkling peach eyes shone brightly under the lighting of the bar. Then, in the focused gaze of everyone, she removed the lid. 6 dice were all turned over on the 6-point side. 6 sixes. 36 points. Full points. We won. We won. Xu Lingchen was very excited beside him. Brother Chom couldn't believe it, and his expression became a little ugly. Xu Xu, I won and I admit defeat. However, the 10,000 deposit does not need to be returned.
Can he leave now?
He got 10,000 for nothing and did not suffer any loss. Brother Chong glanced at Xu Lingchen, gritted his teeth, and thought that this kid was lucky. In the past, those who wanted to successfully leave him had to suffer a lot. He waved his hand. Let's go. On the way back, Xu Lingchen looked at Xu Xu with eyes full of admiration. In his impression, his mother has always been awesome, but this is the first time he knows that his mother can also roll the dice. Mom, did you roll the dice casually in the first round, so as to let Brother Chong relax his guard? Xu Xu said, I shook it like that on purpose. I can roll it at any point I want. Xu Lingchen was surprised. What? Is it true?
Aha.
So awesome. Did you learn it by yourself? Or did someone teach you? Xu Xu suddenly paused, was silent for 3 seconds, and then said, Someone else taught me. Xu Lingchen smiled and came up. Well, Mom, can you teach me too? Why are you learning this? I just think it's awesome, and I want to learn it. Xu Xu refused outright. No way, I won't teach you. God knows why this idiot wants to learn this. In fact, Xu Xu could have solved the problem for Xu Lingchen simply by using money. But she didn't. She just wanted Xu Lingchen to see with his own eyes how serious the consequences of anything having to do with illegality and crime are. Oh, okay. Xu Lingchen keenly noticed Xu Xu's pause just now, and he turned into a curious baby and guessed, Mom, is the person teaching you my father who died on land, sea, and air? When Xu Lingchen was a child, he saw that other children had fathers, so he would ask Xu Xu why he didn't have a father and where his father had gone. The first time he asked, Xu Xu told him that his father was a fisherman who was swallowed by a shark while fishing at sea. The second time he asked, Xu Xu said that his father was a street sweeper who was hit and killed by a car while sweeping the street. Later, Xu Lingchen asked again and again, and Xu Xu said that his father was a pilot who was killed in an explosion in the air. Until the end, Xu Lingchen was not sure what his father did. He only knew that his father was dead. Xu Lingchen looked at Xu Xu eagerly, still waiting for Xu Xu's reply.
Answer.
Xu Xu subconsciously looked up and met Xu Lingchen's eyes. Every time he looked into his son's eyes carefully, Xu Xu couldn't help but sigh at the power of genes. They are indeed father and son. Xu Lingchen's eyes are exactly the same as that man's, and his pupils are as black as ink. It's just that the former's eyes are calm and simple, while the latter's are always cold and deep, making it impossible to peek into all his emotions. Hearing Xu Lingchen's question, a picture popped up in Xu Xu's mind almost instantly. A large, slender hand with distinct joints, grasping the black dice jar, and along with the action of uncovering it, a pleasant male voice like jade hitting each other sounded casually and sighing. So stupid, you didn't shake out 6 again. You already owe me 32 kisses. She learned the skill of shaking the dice at a great price. Xu Xu has always consciously controlled herself not to think about that person. The dream she had before she died said that she was his. White moonlight. It must be fake. She still remembered the scene before they completely parted. He looked at her coldly, with clear hatred in his eyes, and the words on his mouth were even more cold. You'd better get out of here. I never, ever want to see you again. So, how could she be his white moonlight? Xu Xu shook his head violently, throwing away those pictures and returning his thoughts to reality. Anyway, they will never meet again now.
She is dead.
Xu Xu's expression returned to normal, and he raised his hand and gave his son a big slap on the forehead. Do you think your mother is Baidu Encyclopedia? So many questions? Xu Lingchen covered his forehead, the turkey feather boy with a painful mask. Mom, can you stop hitting me on the head? You will become stupid. Xu Xu snorted. It doesn't matter much. It's just that he has become a big from a small. Xu Lingchen. Late at night. This was Xu Xu's first night living in the new house F1600 in Yujinjiwan. She was not familiar with the bed and could fall asleep quickly in unfamiliar places. But maybe it was because Xu Lingchen, the little idiot, mentioned that person. Xu Xu had a chaotic dream. In the dream, a pair of dark eyes tightly grasped her. Deep, paranoid, and morbid. It was like an airtight net, binding her tightly, entangled her, and making her breathless. He trapped her in his arms with his big hand, put his thin lips against her ear, and told her word by word in a pleasant and low-pitched voice. Don't think about leaving me unless you die. If you die, I don't want to live either. I will stay with you, and then have someone burn us together and put us in the same urn, okay? Madman. Xu Xu lay on the soft bed with his head up, his brows furrowed, and a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. This kind of dream would appear at night for a long time after Xu Xu left that person, but as time went on, it slowly stopped appearing. Today, she dreamed of it again. Xu Xu's fingers unconsciously clasped the quilt tightly, trying her best to get out of it. Finally, she got out of it, but quickly fell into the next dream. In front of her was an unfamiliar scene, and the protagonist in the dream was not her. It was Xu Lingchen. Xu Xu saw 4-year-old Xu Lingchen. The background seemed to be in the hospital. A little carrot, held in the arms of the kindergarten teacher, cried with red eyes and hoarse voice, shouting, "Mom, I want Mom." His extremely aggrieved cry attracted the attention of passers-by. Someone whispered with regret, it's a sin. I heard that the child's mother was stabbed to death. There is no one else in the family. How can such a young child survive alone in the future?" Xu Xu was stunned. This is. After her death? Then the scene changed. Don't worry, leave the child with us. We will take good care of him. Shu Shu saw little Shillingchen being sent to a lady wearing reading glasses. A sign behind her read Lucky Children's Welfare Home. She smiled and took the silent little Shillingchen's hand. This lady looked like a director or something like that. Shu Shu looked at her carefully and saw that she had a gentle expression and a kind face. She should be a good director. But soon, Shu Shu heard Shillingchen crying again, accompanied by cries of pain. Auntie, don't pinch me. I will be obedient. I will be obedient. A wooden door appeared in front of Shu Shu, and the voice came from inside. She stretched out her hand and pushed the door open, and then saw a scene that frightened her. Little Shillingchen huddled in the corner, and a woman glared at him with a vicious expression and kept twisting his arm with her hands. The woman cursed as she did it. I ask you to eat and make the food everywhere. Do you know that it is very tiring for me to clean up? You came to this welfare home specifically to torture me, right? The child was only 4 years old, with delicate skin and tender flesh. After a short while, his white arms were covered with bruises, which was horrifying. Shu Shu's eyes were spitting fire. Shu Lingchen was well taught by her and could eat by himself at a very early age. He cherished food and ate very elegantly and would never make food everywhere. Shu Shu heard that little Shu Lingchen was also defending himself. Auntie, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. But the woman didn't listen at all, as if she was just venting her anger, and her hands continued to be violent. Shu Shu's anger went straight to the top of his head. She wanted to break through the screen and pick up the woman and beat her, but she couldn't get out. She was trapped in another time and space, and she was so anxious that she could only watch. Night fell. Shu Lingchen's small body curled up on the bed in the welfare home, sleeping very uneasily, with tears in the corners of his eyes, and his voice was aggrieved and crying, saying, "Mom." As if only the word mom could bring him a sense of security. Shu Shu wanted to go over and hold his son in his arms to comfort him. Shu Lingchen was very attached to her. Every night, he would hold his little pillow to urge her, and he would fall asleep peacefully every day while listening to her bedtime stories. Now, his mother was gone, and he was the only one left. Shu Shu was heartbroken, and she just guarded her son by the side for a whole night. Fortunately, when the screen switched again, she saw the vicious woman being taken away by the police, and Shu Lingchen was also taken out of the welfare home. He returned to Yujinjiwen. Soon, someone from a professional organization matched Shu Lingchen with a foster family. They are a young couple who are infertile, but have a wealthy family. They liked Shu Lingchen the first time they saw him, and they bent down and took the initiative to talk to him. Shu Lingchen was very cautious at first, huddled behind the property staff, and was unwilling to get close. But the young couple was very patient. Next, they would come to Eugene Garden every day to accompany Shu Lingchen, cook for him, play toys with him, and play games with him. There were laughter and joy, and the atmosphere was very good. Gradually, little Shu Lingchen slowly began to accept their kindness.
Shu Shu was relieved to see this.
Just when she was looking forward to seeing her son go to a new family and start a new life, the picture was cut again. It was Shu Lingchen who, with a sullen little face, slapped the hand of the young woman who was about to become his new mother and said, "I hate you. Don't go to your house. I don't want to go." He was extremely disgusted. In the end, he really didn't go to the foster family. Shu Shu was confused. What happened to make Shillingchen suddenly change his face and become so resistant to the young couple? But Shu Shu was not given a chance to figure it out. The picture stayed here and never moved again. Shu Shu opened her eyes. The warm light of the small lamp on the bedside table illuminated the bedroom. She reacted and woke up from a dream. It has been a long time since she had a dream with so much content and so confusing. Shu Shu exhaled and looked at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. She felt a little thirsty, so she threw off the quilt and got out of bed. She went to the living room outside to get some water to drink. After drinking the water, she was about to go back to the room. When she passed by Shillingchen's bedroom, her footsteps paused slightly. Shu Shu heard a faint noise. It sounded like sobbing. Shu Shu immediately raised his hand and knocked on the door. Shilingchen? No one answered from inside the door. Shu Shu moved closer to listen. He was not mistaken. It was indeed sobbing. Shilingchen? What's wrong with you? Still didn't agree. Mom is coming in. After saying that, Shu Shu pressed the handle of Shilingchen's bedroom door. Shilingchen? She turned on the light and walked in. She saw the quilt fell to the ground. The young man was sweating profusely on the gray bed. He curled up and uttered intermittent panicked mumblings. Mom, save me. Shu Shu frowned, walked forward, bent down and patted Shilingchen on the shoulder and whispered, Xiaochen? The boy took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. There was a moment of confusion in his eyes, and then he saw Shu Shu. His pupils focused and regained clarity, and he asked in a hoarse voice, Mom?
Yeah.
Shu Shu asked, Are you having a nightmare? Shilingchen blinked, turned his head, and looked around. The computer was down for 2 seconds. After he reacted, he sat up awkwardly, his eyes flickering. Oh yes, I dreamed that I was about to push the crystal while playing games, but all my teammates died, and I scolded them through the microphone. He said with an angry expression. Shu Shu. Shilingchen didn't want his mother to know that he was crying in his dream. How could a 17-year-old man still cry? How could he be a school bully in the future if it got out? The boy smoothed his slightly wet red, yellow, and blue short hair and showed it to Shu Shu in a serious manner. Look, I'm sweating from scolding. Shu Shu pointed to the tear marks at the corners of his eyes. And then you scolded yourself and made me cry? Shilingchen. He subconsciously wiped his eyes and said stubbornly, Yeah, this game in the dream was a promotion match. It's very important. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow and nodded, indicating that she understood. She saw through it but didn't point it out, only saying, I can't sleep. The sweet water should be frozen by now. Do you want to drink it together? Shilingchen did not hesitate. Drink. In order to quickly skip this topic, he responded. The most important thing is that his mother's sweet water is unique.
So, in the middle of the night,
the mother and son sat on the high stools of the water bar and drank the sweet water at around 3 in the morning. It was mango milk jelly and sago. Shilingchen scooped a large spoonful and put it into his mouth. The sweet fruit pulp and milky aroma mixed together and spread on the taste buds. The last time I drank the sweet water made by my mother was 13 years ago. The taste was as good as always. I miss it so much. Shilingchen squinted his eyes with satisfaction, and the lingering fear brought by the nightmare in his chest also dissipated. He put a few more big mouthfuls into his mouth and suddenly remembered something. He looked up and looked at Shu Shu opposite him and tentatively said, Mom, you won't hit me on the head if I fall asleep in class tomorrow. Shu Shu said without even raising his head, I will hit you if you sleep. But I won't be able to sleep for long because I have to get up to go to school. I will definitely be sleepy during the day. Shu Shu, it's okay. I won't be sleepy after a few more hits. Shilingchen wilted. He remembered that when he was awakened by a nightmare just now, he heard Shu Shu calling him softly, Xiaochen. The boy's eyes were a little resentful. Mom, I found that you have changed. Shu Shu remained calm. Yeah, I know. I have become younger and more beautiful. Shilingchen couldn't deny the sentence, but after he thought about it, he retorted. No, you used to call me Xiaochen very gently, but now you call me by my full name, Shilingchen, which sounds very cold.
Mom, do you
dislike me after I grew up? He said, lowering his eyes dejectedly. Hearing this, Shu Shu raised his eyes and looked at Shilingchen, looking at him seriously. Receiving his biological mother's gaze, Shilingchen was so nervous that his back subconsciously straightened. He stuck out his neck, thinking that he could hear words of comfort from his biological mother, such as how could mom dislike you, son? You think too much. As a result, the next second, he heard Shu Shu sighing for a long time and said, Shilingchen, you have to know that no one can be gentle to a turkey. Shilingchen. What do you mean? Shu Shu looked at Shilingchen's indescribable red, yellow, and blue turkey head. When Shilingchen was a child, his looks were well known in the whole community and kindergarten. He inherited his father's good-looking genes, with big eyes, double eyelids, and a high-nose bridge. He is a sweet, soft, and handsome little boy, the kind that can make people adorable. Shu's favorite thing at that time was to customize all kinds of vests and suits for Shulingchen.
But now,
He has turned into a killer in ripped jeans. Shulingchen looked up and saw the obvious disgust in Shu's eyes. He immediately felt like an arrow hit his knee. Then he turned his head and snorted. Dislike it if you want. Anyway, no matter how much you dislike me, I am still your real son. Shu couldn't help but curl her lips. The brat is quite good at making amends for himself. Shu looked at the boy's profile and thought of the dream she had. The pitiful little figure curled up on the bed in the dream, and Shulingchen, who was sobbing in fear, just now seemed to slowly overlap. She was not sure if it was just a dream or if it really happened. Shu pursed her lips. Her eyes fell on her son and said, Xiaochen, I have always wanted to ask you, how have you been? For the past 13 years, when I was away. Shulingchen was about to show off his joy after hearing his mother call him Xiaochen, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, the expression on his face paused, and he said vaguely, Didn't I say before that it was Aunt Shu who took care of me? Shu, what I want to know is what happens to you after I die. The dream just now was too real. Just as real as the dream she had before she died. You also said before that you resisted the welfare home and foster family. Is it because you simply don't want to go, or is there any other reason? Shulingchen fell silent for a long time before he spoke. I resisted going to the welfare home because I had been there before and there was an auntie there who abused me. She wrongly accused me of spilling food everywhere and kept pinching me. Shu's pupils shrank. The dream was real. She deliberately made me wear long sleeves to cover the bruises on my body and pretended to treat me well in front of others. Shulingchen said, if Aunt Shu hadn't reported her, the fact that I was abused by her might not have been discovered so quickly. Shu. Wait, Aunt Chu Lian's mother? Is she also in that children's welfare home? Yes. Shulingchen nodded. Aunt Chu happened to be a volunteer at that welfare home and found out that I was abused by the aunt. She immediately reported it to the director, and the woman was taken away by the police. Shu pondered. It was Chu's mother who helped Shulingchen. Later, I returned to Yijinjiwen and a young couple wanted to adopt me, that is, a foster family. Shu nodded. Yes, so what are they like? In her dream, she saw that the couple liked children very much and were very patient with Shulingchen. As a result, Shu heard Shulingchen on the opposite side sneer and say, they, like the aunt in the welfare home, are actors and liars. Their kindness to me is fake. Why do you say that? Shulingchen's eyes were full of sarcasm. I thought they really wanted to adopt me at first, but it turned out that they couldn't have children and wanted to take me back to experience the feeling of having children. They are also seeing a doctor to treat their health and want to have children. They threaten to abandon me as soon as their own child is born. So this is why Shulingchen resisted the young couple. How do you know about their idea? Shulingchen said, Aunt Chu told me. Shu? It's Mother Chu again. At that time, Aunt Chu came to 1701 to take care of me free of charge every day on behalf of the property management. She overheard the couple's phone call to the doctor. Shulingchen recalled that day. Aunt Chu held him in her arms, her face full of heartache, and she kept muttering, Our Xiaochen is so miserable. That couple is a jackal, a tiger, or a leopard. Sooner or later, they will have a child. They said that after their child is born, they will throw Xiaochen into the welfare home and never care about him again. Oh, what will Xiaochen do then? Shulingchen had a stress reaction to the 3 words welfare home at that time. He trembled all over when he heard it. In an instant, he lost all his good impression of the young couple and developed a very strong resistance. So on the day when he was about to be taken to their new family, he resisted very understandably and finally did not go. If it weren't for Aunt Chu, I don't know what kind of miserable life I would be living now. Shu had a blank expression on his face. He thought to himself, your life isn't much better now. From then on, Aunt Chu has been taking care of me, and Chu Shu Lingchen's eyes lit up and a shy look flashed across his face when he talked about Chu Lian. There was a time when I became quiet, and no one in school wanted to play with me except Chu. She accompanied me to and from school and ate with me. At that time, Shu Lingchen was in the 4th grade of elementary school. There were a few bad students in the school who bullied him and mocked him for not only having no father but also killing his mother. They said that he was born an unlucky star and whoever got close to him would become unfortunate. Their school bag was thrown into the ditch and their textbooks were torn into pieces. Shu Lingchen was beaten so hard that he curled up on the ground, covering his ears tightly, trying to block out all the needle-like words. He vaguely remembered that when he was in kindergarten someone bullied him like this, and it was his mother who drove those people away domineeringly. But now, no one will protect him like this anymore. Just then, a childish female voice came from the sky.
It was Chu Lian.
Chu Lian was a 3-good student in the eyes of the teacher and a popular student. Those bad students were afraid that Chu Lian would tell the teacher, so they all ran away in a panic when they heard the warning. "Aiken, are you okay?" She gently helped Shu Lingchen up from the ground. Shu Lingchen opened his eyes in a trance, and what came into his sight was a pretty white face of a girl. She looked at him worriedly and concernedly. The sunlight shone directly from behind, coating her whole body with a layer of warm gold. At that moment, it was directly and dazzlingly imprinted into Shu Lingchen's gray world. Chu Lian used wet tissues to help him wipe the dirty water on his school bag bit by bit, and helped him stick the torn books page by page with transparent tape. "It's a little ugly, Aiken. I really tried my best." She stuck out her tongue and said to him apologetically. Shu Lingchen shook his head, holding the textbook in both hands as if he was holding some precious treasure. "No, it's glued very well. Better than new books, Chu. Thank you." Then she smiled at him. "Stupid Aiken, in the future, you have to learn to be strong. What if someone bullies me one day?" Shu Lingchen promised solemnly. Chu, don't worry. I will become strong, and I will protect Chu from now on."
Okay.
Aunt Chu and Chu have always been with me and taken care of me. Once I had a high fever in the middle of the night, and Aunt Chu carried me to the hospital. It rained heavily that day. After my fever was cured, Aunt Chu became ill because of the heavy rain. She became weak and her illness would relapse if she did any heavy work. She needed a special medicine to maintain her physical strength for daily life. Shu Lingchen looked at Shu and squeezed the handle of the spoon in his hand. "Mom, Aunt Chu, and the others are really good to me." Shu was speechless for a while. How to say it? After listening to it, this is a very touching redemption story. Shu finally figured out why Shu Lingchen had such a thick filter of good people for the mother and daughter of the Chu family. But the mother and daughter of the Chu family in Shu Lingchen's mouth and the mother and daughter of the Chu family she actually saw with her own eyes are two completely opposite people. If they are really so good, why would they let Shu Lingchen go out to rent a house and live in a mansion themselves? Why would they find ways to squeeze Shu Lingchen's monthly living expenses and watch him live so poor? These are definitely not things that good people can do. Something is wrong. There must be something wrong. "Mom?" Shu Lingchen saw Shu lost in thought and said, "What are you thinking about?" Shu propped up his chin. "I was wondering, since Chu Lian treats you so well, why do you two seem to be not very close in school? Not many people know that you know each other privately, and she won't speak up for you when she sees others scolding you as a toad wanting to eat swan meat." I took the initiative to ask Chu to pretend not to know me. Shu Lingchen curled his lips in self-mockery. "I am not a good student, and I am a gangster. Being with Chu will affect her reputation as a 3-good student. Liking Chu and being nice to her is a one-sided thing on my part. In other words, she doesn't like you?" Chu is an excellent girl. She said that she just wants to study hard now and will consider feelings after graduation. Shu chuckled. "She just wants to study hard. Why should she spend her money?" Not explicitly saying that he likes me, nor explicitly expressing his rejection. Making excuses while feeling at ease spending Shu Lingchen's money and living in Shu Lingchen's mansion? Shu Lingchen retorted. I took the initiative to spend money on Chu Chu. Chu Chu has never asked me for money. She is not a materialistic girl. Shu Shu. Chu Lian is almost reaching into your pocket, okay? Shu Lingchen said with a firm look in his eyes. I will wait until the day Chu Chu graduates, then I will formally confess to her.
Wow.
Shu Shu gave a thumbs up expressionlessly. He said such great love words at such a young age. My son is still a big romantic, what a big idiot. A big idiot who was turned into a big idiot by Pua. Shu Shu looked at her son in front of her with a pure and longing face, as if she was looking at a piglet. She felt faintly in her heart that Shu Lingchen might have been slaughtered by the Chu family's mother and daughter in a 13-year-long pig-killing scheme. It's getting late. Go to bed early. You have to go to school tomorrow. Shu Shu stood up, put 2 empty bowls into the dishwasher, and then returned to her room. She did not lie down immediately, but turned on her mobile phone and fiddled with it. In less than 30 seconds, a new message came in. Dear Black Gold user, are you sure you want to adjust the trend of your insurance fund to a loss rate of 99.99%? Shu Shu did not hesitate. Okay. The other side replied quickly. Okay, it has been operated for you, and the expected profit of the insurance fund next month is 200 yuan. Shu Shu turned the mobile phone with her fingertips and leaned on the soft pillow. It was time for her, the biological mother, to teach her little mentally son a lesson. The name of this lesson is, Love without material things is a mess. Shu Shu glanced at the calendar. Today happened to be the last day of this month. Shu Shu curled her lips, put down the phone, adjusted the light to sleep mode, wrapped herself in the quilt, and lay down with her eyes closed to sleep. The next day, the whole morning, Shu Lingchen held his mobile phone during class breaks, clicking, refreshing, and re-entering, and then looked incredulous. Shu Shu pretended not to see it. At noon, the bell rang, and everyone went to the cafeteria. Shu Lingchen was still sitting in his seat. Boluozi called him to eat together, but he waved and said he was not hungry. Boluozi had to leave with the other followers. Shu Shu stood aside and watched. You only ate a sandwich this morning. How can you not be hungry now? Hearing this, Shu Lingchen looked up and looked around the classroom. Seeing that there was no one, he looked sad. Mom, I'm bankrupt. The insurance fund has been paid out, and I only have 200 yuan for living expenses next month. Shu Lingchen only had 28 cents left in his balance. Originally, he thought he could hold on until tomorrow when the new monthly living expenses of 50,000 yuan would be credited to his account, but he received a loss reminder early in the morning. He was dumbfounded. Is it the fund I bought for you a long time ago? Shu Shu went to look at Shu Lingchen's mobile phone and pretended to be surprised. Oh, it's true. It's even greener than the Hulk. Shu Lingchen wanted to cry, but had no tears. Mom, I'm going to starve. After hearing what Shu Lingchen said, Shu Shu thought to himself that if the fund didn't compensate you, your life would be almost the same as starving. Give me your meal card, and I'll top up the money for you. Shu Shu stretched out his hand. You can have breakfast and dinner at home, so you don't have to starve. Shu Lingchen looked up, his face full of emotion. Thank you, Mom. In the end, he still didn't give up and asked, Mom, this fund, it won't always be so green, right? Shu Shu could only tell him regretfully, you'd better be mentally prepared. With her around, this fund can never expect to be red again. Smiley face. Shu Lingchen was depressed, sighed, and said to himself, I originally wanted to buy Chu Chu a new wardrobe, but now I can't do it. Shu Shu smiled and patted his shoulder. It's okay, son. I believe Chu Chu won't blame you. She is not that kind of materialistic girl. How could she be angry with you for such a small thing? Shu Lingchen agreed with the second half of Shu Shu's sentence very much and raised his chin proudly. That's right. Recently, a new dessert shop opened near the 3rd middle school. The exquisite snacks and the storefront decorated like a greenhouse have attracted many food influencers to come and check in. Shu Shu accidentally saw a post about the store on a certain website and was tempted. The thing she can't resist the most is food, so as soon as school was over, she dragged Shu Lingchen to go with her to try it. After entering the store and finding a seat to sit down, Shu ordered a bunch of things. Various small and delicious desserts were served on beautiful porcelain plates and displayed on a small round table covered with a lace tablecloth. It was simply a visual feast. Shu took out his mobile phone to take pictures immediately. Shulingchen acted as a tool next to him. He took away one after Shu took one. They took pictures for more than 10 minutes. Shulingchen looked at his biological mother, who was enjoying it. The mother in his memory was the same, always taking pictures before eating. A Chinese woman who wants to make a movie all her life. As she was taking pictures, the wind chime hanging on the wooden door of the dessert shop rang, and a new customer came in. "Hello, please give me a piece of strawberry yogurt mousse." A soft female voice sounded weakly. The waiter said with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, the last piece of strawberry yogurt mousse has just been bought." Shu moved her phone away, and her eyes fell on the strawberry yogurt mousse in front of her. She looked up and saw a chubby figure standing outside the window. It was a girl. Although the weather was not cool, she was wearing extremely loose long-sleeved trousers, her hair was loose, and she wore a white mask on her face. The whole person was wrapped tightly, with only her eyes exposed. Hearing the waiter's words that it was sold out, her lost emotions could be felt from a distance. It seemed that she came here specifically for this dessert, but did not buy it. Shu's mind moved, and then he raised his hand. "The last piece of strawberry yogurt mousse is here." The waiter and the girl looked at it at the same time. Shu said to the girl, "Well, little classmate, I haven't touched the mousse yet, so I took a picture. If you don't mind, I can give it to you." The girl's eyes fell on the mousse, and her eyes were faintly shining. Really? Of course." Shu asked the waiter to pack the mousse, then patted Shulingchen on the shoulder and ordered, "Send it to the person."
Oh.
Shulingchen, holding a small paper box, stopped in front of the girl with his tall figure and handed it to her. "Here." But the girl didn't take it. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, lowered her head, and her hands nervously clenched the strap of the canvas bag on her shoulder. "Hey, take it." Shulingchen was puzzled and took another step forward. The girl took a step back immediately, as if she was very nervous and scared. Shulingchen was full of question marks. Shu, who was not far away, watched and disliked his son, a straight man, for not realizing that the girl obviously didn't like to get too close to people. In today's words, it should be a severe social phobia, especially when the other party looked like a bad gangster and was sloppy. Shu couldn't bear to watch it, so he simply walked over, took the mousse from Shulingchen's hand, put it on the table beside him, and then said softly, "Don't be afraid, little classmate. He just looks ugly, but he's not a bad guy. I'll put the mousse here for you." Shulingchen next to her. A gentle and pleasant female voice came into her ears, and the girl raised her head. It was as if she was surprised that Shu saw her embarrassment and was willing to accommodate her. She looked grateful, and a soft and sticky voice came from the mask. "Thank you. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you." Shu looked at her. The girl's face was chubby under the mask, revealing white and flawless skin, and a pair of iconic peach blossom eyes. What a cute girl. While Shu was looking at the girl also saw Shu's face clearly. She was stunned, lowered her head again, and clenched the strap of the bag with her fingers, but this time it was not because of nervousness. It was more like shyness. Her mind was full of how beautiful the sister in front of her was. Shu waved his hand. "No, I'll treat you to it." After saying that, she returned to her seat. Pei Muin secretly glanced at Shu's back again. Holding the mousse box, she was ready to leave the dessert shop in a good mood. She pushed the door open and walked out. Just then, a few people came in. When they passed by, one of them complained, "I give up. You're so fat, and you still want to eat desserts. You're blocking the way." Suddenly, her chubby fingers holding the paper box tightened, and the hair on her forehead cast a shadow. All the good mood in the last second disappeared. Zhonglu turned her head and looked at the girls who were hurried outside the store with disgust. With this body shape, she must weigh more than 180 pounds. "Oh my god, Xiaolian, there are 2 of you." "Lulu, don't say that." Chu Lian glanced at Zhonglu, saying she disagreed, but her face did not show much disagreement. The group of people just stood at the door and looked at the chubby girl unscrupulously, and then the next second, they saw the girl got into a black car with a little golden man in front of the car. Luxury car. And it has a Beijing license plate. Chu Lian paused and recognized that it was a luxury car. Everyone obviously did not expect that the family background of the girl they were discussing so freely was so wealthy. Isn't it just a Rolls-Royce? What's so great about it? Zhang Lu said in a big tone, looking at Chu Lian with a smile. Xiao Lian's father also has a Rolls-Royce, and he showed me the photo before. Hearing this, several girls next to them immediately looked at Chu Lian with admiration. Wow. Chu Lian's eyes flickered, and she changed the subject. Find a seat. The group of people sat down in the dessert shop while talking. As soon as they sat down, someone couldn't help but sigh. This dessert shop is really big and beautiful. No wonder the blogger with 5 million fans came here to check out the shop. The prices are also very good. One of the girls was shocked when she saw the menu. A small piece of cake costs 115. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere became quiet. In fact, they had known about this internet celebrity shop for a long time, but they were all students and couldn't afford it. Classmate Chu Lian, are you really going to treat us? Isn't it too expensive? Chu Lian pursed her lips reservedly. I think this dessert is quite cheap. Just order it. Anyway, she could afford it. Count the days. Xu Lingchen's new monthly living expenses of 50,000 should be credited. Hearing Chu Lian say this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and they immediately asked the waiter to order a small cake for each person. The saying that you get what you pay for makes sense. When everyone picked up the spoon and took the first bite of the cake, they were satisfied and surprised. It's delicious. Thank you, Chu Lian. You let us eat such a delicious cake. Who in the school is spreading the rumor that Chu Lian is not a rich girl? Such an expensive dessert was invited, and if Chu Lian is not a rich girl, then who is? Zhang Lu took a picture of the cake in front of her with her mobile phone and said, "What a bunch of idiots." Xiao Lian said that it was her father's assistant who made the mistake. Such a careless assistant must be fired. The girl next to her was indignant. When I get back, I'm going to post on Tieba to give those rumor mongers a slap in the face. Chu Lian listened, a dark light flashing in her eyes. It was not the first time that she had treated others to a meal like this, and she was always generous in paying the bill. It was also because of this that her image as a lady from a wealthy family had always been very stable. She really did not expect that Xu Lingchen's house would be taken back, causing her to make such a big fool of herself over the weekend. She brought people here specially for the meal today. She had to get the image back. Chu Lian held the small silver spoon while opening her mobile phone to see if Xu Lingchen had transferred any money. She used a similar excuse as before. Aiken, what do you think of this new pair of shoes? I really like this fresh color. In less than 20 seconds, the phone vibrated. Chu Lian's lips curled up, and when she was about to click on Xu Lingchen's dialog box to receive the transfer, she saw the reply. It looks good. Chu has a good eye. That's it?
Chu Lian paused.
Just one reply? Where's the money? Chu Lian stayed on the conversation interface, waiting for a long time, but still didn't get the money transferred. She bit her lip and typed skillfully. It's a pity that it's too expensive. I can't afford it. Crying JPG. Usually, as long as she sent this sentence, Xu Lingchen would immediately transfer money to her. Sure enough, the next second, the interface popped up a transfer prompt. Chu Lian's mouth was about to curl up again, but when her eyes fell on the transfer number, she froze. Xu Lingchen will transfer 200 yuan to you. 200? It's clear that Xu Lingchen always transfers 666 to her. When has he ever transferred such a low amount? What's going on? Just when Chu Lian was stunned, she heard Zhang Lu next to her suddenly shout, "Xu Lingchen." Chu Lian looked up immediately. Sure enough, she saw Xu Lingchen carrying a lot of small paper boxes. She was a little surprised to meet Xu Lingchen here. And Xu Lingchen also saw Chu Lian. There was a moment of surprise on his face, but when he saw the classmates around Chu Lian, he immediately restrained himself. Xu Lingchen, why are you here? Zhang stood up and stood in front of Chu Lian indignant. You deliberately followed Xiao Lian? Do you have any shame? Xiao Lian has rejected you so many times. Shu Lingchen has heard enough words like shameless and is used to it. But he frowned and explained. I didn't follow. Zhang Lu sneered sarcastically, looking at Shu Lingchen with disdainful eyes. Still pretending, the things in this store are not cheap. Can you, a poor gangster, afford it? If you are not following, why are you here? Shu Lingchen was too lazy to argue with a girl, and the other party was Chu Lian's friend, so he always chose to give in. Just when he was not going to argue anymore. Why, you bought the store, you can come, but others can't. A lazy female voice came. Shu walked over. Zhang Lu was stunned. Shu bent his lower lip. Hey, classmate, it's you. Have you fulfilled your promise to eat shoot? Zhang Lu. Several girls next to him looked at each other. They were usually surfers. Last weekend, an explosive post was pushed to the forum. Shu, a new transfer student in class 12, came from a very rich family and lived in a large flat of more than 600 square meters in Yujinjiwan. He is richer than the school beauty Chu Lian's family. At the same time, Zhang Lu's shameless words were also pushed to the forum. If Shu was a 1600 owner, she would eat shoot. Facing Shu's question, Zhang Lu's eyes dodged. I was joking. Why should I fulfill it? Why do you always hold on to me? Shu nodded. Oh, I thought you had already fulfilled it behind people's backs. Otherwise, why do you have such a stinky mouth when you talk? You. Zhang Lu's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver, and she was about to fight back. Shu raised his hand and pinched his nose, frowning in disgust, as if Zhang Lu's words really stunk. Zhang Lu got even angrier. Shu raised his other hand and grabbed Shilingchen by the collar. Let's go. Shilingchen, who was carrying 2 school bags and holding paper boxes full of packed cakes in his hands, was carried away by Shu. Everyone just reacted. Shilingchen didn't follow Chu Lian. He came with Shu. After they left, people started talking at the table. I've never seen Shilingchen so close to any other girl. What's their relationship? They came to the dessert shop together. Why does it feel like Shilingchen seems to listen to that transfer student? Everyone looked at Chu Lian's face at the same time. Chu Lian didn't have time to care about this at the moment. She thought Shilingchen would at least transfer 2,000 or 3,000 to her, but who would have thought he only transferred 200? How should she pay for the dinner later? Chu Lian had no concept of saving money. She always spent whatever Shu Lingchen transferred to her. Anyway, Shu Lingchen had 50,000 yuan for living expenses every month, so why should she save money? So, at this moment, all her balances added up to only 12 yuan. And the bill on the table said that 7 desserts for 7 people added up to almost 900 yuan. Chu Lian's heart tightened. She hurriedly sent a message to Shu Lingchen again. Aiken, this pair of shoes is quite expensive, 200 yuan. I can't buy it. Her hint was obvious enough. But after waiting for a long time, there was no reply from Shu Lingchen. Chu Lian began to panic. Soon, everyone finished eating the cake and prepared to leave. Everyone sat there, waiting for Chu Lian to pay the bill. Chu Lian had to bite the bullet and get up and go to the cashier. She first collected the 200 that Shu Lingchen transferred, and then asked the waiter in a low voice with some embarrassment if she could pay with Huabei. Of course you can use Huabei. The normal volume of the waiter made Chu Lian shudder, fearing that her classmates not far away would hear it. In the end, she used her mobile phone to scan the QR code and spent more than 900 Huabei like a thief. It was the first time she paid a bill and felt the pain in her body. But Shu Lingchen still didn't reply. What's wrong with him? Yujinjiwan 1600. Shu was curled up on the sofa playing Connect the Dots, and Shu Lingchen's mobile phone was placed on the coffee table. An old model that was out of date for a long time with a button under the screen. If Shu had not seen it wrong in the dessert shop just now, the mobile phone in Chu Lian's hand was the latest model of Apple mobile phone like hers. At that time, Shu Lingchen's mobile phone kept lighting up, and Shu didn't need to guess who was sending messages and what they were doing. Shu ignored it. In the kitchen, Xu Lingchen put the desserts he brought back from the dessert shop into the refrigerator one by one. When he took out the last box, he found a pink heart-shaped sticky note at the bottom. On the sticky note was a line of beautiful handwriting that was obviously a girl's. "Thank you for the mousse, Mom. What is this?" Xu turned his head and looked back, saying, "It was written by the child I met in the dessert shop. She paid the bill for us when she left." When the waiter told Xu about this, Xu was also surprised. What a kind child. But I just treated her to a piece of mousse. Somehow, Xu's mind reappeared those beautiful peach blossom eyes, and his heart softened inexplicably. "Aiken, what did you mean when you said on WeChat yesterday that you only had 200 yuan? The residential building where the Chu family lives." In the living room, Chu Lian couldn't sit still. Looking at Xu Lingchen, who was busy repairing the chair, she asked tentatively, "Doesn't the insurance fund your mother bought for you have a profit of 50,000 yuan every month? Where's the money?" Xu Lingchen stopped hammering nails, looked up, and said embarrassedly, "The fund lost all its money. The profit last month was only 200 yuan. What?" Snap. There was a sound of glass breaking. Chu's mother ignored the broken glass and walked over with disbelief on her face. "Xiaochen, what did you say just now?" Xu Lingchen scratched his head and repeated what he said, then took out his mobile phone and opened the fund details. Chu Lian and Chu's mother couldn't wait to look over. They saw that the column for this month's profit showed 200.25. Chu's mother and daughter were suddenly shocked. Chu Lian bit her lip. No wonder Xu Lingchen only transferred 200 yuan to her when he was at the dessert shop. It turned out that he had no money. The loss of the house in Eugene Garden almost ruined her image as a young lady. Now she has lost even the 50,000 yuan a month. How can she maintain her luxurious life in the future? Chu Lian was suddenly a little shaky. She asked Xu Lingchen almost anxiously, "Wasn't the fund stable before? How could it suddenly fall so badly? Can it rise again later?" "I don't know. It is likely that it will be difficult to rise again." Xu Lingchen shook his head thinking of Xu's words. He noticed that Chu Lian's face was not very good. Thinking that she was worried about him, he said easily, "It's okay, Chu. Although the fund is gone, I can still afford to eat for now." His mother recharged his meal card for him, and he now has a place to live. It seems that whether the fund falls or not has no effect on his life. Chu Lian saw Xu Lingchen's heartless look and couldn't help but flash a disgust that was hard to describe in words in his eyes. This self-conceited fool. But she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she looked embarrassed and said, "But Ah Chun, what about Mom's special medicine? There is only half a week's supply. Without the special medicine, Mom will be uncomfortable again. Can't we think of another way to deal with the fund?" As soon as Chu Lian finished speaking, Chu's mother beside her paused for a second, immediately raised her hand to cover her chest, sighed, and looked uncomfortable and weak. Xu Lingchen returned to Jinjuan 1600. When he swiped the door, he heard the DJ version of Borrowing Another 500 Years from Heaven coming from the surround sound system that cost more than 800,000 yuan. In the kitchen, Xu tied an apron and used the spatula in his hand as a microphone. He sang along with the music, "I really want to live again. For another 500 years." She sang with great devotion. It was as if she was standing at a concert in the bird's nest. While singing, she interacted with the dishes on the chopping board.
Garlic.
"Nice to meet you." "Carrots, come on." "Beef slices, wave your hands." Xu Lingchen was not unfamiliar with this scene. It could be understood that this was some kind of ritual that was indispensable when his mother was cooking. While eating, Xu Lingchen looked at Xu opposite him, hesitant to speak. "If you have something to say, put it down." Xu held the bowl without raising his head. "Mom, can you lend me some money?" Xu paused while chewing the carrot. "Here it comes." The mother and daughter of the Chu family probably knew about the decline of the fund. She asked casually, "Why do you want to borrow money?" "Didn't I tell you before that when I was a child, Aunt Chu carried me to the hospital in the rain and got a chronic illness? I needed a special medicine to relieve the symptoms. That special medicine is very expensive, but my fund has fallen completely. Shu Shu had seen Shu Lingchen's bill. In addition to the 50,000 yuan of living expenses he transferred to Chu Lian every month, a large part of it was spent on special medicine for Chu's mother. One dose would cost more than 5,000 yuan. This has lasted for 7 or 8 years until now. Shu Shu thought of the lively and energetic mother Chu she saw last weekend, who didn't look like she was sick at all. She raised her eyelids and looked at her mentally son and said calmly, "What special medicine? What's its name? And what does it treat?" "An imported prescription Western medicine for treating heart pain." "Oh, did you transfer the money for the medicine directly to Mother Chu?" Shu Lingchen wondered why Shu Shu asked this, and he shook his head. "No, I buy all the medicines for Aunt Chu and send them to her." "Is that so?" Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, interested, and nodded. "Okay, I'll give you the money to buy medicine. No need to borrow it." Shu Lingchen noticed that Shu Shu didn't like Chu Lian and her daughter, and was a little worried whether Shu Shu would agree. Hearing this, a happy expression appeared on his face. "Really? Thank you, Mom." Shu Shu curved his lips. "Why be polite? To be honest, Chu's mother got caught in the rain because she was taking care of you. It's only right that I, as her biological mother, should thank her. I will accompany you to buy medicine tomorrow, and I can pay for her medicine in the future." When Shu Lingchen heard this, he was even more surprised. He quickly took out his cell phone to send a message to Chu Lian to tell her the good news, and told her that Aunt Chu's special medicine would be found in the future. Shu Shu glanced at the silly little turkey opposite. She wanted to see what kind of special medicine it was. The next day after school, Shu Shu and Shu Lingchen took a taxi. Generally, you need to go to the hospital to get a prescription for medicine, but Shu Lingchen did not tell the driver the address of which hospital. The car finally stopped in front of a pharmacy. Shu Shu looked at the pharmacy. The store was neither big nor small. It was one of the common chain pharmacies. Shu Lingchen walked in familiarly. A woman in a white coat at the cashier obviously knew him. When she saw him, a smile appeared on her face. "Xiaochen is here. Are you here to get medicine for your Aunt Chu?"
Yes.
Shu Lingchen nodded. "I packed it for you in advance, and was waiting for you to get it." The woman had a salesperson's badge on her chest. She turned around and opened the cabinet. She took out a packed bag, put it on the cashier, and then said to Shu Lingchen, "It's still a month's supply, once in the morning and once in the evening. Just scan the code." Shu Lingchen looked at Shu Shu. Shu Shu came over, and his eyes fell on the bag of medicine. She stretched out her hand to open the bag. There were 7 or 8 white medicine bottles the size of a half palm in the bag. Shu Shu picked up a can at random. The instructions on the can were all in tiny English. She lowered her eyes and glanced at it. They were all strings of professional pharmacological names. It seemed that they were indeed imported, but none of the ingredients on it had the effect of treating heart pain. Seeing this, the woman in the white coat frowned. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm Shu Lingchen's classmate." Shu Shu lied without changing his expression. His mobile phone was broken, and he asked me to help pay for his medicine. Shu Lingchen next to him. "When did his cell phone break?" Seeing that Shu Shu looked like a student and was wearing the same school uniform as Shu Lingchen, the woman believed it and pointed to the payment code. "Oh, in that case, you come and scan the code." Shu Shu did not take out his cell phone, but directly unscrewed a bottle of medicine. The bottle was not even sealed, and the white pills inside could be seen directly. Shu Shu put the bottle mouth close to his nose and sniffed. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, the woman suddenly reacted loudly and shouted, which scared Shu Lingchen next to her. Shu Shu looked up and caught a momentary nervous look on the woman's face. "I say, you student, how can you touch the medicine for the patient? Do you know that this can easily contaminate the tablets? This imported special medicine is very expensive." Shu Shu hooked his lower lip and asked, "Is this really a special medicine that can treat heart pain?" "Yes, what else?" The woman in the white coat looked suspicious, and her face was not very good. She turned to look at Shu Lingchen and accused, "Xiaochen, what's wrong with your classmate?" He came up to look at the medicine and smell the medicine. "Is he afraid that I will adulterate it?" Without waiting for Shu Lingchen to answer, She said, "You have been getting medicine for me for many years. Has your Aunt Chu ever had any problems with the medicine?" No, Aunt Lu, you misunderstood." Xu Lingchen was also puzzled and looked at Xu with confusion, silently saying, "Mom, what's going on?" "Oh, sorry, I was simply curious." Xu put the medicine bottle back with an obedient expression and then took out his mobile phone and pointed it at the payment code. "The total is 5,000 per pair?" "Yes." The woman's expression relaxed when she heard the prompt tone of successful payment. But the next second, she saw Xu exit the payment interface without even a pause and directly switch to the dialing function, decisively pressing the three numbers 110. In the surprised eyes of Xu Lingchen and the astonished eyes of the woman, Xu put the phone to his ear and said clearly, "Hello, I want to call the police. There is a drugstore selling counterfeit drugs here. There are witnesses and evidence. Coincidentally, the police station is next door." In less than 2 minutes, 2 policemen came to the door. One of them had a law enforcement recorder on his chest and asked, "Who called the police?" Xu was about to raise his hand. "Misunderstanding, police comrade. It's all misunderstanding." The woman in the white coat stepped forward first. She turned her head and glanced at Xu, then said to the police, "It was this little girl who played a prank. She is just a student and doesn't know anything. She can't understand foreign languages." So before she finished speaking, Xu picked up a bottle of medicine and recited a few English drug terms. "Then tell me, which of these ingredients can treat heart pain?" The woman's voice stopped abruptly, and she looked at Xu almost in shock. Her expression seemed to be saying, "How can she say these drug names so fluently? Isn't she just an ordinary high school student?" And Xu crossed his arms. "The pills in the medicine bottle have nothing to do with what is written on the instructions. They are all filled with vitamins. Don't tell me that this is imported vitamins that can treat heart pain." After saying this, the woman in the white coat turned pale, her eyes widened, her expression became even more terrified. "You? How do you know?" Xu Lingchen's mind was still confused until he sat in the lobby of the police station. Not long after Xu finished taking the statement, the police came to inform him that the woman in the white coat from the pharmacy had confessed. Those things in the bottle were indeed not the so-called imported special medicine for treating heart pain. The packaging was an empty bottle left over from some kind of health product, and the bottle contained vitamins. Too much. Xu Lingchen stood up angrily. His face was livid under his messy hair. He clenched his fists, and he wanted to rush over to beat up the woman in the white coat. She is actually a liar. He looked at Xu with a look of relief on his face and whispered, "Mom, you are so amazing. You can tell that there is something wrong with the medicine. If I buy it back and give it to Aunt Chu, there will be big problems." This black-hearted woman. Xu raised his eyebrows but said nothing. He thought, "Brat, things are not that simple." At this moment, there was a sound of struggle suddenly coming from the door of the hall. "Why are you arresting me? What did I do wrong?" The voice sounded so familiar. Xu Lingchen turned his head immediately and then was stunned. Aunt Chu? The person the 2 female police officers were inviting was none other than Chu's mother.
Aunt Chu?
"Why are you here?" An officer said, "This person is related to a fraud case. We asked her to come here for normal questioning." Fraud? Fraud case? Xu Lingchen was stunned, and his first reaction was disbelief. How is it possible? How could my Aunt Chu be related to a fraud case? Who knew that the female police officer looked over and said, "Your name is Xu Lingchen, right?" "Xu Lingchen, yes." The female police officer nodded and said, "Okay, come over and make a statement. You are the victim of this fraud case." Xu Lingchen was puzzled. What the Hades? Xu silently watched Xu Lingchen's back as he entered the office, calmly, as if he had anticipated what would happen next. Alas, the mentally son didn't know that he was about to take a profound life lesson. Xu Lingchen was really dumbfounded. He sat at the table without knowing anything. The police officer opposite him asked, "How long have you been buying special medicines from this pharmacy?" Xu Lingchen recalled and calculated. "Almost 8 years, once a month. Has it never been interrupted?" Xu Lingchen said no. How could it be interrupted? This is Aunt Chu's life-saving medicine.
How much does it cost per time?
It has always been 5,000 won.
Yeah.
The policeman's fingers tapped on the keyboard and continued to inquire. This Luo Ping, the person you call Aunt Chu, who is she to you? Xu Lingchen almost did not hesitate. Relative, elder. As far as we know, there is no blood relationship between you. She is also my elder. The police asked again, did you take the initiative to buy this special medicine for Luo Ping? Or did Luo Ping ask you to buy it for her? Xu Lingchen wondered. No. Why are you asking me these? Please cooperate with the inquiry first. Did you take the initiative to buy it, or did Luo Ping ask you to buy it? Xu Lingchen exhaled. I bought it on my own initiative. When I had a fever as a child, Aunt Chu took me to the hospital in the rain, and she got a chronic illness. She needed to take this special medicine, otherwise she would have heart pain. This is what I should do for Aunt Chu. I don't know if it was Xu Lingchen's illusion, but after he finished speaking, the two policemen opposite looked at each other inexplicably, and then when they turned their heads to look at him, there was obvious sympathy in their eyes. Xu Lingchen. The police turned the laptop around, pointed the screen at Xu Lingchen, and said, take a look at this first. Xu Lingchen looked over in confusion. The space bar was pressed, and a video was played. The background was in the interrogation room of the police station. The woman sitting in the middle was the woman in the white coat in the pharmacy. The seriousness of selling fake drugs is not low. The nature is directly a vicious criminal case. If it causes adverse effects, you will be imprisoned. Obviously, the woman in the video also realized this and cried bitterly and shouted, I didn't hurt anyone. This was a collusion between Luo Ping and me. She lied to the boy named Xu Lingchen that she became unwell because she sent him to the hospital and asked him to come to me every month to spend 5,000 yuan to buy special medicine. The special medicine is actually vitamins. Luo Ping knows it all. Xu Lingchen felt his head buzzing. He knew every word the woman in the white coat said, but when they were put together, he didn't understand what they meant. The woman's words were still pouring into his ears. Police comrade. I will confess. I will confess everything. Luo Ping and I met each other playing mahjong in a mahjong hall a long time ago. I worked in a pharmacy because Xu Lingchen was an orphan, but he had a living allowance of 50,000 yuan every month. She wanted to use his living allowance to make some money, so she asked me to cooperate with her, and then she would give me a kickback every time. I was hesitant at the first few times, but later I saw that there was nothing wrong, thinking that there was no loss and money to be made anyway, so I agreed to this long-term cooperation with Luo Ping. She is slandering Aunt Chu. Before the video was over, Xu Lingchen stood up excitedly, pointed at the laptop, and said firmly, she is talking nonsense to get rid of the crime. How could Aunt Chu be such a person? But then, the police showed Xu Lingchen the evidence provided by the woman in the white coat. Xu Lingchen followed his gaze and saw an extremely familiar avatar. It was the WeChat avatar that Aunt Chu often used. The woman in the white coat was obviously a smart person. She saved the chat records when Chu's mother initially asked her to cooperate, as well as all the transfer records, as if for the day when the truth would be revealed in the future. The police said, we have checked that all transfer initiators and recipients are Luo Ping herself, and according to the reply from the hospital, Luo Ping's physical condition has always been healthy and has never had any major illness. Xu Lingchen was still confused a few minutes ago and didn't understand why he became a victim of a fraud case. Now he understands. The boy froze in place and didn't react for a long time. He moved his lips and still shook his head. I still don't believe it. I want to ask Aunt Chu in person. The two policemen looked at each other again. Confrontation often happens in the police station and is not uncommon. Okay. At that time, Chu's mother was in the interrogation room next door. One of the policemen gestured to Xu Lingchen to come this way, but he was still immersed in that daze. Xu Lingchen simply couldn't connect the amiable Aunt Chu in his impression with the mercenary face in those chat records. Aunt Chu lied to him. She was not sick at all. Does Chu know about this? Xu Lingchen just thought about this Aiken. A female voice with a crying tone came. Xu Lingchen looked up and saw Chu Lian with red eyes. She came because Chu's mother was taken away by the police. At this time, she was about to cry. Aiken, I didn't expect my mother to do such a stupid thing. I am too ashamed to see you. Xu Lingchen got the information from Chu Lian's words. It turned out that Chu didn't know about this either. Aiken, I will go with you. Chu Lian heard the conversation just now, stepped forward, and was about to cry. I want to ask my mother why she did this. Of course, Xu Lingchen would not refuse. In the interrogation room, Chu's mother obviously knew that the woman in the white coat had sold her out completely. When she saw Xu Lingchen coming in, her eyes avoided.
Onju.
Xu Lingchen's voice was dry. Is what the police said true? Your body is fine from beginning to end. Chu's mother hesitated and did not answer directly. Seeing this, Xu Lingchen still had something to understand, and his heart sank suddenly, disappointed and trembling. Aunt Xu actually lied to him. Mom, you've gone too far, Chu Lian next to her suddenly spoke up. She glanced at Xu Lingchen as if she was angry and said indignantly, How could you do such a thing? You will go to jail for this. When she heard about going to jail, Chu's mother was instantly anxious, and her eyes went dark. No, I don't want to go to jail. Are you panicking now? What were you doing before? Do you know how much you hurt Aiken's heart? Chu Lian said sternly. Then she turned to look at Xu Lingchen, her tone softened. Aiken, Mom was really wrong about this matter. I'll apologize to you on her behalf, okay? Can you give her a chance to admit her mistake because she has taken care of you since you were a child? Yes, Xiaochen. Mother Chu was slow for a few seconds before she realized Chu Lian's intention. She then grabbed Xu Lingchen's hand across the table and began to play the victim. Xiaochen, I was bewildered at the time. It was all my fault. I apologize to you, and it's understandable that you blame me, but Xiaochen, think about it. You were sent to the orphanage because I helped you report the woman who abused you, and I was the one who told you that the couple who wanted to adopt you had bad intentions. Are you going to repay kindness with enmity and put me in jail? Xu Lingchen hesitated. Yes, if it weren't for Aunt Chu, no one would know that he was abused. If Aunt Chu hadn't reminded him, he would have been abandoned by his new family. Mother Chu's words hit Xu Lingchen right in the heart. When he came out of the interrogation room, he looked a little dazed, as if he was in some kind of confusion.
Achen, I'm sorry.
Chu Lian sobbed with a face full of self-blame. I'm really sorry for making you sad. She had an innocent look, and when she cried, she looked even more pitiful. Chu Lian's tears were the most lethal to Xu Lingchen. When he heard Chu Lian crying, he panicked. Chu, don't cry. It's not your fault. Glancing at Xu Lingchen's distressed expression, Chu Lian raised her head and said, Aiken, what should I do if my mother goes to jail? Can you not sue her? Xu Lingchen, who had been stunned by what Chu's mother had just said, saw Chu Lian like this. He didn't care about the disappointment after being deceived. He hurried to comfort her. Chu, I won't sue Aunt Chu. Chu Lian burst into tears of joy. Really? Thank you, Aiken. Now Mom doesn't have to go to jail? Maybe it won't work. A lazy female voice interrupted Chu Lian's words. Xu Lingchen and Chu Lian turned their heads at the same time. Chu Lian was stunned, as if wondering why Xu was here. Xu folded his arms and leaned against the wall of the corridor. Classmate Chu Lian, your legal awareness is probably a little weak. Your mother cheated Xu Lingchen of nearly 500,000 yuan to buy medicine. If you want to be treated with mercy, why don't you return all the money you cheated to Xu Lingchen first? Chu Lian's sobbing expression froze on her face for a moment. The money had been spent a long time ago, let alone all of it. Even half of it could not be paid back. Aiken, I heard before that obtaining a letter of forgiveness from the victim can also be treated with mercy. Chu Lian began to cry again, looking at Xu Lingchen with pitiful eyes, and sobbed. Please, can you help your mother? Hearing Chu Lian's plea, Xu Lingchen couldn't stand it. He didn't care that he was a tragic victim. He went to the police without hesitation to ask for forgiveness from Chu's mother. Xu raised an eyebrow. It was expected, but he didn't stop him. In the hall, Chu Lian was sitting on the sofa. A pack of tissues was handed to her. She followed the tissues and saw Xu. Classmate Chu Lian, You must be tired of crying.
Wipe it.
For some reason, Chu Lian had a feeling that Shu Shu was asking her if she was tired of acting. She maintained the expression on her face, but still reached out to take the tissue. After wiping her tears, she asked the doubts she had just raised as if unintentionally. Classmate Shu Shu, why are you here? Because I called the police. Chu Lian was stunned. What? Shu Shu. Shu Lingchen borrowed money from me to buy medicine for your mother. I went to the pharmacy with him and found that there was something wrong with the medicine. Chu Lian came to the police station in a hurry and didn't know the details of what happened. She only knew that the conspiracy between Chu's mother and the drugstore clerk to deceive Shu Lingchen into buying special medicine was exposed. She was still puzzled at first. She had deceived this fool Shu Lingchen for so long, and he never doubted it. How come the truth was suddenly exposed? It turned out that, as soon as Shu Lingchen came out of the office, Chu Lian immediately asked about the result. I have signed the letter of apology, but the police said that Aunt Chu cannot leave now. The letter of apology has discretionary effect, but the specific result still needs to be notified. In other words, Chu's mother had to be detained first. Aiken, this matter was handled too impulsively. Chu Lian frowned. Mom did do something wrong, but if you discussed it with me in advance and didn't call the police first, maybe we wouldn't have to go to the police station and cause such trouble. Chu Lian called out Shu Lingchen's name, but while speaking she glanced at Shu Shu with a look of blame and resentment. It was as if Shu Shu, who chose to call the police, had made a mistake. However, Shu Lingchen's brain circuit was too simple, and he did not receive this hint. When he heard Chu Lian say this, he really lowered his head in shame, thinking that he was indeed impulsive and completely forgot that he was the victim. Shu Shu curved his lips. Classmate Chu Lian, you wronged Shu Lingchen. At first, I just thought that there was something wrong with the clerk and the medicine. I spent so much money to buy fake medicine. This matter must be reported to the police. But who would have thought that your mother was in cahoots with the clerk? Shu Shu's tone was exaggerated and surprised. Who would have thought that your mother was not sick at all, but she pretended to be sick because of taking care of Shu Lingchen, deceiving him of guilt for so many years and so much money. You didn't see it. Just now those policemen looked at Shu Lingchen as if he was a sucker.
Chu Lian.
Shu Shu patted Chu Lian on the shoulder and comforted her with an apologetic tone. Chu Lian, if you really want to blame someone, blame me. I was reckless this time. Next time, if your mother lies to Shu Lingchen again, I will definitely not call the police. I will notify you in advance. Do you think this is okay? The expression on Chu Lian's little face almost couldn't be held back. She looked up at Shu Lingchen weakly. Aiken, that's not what I meant. I just simply think that things could have been simpler and troubled you less. Without waiting for Shu Lingchen to speak, Shu Shu waved his hand indifferently. Hey, it's okay. You've already troubled Shu Lingchen enough. What's this? He won't care. Chu Lian was speechless again. She held her breath and quickly stopped talking, for fear that Shu Shu would choke her again. She could only bite her lip and pretend to be weak, as if she was the most innocent and kind one. Shu Shu looked at Chu Lian, suddenly sighed, and said, Classmate Chu Lian, you don't have to work so hard. She worked so hard to maintain the image of a pure little white flower in front of Shu Lingchen. Now Shu Lingchen has no mansion and no living expenses. Chu Lian can't get any benefit from him even if she maintains her image. Chu Lian looked back at Shu Shu with confused eyes. Classmate Shu Shu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Shu Shu blinked and said meaningfully, It doesn't matter. You will understand soon. The milk tea shop was very lively after school. Chu Lian, did I hear you right? You want to go AA with us? On a small sofa, several girls in the uniform of number 3 middle school were sitting. One of them was Chu Lian. She was a little embarrassed at this moment because she could no longer pay for meals as generously as before, even for a few cups of milk tea. She had tried her best to avoid all kinds of things that required consumption. But after school activities to maintain the social circle, she had refused 3 or 4 times, and it was not good to refuse every time, so she bit the bullet and proposed to go to a milk tea shop with low consumption. Everyone was used to Chu Lian paying the bill. So when they suddenly heard her propose the AA system, they were all stunned.
Today is not April Fool's Day.
Some people thought Chu Lian was joking and smiled and said, "It's unexpected that one day we can hear the word AA from Miss Chu's mouth." I thought it was rare enough for Chu Lian to come to such a small milk tea shop. Chu Lian was unable to speak. She had already looked through all her balances and could only make up the money for this cup of milk tea. She ordered the cheapest lemonade.
No.
Chu Lian bit her lip and lied. "Yes, it's my dad. Because I seriously overspent last month, he confiscated my card directly and didn't let me buy anything indiscriminately. He told me to prepare for this month's exam honestly." Not really. Does your CEO dad care about you spending more money? Of course, he doesn't care. Zhang Lu, who was sitting next to Chu Lian, spoke up for her. "Didn't you hear Xiao Lian say that it was because Uncle Chu wanted Xiao Lian to prepare for the monthly exam with peace of mind? Then Uncle Chu probably meant that he would wait for Xiao Lian to get good grades in the exam before compensating Xiao Lian. Then with Chu Lian's ability to secure a place in the top 3 in the grade, isn't this a sure thing for her to get? Well, don't think about the first place. Class monitor Shurjin has been ranked first in the grade for 3 consecutive months since he transferred from Beijing City. This time, he will definitely be first again." Someone looked at Chu Lian with curiosity. "Chu Lian, what kind of rewards will your CEO dad give you?" "Chu Lian, just bags, clothes, shoes, and so on." Oh. By the way, Chu Lian, your father's assistant sold the house deed by mistake. Has the new house been bought? Are you going to live in the hotel all the time? Will it be inconvenient? What do you know?" Zhang Lu said proudly. "Xiao Lian lives in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. That kind of luxury suite with 2 rooms on a whole floor costs tens of thousands of yuan a night. What's inconvenient? Wow, I have never been to the presidential suite in my life, and I guess there will be no chance in the future. Chu Lian, can you take us to see it?" After the female classmate finished speaking, Zhang Lu also looked at Chu Lian expectantly. She also wanted to visit the presidential suite very much. She mentioned it to Chu Lian intentionally or unintentionally during this period, but she didn't get her wish. One by one, the time bomb-like questions were thrown at her, and a pair of expectant eyes looked at her. Chu Lian's scalp was numb, and her palms were sweating. She forced a smile. "No, next time. The monthly exam is coming soon. I want to concentrate on reviewing first." Okay. Everyone was a little disappointed, and after a while they changed the subject. "Hey, have you heard recently that Xu Lingchen from class 12 and the transfer student Xu Xu are having a scandal?"
What?
"That's impossible." Zhang Lu looked at Chu Lian and said with certainty, "Xu Lingchen has liked our Xiao Lian for a long time. How could he have a scandal with other girls? He is a bootlicker, and he is most afraid that Xiao Lian will misunderstand, okay?" "Really? I heard that during this period, Xu Xu not only did not let Xu Lingchen sleep in class, but also kept an eye on him and did not allow him to skip classes. Someone also saw Xu Xu ordering Xu Lingchen to wear the school uniform properly. The key is that Xu Lingchen actually did it obediently and didn't dare to say a word. Tell me, what other possibility is there for a girl to control a boy like this, except that she likes him?" This transfer student Xu Xu lives in a large flat of more than 600 square meters in Yujinjiwen. The classmates who visited Chu Lian's home on the weekends are still bragging about how luxurious her house is. Her family must be super wealthy, very rich. I don't know what she likes about Xu Lingchen. Chu Lian held the lemon tea on the table and listened to the conversation of everyone. A dark light flashed in her lowered eyes. The letter of apology issued by Xu Lingchen did play a great role in discretion. Chu's mother was detained for many days and was released after paying a large fine. The fine almost drained her out of her pocket, and she felt so painful. "Aunt Chu, the wardrobe is repaired." Xu Lingchen came out of the bedroom with a toolbox. Chu's mother brought him a glass of water. "Xiaochen, you have worked hard." "Thank you, Aunt Chu." Xu Lingchen took the glass of water with both hands. Chu's mother said guiltily, "Xiaochen, I am sorry for what happened 2 days ago. Auntie apologizes to you again. Annie was just bewildered at the time that I."
"Onju."
Xu Lingchen said, You have taken care of me so enthusiastically since I was a child. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been abused in the welfare home, and I don't know where I would have been abandoned by that couple. So, how can I blame you for such a small thing? When Chu's mother heard Xu Lingchen say this, she was immediately relieved and exchanged a glance with Chu Lian beside her. A hint of mockery flashed in each other's eyes, as if they were both saying that this silly boy is really easy to coax. Chu Lian smiled gently. Mom, I told you, Aiken is a very grateful person. Yes, yes, yes. Chu's mother nodded repeatedly. She received the eye hint from Chu Lian beside her and looked at Xu Lingchen, who was drinking water. After Xu Lingchen finished drinking the water, she asked intentionally or unintentionally, By the way, Xiaochen, has your insurance fund risen again in the past few days? Xu Lingchen paused and replied, It will never rise again.
Why?
Xu Lingchen said, I received a notice that the insurance fund has declared bankruptcy and has been delisted. There will be no more income in the future. How could this happen? Xu Lingchen shook his head. I'm also wondering. The last glimmer of hope was dashed, and Chu Lian's face turned slightly pale. The fund was gone, and she could no longer get money from Xu Lingchen. How could she maintain her image as a young lady? And Chu's mother's face was not much better. Before, Xu Lingchen had an income of 50,000 a month. In addition to the more than 5,000 for buying special medicine, Xu Lingchen would also give her a lot of extra living expenses. She lived a very comfortable life. Now that the fund is gone, she will have to starve to death. That won't do. Xiaochen, didn't you have a part-time job some time ago? It was the one that helped people collect money. It was quite profitable. You can continue to do it. Chu's mother said with a gleam in her eyes. Look at you now, your only source of income is gone. You have to plan for your future life. Chu's mother had a clear plan. Let Xu Lingchen continue to collect debts, and when she makes money, she will find an excuse to ask for the money to spend on herself as before. Anyway, Xu Lingchen is easy to coax. However, Aunt Chu, collecting debts is very dangerous. I won't do it again. Xu Lingchen has not forgotten the experience that he almost had his finger cut by Brother Chong with a knife. If it weren't for his mother, he would be a disabled person now. Accustomed to Xu Lingchen's mindless obedience, Chu's mother frowned when she heard his refusal and said, Isn't it just collecting money for others? How dangerous can it be? Isn't it good to make money? Seeing that Xu Lingchen was still unmoved, Chu's mother was a little anxious. She rolled her eyes, then sat on the sofa, and began to say to Xu Lingchen earnestly, Xiaochen, actually Auntie has high expectations of you. Xiaolian's father passed away early, and we, mother and daughter, depend on each other. If Auntie is gone in the future, Xiaolian will definitely need you to help Auntie take care of her. Hearing this, Xu Lingchen looked at Chu Lian with bright eyes and immediately patted his chest and promised, Aunt Chu, I will definitely take good care of Chu. Mother Chu sighed. But Auntie is worried. You are still so young, and you don't have a fixed source of income. I'm afraid Xiaolian will suffer if she follows you. As a boy, you have to take the initiative to shoulder the burden. You have to make money, otherwise how can you support Xiaolian in the future? You have to let Auntie see your sincerity, then Auntie can rest assured to hand Xiaolian over to you. Xu Lingchen was still thinking about what Mother Chu said to him all the way after he came out of Chu's house. Chu Lian took the initiative to send Xu Lingchen downstairs.
Aiken. Huh.
Did you understand what Mother said just now? Xu Lingchen, Aunt Chu said that she wanted to see my sincerity. Chu Lian curled the corners of her mouth, raised her head, and asked in a soft voice, Aiken, if there is an opportunity now that can quickly let Mother see your sincerity, wouldn't you do it? Xu Lingchen was curious. What opportunity? Chu Lian lowered her eyes slightly, bit her lip, and said, Aiken, I can actually sense that Shu from your class is hostile to me. The topic changed so quickly that Xu Lingchen didn't react for a moment. That day at the police station, Shu was very rude to me. In fact, I understand why she was like that. Chu Lian thought about what everyone had discussed at the milk tea shop. Chu Lian had read some romance novels, in which girls controlled boys simply because they liked them. So she was certain and said, Aiken, Shu likes you. Chu Lian thought that Shu Lingchen would immediately distance himself from the matter after hearing this, and would panic and clumsily express his loyalty to her, saying that he would not be interested in any other girl except her. The result. Really? Did you see that? Shu Lingchen was a little surprised at first, then pouted, and his voice sounded aggrieved. She doesn't like me. If his mother liked him, she wouldn't call him by his full name, and she wouldn't dislike him for being a turkey. When he was a child, she always held his hand and showed off his cuteness to everyone, saying that he was the most well-behaved kid in the world. But now, she looks like she's eager to throw him into the garbage station. It turns out that motherly love will disappear.
TT.
Shu Lingchen. Chu, you must have made a mistake. Chu Lian was stunned by Shu Lingchen's unexpected reaction for a few seconds, and then shook her head and said, Aiken, I'm not mistaken. It's because Shu likes you. But everyone knows that you like me, so she is hostile to me. She looked understanding. I can understand her jealousy. Jealous? Shu Lingchen scratched his head. How could it be? When he was a child, his mother was very happy to have little girls come to play with him. She would give them toys and beautiful clothes. She was also determined to train him to be a fashionable mother-in-law who could be a super best friend to her daughter-in-law. Aiken, what I want to say is, Shu, this is an opportunity for Mom to quickly see your sincerity. Chu Lian looked at Shu Lingchen, bit her lip, and spoke. Aiken, if Shu confesses to you, you don't have to refuse it outright, Aiken. If Shu confesses to you, you don't have to refuse it outright. Chu Lian's words were like a bolt of thunder, which instantly struck Shu Lingchen, leaving him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Chu, what are you talking about? Who confessed to whom? Shu Lingchen suspected that he had heard wrongly. Chu Lian thought he was sad that she pushed him to other girls, so she comforted him. Aiken, listen to me. I'm not really asking you to talk to Shu. I just don't want you to agree explicitly, but you don't have to reject her directly. It's a delaying tactic. Do you understand what I mean? Shu's family is well off. Since she likes you, she will definitely not watch you penniless and living a hard life. Shu Lingchen finally reacted. This is what Chu Lian meant by liking. This misunderstanding is too big. Shu Lingchen was in a state of panic. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and gestured. The love between me and my mother, no. The love between me and Shu is completely different from the love between you and me. Aiken, I know you don't like Shu. Chu Lian smiled with relief, as if she knew that Shu Lingchen only liked her. She said, but this is so that Mom can see your sincerity. What Mom said about being at ease is nothing more than wanting to see that you have the ability to make money. As Chu Lian spoke, she couldn't help but think of the large flat in 1601 that she had seen before. She only saw a corner of it, but it was so luxurious. She had to coax Shu Lingchen to get close to Shu. Chu Lian seemed to be impatient and tried her best to persuade. Aiken, as long as you ask Shu for help, a daughter of a wealthy family like her, as long as she likes you, there is nothing she won't agree to. When the time comes, Chu. When Shu Lingchen heard the words talk and like, he was frightened and hurriedly stopped her. Stop talking. Chu Lian saw that Shu Lingchen had never looked so serious in his life. He lowered his head, stretched out an index finger, pointed in the direction of his head, and then, as if avoiding something, he lowered his voice and said in her ear, "You will be struck by lightning." If he continues talking, Shu Lingchen might be in great trouble for his father who died on land, sea, and air. One of Shu Lingchen's followers, Polo, whose full name is Zhao Heping. Ever since Shu used some unknown method to make Shu Lingchen give up the debt collection business, he has developed a sense of respect for Shu. You know, Brother Chen is stubborn, and it is difficult to change his mind once he makes a decision. This group of friends also thinks that debt collection is dangerous and unreliable. They tried to persuade him, but it was useless. Then no one dared to persuade him again. But Shu directly persuaded Shu Lingchen back, and Brother Chen never mentioned debt collection again. What efficiency! They all suspected that Shu Lingchen was beaten into submission by Shu. After all, This is a ruthless man who can break bricks with his bare hands. It seems that Brother Chen did not lie. This transfer student must be good at fighting. So from then on, everyone unconsciously called Shu Shu Sister Shu. Hey Sister Shu, Sister Shu. During the break, Shu Shu went to the bathroom. When he returned to the classroom, Zhao Heping called him in a low voice. He buried his face lower than the desk, as if he was hiding from someone, and reported mysteriously, "Recently, Brother Chen has been privately asking everywhere if there is any way to make money. Will he go to do an unreliable part-time job again?" Shu Shu looked down at Pelosi, wanting to give this little friend a warm reminder. Although his face was hidden, his yellow, coxcomb-like hairstyle was still exposed on it, and it was very eye-catching. Glancing at his worried expression, Shu Shu felt that the friends her turkey boy had made were more sincere than the mother and daughter of the Chu family. Her peach blossom eyes curved, and she said, "Okay, I'll ask him." Boluazai cast a grateful look at Shu Shu. For some reason, he subconsciously felt that Shu Shu was the one who could control Shu Lingchen. When he returned to his seat, Shu Lingchen was lying on the table listlessly. He was very distressed at this moment. How could he make money and let Aunt Chu see his sincerity? He asked around and found out at school, but they were all jobs of copying homework. When those people heard that he was going to take the job, they immediately said that they didn't need to copy homework. Everyone knows that Class 12 is the gathering place for the last rank of the grade. Especially Shu Lingchen, he is simply a fighter among the last rank. Even if it is just mindless copying, no one is willing to find him. There are also jobs outside the school, but serious part-time jobs require adults. Shu Lingchen is only 17 years old. He is not old enough and no boss dares to hire him. It is impossible to collect debts. Worrying. Suddenly, there was a knock on the table in front of him. It was Shu Shu. "Long money." "How do you know?" Shu Lingchen stood up in surprise. Then, he thought of something. He gritted his teeth and looked at Pelosi's group. What a bunch of rascals. He had to admit honestly. "Yeah. Why are you short of money?" Shu Shu was flipping through the textbooks she would use for the next class. In fact, she knew why without asking. What else could it be? She was taken to KTV by the Chu family's mother and daughter again. The mother and daughter have lived in Shu Lingchen's house for many years, spending Shu Lingchen's living expenses and living a comfortable life. Shu Shu simply withdrew the insurance fund and completely cut off their delusions. But even so, they are obviously healthy, with hands and feet, but they still shamelessly want a blood from Shu Lingchen's student. Shu Shu was bored a few days ago and saw a short drama about myocardial infarction on Douyin. What a coincidence! It was set up by the biological mother's rebirth. She immediately clicked in to watch it with interest. The content of the short drama is about a son who was deceived by a vicious female supporting role and ended up with a tragic ending. The biological mother was reborn and asked her son to stay away from the female supporting role, wanting her son to avoid the original ending. But every time the solid evidence was placed in front of him, the female supporting role would just talk nonsense and the son would believe it, and even thought that the biological mother was trying to sow discord, which almost severed the relationship between mother and son. It dragged on for more than 60 episodes, and Shu Shu was so angry that her face turned red. She bet 688 and went straight to the finale. It was not until the last episode that the female supporting role ran away with the money and the son's company went bankrupt and faced imprisonment that he realized that his biological mother was right. He ran back to find his biological mother, cried bitterly, and knelt down to admit his mistake. Shu Shu gave a super bad review after watching it. No wonder the comment with the highest number of likes in the comment area was "just watch it if you throw your brain away." Substituting a similar plot, Shu Shu didn't want to quarrel with Shu Lingchen for more than 60 episodes. Otherwise, she would have to abandon the child if she couldn't last more than 3 episodes. Shu Lingchen, the little idiot, has too deep a filter for the good people of the Chu family. She didn't plan to expose the vicious female supporting role. She wanted the vicious female supporting role to expose herself. Hearing Shu Shu's question, Shu Lingchen hesitated and didn't dare to answer. Shu Shu saw through Shu Lingchen's thoughts at a glance. So he was very considerate and didn't ask again. She curled her lips and said, "If you need money, you can find me." Xu Lingchen was very surprised, and the expression on his face seemed to say, "Really?" But then he said, "Forget it." He took a book and held it upright to cover his face, lowered his head and said in a whisper, "Mom, you've already charged my meal card. I am already a parasite. Xu Lingchen borrowed money from Xu to buy medicine for Chu's mother. Xu agreed without hesitation and also wanted to cover Chu's mother's future medicine money, but it turned out that Chu's mother was pretending to be sick. Xu Lingchen was embarrassed to ask his mother for money again. The little idiot still knows how to rely on his parents? Xu raised his eyebrows. "Did I say I would give you the money directly?" Xu Lingchen was stunned. "What do you mean?" Xu said. "Aren't you looking for a part-time job that can make money?" "What I mean is that I can provide you with a part-time job. You want to introduce a part-time job to me?" Xu shook his head. "Not an introduction. I will provide it to you personally." Xu Lingchen wondered. "Then what do you want me to do?" Xu smiled mysteriously at him. "I'll tell you later." Until he got home from school, Xu Lingchen was expecting Xu to say, "I'll tell you later." After dinner, Xu Lingchen looked at Xu eagerly. Xu opened his school bag and took out a stack of crumpled test papers. Noticing the name on it, Xu Lingchen was stunned. "My test papers?" "Yes, I took them out of your desk." Xu put the test papers one by one on the coffee table. The first one was Chinese, 21 points. Then it was Math, 12 points. English, 18 points. Physics, 16 points. Chemistry, 13 points. Biology, 0 points. Xu said, "This is your test paper for last month's monthly exam, with a total score of 80 points. Having your own mother review your grades. What's the difference between this and public execution?" Every time a test paper was put down, Xu Lingchen's ears got a little hotter. "Mom, why are you calculating this?" Xu had already prepared himself mentally for Xu Lingchen to be a poor student, so he was quite calm. He pointed to the biology paper with 0 score out of curiosity and asked, "Did you fall asleep during this exam?"
No.
Xu Lingchen was embarrassed and hesitated. "That's right. I didn't guess any questions correctly." It turned out that the scores for the other 5 subjects were all guessed. Xu praised sincerely. "You guessed quite a lot of them." Xu Lingchen's hair stood up on the back of his neck, as if he was ready to die. "Mom, if you are angry, just come and hit me or scold me. Don't talk in such a sarcastic tone. He is scared." "I'm not angry." Xu blinked. "I was quite surprised that you actually did the questions honestly. No, guess the questions, instead of just skipping the exam." Xu Lingchen looked at Xu uncertainly. "Are you really not angry?" Xu told him calmly, "No, if I were really angry, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you, but would choose to have a new cub while I still have a bright future." Xu Lingchen. He was a little worried about the state of his father's coffin, who died in the sea, land, and air. With a sigh of relief, Xu Lingchen wondered again, "Aren't you going to arrange a part-time job for me?"
Yes.
Xu glanced at the test paper on the coffee table and said, "This is the part-time job I want to arrange for you." Xu Lingchen looked at the test paper, then at Xu, and then he suddenly realized something. His expression was horrified. "You don't want me to improve my grades, do you?" Xu snapped his fingers, "Right? Then I can't do this part-time job." Xu Lingchen refused without a second thought. "It's better to teach pigs to climb trees than to let me study. If he makes money by improving grades, then he certainly can't make that much money." Xu chapped his fingers on the test paper. "I'll give you 10,000 for every point improvement. Then I won't either, Master Duo?" Xu Lingchen sat back in a second and said seriously, "Mom, we can discuss it." This was not a slap in the face. There was no way. Mom gave me too much. Xu Lingchen asked, "Does the score count?" "You can't cheat." "Then, what about guessing?" "It counts." "Is it really 1 point worth 10,000? Really?" Xu Lingchen's eyes lit up instantly, and then he remembered. "But the exam is only once a month, so my chance to make money is also only once a month."
No.
Xu curved his lips. "More than that." The next day, Angshi No. 3 Middle School, Grade 2, 12. The first class was mathematics. The male teacher explained the new formula to be taught in this class, and then routinely put an example question on the blackboard, which was a multiple-choice question. After a while, the male teacher leaned on the podium and glanced down, asking, "Has any student solved it? Tell me the answer." The students below showed little interest, and no one said a word. The male teacher was not surprised, as he was used to the fact that there were basically no students in class 12 who wanted to learn actively. When he was about to turn around and talk, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a hand raised in the back row. The male teacher immediately looked over with surprise, and when he saw who had raised his hand, his face suddenly fell. It was Xu Lingchen. The male teacher seemed to be used to it and waved his hand impatiently. "If you want to go to the bathroom, hurry up." There was a joke among the teachers: poor students have a lot of feces, and the naughty ones like to go to the toilet in class. Xu Lingchen was one of them. "Brother Chen, let's go together." Boluozi didn't know what he ate, and his stomach was upset. He bent over and frantically pulled toilet paper out of the desk. As a result, "Teacher, I don't need to go to the bathroom." Xu Lingchen stood up, coughed twice, and said, "I need to answer questions." As soon as the words fell, the whole classroom was terribly quiet, and everyone in the class looked over. Boluozi's toilet paper rolled to the ground with a bang, and he didn't even look at it. He just held the big ball of paper in his hand, and forgot that he had diarrhea. His attention was all on Xu Lingchen. Everyone was shocked. What did they hear? What happened? Xu Lingchen actually raised his hand to answer the question. Xu Lingchen looked unnatural, and he didn't want to. But raising her hand to answer questions is one of his opportunities to make money. His mother said it herself. "Raise your hand to answer questions in class, 100 each time, double it for correct answers." Xu Lingchen swore that he would raise his hands as many times as he wanted today. The male teacher came back to his senses from his daze, subconsciously glanced outside the window to see where the sun was rising, and then said, "Well, then you answer it." "Xu Lingchen, I choose a very good." Xu Lingchen was surprised. He guessed it right. Got the money. The next second, he heard the male teacher say, "Wrong answer." Xu Lingchen. "So what's going on?" The male teacher seemed very happy that Xu Lingchen raised his hand to answer the question. He was in a good mood and gave the correct answer. Then he explained the problem-solving process in detail. After that, he asked Xu Lingchen warmly if he understood. Xu Lingchen used to be a bit deaf in class. Whatever the teacher said was like a mystery. This was the first time that he could understand a little bit. This feeling was quite novel. After Xu Lingchen sat down, Xu next to him raised his eyebrows at him and showed him the 100 yuan that had been recorded in the account book. Xu Lingchen was instantly full of motivation and enthusiasm. So for the next day, 12, the teachers of the class all wondered if the sun rises from the west. The little bully Xu Lingchen raised his hand on his own initiative. Although he didn't know the answer and answered all the questions wrong, he was very active and didn't feel embarrassed when he answered wrong. He listened to the teacher's answer honestly. As soon as the teacher was about to call on his name, his hand was raised first. When the teacher didn't want to call on his name, his eyes were bright and looked at him like two big car lights, as if saying, "Ask, teacher, ask quickly. You must raise your hand if you ask me." The teacher felt embarrassed if he didn't call on his name. All the students in the class were stunned. Boluozi came over and touched Xu Lingchen's forehead, wondering, "Hey, you don't have a fever either." Xu Lingchen waved his hand away in annoyance, and after driving him away, he excitedly asked Xu how much money he had earned. Xu opened the account book. The last class later is English class. The English teacher doesn't have the habit of calling on the name, so you raised your hand 11 times today, a total of 1100. Xu Lingchen was so excited after earning 1100 in one day. He could give Aunt Chu an explanation. He would go tell Chu after school. Xu Lingchen couldn't wait to say, "Mom, can you transfer the money directly to my WeChat?"
No.
Xu's peach blossom eyes curved and said, "I forgot to tell you that this money must be at least 100,000 before it can be withdrawn. You only have 1100 now, which is not enough for withdrawal." "How much?" 100,000. This is too much. Xu Lingchen was stunned. Didn't you tell me at the beginning? Shu Shu was righteous and confident, not guilty at all. Didn't you say I forgot? Shu Lingchen looked at Shu Shu with resentment, and after a while, he said, Mom, you are playing like a child.
Uh-huh.
Shu Shu tilted his head with an expression of I am just playing. So what? So, you're not satisfied with the 100,000 withdrawal threshold? Of course, 100,000. How long do I have to save before I can withdraw the money? I'm going to break my arms now.
I protest.
Oh, the protest is invalid.
Why?
All rights of interpretation belong to the organizer. Shu Shu said, If you insist on protesting, I will regard it as you giving up this part-time job, and the 1,100 just settled will be cleared. As he said, Shu Shu was about to take a pen and pretend to cross out the record.
Wait. No.
Shu Lingchen panicked. If it was cleared, wouldn't he have worked in vain all day, and he even lost 1,100?
This is too much of a loss.
Shu Shu glanced at the entangled look of the little idiot and couldn't help laughing. What do you think? Have you thought about it? Clear or continue? Shu Lingchen gritted his teeth. I'll continue. Of course I have to continue. 100,000 is 100,000. He will try to save it up starting from tomorrow. Boluozi thought it was magical enough to see Shu Lingchen raising his hand to answer questions in class, but when he arrived in the classroom the next day, he saw Shu Lingchen reading a book again.
Speak. Who are you?
Which monster or demon are you? Get out of my brother Chen's body. Boluozi picked up a mop from the sanitary corner and used it as a sword. He pointed the dirty end of the mop at Shu Lingchen with a vigilant look on his face. Are you sick? Shu Lingchen glanced at Boluozi coldly. Get away from me if you are sick. Don't disturb me from previewing. Previewing? Boluozi's face was filled with horror. Did I hear you right? Brother Chen, you are previewing? Shu Lingchen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He prepared for the lecture so that he could raise his hand and answer the questions when the teacher called the roll. As long as the answer was correct, the reward would be doubled. But Shu Lingchen had been busy playing in school before, and his foundation was very poor. Even if he prepared in advance, he could not understand many things in the textbook. But he was not discouraged. Instead, he took the textbook and swaggered to the teacher's office to ask the teacher. In the past 2 days, all the teachers of class 12 of grade 2 were stunned. They never dreamed that they would wait in the office for Shu Lingchen to ask questions in this life. At first, they thought it was a prank by the little bully who wanted to do something weird. But surprisingly, the little bully listened very seriously every time, came honestly, and left honestly. The head teacher of class 12 specially looked for Shu Lingchen, hesitated to speak, and then asked Shu Lingchen indirectly why he came to the office so often in the past 2 days. Shu Lingchen answered honestly, I want to make money. The answer was irrelevant, and the head teacher was confused. Shu Lingchen's abnormal state continued until next Friday. There was no holiday this week, and the whole school of number 3 middle school would have a monthly exam on the weekend. Shu Lingchen confirmed with Shu Shu again whether it was true that a reward of 10,000 yuan would be given for every 1-point improvement. Shu Shu said yes. Shu Lingchen was afraid that there would be some hidden clauses that he didn't know about this time, so he signed a letter of agreement with Shu Shu in a very serious manner. Shu Lingchen had never felt anything about exams before, because he couldn't do it anyway. But after 2 weeks of further study, he felt that he had a little idea about studying and had really learned some knowledge. He thought that his score in this monthly exam could be improved by more than 10 points. 10 points means hundreds of thousands of yuan. Wouldn't it be easy for him to get the 100,000 yuan withdrawal threshold by then? So on Sunday afternoon after the exam, Polo asked him to go home to play games, and he immediately agreed. After reporting to Shu Shu, he carried his school bag and walked away with a group of people. Before leaving, Shu Shu told him, Shu Lingchen, no fighting. Without waiting for Shu Lingchen to respond, Shu Shu said calmly, if you dare to fight, I'll beat you up. Shu Shu showed his white fist. Boluozi and all his younger brothers looked at Shu Lingchen with sympathy.
最近也不知道哪个王八蛋在学校内传陈哥和舒姐的绯闻，硬说两人之间有暧昧猫腻，一群瞎子。 他们每天看着，怎么看怎么都觉得舒姐和陈哥两个人，怎么说呢？就像是他们的妈管他们一样。对，就跟妈管儿子似的。说舒姐暗恋陈哥，可谁家搞暗恋一言不合抬手就是一个大笔斗上去。这跟在家时他们妈看不惯他们时也是一巴掌的场景简直一模一样，就差说出那句我怎么生出你这么个不争气的兔崽子，这种恨铁不成钢的话了。而陈哥呢，下意识要躲的画面和他们躲巴掌的样子也如出一辙，太有画面感了。哎呦，这话可不能让陈哥知道，要是陈哥知道自己被比喻成儿子，那挨揍的就是他们了。
The mentally son has been very well behaved these past 2 days. Shu went home in a good mood. On the way, he changed direction and went to the snack stand where he had been on the first day to buy a deluxe version of hand-pulled pancake. While eating, he slowly walked towards the direction of Eugene Garden. When he arrived at the gate of the community, he met a familiar figure.
Chu Lian.
At this time, Chu Lian, wearing a school uniform and carrying a school bag, was standing in front of the access control. She kept looking around, as if waiting for someone. Why was she here? Could it be that the mentally Shu Lingchen leaked the fact that she had moved into Eugene Garden? So she was waiting for Shu Lingchen? Then Shu got the answer. Chu Lian was not here to find Shu Lingchen, because she came over, stood in front of him, and said softly, "Student Shu, do you have time?" Chu Lian came to find her. Chu Lian's recent state can only be described as anxious. Ever since she urged Shu Lingchen to promise Shu Lingchen has not made any move, and the two have not successfully gotten together until now. The monthly exam is getting closer and closer, and today, after the exam, someone came to ask her if she could visit the presidential suite where she lives every day, which scared her so much that she broke out in a cold sweat. Her eldest lady persona is about to be exposed. Chu Lian is already in a critical situation. Shu Lingchen, that fool, is also a slow idiot in terms of feelings. It will take a long time to expect him to hook up with Shu. So Chu Lian decided to do it herself. She came to match Shu Lingchen, and Chu Lian deliberately left school early and came to the gate of Eugene Garden to wait for Shu. Student Shu, do you have time?
No.
Shu was surprised for half a second that Chu Lian was looking for him, but he didn't care what she came to him for. After saying that, he slid past Chu Lian holding the pancake that he had eaten 2/3 of. Chu Lian was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Shu to be so direct and disrespectful. Then she remembered something and figured out the reason. Her brows relaxed, and she caught up with Shu with brisk steps. Student Shu, you don't have to be so hostile to me. Shu. Chu Lian pursed her lips and said, "I won't compete with you for Shu Lingchen." Shu. Chu Lian continued, "Although Shu Lingchen likes me, I won't respond to him. You can be with Shu Lingchen." Shu? Are you okay? Shu said, "It's okay. Eat more yo-yo." Chu Lian knew that girls of this age have strong self-esteem, especially in front of their love rivals. They certainly don't want to be inferior to each other, so she looked insightful and considerate. Student Shu, I am serious. Shu, I am serious too. Chu Lian frowned slightly, looking at the indifferent Shu, a little anxious, and went straight to the point. Student Shu, you don't have to pretend. You care about Shu Lingchen sleeping in class, skipping classes, and fighting. You must care about him and want to be with him. Shu understood. Chu Lian misunderstood the relationship between her and the mentally boy. Shu's expression was a little hard to describe. Chu Lian said, "Student Shu, don't worry, I will not be an obstacle between you. You can get close to Shu Lingchen as much as you want." Shu narrowed his eyes and pretended, "But didn't you just say that Shu Lingchen likes you?" When Chu Lian heard Shu's words, she immediately thought that Shu had given in. She was delighted and said, "Then you should be nice to him and attract all his attention. If you like someone, you should be nice to him as long as you are sincere enough. You see, Shu Lingchen is so poor, he must have a hard time. At this time, you should care about him more."
For example?
For example, let him eat well, dress well, live well, and improve his life. Just like Xu Lingchen treated her, he gave her a house to live in and money to spend. A gleam flashed in Chu Lian's eyes, which was already a clear hint. She sighed and said, I heard that Xu Lingchen's residence is old and shabby, and it's a rented house. He must not rest well every night. Classmate Xu, your family is so wealthy, I believe you should be able to help him solve this problem easily. This is a good opportunity to get close to him. Xu raised an eyebrow. So this was Chu Lian's idea. The abacus beads were about to jump onto her face. In order to continue to Xu Lingchen's blood, she really would do anything. Chu Lian, aren't you afraid that Xu Lingchen will be sad if he knows that you came to me today to say these things? Chu Lian paused for a moment and then said, It's okay, he won't. There was a certain certainty in her relaxed words. Chu Lian curved her lips, not panicking.
She knew it was okay.
That fool was easy to coax and would never be angry with her. As long as she spoke to him in a soft voice, he would believe it all. She didn't care at all whether she would trample on Xu Lingchen's sincerity. Xu's eyes turned cold. Chu Lian felt that this matter was a sure thing. Her statement had already reached this point. Xu would probably be happy to see her concession. She asked, Student Xu, what do you think? Not very good. The remaining pancake in his hand had lost its taste. Xu picked up the bag, packed it, and threw it into the trash can next to him. His clear eyes saw through Chu Lian's mind. I will never give Xu Lingchen a penny. With one sentence, he put an end to Chu Lian's delusion. Chu Lian was stunned. Why? Don't you want to be with Xu Lingchen? Shut up. Xu glanced at Chu Lian expressionlessly. Be careful of being struck by lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu swiped through the access control and entered Yujing Garden. Chu Lian was left stunned.
Chu.
You will be struck by lightning. Worried about being struck by lightning. How can different people in different places say the same thing? Wednesday. After the third class in the morning, Xu Lingchen couldn't wait to ask Xu how much money he had saved. Xu opened the account book and said, 14,000.
Ah.
Xu Lingchen was numb. He had been busy for almost half a month, but only earned 14,000 yuan. Xu opened another money-making channel for Xu Lingchen memorizing ancient poems and classical Chinese. But the unit price was not high. Memorizing ancient poems in the textbook for 20 yuan each, memorizing classical Chinese for 100 yuan each, and memorizing annotations at the same time would double the reward. Ancient poems are relatively easy to memorize because they are all catchy. But classical Chinese is simply a pain in the ace. Not only are they difficult to pronounce, but there are also many homophones. More importantly, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the teacher no longer rolls the roll in class, which has drastically cut Xu Lingchen's chance to save money, and the results of the monthly exam will not be released until next week, so he can only rely on memorization. Xu Lingchen scratched his scalp and chewed on a classical Chinese article with a headache. While memorizing, he noticed that Xu next to him was searching for art news on his mobile phone again. The keywords were Beijing, female, young violinist. During this period of time, Xu has been paying attention to news in this area, public accounts, Weibo, and followed a lot of them. Xu Lingchen asked, Mom, are you looking for someone? Xu paused. She was indeed looking for someone. She was looking for a daughter. She had a daughter. No, she had a daughter. A daughter who was the same age as Xu Lingchen. At the beginning, Xu was pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl. The pregnancy lasted for 10 months, but the delivery process was not smooth. She was almost in a semi-conscious state. When she woke up, there was only a small ball of her son lying in the cradle next to the bed. And her daughter. The midwife told her with great regret that the baby girl in her belly had stopped breathing when she was delivered. Xu was discharged from the hospital with her healthy son and her daughter, who passed away. She personally took her daughter to the funeral home for cremation. After that, Xu was silent for a long time. In the dream that Xu had before her death, her daughter was still alive and living with her father. She was a violinist, and her hand would be disabled due to an accident in the future. This part of the dream about her son has been proven to be true in reality. So, it means that there is a great possibility that her daughter is still alive and well. Shu was happy and excited, but at the same time she was afraid that the dream was just a dream. A name was unconsciously written on the draft paper at hand. 3 words.
Pei Muin.
This is the name of the daughter in the dream. The daughter's surname is Pei. Shu thought of that person almost immediately. She tried to search for relevant news about that person. The head of the first business empire Pei did have a daughter, but no specific detailed information such as age and name could be found. Shu could only start with the key information in the dream. Violinist. However, there was still no clue. Searching for Pei Muin, there were many people with the same name. Searching for Pei Muin plus violinist, there was no relevant information. The only clue she had was that at the beginning of next month, there would be a recruitment meeting for the young violin group of an international orchestra called Berlinsu in Beijing. It was said that this was an important opportunity that all young violinists did not want to miss. So, would the daughter be able to go too?
Yinin.
In a trance, Shu heard a male voice that was as cold as the sound of jade stones hitting each other.
Yinin.
He patiently called her nickname over and over again. Shu slowly opened his eyes and bumped into a pair of dark eyes. The owner of the eyes saw that she was finally willing to look at him, and the cold emotions in his eyes suddenly became warm. He opened his lips and asked again, okay?
Okay. What?
Shu's thoughts were a little slow, and he saw him pull up the corners of his beautiful lips and said, let's have a daughter, okay? A daughter as beautiful as Yinin. I will definitely like her very much and take good care of her. When he said this, his expression and tone were unspeakably gentle, which would make people involuntarily immersed in this dreamy affection. The premise is that Shu ignores his bound wrists and ankles. Let me go. Shu tried to struggle. The man frowned and became visibly unhappy. He leaned down, put his cold, thin lips on the side of her face, and said expressionlessly, no. You can't let go. Yinin will run away. He sighed in distress. It would be great if I could share a body with Yinin, so that Yinin would be with me wherever I go. Such a nice voice, but it said such unpleasant words. Shu took a breath, opened his eyes suddenly, and saw the familiar bedroom ceiling in Yujinjiwen. She realized that it was just a dream. She blinked blankly, complaining in her heart, why did she dream about that person again? Is it because she wants to find her daughter? If the dream is true, her daughter is really in the Pei family, next to that person, no matter what, she will get her daughter back. After the morning reading class, Shilingchen struggled to recite another classical Chinese article. Shu took out the account book and recorded a reward of 100 for him. He also had to memorize the annotations. Lingchun was in agony. He quickly asked Shu to increase the reward for memorizing. He scratched his messy hair anxiously. The withdrawal threshold of 100,000 yuan is too high. It's too difficult. Shu set it so high on purpose. If it was too low, this idiot would have been scammed by Chu Lian and her daughter before he could even warm up the money. You think it's too high? Of course. Shu curved his lips. I have a method that can make you reach 100,000 yuan in one go, and it can directly exceed the 100,000 yuan threshold by 10 times. Do you want to listen to it? Yes. Lingchun didn't hesitate. His eyes were bright, but 2 seconds later, he was alert again. It must be difficult. It's not difficult. It's very simple. What method? Shu said, if you get the first place in the grade, I will give you 1 million yuan. Lingchun. A full minute later, Lingchun drooped his eyelids and asked, Mom, did you hear it? What did you hear? Lingchun said, my silence is deafening and enlightening. Shu missed the point and said in surprise, oh, you have learned to use idioms. Lingchun was stunned. Do you know what you're talking about? First in the grade. Not difficult? Simple? It's simply impossible, okay? You are teasing me again. Shu said sincerely, I didn't. Lingchun didn't believe it at all and snorted unconvinced. If you have the ability, you can get the first place in the grade first. Oh. Shu Shu raised his eyebrows. What if I get it? Want to bet? Let's bet on the monthly test results that just ended 2 days ago. The thing that boys of this age group can't resist the most is provocation. Hearing this, Shu Lingchen immediately got excited. Let's bet. Shu Shu, what bet? Shu Lingchen's eyes rolled, and an idea immediately came to his mind. If you don't get the first place in the grade, the 100,000 withdrawal threshold will be cancelled. Okay. Shu Shu accepted it very readily, and then narrowed his eyes and said, similarly, if I get the first place in the grade, the 100,000 withdrawal threshold will double to 200,000. How about it? Shu Lingchen was stunned for a moment, but only for half a second, and then gritted his teeth and agreed. Deal. Anyway, he was not panicking. He didn't think Shu Shu could get the first place in the grade. He had no way of knowing his mother's past learning situation, but he knew number 3 middle school. Number 3 middle school was a key middle school in city, and the top 3 classes in each grade were the best of the best. And from time to time, these people would represent the school to go out of the province to participate in learning competitions. During morning exercises, I often see people coming back with awards and standing on the podium to receive the gazes of the whole school, while the old principal is laughing beside him with his eyes wide open. The most important thing is that times have changed. The gap between the current teaching content and the teaching content of his mother's time is more than just a little bit. So it is so difficult to be the first in the grade. Thinking of this, Shu Lingchen was a little excited. His 100,000 yuan withdrawal threshold was about to be gone. Not long after, the bell rang for the first class, and it was the class of the head teacher. When the monthly exam results came out, they were usually announced by the head teacher in person. Shu Lingchen looked like he had already won the game, and he crossed his legs in his seat. There were footsteps outside the classroom, and the head teacher wearing black-framed glasses walked in humming a tune. He walked lightly and had a smile on his face. The students in the class were a little surprised. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they saw such a sunny expression on the face of the head teacher. Since becoming their head teacher, the old teacher has been full of black resentment, and his catchphrase is always, "What sin have I committed to have you little devils?" Unlike now, he looks so happy. Old Lu, did you pick up money on the way to work? Someone dared to make a joke. The head teacher sighed and glared at the man. You little rascal, you have no respect for your parents. It seems that there is really a happy event. Old Lu only lightly scolded the boy. If it were any other time, he would have sent him to the back to stand for half an hour as punishment. Well, classmates, he cleared his throat, and his tone was unprecedentedly excited. The monthly exam results are out. Teacher really didn't expect, that one day, the first place in the grade would be born from our 12 class. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole class was in an uproar. What did old Lu say? The first place in the grade. Their class. Shu Lingchen froze in his crossed-legged posture. Someone reacted immediately and muttered to the surroundings. Oh my God, which guy uses high technology just for a monthly exam? Is it that serious? Lao Lu pushed the frame of his glasses. To be precise, our 12 class was blessed by the god of luck and received a treasure. Classmate Shu Lingchen turned his head and looked at Shu Shu. His eyes became horrified. No, it can't be. But Lao Lu said received a treasure classmate. During this period, there was only one new student. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Shu Lingchen heard Lao Lu announce with a smile. That's right, the top student in this monthly exam is Shu Shu from our class. There are 6 subjects in this monthly exam. Shu Shu's scores: Chinese, 150. Mathematics, 150. English, 150. Physics, 100. Chemistry, 100. Biology, 98. Lao Lu said with the report card in his hand. Every time he read it, he could hear a distinct gasp from all around him. Shu Shu's total score is 748, which is 40 points higher than the second best student in the grade, Shijin, from class 1. Everyone looked at Shu Shu, who was sitting in the back row. They were being watched by dozens of pairs of eyes. There was a long silence. So silent that even the person who had this transcript felt that he should say something. Then Shu Shu blinked. Oh, that my biology score was a little biased. The silence was really deafening. Everyone was going crazy. The full score is 198 points is still called biased. Oh, by the way, there is another classmate in our class who ranked in the top 260 in the grade in this monthly exam. Lao Lu raised his head and looked around. Classmate Zhao Heping.
Ah.
Balozai stood up in a daze, speaking incoherently. Well, when I took the exam, Sister Shu and I were in the same exam room, and she sat next to me, and I copied her multiple choice questions. Lao Lu obviously knew that this score was not something that the troublemaker Balozai could get. He was not surprised to hear him say this, and sighed. You are honest, sit down, and there won't be a next time. Shu Lingchun was still in a daze until the class was over. Shu Shu. See, I told you, it's actually very easy to get the first place in the grade. Shu Lingchun. You'll have to admit defeat. The withdrawal threshold has doubled to 200,000. Shu Lingchun didn't have time to break down because of the withdrawal threshold that had risen to 200,000. He asked in disbelief, are the things taught in school before and the things taught in school now exactly the same? Of course they're not the same. Then why can you still get such an abnormal score? Shu Shu glanced at him. You don't think I get up so early every day to go to school just for fun, do you? To be honest, Shu Shu missed the feeling of cramming questions, although it wasn't very challenging. By the way, how many points did you get? After class, the monthly exam report card was posted on the bulletin board at the back of the classroom. Shu Shu found Shu Lingchun's name Chinese, 22 points. Mathematics, 17 points. English, 12 points. Physics, 10 points. Biology, 3 points. Chemistry, 8 points. Total score, 72 points. Shu Lingchun. How is it possible? He widened his eyes. I did it myself this time. How come I only got such a low score? He was still hoping to get a bonus by improving his score. In the end, not only did he not improve, he even regressed. He took this exam so seriously, but he didn't expect the result to be even less reliable than what he guessed. Shu Lingchun's self-confidence was greatly hit, and he drooped his head like an embarrassed little lion. Shu Shu reached out and rubbed his chicken coop hair in a comforting way. Not to mention, although the chicken coop hair is ugly, it feels good. She couldn't help but grab it a few more times. Actually, on the other hand, getting this score is also a skill. Shu Lingchun angrily. Thank you. I'm not comforted at all. Shu Shu encouraged, but you have indeed improved. You see, you guessed the scores before, but this time you did it on your own, so you have improved a lot. Shu Lingchun was still unhappy. Shu Shu comforted him. Everyone has bad grades sometimes. Shu Lingchun raised his head and asked eagerly, have you ever scored in the single digits before? Oh, that's not the case. Shu Shu touched his chin and recalled. The worst score I've ever gotten was 90 points, and the worst ranking was 4th. Shu Lingchun was stunned, and felt like he was shot in the chest with several arrows. It was even worse. The monthly exam results came out, and the top student in the grade was a student from the notoriously poor class 12. The entire teacher's office was in an uproar. The teachers were all curious about which school Shu Shu had attended before and how his level was so high. I'm not sure about this. It's not specified in the archives. One of the teachers said mysteriously, but I heard something. The new library to be built next semester, which the principal announced at the meeting last week, was donated by Shu Shu in his personal name. Then, I don't know why the information doesn't explain it. For children from wealthy families like this, a lot of information will not be made public. I originally thought that Shu Shu was still in his second year of high school at the age of 18 and became a repeater because of his poor grades. I didn't expect his grades to be so good. Such a good student should come to my class 1. The head teacher of class 1 was eager to move and said, I'll go find the dean later and ask Shu Shu to come to class 1 and transfer him tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the head teacher of class 2 was immediately unhappy. Oh, he should come to my class too, okay? Teacher Huang? You already have Shi Jin from Beijing in your class 1. This time Shu Shu should be transferred to my class 2. Hey, Teacher Shi, that's wrong. Can he be transferred to my class 3? In this monthly exam, there are several students in my class 3 who rank second in the grade in individual subjects. The teachers of the 3 top classes started to debate without paying attention to the people around them. The head teacher of class 12, Lao Lu, raised his hand weakly and said, No one considers my feelings? Oh, Lao Lu, don't join in the fun. Shu doesn't even have a quiet and good learning environment in your class 12. I went to your class to substitute for a class before, and the gossip that reached my ears never stopped.
Lao Lu Joget.
He wanted to defend himself, but it was the truth. Although he knew that it was difficult to retain a student with such good grades like Shu, he still wanted to fight for it. Shu still ranked first in the grade in my class, which shows that such an excellent student will not be affected by environmental factors. Then he was refuted. Since there is a ready-made good environment, why do you have to stay in a bad environment? Lao Lu was so angry that he couldn't speak. The head teachers of the 3 top classes acted quickly and found the head of the grade at lunchtime. The head of the grade said, things like changing classes need to obtain the students' opinions first. Mr. Huang from class 1 said confidently, student Shu will definitely agree without even thinking about it. Before lunch break, Shu was called to the teacher's office. When she heard about the class change, she politely refused. I don't want to change classes, I'll stay in class 12. She still has to take care of that little idiot Shu Lingchen. The moment Shu finished speaking, Lao Lu's eyes lit up. The head teachers of classes 123 were all surprised, and then they tried to persuade Shu, but Shu remained unmoved. I think class 12 is great, the classmates, the atmosphere, I like them all. Hearing this, Lao Lu was so moved that in an instant, he looked at the head teachers of the 3 top classes with a proud look in his eyes, and his backs were straightened. He almost looked at Shu with tears in his eyes, and he promised, Student Shu, you can come to the teacher for anything in the future. If that little rascal Shu Lingchen dares to disturb your studies, I will definitely deal with him. Shu, teacher, you are too polite. If Shu Lingchen dares to cause you trouble, I will be the first to deal with him without you having to do anything. Old Lu was stunned until Shu returned to the classroom. He scratched his head. Why did he feel something was wrong? Friday came again in a flash. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Shu simply packed her luggage. Shu Lingchen saw it and was curious. Mom, are you going somewhere? Jingshi, I have something. The recruitment meeting for that international orchestra started on Saturday, and she wanted to see if her daughter was there. Shu booked a flight ticket from Engshi to Jingshi that night. Before leaving, she reminded Shu Lingchen, I'm not here, so be good at home. Takeout will be delivered to your door at a certain time. Don't run around, and don't fight. Shu Lingchen listened to the first part and nodded obediently, but when it came to the second half of the sentence, he couldn't help muttering, Mom, I find that you like to remind me not to fight. In your opinion, do I love fighting so much? Shu paused while changing her shoes. Doesn't he like fighting? On the first day she traveled here, she ran into the famous scene where this idiot almost beat up the heroine's son. Shu Lingchen, I've heard a lot of legends about you. What? Shu Lingchen felt that the legend his mother mentioned was not a good word. Shu raised his eyebrows jokingly. The school bully of Engshi No. 3 Middle School is a sleepyhead. Whoever dares to wake him up will die. Shu Lingchen's neck shrank guiltily. How can it be so serious? Who doesn't have a bad temper when waking up? Shu snorted. When I was in the first year of high school, a male teacher accidentally woke you up during class, and you beat him so hard that his arm was broken. Afterwards, you threatened that if he dared to stay in No. 3 Middle School again, you would beat him up every time you saw him. Then you really threatened the teacher to resign. How dare you say you haven't done it? Shu Lingchen was stunned, and obviously recalled it, and then his expression was indignant. That rascal deserves to be beaten. Do you think you are right to beat the teacher? That's right. Shu Lingchen snorted coldly. That often deliberately walked next to the girls and lowered his head to look at their collars. At that time, there was a new transfer student in our class, a girl, who sat next to me. She had a problem with her throat and could not speak. She was frightened and cried when she was touched by that pervert. I couldn't stand it, so I beat him up. Shu was stunned. Is there such a thing? What else? Shu Lingchen said with hurt tone. In your heart, is your son so bad? He will beat people without knowing right or wrong. Shu was a little surprised that the whole thing turned out to be like this. She looked up. Turkey Boy stood there awkwardly, with his head turned to one side, and the words wronged, angry were written all over his body. After a moment of silence, Shu's heart softened. She cleared her throat and said softly, Mom wronged you, son. Mom apologizes to you.
I'm sorry. Forgive Mom.
Shu said sincerely. This was the impression Shu Lingchen had when he was a child. Although she loved Dabadoo, she was never like other parents. She was obviously wrong, but she was proud of her status as a parent and never admitted her mistakes. Instead, she sternly ordered her children not to question them. Shu, on the other hand, was wrong if she was wrong, and she would apologize immediately if she hurt her son's heart. So Shu Lingchen developed a habit of expressing his sadness or unhappiness in front of his mother, and would not hold it in his heart. Hearing his mother's apology, Shu Lingchen snorted proudly, but his turned face was in Shu's blind spot, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He said, I reluctantly accept your apology.
Brat.
Shu couldn't help laughing, and went out with his bag on his back. It was not too late when Shu arrived in Jingshi. When she stepped on this land again, she felt as if she was in another world. It was indeed as if she was in another world. Jingshi had changed a lot and became more prosperous. She left with the determination to never have anything to do with the people and things in this city again. It was for this reason that she chose Angxi, which was completely different from Jingshi, to start a new life. Unexpectedly, she would take the initiative to set foot in Angxi one day. Shu took out her mobile phone to book a hotel. She found that all the hotels in the economic center were backed by a golden word pay. When Shu was searching for information about his daughter, he could not help but see news about Pays. Going back 100 years, the Pei family in Beijing was a well-known existence. In recent years, the family business has been almost monopolized by that person. Now Pays has become more and more prosperous. Shu was stunned for a moment, and then he calmly booked a hotel under Pays closest to the International Orchestra recruitment meeting. He had dinner on the plane. Shu washed up at the hotel, confirmed the recruitment meeting time again, set the alarm clock, and lay down to sleep. The next day, Shu woke up 1 minute before the alarm went off. He ordered breakfast, ate it, and went out. This international orchestra must be quite important. Even the recruitment site was solemnly set in the famous Grand Theater in Beijing. The hotel where Shu stayed was just opposite the Grand Theater. Early in the morning, many boys and girls with violins on their backs appeared in front of the Grand Theater. Shu couldn't help but look at the crowd. His eyes swept across the young faces. He thought, will there be a daughter? Shu seemed to have miscalculated something. It seemed that not everyone could enter the recruitment site. After a boy with a violin in front of him handed in something like an invitation letter and went in, Shu was stopped by the staff at the entrance. Student, where is your pass card? I don't have it. Shu asked. Can I buy a ticket to enter? Buy a viewing ticket or something like that. As a result, when the staff heard the 3 words pay to enter, they immediately misunderstood, and their eyes changed when they looked at Shu, and they said seriously, Student, our Berlin-Sue International Orchestra has 0 tolerance for backdoor behavior. You don't even have a pass card. You must have failed the previous rounds of interviews. It's useless even if you get in. Please leave first. The staff had a tough attitude, especially when they saw Shu had nothing in her hands. Without even a violin, they were more convinced that Shu's attitude was not right. Shu didn't want to delay the entry of the contestants behind her, so she had to move aside. When she was planning to try to squat at the entrance to see her daughter again, she noticed a sign at the entrance on the other side of the theater. International Orchestra Pianist Audition. Shu's eyes lit up and she walked over immediately. And then, as she thought, there was no restriction on entry for the audition. Shu filled out a data form, took the number tag, and went in. The recruitment of violinists and pianists was not in the same place in the theater. But she finally got in. Shu was about to go to the violinist recruitment, but was stopped by the staff. It was her turn. The staff pushed open a door. Inside the door was set up like a mini theater, with a piano on a wooden stage and 2 or 3 rows of empty auditoriums below. There were no judges, only a video recorder with a flashing red light. It seemed to be a recorded audition. The staff signaled Shu that she could start, and she had to play for 2 minutes. Shu hadn't touched the piano for a long time. But when her hands touched the keys, the familiarity engraved in her bones came back. In order to finish as soon as possible and go find her daughter, she casually recalled a piece of music in her mind, played absent-mindedly, stood up, politely signaled to the staff, and then left quickly. The staff looked at her back thoughtfully, turned off the headset, and whispered to the opposite side, "Keep the information form of no." K26. Shu successfully went around to the violinist recruitment point. As if to ensure order and quietness on the scene, the passage in the past was closed, and Shu could not go down. She could only cross the huge auditorium and see the interview scene below from the side from a distance. This side was obviously much more formal than the pianist's side. The judges' seats were full of people, including several foreigners. The atmosphere was solemn. Shu leaned on the railing, watching the contestants go on stage one by one, listening with his ears perked up. His legs were numb from standing, but he never heard the name Pei Muin being called. Seeing that there were only 3 contestants left, the third to last was not called Pei Muin, the second to last was not called Pei Muin, and until the first to last was not called Pei Muin, but it was a name that made Shu stunned. Shi Yao. Shi Yao, the name of the daughter of the heroine in the dream. In the dream, daughter Pei Muin was the control group of Shi Yao, and Shi Yao was also a violinist. Shu saw a girl wearing a British school uniform and with a quiet look walking up to the stage with a violin. She nodded politely to the judges, then raised her hand and slightly raised her chin. Then, there was a delicate and elegant sound of the violin. This girl played very well, and it was obvious that she was the kind of girl who sacrificed her spare time and asked professionals to teach her carefully since she was a child. Sure enough, after her solo, she was able to handle the random check by the judges with ease. The people on the judges' seats showed praise. If Shi Yao came, then what about Pei Muin? However, Shu only saw the people on the judges' seats getting up and leaving one after another, indicating that the violinist interview was over. Pei Muin was not there. Was it because she was late just now that she missed her daughter's interview? Or did her daughter not attend the orchestra's recruitment meeting? Or that girl just happened to be called Shi Yao, and there was no such person as Pei Muin. The dream was fake. The broadcast sounded the reminder to clear the theater. The search was fruitless, and Shu could only leave the theater first. Therefore, she did not notice that after she turned around, a foreign-looking lady who was about to leave the judges' seats was holding a data sheet in her hand and asked her colleague next to her in Chinese with an accent, with some concern, "Where is this violinist named Pei Muin? Why didn't I see her coming?" Shu came out of the theater and walked to the door to find that it was raining heavily outside. She took out her cell phone and checked the time. It was almost 1:30 in the afternoon. She didn't bring an umbrella. But fortunately, she booked a VIP suite when she booked the hotel yesterday. She contacted the hotel, and within 3 minutes, a service staff came from the opposite hotel to pick her up. Shu naturally wouldn't stay in Jing City for long without finding her daughter. She skipped lunch, checked out, and flew directly back to In City. The rain kept falling, and the sky was darkened by the rain. Pei Muin returned home, almost soaked. The water on the ends of her hair and the hem of her clothes dripped down her chubby body. She hugged her violin bag with one hand and held something tightly in the palm of the other hand to protect her chest. Her lips were pale and trembling, and she was shivering with cold. "Miss?" The servant at the door was startled by her miserable appearance. "Aren't you going to the orchestra interview? How did you get into this state?" Pei Muin seemed not to hear the servant's voice. She lowered her eyes and went straight to the room upstairs. The servant seemed to be accustomed to her indifferent appearance. She glanced at her back, muttered a few words, picked up the rag, and continued to do the work in her hands. On the second floor, the door was closed. Pei Muin put down the violin bag and didn't care about herself being soaked. She immediately checked the black recorder protected in her right hand. She pressed the play button again, and her heart was completely relieved after hearing the melodious violin sound coming from it intact. This recorder and the audio in the recorder are things she cherishes so much that she almost never leaves them. It is also her favorite god. Whenever she participates in an important competition or before a violin interview, she only needs to listen to it once, and she will be able to go smoothly. This morning, she was on her way to an interview for the violinist position at the Berlin Zoo Orchestra. She was supposed to put on headphones to listen to the recording as usual, but after pressing the play button for a long time, there was no sound. She immediately grabbed the recorder and found that it was not her recorder. Pei Muin suddenly recalled that she had collided with a classmate after school yesterday. Both of them had things scattered all over the floor, and 2 identical recorders fell. There was a scratch less than 1 centimeter on the tip of her recorder. She picked up the one closest to her and saw the scratch. She naturally thought it was hers. Then she picked up the other fallen things and left in a hurry. Until this morning in the car, she found a clue. Pei Muin anxiously found the contact number of that classmate at that time and asked about the whereabouts of the other recorder. The other party replied apologetically. She said that her own recorder was broken, and she had picked it up by mistake yesterday and just casually threw it into the school's trash can, but she couldn't remember which trash can it was. Pei Muin was extremely grateful that the school's cleaning work on Friday would be postponed to Saturday, and she immediately asked the driver to turn around and go to school. The heavy rain started when she was rummaging through the trash cans one by one. She didn't care and searched like crazy. Finally, after opening who knows how many trash bags and with sore fingers, she found the recorder. At that time, she completely missed the interview for the violinist of the Berlin Soviet Orchestra. When she arrived at the Grand Theater, the interview had just ended for 30 minutes. Maybe because she had been in the rain for a long time, Pei Muin began to sneeze and felt dizzy. Realizing that she might have caught a cold, she took a hot shower and swallowed a pill. She felt a cold, so she curled up in the quilt, placed the recorder carefully next to her pillow, and then slowly fell asleep. Before going to bed, she glanced at the calendar and vaguely saw that today was the 5th. The Pei family has a tradition that the 5th of every month is a family dinner. So, it is also the day when Dad will come home. Pei Muin slept soundly this time, and she was vaguely awakened by a burst of laughter. She opened her eyes, and without wearing shoes, she got out of bed and ran to the window. She looked out and saw that the exclusive parking space in the yard was empty. She sighed. Although Dad has been absent from the family dinner on the 5th of every month for more than 10 years, Pei Muin still hopes to see Dad's car appear in that parking space again and again. However, this time it was no exception, and Dad still didn't come back. And the laughter outside knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. It was the servant. "Miss, get ready for dinner." Pei Muin sat on the edge of the bed in a daze for a while, changed her clothes, opened the door, and slowly walked down the spiral staircase. In the luxurious living room, Miss Song, the previous mistress of the Pei family, was sitting on the sofa. Although she is 77 years old, Miss Song does not look old because of proper maintenance and a life of luxury. The emerald decorations on her earlobes and neck make her look graceful and luxurious, and her face shows the graceful charm of her youth. At this moment, she looked pleased. "Xiao Qing, I have been drinking tea all my life, and the tea you brew is the one I like best." The woman called Xiao Qing is of gentle appearance. She wears a plain cheongsam with her hair and looks intellectual and decent. Shi Qing is a senior English teacher. 8 years ago, she accidentally saved Ms. Song at a banquet that caught fire. She was favored by Ms. Song and was often invited by Ms. Song to the main house of the Pei family for dinner. Later, even special days such as family gatherings were no exception. Ms. Song liked Shi Qing very much, and she also loved Shi Qing's 2 children very much. She didn't mind that Shi Qing was a single mother at all. Everyone speculated that Shi Qing would most likely become the next generation of the Pei family's mistress. Hearing Ms. Song's praise, Shirqing pursed her lips for a faint smile. "Auntie, I'm glad you like it." At this time, Shi Yao came over from the restaurant. Her tone was cheerful. "Grandma Pei, Mom. The food is ready and can be served." "Oh, okay." Ms. Song immediately put down her teacup and stood up with the help of Shi Yao. Shirqing remembered something and asked, "Is Mui not coming down yet?" Ms. Song, who had a cheerful expression on her face, snorted coldly. "Don't bother with her. It's rude to ask others to invite you to a meal." As soon as Shirqing finished speaking, she noticed Pei Muin on the stairs. She immediately turned her head and said softly, "Muin, come down quickly. It's time to eat." Ms. Song didn't even look at Pei Muin and walked towards the restaurant affectionately, holding Shi Yao's hand. The Pei family is large and powerful, but the main branch has a small population. Ms. Song's original wife, Mr. Pei, passed away in an accident when she was young, and the couple had only one son. He is the current head of the Pei family, but he rarely goes home. On weekdays, there are only Ms. Song and Pei Muin in the huge main house. There are 4 people sitting at the dinner table. The atmosphere is polarized. Ms. Song asked Shi Yao about her well-being and had a good chat with Shirqing. On the other side, Pei Muin, who was obviously sitting at the same table for dinner, ate silently, and the whole person was so transparent that she had no sense of existence. "Yao Yao, I heard that you were accepted by the Berlin Sioux Orchestra?" Ms. Song asked with a smile. Shi Yao nodded. "Well, I went for the interview this morning and just received the approval information from the orchestra." "Oh, our Yao Yao is so great. To celebrate your admission, you can choose any gift you want. Grandma Pei will reimburse you later." "Thank you, Grandma Pei." "No need." Ms. Song asked Shirqing again. "Xiaojing, when will you bring Xiaojin back to Jingshi? How can a child get used to such a remote place like Angxi to study alone? You really can't bear to do that?" Shirqing curved her lips and explained, "Aunt, this is Xiaojin's own request. He said that he wanted to temper his will and learn to be independent. The child has grown up and has his own ideas. As a mother, I can only support him." Hearing this, Shi Yao paused in picking up the dishes and looked up at her mother with a complicated expression. Ms. Song looked pitying. "Oh, Xiaojin is a sensible and well-behaved child. If there is any inconvenience in Angxi, just tell me. I will arrange it for him, including a place to live and travel. Aunt, I thank you for your kindness on behalf of Xiaojin," Shirqing said, as if she noticed Pei Muin, who was ignored on the opposite side, and took the initiative to ask softly, "I heard that Muin also went to the recruitment of the Berlin Sioux Orchestra today?" Without waiting for Pei Muin to answer, Shi Yao hesitated and said, "No. Muin seemed to have missed the interview because she was late. I was the last one to go on stage, and I didn't see Muin in the theater." "It's good that you missed it." Ms. Song looked disgusted. "She is like a wooden fool all day long. I told her not to play the piano, but she just wouldn't listen. When the time comes, she will go out and embarrass herself, and it will be the face of our Pei family." Pei Muin tightened her grip on the chopsticks, and the skin on her fingers lost color for a moment. She lowered her head even more, and her drooping hair cast a large shadow on her forehead, blocking her expression. Shi Yao paused and said in an excused tone, "Grandma Pei, Muin plays the piano very well, and many professors have praised her for her talent." Ms. Song still had a bad face. "What's the use of pooping well? You're so fat that you can't even take it out to see people. It's also a disgrace to our Pei family." Sizzle, the sound of a chair being dragged across the floor was heard.
I'm full."
The weak female voice seemed to have faded into the dust. Pei Muin put down her bowl and chopsticks, got up, and went upstairs as if escaping. The rice in her bowl was still not moving. She had not eaten much, so how could she be full? But no one at the table tried to keep her. Back to the room. Back to her own territory. Pei Muin felt that she could breathe again. She sat on the carpet in front of the bed, just like that until night fell. Shirqing and her daughter left, and it was late at night. There was no light in the room, and it was dim. Pei Muin took advantage of the moonlight and carried a bunch of snacks to the balcony. Whenever she was in a bad mood, she would eat snacks crazily. potato chips, chocolate, cream cake. When her mouth was sweet, her heart was sweet too. She was opening a bag of potato chips. The sound of servants chatting came from the garden downstairs. A servant who seemed to be new to the Pei family asked with confusion in his words, "Why does it feel like the old lady doesn't like the eldest lady?" Just now at the dinner table, those who didn't know would have thought that Miss Shi Yao was the biological granddaughter, and the eldest lady was picked up. "Don't feel it, it's just..." Another older servant sighed. "The old lady just doesn't like the eldest lady, and it can even be said that she hates her."
Why?
"Because of the eldest lady's biological mother. I heard that the eldest lady's biological mother was a lowly maid in the Pei family in the past. She shamelessly hooked up with Mr. Pei, who was still the eldest master at the time, and that's how the eldest lady was born." Is there such a thing?" "Yes, I also heard that Mr. Pei quarreled with the old lady in order to be with this little maid. The old lady hated that little maid so much, so how could she possibly look down on that little maid's child? Where is that woman? Where is she now? She has not been in the Pei family for a long time. I guess she ran away with someone. Anyway, I heard from people older than me that this incident was very embarrassing at the time, and the Pei family was in a mess. Now, whenever the old lady thinks of the little maid, she will get furious. So, you must be careful when doing things in the future." Pei Muin's eyelashes trembled, and she stuffed a large piece of chocolate into her mouth. Oh. The new servant asked again, "Isn't there a dinner party in the main house on the 5th of every month? Why hasn't Mr. Pei come back? You just came and didn't know that Mr. Pei hasn't been back for more than 10 years. He has always lived outside. Didn't I just say that the eldest lady's biological mother ran away with someone? So Mr. Pei was naturally angry, and he certainly didn't want to see the eldest lady, for fear of being upset. For so many years, Mr. Pei has been busy with the group's business and has never cared about the eldest lady. In this family, the eldest lady is just a title. She has a dull and weird personality, and no one wants to get close to her." The servants downstairs probably didn't expect that their discussions would be heard by the people on the balcony above. When Pei Muin heard the half-sentence, "No one wants to get close to her," she turned her head, as if to torture herself. To look at herself in the full-length mirror opposite the girl in the mirror was too fat, and it was not convenient for her to sit cross-legged, so she could only stretch her legs and sit awkwardly on the carpet. Her shoulder-length hair was messy, her bangs were thick, her face was round and fat, and the corners of her fair mouth were stained with chocolate. Her dull eyes made her look funny. With this look, no one would be willing to believe that she would be the eldest daughter of the Pei family. Pei Muin was so used to hearing words like those just now at home that she didn't react much when she heard them. Whenever there were new servants in the Pei family, the old servants would give them such popular science. It's not exaggerated. Most of the stories are true. Grandma doesn't like her, and Dad doesn't want to see her either. That's why she chooses not to go home all year round. Pei Muin has no friends, and every day she spends time with the violin except for classes. She actually wants to make friends, but at home, if she talks to a servant a few times, the servant will be fired soon. And at school, she hopes to get along with a certain classmate, and in the end, that classmate will become a friend of the lively and cheerful Shi Yao. Maybe it's destined to be like this. No one will like or care about her dull personality. Thinking of this, Pei Muin stuffed chocolate into her mouth more eagerly, which meant that she was in an extremely bad mood. She tore the chocolate packaging bag, and suddenly, an empty cake box rolled out from the pile of snacks in front of her. This box originally contained a piece of strawberry yogurt mousse. The mousse had been eaten, but she washed the box and saved it. Pei Muin held the cake box in both hands and thought of the sister mousse she met in Ungshi. She loved to eat, and she just happened to see the push post of the dessert shop, so she ran a long way to buy dessert, but she didn't expect to meet such a sister. Pei Muin still remembered her appearance and her voice. She was so beautiful, so gentle when she spoke, and her voice was so beautiful. More importantly, when she handed her the mousse, she took care of her embarrassment so attentively. Sister Mousse gave her a really kind feeling. Thinking back, She actually felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. Pei Muin rarely felt such pure kindness, and she had never had such a kind of dependence on a stranger who had only met once. A rebellious idea popped up in her mind. She wanted to find Sister Moose. Xu Lingchen didn't know what Xu Shu was doing in Jingshi, but he could feel that Xu Shu was inexplicably silent after returning from Jingshi. He couldn't help asking, "Mom, what's wrong?" Before confirming that his daughter was still alive, Xu Shu had no intention of telling his son about her. It is better for one person to be disappointed than two. But Xu Shu did not give up believing that her daughter was still alive just because the trip to Beijing was fruitless. As long as there was a slight possibility, she was willing to believe it and devote time and energy to it, even if it was in vain in the end. Xu Shu knocked on Xu Lingchen's forehead and changed the subject. Children should not ask about adult matters.
Ah.
Xu Lingchen covered his head. I'm not a child anymore, I'm 17. Xu Shu. Oh, what's the use of having a body of 17? Your IQ is still that of a 3-year-old. No, it may have degenerated. You don't even have the IQ of a 3-year-old. After all, you were quite smart when you were 3. Xu Lingchen originally wanted to refute that he was smart, but when he thought of his monthly exam score of 72, he shut up. He didn't want to be tortured in front of his biological mother, who scored 748. Recently, in number 3 middle school, Xu Shu has been very popular. As soon as he transferred to number 3 middle school, he directly kicked the door and sat on the throne of the first in the grade, and the kind of first that was 2 streets ahead of the second in the grade. The key is that his family is very rich and lives in a luxurious large flat of more than 600 square meters in Yijinjiwan. People in the school are saying that Xu Shu is the daughter of a super rich man, the kind of rich lady who specializes in hiding her identity. No one can guess that Xu Shu is the rich man himself. Xu Lingchen also heard some of it and asked Xu Shu curiously, "Mom, did you buy 1600 in Yijinjuan more than 10 years ago?" Xu Shu said, "Yes, I bought it for you." Children generally don't want to live with their parents when they grow up. They all want to have their own space. Xu Lingchen was so moved after hearing this that he almost burst into tears. "Mom, you are so nice. You considered all these at that time and bought me such a big house." Xu Shu raised his hand. "No, you misunderstood. The 600 square meter flat was bought for me to live in. The small one upstairs is yours. Haven't you heard a saying? The child can suffer, but the mother cannot suffer." Xu Lingchen had only heard that the parents could suffer, but the child could not suffer. He remembered that when he was a child, his mother bought a box of French shell macarons, which came in a pack of 7. The mother and son ate one each, and in the end only one was left.
Who should eat it?
Xu Lingchen looked at Xu Shu eagerly, thinking that his mother would give him the remaining macaron like other parents who wished they could eat less so their children could eat more. As a result, Xu Shu patted him on the shoulder, suddenly pointed out the window and shouted, "Son, look, the Calabash brothers are here." When Xu Lingchen excitedly ran to the balcony, he found nothing. When he turned around in confusion, the last macaron had already been eaten by Xu Shu. That day, school was over. Xu Lingchen frowned and sighed from time to time. He took out his mobile phone back and forth, and then put it back with a look of disappointment. Xu Shu tilted his head and said, "Son, what's wrong with you? Tell me and make Mom happy." Xu Lingchen scratched his head. "It's Chu Chu. She has seldom replied to my messages recently, and even if she did, her replies were very brief, either or. She has never been like this before. This is too wrong." Xu Shu raised his eyebrows and thought, "That's right. Xu Lingchen, who has no house and can't get money out of it, has no use to Chu Lian anymore." Naturally, Chu Lian will not coax Xu Lingchen like before. Xu Lingchen sent a message to Chu Lian to ask her what's wrong. Chu Lian replied to him. Xu Shu glanced at Xu Lingchen's mobile phone screen and saw Chu Chu. "Nothing. I'm reading a book and don't want to look at my phone. Very cold." "Oh, so it's because you have to study." Xu Lingchen breathed a sigh of relief and believed it immediately. He also replied considerately, "Then Chu Chu, you can read the book with peace of mind. I won't disturb you." Shu Shu looked at the little idiot who believed everything and couldn't help shaking his head. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around abruptly. Shu Lingchen next to her was puzzled. What's wrong? Shu Shu looked at the ordinary street behind her and frowned. These 2 days, I always felt that someone was following her. Once is an illusion, twice or 3 times is unlikely to be the case. But Shu Shu said, it's okay. Then he and Shilingchen continued to walk forward as usual until they turned the next corner. Shu Shu pulled Shilingchen and hid behind the wall. After a while, someone really followed them. The figure was sneaky, clinging to the wall, wanting to see where the person he was following went. As a result, when she looked up, she was shocked. Shu Shu was waiting for her there with his arms lazily crossed. Pei Muin, who was wearing a mask, wanted to turn around and run reflexively, but Shilingchen came over in 3 or 2 steps, raised his chin, and directly blocked her way fiercely. Shu Shu was a little surprised that the other party was a girl. Tell me, what do you want to do by following us? I didn't follow you. The girl lowered her head, her voice low and soft, emphasizing the last 2 words. Shu Shu. Oh, so you followed one of us. So, who are you following? What are you going to do? Sister, don't you remember me? Pei Muin looked at Shu Shu and said weakly, we met in the dessert shop. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes appeared from behind the thick bangs. Shu Shu looked carefully, then was slightly stunned, and recognized with surprise, strawberry yogurt mousse. Seeing Shu Shu remembered, Pei Muin's eyes lit up. Yes, it's me, sister. You finally found me. What do you mean by finally found me? Shu Shu paused, reacted, and was surprised. The person who has been secretly following me these 2 days is you? Pei Muin nodded and admitted, yeah. Shu Shu asked, you're looking for me. Is there something? Pei Muin was speechless. She just wanted to find Sister Moose, but she hadn't thought about what to do after finding Sister Moose. She remembered that Sister Moose was wearing a school uniform that day at the dessert shop, so she went to the school gate near the dessert shop to wait. Finally, she was caught by her. But she didn't have the courage to take the initiative to say hello, so she could only follow her stealthily from a distance. After all, following is a very strange thing, and Sister Moose will definitely think she is a strange person. Pei Muin nervously grasped the hem of her clothes and really didn't know what she should say. At this moment, her stomach growled. Because of her habit of overeating, she was always easily hungry and never let go of snacks. She hadn't eaten snacks for a whole hour. Pei Muin's face flushed and became even more nervous. Sorry. How rude. Shu Shu felt that the child had no ill intentions. Seeing her slightly embarrassed look, his heart softened for some reason, and he chuckled. We just happened to be going to have dinner. If you are willing, come together? Shu Lingchen next to him widened his eyes in surprise. Pei Muin was so surprised that she couldn't believe it. Really? She just wanted it more than she could have hoped. Yeah. Shu Shu said, just consider it as a thank you for treating me to dessert before. Last time at the dessert shop, it was this moose kid who paid her bill when he left. The frequency with which Shu Shu cooks for herself depends entirely on her mood. She might cook on a whim occasionally, but most of the time, she is not interested. She loves all kinds of food, so during this period of time, except for being at school, dinner is either ordered from home or eaten out at a restaurant. Today is no exception. She saw in the little green book that there was a spicy blood duck restaurant nearby that received rave reviews, so she booked a 4-seater private room in advance. After finding the restaurant according to the address, the 3 of them went in. Out of courtesy, Shu Shu asked Shilingchen to sit next to him and leave the seat opposite for the moose kid. Pei Muin pinched her fingers, secretly looked at the seat next to Shu Shu that was already occupied by Shilingchen with envy for several times, and then sat down opposite. Can you eat spicy food? Shu Shu took the menu from the waiter and asked Pei Muin because the specialty of this restaurant is spicy blood duck. The taste is not light. Pei Muin nodded. Well, I can do it. Okay. Shu Shu asked again. Are there any dietary restrictions? Yes. Pei Muin said, I can't eat peanuts because I will be allergic. Shu Shu was stunned, looked at her and felt strange. What a coincidence. I am also allergic to peanuts. Pei Muin blinked and felt a little happy, as if she and Sister Moose were allergic to peanuts and the distance between the two was shortened. She whispered shyly, "Well, it's a coincidence." After Shu Shu ordered the specialty blood duck, he also ordered a few other main dishes and then handed the menu to Pei Muin. "See if there is anything you want to eat. Just order whatever you want." "Okay." Pei Muin took the menu with both hands. Shu Lingchen glanced at Pei Muin, who was concentrating on reading the menu, and leaned close to Shu Shu's ear like a thief and whispered worriedly, "Mom, aren't you being too careless? Bringing a stranger to eat together like this. Aren't you afraid that she is a liar?" Shu Shu snorted lightly. Is the IQ of the little idiot up now? When facing the mother and daughter of the Chu family, he didn't realize that he was cheated even though he was almost left with nothing on his pants. She also whispered back, "Just to cheat a meal, not necessarily. The average price of that dessert shop is not low. This kid can help pay without blinking. He is not the kind of person who is short of money and would not come to cheat for a meal. I've ordered." Pei Muin took a long time to order dishes. She was a little reserved. She obviously wanted to eat something, but she seemed to be afraid of annoying others. She didn't dare to make a rash decision. In the end, she only added a vegetable weekly. Shu Shu watched the scene calmly. After taking the menu again, he added all the dishes that Pei Muin had paused in her stunned eyes. Finally, he also ordered 3 bottles of milk. Shu Lingchen raised his hand. "I applied a change to a bottle of Coke." Shu Shu took over the words and said to the waiter, "Do you have sulfuric acid? If you have sulfuric acid, replace his milk with sulfuric acid." Shu Lingchen put his hand down. "Then I still want milk." The waiter held back his laughter and took the menu out. Shu Lingchen looked aggrieved, and even his turkey hair became wilted. "No one stopped you from drinking Coke," Shu Shu said, "but you can't drink carbonated drinks as water all day long. You can only drink it once a week. You drank it yesterday, so this week's Coke limit is gone."
Ah.
Shu Lingchen looked desperate. Pei Muin carefully watched the interaction between Shu Shu and Shu Lingchen, looked at the boy who was cared for and managed by his sister, and felt a little envious in her heart. Within a few minutes, the dishes came up. Shu Shu pointed at Pei Muin and asked, "You want to eat? Don't you want to take off your mask?" Pei Muin was stunned, subconsciously touched her face, and then touched the mask. She remembered that she had been wearing a mask, so she hooked her fingers on the lanyard behind her ear and was about to take it off, but she stopped halfway and her breathing became tense. "Shu Shu, what's wrong?" Pei Muin said in a low voice, "I look very ugly." She was afraid that Sister Moose would dislike her. Shu Shu was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "This restaurant doesn't seem to say that only good-looking people can eat there. Besides, appearance can't be used as a criterion to judge a person. There's no need to fall into this emotional dilemma. No one has ever said such a thing to her." Pei Muin raised her hand, slowly took off the mask, and revealed her whole face. The girl was born with a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. Although her face was chubby, it did not hide the exquisiteness of her features. Her skin was so delicate that there was not even a trace of flaw. Her cheeks were white and rosy. How can this be called ugly? This is obviously very beautiful. It was the same feeling that Shu Shu had when he first saw her in the dessert shop that day. He couldn't help but have stars in his eyes. What a cute girl. So cute that she wanted to rub her. Shu Lingchen was also stunned for a moment and asked Pei Muin seriously, "Are you playing abstraction?" Deliberately speaking sarcastically to say that she was ugly. Shu Shu looked at the child moose opposite and said, "You are obviously very beautiful. Why do you think you are ugly?" After taking off the mask, Pei Muin was so nervous that she didn't dare to raise her head for a long time. When she heard Shu Shu say the word good-looking, she raised her head in surprise.
Yes.
Everyone thinks so. Not only am I ugly, but I'm also very fat. As she said that, she shrank her chubby hands that were originally on the table under the table as if she was ashamed to see people. Shu Shu, everyone?
Well.
Pei Muin nodded. Well, my classmates, they privately gave me a lot of nicknames related to pigs and Grandma. Grandma always said that she was not presentable and was not worthy of the identity of the eldest daughter of the Pei family. The girl's soft voice was as low as a mosquito, and it was obvious that she was extremely unconfident. Shu Shu frowned subconsciously, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. From Pei Muin's appearance, she could imagine what kind of unhealthy environment the girl stayed in on weekdays. It was probably because of the belittlement that she felt so inferior about herself. Shu Shu's voice became gentler unconsciously. I don't know why these people make such comments about you, but their starting point is definitely not out of goodwill. Since it is not well-intentioned, don't pay attention to it. Anyway, the people you are referring to do not include me. I think you are very beautiful. Shu Lingchen next to him interjected. If anyone dares to give me such a nickname, I will fly up and kick him, as he said. He wanted to show off his flying kick, but suddenly remembered that his biological mother was beside him, and he immediately restrained himself. Let us eat first. Shu Shu curved his lips and said, Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Pei Muin's eyes sparkled, and she felt a little sore in her chest. She nodded and picked up the chopsticks. All the dishes were served. Shu Shu picked up dishes for Shu Lingchen from time to time. The living expenses of this mentally boy were all taken away by the mother and daughter of the Chu family. His quality of life was low and perfunctory. Since Shu Shu came back, he has been deliberately improving his meals. Teenagers are at the age of growing up, and he hopes that he will eat more. Pei Muin, who was opposite, watched Shu Shu pick up the ribs eagerly, and she stopped eating unconsciously. Shu Shu noticed her pause from the corner of his eye, looked up, and met a pair of eyes full of envy and desire. Somehow, Shu Shu paused and turned the next piece of ribs he picked up in an inexplicable way. Under Pei Muin's increasingly bright eyes, he put the ribs on the plate in front of her. Thank you, sister. Pei Muin was flattered that Sister Moose picked up ribs for her. You're welcome. It's just a dish, but the kid is so satisfied. Shu Shu curled her lips and felt a little sour in her heart. So, she picked up dishes for Pei Muin several more times. Dinner ended in a quiet and warm atmosphere. Walking to the cashier, Pei Muin directly took out her small bag and took out a black card to pay the bill. Shu Shu stopped her and scanned the payment code with his mobile phone first. It's my treat. Pei Muin blinked and had to put the card away. She seemed a little disappointed that she didn't pay the bill. The meal was over, and it was time to say goodbye. Shu Shu asked Pei Muin where she lived and how to get back. Pei Muin said, A driver followed me. She is waiting at the door. Shu Shu looked outside as Pei Muin said, and sure enough, he saw a shiny black car parked quietly across the street. Sister, I'm very happy to have dinner with you today. Pei Muin said sincerely. Shu Lingchen, who was ignored at the side, exclaimed, I'm not a human being? So, you are not very happy to eat with me? No, that's not what I meant. Pei Muin explained hurriedly. Ignore him. Shu Shu glanced at Shu Lingchen, turned his head and curved his lips to Pei Muin and said, I am also very happy to have dinner with you. Well, goodbye. After that, Pei Muin walked out reluctantly, and after walking 3 or 4 steps, she looked back at Shu Shu. Just as she was about to reach the car door, Shu Shu shouted at her back. Oh, by the way, little Muse, I forgot to ask what your name is? Pei Muin immediately stopped and turned around, recalling in her mind that Shu Shu called her Little Muse. It is a very intimate name. Little Muse? She asked with bright eyes. Sister, I like the name you call me very much. Can you keep calling me like that? Well, of course you can. This kid's train of thought is really cute. After agreeing, Shu Shu introduced himself. My name is Shu Shu. The first character is Shu, which means books, and the second character is Shu, which means stretch.
Shu Shu.
Pei Muin repeated these 2 characters silently, and then nodded seriously. Yeah, I remember it. The black car drove away. Seeing the license plate number at the back, Shu Shu was slightly stunned. It was a Beijing license plate. She naturally thought that the Moose Kid was a native of Engshi. How could he come all the way from Beijing to Engshi? Shu Lingchen next to him said in a strange tone, Wow. And they're consecutive numbers. 6 in a row. This is too cool. Shu thought that his fate with the moose kid was probably over yesterday. As a result, he saw her again after school the next day. Sister, you treated me to dinner yesterday. Can I treat you to dinner today? Pei Muin walked over slowly. Shu saw that she looked like she had been waiting for him for a long time. She was not very old and should still be studying. You don't have to go to class? Pei Muin lowered her eyes guiltily. I skipped class.
Ah?
Shu frowned and suddenly remembered the Beijing license plate he saw yesterday, and his mind automatically associated the 4 words running away from home. Why do you want to skip class? Aren't you afraid that your family will worry if you run away like this? Pei Muin shook her head. No one will worry about me, sister. In fact, I have skipped classes for 4 days, but my mobile phone has not received a text message or a call. Shu was silent for a moment and immediately recognized Pei Muin in his heart as the kind of poor child who, despite her good family background, is not taken care of at all because her parents are busy with business. So, sister, can I treat you to a meal? Pei Muin asked again, her fleshy fingers twisted together nervously. Let's go to the same house as yesterday, with the 3 of us, okay? As she said this, she looked at Shu Lingchun beside her. Shu Lingchun was stunned. He didn't expect that he would have a share. He turned his head to look at Shu and listened to Shu's opinion. The girl's eyes were wet, and she looked at him pleadingly, as if as long as he rejected her, her eyes would dim in an instant. Shu felt that he could not say no at all. As she agreed. Pei Muin was overjoyed. The atmosphere of this meal was still good. Pei Muin was greedy for this comfort, and was reluctant to end it. She wanted to extend the meal by adding more dishes. Shu stopped her with a smile, thinking, how lonely must this child be to be like this? It's really distressing. When saying goodbye, she said to Pei Muin, skipping class is not a good behavior. It's not safe for you to be alone outside. You'd better go home early. After thinking about it, she continued, well, if you want to come and play with me, you can come over during the holidays. Pei Muin lowered her eyes. She didn't want to go back to that depressing house, didn't want to go back to that school where she had to go alone. After just 2 meals, she developed a strong dependence on Sister Moose. Can I really look for my sister again later? Of course. Shu raised her cell phone. Didn't we just add each other on WeChat? Pei Muin nodded, but her mood still couldn't get excited. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the school badge on the chest of Shu's school uniform. She didn't know what she was thinking of. Her eyes lit up and she asked, Sister, what is the name of your school? The 3rd middle school of Ungshi. Shu didn't think much about it, thinking that Pei Muin asked this question simply to make it easier for her to find him. After parting with Shu, Pei Muin still didn't return to Jingshi. She has been staying in a nearby 5-star hotel for the past 2 days. In the evening, Pei Muin finished washing up and recalled Sister Moss's school, the 3rd middle school of Ungshi. Then, she picked up her mobile phone and turned to a contact with a very low contact frequency in the list. The contact's note was Dad. Pei Muin clicked on the message box, her fingers paused, and as if she had mustered up the courage, she edited a text message word by word, and then sent it out. Dad, I want to transfer to the 3rd middle school of Ungshi. Pei Muin thought very simply, she wanted to be closer to Sister Moss. The message was sent for half an hour, 3 hours, until Pei Muin leaned against the head of the bed and fell asleep, and there was no reply. Early the next morning, Pei Muin woke up. It was 8 o'clock. She found her phone in the quilt, unlocked it, and saw that the contact with the note Dad had a new message. Pei Muin clicked in. The other party sent a notice of school admission procedures. The time is before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Her transfer to Ungshi number 3 middle school has been completed. Pei Muin was surprised and reduced the picture of the notice. She swiped the screen down, and it was blank. Apart from the notice, her father did not say a word. Pei Muin's fingers unconsciously swiped the screen up again. In fact, there were very few messages between her and her father before. Almost all of them were the same cold reminders that the monthly living expenses had arrived. And there were no other warm greetings and small talks between father and daughter. Pei Muin was too happy to be able to study in the same school with Sister Moose. She originally wanted to reply to her father with a thank you message, but she stopped halfway through typing. Thinking of her grandmother's frequent warnings that her father was very busy at work and asked her not to disturb her father at every turn, she never dared to take the initiative to send a message to her father except for important matters. And her father never took the initiative to send him a message. Perhaps her father was also satisfied with the quietness brought by her tact. Thinking of this, Pei Muin quietly exited the dialogue box with Dad. That day, the bell for the last class in the morning rang, and the students all swarmed towards the cafeteria. Xu Lingchen and Boluozi were chatting and gossiping in the front with their arms around each other. Brother Chen, yesterday, one class had a new transfer student. It is said that he has a Beijing hukou and his family is super rich. He is picked up and dropped off by a luxury car called Lao Si to and from school. Boluozi said as he complained, "Tell me, how can there be a car with such a weird name like Lao Si? Can it be sold? Ha ha ha. It's called Rolls-Royce, you big idiot." Someone next to him rolled his eyes. "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Several people laughed together. Xu Lingchen also sneered. Boluozi was so angry that he wanted to beat that person. Xu walked slowly behind them, watching them play, and suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. She was calling out Sister Moose. Xu paused and turned around immediately, thinking she had seen it wrong. She actually saw Little Moose. Sister Moose. Pei Muin walked through the crowd and came to Xu. Xu was surprised. "Why are you here? The school should not let outsiders in easily." "I came here to attend classes." Pei Muin said softly, "Sister, I transferred to Wangxino 3 middle school." Xu was surprised. "Transfer? It's been less than 2 days since the last meal, and Little Moose has become a student of number 3 middle school?" She immediately understood and looked at Pei Muin, the transfer student who came from Jingshu yesterday that Xu Lingchen and the others mentioned just now. "Is it you?" "Yes." Pei Muin's pair of childish peach blossom eyes were curved, and she looked very happy. "Sister, from now on, we can see each other every day." Xu suddenly had a bold guess. "You didn't transfer to another school specifically because of this? Just to be able to see her every day?" Pei Muin nodded shyly. Xu was a little amused and didn't know whether to say that it was because of his own charm or because Little Moose was willful. "Did your family agree to your transfer so easily?" Transferring from Beijing to a school so far away is a troublesome thing. After she traveled back and got a new identity, in order to transfer to the same school and class as Xu Lingchen in the shortest time, she donated a library without blinking an eye. Money makes the world go round. Moose's child should come from a well-off family, so this should not be a problem for her family. Hearing Xu's question, Pei Muin was silent for 2 seconds and answered with her eyes downcast. "My family just wants me to be quiet and not disturb them on weekdays. They don't care about these little things. Transferring schools is obviously a big deal, and normal parents who care about their children will not think it doesn't matter." The aching feeling in the chest came again. Xu reached out and touched the girl's head and changed the subject in a relaxed tone. "Welcome to Ungshi number 3 middle school. From now on, we are friends and classmates. You can come to play with me anytime. I'm in class 12 of senior 2. Pei Muin raised her head and looked at Xu with bright eyes. "Yeah. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat first." Noon is the peak time of the cafeteria. Because of the delay just now, Xu Lingchen and his group didn't know where to go. Xu was too lazy to look for them, so he simply queued up with Pei Muin and swiped her card to get her food. There were too many people, so she held Pei Muin's hand almost the whole time to prevent her from being squeezed by others. When they got to the queue, she whispered to her which dish she wanted to eat. Pei Muin's heart was like a firework of happiness exploding, and her head was dizzy. Sister Moose was so close to her that she could smell the fruity scent of her hair, which was similar to orange. It smelled very good. The two found an empty seat and sat down. Xu asked her casually, "You suddenly transferred to another school. Are you afraid that you will not be able to adapt to the new environment?" "Don't be afraid," Pei Muin said. "In the previous school, I always ate alone, but here, I can eat with my sister. What a poor child. Shu Shu looked at Pei Muin and suddenly thought that if her daughter was still alive, she should be about the same age as Moose's child. She couldn't help but soften her heart, and she picked up the untouched chicken wings on her plate and put them into Pei Muin's bowl. Then she met her sparkling eyes. Shu Shu's eyes unconsciously had a layer of pity and introduced the signature chicken wings in the student cafeteria of Angshi No. 3 Middle School. I have tried it myself. It's delicious. After lunch, Shu Shu didn't go back to the classroom immediately. He took Pei Muin to walk around No. 3 Middle School to let her get familiar with the internal environment of No. 3 Middle School. It was almost time for the preparatory bell for lunch break. Class 1 and Class 12 are not in the same building. Shu Shu and Pei Muin stopped downstairs, and she said to Pei Muin, "Little Moose, I'm going upstairs. You should go back to the classroom soon." Pei Muin was holding the yogurt that Shu Shu had bought for her when they went to the canteen just now. She looked at Shu Shu eagerly, as if she was reluctant to go with Shu Shu. Shu Shu laughed. He really didn't know where she got such great charm that made little Musy rely on him so much. She said, "Okay, if you don't go up, the discipline teacher will come to catch the students who are wandering around. You can come to me during the break. The classroom of Class 12 is on the 3rd floor. Okay, goodbye, sister." She nodded obediently. Yeah. After that, Pei Muin really came to find Shu Shu as soon as the class was over. Shu Lingchen was also surprised when he saw Pei Muin. He was curious about how she got into the school. Until he heard that she was a transfer student, he was even more incredible. It turns out that the transfer student from Beijing City in Class 1 is you. This is too coincidental. Shu Lingchen didn't know the inside story and didn't understand that it was not a coincidence. Pei Muin transferred to No. 3 Middle School for Shu Shu. She was a little melancholy. At first, she just wanted to go to the same school as Sister Moose, but now she greedily wanted to be in the same class with Sister Moose. Because the class was only a short 10 minutes. So on the second day after transferring to No. 3 Middle School, she found the teacher and asked for a class change. Changing classes is not a difficult thing to deal with for a high school student, but the head teacher of Class 1, Mr. Huang, did not hesitate to directly bring out various rules and regulations to refuse. He asked her to stay in Class 1 and attend the class well, and then asked her to go back to the classroom. Pei Muin didn't know that the head teacher of Class 1 behind her looked at her leaving with a look of relief and fear. She remembered that she learned the day before yesterday that a student from Beijing would transfer to her class, and at the same time, a solemn instruction followed. This transfer student is of noble status and has a great background, so he must be taken good care of. The question is, the construction plan of the indoor gymnasium of Angshi No. 3 Middle School can be started. Because along with the transfer notice of this student named Pei Muin, there was also a 13 million yuan charity donation that arrived at Angshi No. 3 Middle School. So, it was not that teacher Huang deliberately wanted to block Pei Muin's request, but even if she agreed, the school would not agree to put Pei Muin in the last place class like Class 12. Teacher Huang was amazed by the donation of 13 million yuan. She kept complaining in her heart, what good did their No. 3 Middle School do this year, as 2 donors came one after another. If you have money, you can do whatever you want, just donate a building. The teacher could make the class change work, so Pei Muin thought of looking for her father. But the transfer had already troubled her father once, and if she went again, she would definitely annoy her father. Thinking of this, she had to give up the idea in frustration. Pei Muin didn't seem to want to socialize with the students in the new class. She ran to Class 12 as soon as the class was over, and ran to the door of Class 12 as soon as school was over. Shu Shu found that he and Xiao Moose had a common interest, that is, they both loved to search for all kinds of delicious food. Pei Muin also loved to browse the food section of the social platform. When she saw a post nearby, she would want to go eat, just like when she ran to that dessert shop just to buy strawberry yogurt mousse. Before school was over, she sent Shu Shu a screenshot of a blogger visiting a restaurant that specializes in sweet and sour pork and asked Shu Shu about his willingness. Shu Shu replied directly, "Go." Then he took Shu Lingchen with him. The 3 of them had dinner together for several consecutive days. Pei Muin loved to rush to pay the bill. Every time she said that Sister Moose would pay next time, she would still rush to pay the bill next time. Shu simply went into the store and paid the bill halfway through the ordering process on the pretext of going to the bathroom. Pei Muin was not to be outdone and followed suit. The two of them were fighting wits and courage to pay the bill. Shu Lingchen was watching from the side, and he curled his lips. In fact, he also wanted to experience the feeling of rushing to pay the bill. It would feel great, but he was a poor guy. That day, the three of them came out after dinner. This place is not close to home. Shu and Shu Lingchen planned to take a taxi back. Pei Muin said she would take them there. Anyway, there was a driver. Wait for the Rolls-Royce to stop steadily at the gate of Yujinjiwen. Pei Muin said in a surprised tone, Sister Musi, do you live here? Well, what's wrong? Pei Muin answered blankly, I just moved here last night. Yesterday after school, the driver handed her the community access card of the new address, saying that it was the teacher's intention that since she had transferred to another school, she could not live in a hotel all the time. Pei Muin immediately sent a message to her father to express her gratitude. But he didn't reply. She guessed that for such a small matter, it might be a casual move, and it was probably handled by one of the assistants in her father's company. Pei Muin had never thought that she would move into the neighborhood where Sister Moose lived. So the Rolls-Royce simply drove into Eugene Garden. Sister, which building do you live in? F. I live in building F, too. Pei Muin asked Shu which floor he lived on. Shu said the 16th floor, 1600. Pei Muin's eyes widened in disbelief. I live on the 17th floor, 1702. 1702, that is, the house next to the house on the 17th floor that Shu had occupied before, which was occupied by the mother and daughter of the Chu family. This is really a coincidence. Shu couldn't help but be surprised. Shu Lingchen beside him wondered, but didn't the uncle of the household in 1702 buy the house for his son's wedding? His family has never lived in it. I saw him bringing people to buy furniture last week. It's impossible for him to rent the house out at this time, right? Pei Muin, the house is not rented. If it's not rented, then it can only be bought. The newly renovated house to be used as a wedding house can be sold so quickly in such a short time. I think the price offered by the buyer must be very attractive. Buying a house is as easy as buying a pair of shoes. Shu Lingchen thought of the car with license plate number 66666 sitting under his buttocks, and suddenly, he didn't think it was strange. Pei Muin was overjoyed. She and Sister Musi live on the upper and lower floors, and they can go to school together after school in the future. When the elevator reached the 16th floor, Shu caught a glimpse of the child Musi behind him who wanted to pick up the car but was embarrassed to pick it up and didn't want to go home, so he took the initiative to invite her. Would you like to come in and sit for a while?
Can I?
Shu curved his lips. Of course, you're welcome. After entering the room, Shu brought slippers to Pei Muin, took her to the living room, put her things down, and asked, Would you like some sweet water?
Iced.
Hearing this, Pei Muin nodded affirmatively, yes. Okay, then wait for me for 2 minutes. You can walk around the house freely, without any restraint. After saying that, Shu walked towards the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and then took out 3 glass bowls of sweet water from the cupboard. In the living room, Pei Muin sat obediently on the sofa. She did not walk around, but just kept her legs together, holding her school bag in her arms, turned her head, and looked around at Sister Moose's house with slight curiosity. Across the street, Shu Lingchen unzipped his school bag, took out his Chinese textbook, and began to recite a classical Chinese article that he had not recited halfway in the afternoon. In order to save up enough 200,000 yuan to withdraw the threshold as soon as possible, he has been working very hard during this period. Shu Lingchen used the method of rote memorization to recite classical Chinese articles. Only when you know your limits can you be determined, and only when you are determined can you be quiet, quiet, quiet. What the Hades is quiet, he was stuck. He was about to flip through the textbook to read it again. Only when you are quiet can you be at peace, and only when you are at peace can you think. A soft female voice next to him took over quietly. Shu Lingchen was stunned and looked over. When the two looked at each other, Pei Muin took the school bag in her arms and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Did I disturb you?" "I won't say anything." "No, it's okay." Shu Lingchun waved his hand indifferently, and he continued to recite. When he recited to he who wishes to govern his country must first govern his family. He who wishes to govern his family must first.
He forgot it again.
But this time he did not turn the textbook over, but subconsciously glanced at Pei Muin, who was looking across at him. Pei Muin blinked and took over tentatively. He who wishes to govern his family must first cultivate himself? Shu Lingchun scratched his head. "Can you recite this one?"
"Yeah."
Pei Muin nodded. The great learning that must be recited in the textbook. Shu Lingchun couldn't help but complain. "I think this one is too difficult to recite. A bunch of ands. Pei Muin made a suggestion in a small voice. "You can remember the meaning of the translation first, so it will be easier to memorize and recite." "Really?" Shu Lingchun didn't pretend to be pretentious, and decided to give it a try later. At this time, Shu called in the kitchen and said that he could come over to drink sweet water.
It was taro ball matcha, milk jelly.
Pei Muin's eyes lit up when she took the first bite. She was amazed by the sweetness of the milk and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. "It tastes so good." Pei Muin asked, "Sister, did you make this yourself?"
"Yes."
"Amazing." "Of course not." Shu Lingchun next to him was so quick to speak that he almost blurted out and quickly made a sharp turn of words. "The sweet water she makes is amazing, better than those sold in the store, and the chestnut pumpkin cake she can make is even better." Pei Muin didn't hear clearly the word that Shu Lingchun almost said after a pause. Upon hearing this, she only looked at Shu with starry eyes in admiration. Shu said, "I also packed a separate box for you. You can take it home later, but don't drink it after you get home. Drink it tomorrow. If you eat too much at night, your stomach will feel uncomfortable due to the cold." "Okay." Pei Muin turned her head and responded sweetly. The sweet water was so delicious that she ate too happily and didn't notice that there was a layer of coconut milk on the corners of her fair mouth, which made her look like she had a cute and playful little white mustache. Shu glanced and saw that Pei Muin was about the same age as her daughter. In addition, she was a poor little girl who was so neglected and mistreated by her family. Shu couldn't help but want to take care of her more. She took out a piece of paper from the tissue box, leaned over, lowered her eyes, gently wiped the corners of Pei Muin's mouth, and reminded her softly, "It's stained here." Pei Muin let Shu approach her and wipe her in a daze. When Shu sat back, the fresh orange scent was still in front of her. Her fair and tender cheeks with baby fat turned red, and she shyly said thank you in a low voice. "You're welcome." Shu Lingchun took the scene in. The boy's face under the red, yellow, and blue chicken coop hairstyle had a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he took a spoon in his hand and deliberately splashed a spoonful of coconut milk into the corner of his mouth. Then he stared at Shu. At first, Shu didn't receive his gaze. He coughed twice, which immediately attracted his attention. Shu lifted his eyelids and asked, "Does your throat hurt?"
Shu Lingchun, no.
He moved the corner of his mouth towards Shu again, and even raised his chin. Shu Lingchun felt that his hint was obvious enough. Then he heard his mother ask again, "Does your mouth cramp?"
"No."
Shu Lingchun stammered, his voice sounding like his lips were burned. "Look, is my mouth dirty?" Shu squinted and looked at him for a few seconds, as if he saw something, and suppressed a smile, but did not show it on his face. He nodded. "Yeah, it is dirty. The paper is here. Wipe it yourself." Shu Lingchun.
"Oh."
The young man responded depressedly, drooping his eyelids, and reached out to get the paper himself. A slender white hand was faster than him, took out a piece of paper, and stretched it out to help him wipe the corner of his mouth. Shu Lingchun looked up, as if he was flattered. Shu took the paper away, retracted his hand, tilted his head at him, and said meaningfully, "Is your mouth still cramping now?" "No, it's not cramping anymore." Shu Lingchun suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth. If he had a tail, a propeller would appear behind him at this moment. His mother wiped his mouth. Did he show off? After drinking the sweet water, Pei Muin sat for a while before going back. Shu sent her to the door, and before leaving, she asked, "Sister, can we go to school together tomorrow?"
Sure. Okay.
Pei Muin said excitedly. "Then we will bring you breakfast tomorrow."
Yeah.
Pei Muin returned upstairs with a box of sweet water in both hands. She returned to her new place in Engshi, but she did not feel any unfamiliar panic in her heart. Instead, she felt particularly warm. Since then, Shu has had a little tail behind her. Shu did not reject it. She also felt magical. She had only known the kid moose for a few days, but the closeness and familiarity between the two of them seemed to arise spontaneously. After school that day, Pei Muin said that she had found a delicious restaurant and took Shu and Shu Lingchen to go together. This restaurant is relatively small, and there are no private rooms. The three of them chose a seat by the window. Before the dishes came up, Shu Lingchen glanced out unintentionally. He didn't know what he saw, and he was stunned. Shu followed his line of sight and then raised her eyebrows. She saw Chu Lian on the opposite street. There was also a person standing next to Chu Lian.
It was a boy.
He was straight and wore the school uniform of number 3 middle school. A piece of white shirt was exposed at the collar of the school uniform jacket. Shijin. The two of them also looked like they just came out of school after school, both carrying school bags. They stopped at the door of a KFC. Shijin opened the door gentlemanly and let Chu Lian go in first. Chu Lian raised her innocent little face and smiled at Shijin. The two walked in and out until they disappeared from sight. Ever since Chu Lian told Shu Lingchen that day that she wanted to read a book, Shu Lingchen consciously stopped sending messages to Chu Lian for fear of disturbing Chu Lian's study. Only occasionally during lunch break, Sher would secretly go around to the teaching building of Class 1, pass by the door of Class 1 classroom, take a look at Chu Lian, and then anonymously ask someone to bring a bottle of yogurt to Chu Lian, and he would be satisfied. Shu Lingchen subconsciously took out his mobile phone and clicked on Chu Lian's avatar. The dialogue box between the two was still stuck on the message Shu Lingchen sent to Chu Lian last weekend saying good morning and remember to eat breakfast. Chu Lian has not replied yet. Why is Chu with Shijin or alone? His actions were faster than his brain. Shu Lingchen couldn't sit still and was about to get up and go to the KFC opposite to see what was going on. Before he could completely get up, "Where are you going for dinner?" Shu retracted his gaze inconspicuously, pretending that he had not seen what happened just now, and knocked on the table to stop him. "The food will be here soon, you sit down." Shu Lingchen had to sit down obediently. Of course, he ate this meal absent-mindedly, and his attention was all on the KFC opposite. When the meal was about to end, the door of KFC was pushed open, and Shijin and Chu Lian came out. Shu Lingchen stretched his neck to look again, and saw that the two of them walked away together again, turning their heads from time to time to say something. Even across the street, he could feel that the atmosphere between them was good. That night, Shu Lingchen endured it again and again, and wanted to send a message to Chu Lian to ask her why she went to KFC with Shijin. But what identity should he use to ask? What if Chu felt that he was questioning her and got angry? And he thought about it again. Chu had said clearly that she didn't like Shijin. She just simply regarded Shijin as the class leader. Yes, he had to believe Chu and not misunderstand her. Thinking of this, Shu Lingchen calmed down a lot and gave up the urge to send a message to Chulian. 2 days later, Shu Lingchen felt that the eyes of Boluozi and his group looked at him with hesitation and evasive expressions. "If you have to, just..." Polo's head shook like a rattle again, pretending to be stupid and denying. "Ah. No, Brother Chen." Shu Lingchen narrowed his eyes immediately. If there is no, then there must be something fishy. He immediately kicked Polo impatiently and said coldly, "You tell me." Polo hesitated and asked tentatively, "Brother Chen, didn't you read the school post bar?"
No.
He had used all his free time in the past 2 days to memorize the text. Shu Lingchen frowned and said, "What's wrong with post bar?" "Someone posted an anonymous post to complain about me again? If you want to complain, then complain. I don't care."
No.
Polo sighed, but still didn't say it clearly, just said, "Brother Chen, you should go and see it yourself." What's going on? Hearing this, Xu Lingchen had to take out his mobile phone suspiciously and clicked on the school post bar. The top post was a new post that was explosive. The title was, Chu, the school beauty from class 1, and Shijin, the class monitor, are dating. Xu Lingchen's pupils shrank, and he immediately clicked on the post. The person who posted the post was still an anonymous account wearing a vest, but the content of the post was very detailed. It said that during this period of time, Chu Lian was often seen taking questions to Shijin for help. There was also Chu Lian offering yogurt to Shijin, and Shijin always accepted it. The most important thing was that someone saw Chu Lian and Shijin walking side by side after school. There were many layers of praise under the post, and it could be said that there was a lot of joyful applause. A handsome boy and a beautiful girl are a good match. I approve of this marriage. Congratulations. Not only are they handsome and beautiful, one is a rich girl and the other is a rich boy. Wow, isn't this the novel From Campus to City reflected in reality? Starry eyes, starry eyes. But suddenly I'm a little worried about them. Will Xu Lingchen from class 12 destroy the relationship between Chu, the school belle, and Shijin? After all, he has been chasing Chu for so long. Haha, I give up. The guy from class 12 doesn't even take A and look in the mirror to ask himself if they are suitable for each other. Shijin is a young man who transferred from Beijing. What is he? Poor, frustrated, ugly, a loser. If I were him, I would walk away in shame when I saw Shijin to avoid embarrassment. Which rascal posted this? Xu Lingchen said angrily. Chu can't be with Shijin. She doesn't like Shijin. He didn't care about the replies that scolded him under the post, but was more concerned about the impact this post would have on Chu Lian's reputation. So, he immediately picked up his phone and clarified under each post one by one that Chu Lian and Shijin were not together. Xu Lingchen's Tieba account has never been anonymous, so everyone knows it's him. However, in the eyes of others, his clarification for Chu Lian is just a performance of a loser who failed to pursue his love, was self-indulgent, and was angry out of shame. The ridicule below became even louder, seeing that the popularity of the post was getting more and more intense. Xu Lingchen was worried about Chu Lian and sent her a message to remind her that she and Shijin were rumored to be having an affair. But Chu Lian didn't reply. Xu Lingchen thought Chu Lian was concentrating on studying and didn't look at her phone. It was not easy to go to Chu Lian in school, so he decided to go to Chu's house after school to find her there was no one at Chu's house. Xu Lingchen knocked on the door for a long time.
Aunt Chu?
Aunt Chu, are you there? Chu? However, there was no response. Could it be that Chu hasn't come back from school yet? What about Aunt Chu? Why isn't Aunt Chu here? Xu Lingchen took out his cell phone and called both of them separately. The beeping sound continued until he hung up, but no one answered. He couldn't get in touch with either of them. This has never happened before. Xu Lingchen suddenly remembered something, his face changed, and he hurried to the opposite door to knock on the door of the neighbor opposite. The person living opposite was an aunt in her 40s. She was cooking when the door rang. The woman had an apron tied around her waist and opened the door impatiently. Who is it? What are you doing? Xu Lingchen asked anxiously. Sorry to bother you, Auntie. I would like to ask the family living opposite you if there are debt collectors coming to their door? In addition to the debt collectors coming to their door, Xu Lingchen couldn't think of any other possibilities to explain the current situation. He was very worried that if the debt collectors came to their door, Aunt Chu and Chu would outside and didn't dare to go home. As a result, the woman looked at Xu Lingchen strangely. What debt collector? Young man, you must have heard the wrong thing. No debt collector has ever come to our building. We live in a society ruled by law. Who would dare to be so blatant? This is not a TV drama. Xu Lingchen said anxiously, pointing behind him. It's the family living opposite you. There lives a mother and daughter in it. Because the husband ran away due to gambling debts, debt collectors often come to their house to threaten them to pay for his husband. The woman looked over as if to confirm. Are you talking about Luo Ping and her daughter? Xu Lingchen. Yes, it's them. As a result, the woman's expression became even more strange. Luo Ping's husband doesn't gamble. He has poor health and is bedridden all year round. He can't even go out. How could he gamble? He has been single for a long time because of this. Later, Luo Ping brought a daughter from another family to marry him, and then they started a family. Unfortunately, he died of illness not long after the marriage. The house opposite was still his, and he left it to Luo Ping and her daughter to live in after his death. Xu Lingchen was stunned. What did you say? He couldn't understand. Who are you talking about? You must have mistaken her for someone else. Xu Lingchen guessed, did you just move in here not long ago? Hearing this question, the woman curled her lips and even raised her voice a little. What do you mean I just moved in not long ago? I've lived here for decades. This is my house. How could I be wrong? Isn't it Luo Ping? Her daughter's name is Chu or something, I forgot. Xu Lingchen's pupils shrank and he heard the woman continue to say, the house opposite has always been occupied by this mother and daughter. They moved out a few years ago. I heard that they're going to live in a house in a luxurious community. Luo Ping even boasted to me about it. I thought she got rich by hooking up with a rich man, but I didn't expect that. She moved back recently. The woman looked at Xu Lingchen, who was dazed in the same place. Have you finished asking questions? Hurry up and leave. You're delaying my cooking. After that, she slammed the door shut. Xu Lingchen sat at the stairs until it got slightly dark. The corners of his mouth pursed slightly, and his profile was in the shadows. He looked as if he was lost in some blank contemplation, unable to recover for a long time. At this time, the old sensor light in the stairwell lit up, and someone went upstairs. Chu Lian had just walked around the corner. She walked briskly and seemed to be in a good mood. She was startled to see a dark shadow squatting at her door.
Chu Chu.
The dark shadow stood up and called out. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Lian frowned. Aiken? It's me. Why are you here? Chu Lian was surprised. Xu Lingchen lowered his eyes and saw the phone in Chu Lian's hand with the screen on. Chu was looking at the phone. But he never got a reply from her from beginning to end, and the phone stayed quietly in his pocket. Xu Lingchen explained to Chu Lian in a low voice why he was here. Neither you nor Aunt Chu replied to my message, and I couldn't get through on the phone. I was worried that something had happened to you.
Oh.
Is that so? Chu Lian was embarrassed for half a second. She didn't even notice that Xu Lingchen had sent her a message because she had blocked him a long time ago. Anyway, she couldn't get any money from him, and she couldn't expect him to hook up with a rich Xu, so why should she spend the time to reply to him every day? As for Chu's mother, Chu Lian guessed that Chu's mother had just come out of the mahjong hall, and her attitude towards Xu Lingchen should be similar to hers, and she didn't want to pay much attention to Xu Lingchen. Chu Lian did not explain or clarify. She just raised a gentle but perfunctory smile at the corner of her lips. Aiken, you think too much. What can happen to my mother and me? Xu Lingchen looked at Chu Lian's smile, and there was nothing unusual in his tone. He said, I'm afraid that those debt collectors will come.
No, Achen.
Hearing about the debt collection, Chu Lian's face did not show any fear or hatred as a person who has been harassed by debt collectors for many years. Instead, she said lightly, Didn't I tell you before? Those people haven't been here for a long time. They should have given up long ago. After listening to this, Xu Lingchen was silent for a long time. Chu Lian saw that Xu Lingchen was still standing there and didn't even intend to let Xu Lingchen into the house. She pretended to be puzzled and asked, Aiken, is there anything else? I was very tired after class today. She made up an excuse and wanted Xu Lingchen to leave on his own. She didn't have the time to deal with him anymore.
Yes.
Xu Lingchen said, Someone in the school forum is spreading rumors about you and Shijin. I helped you clarify it in the forum, but it's no use. Chu, you'd better come forward and clarify it yourself. Hearing this, Chu Lian's face suddenly became a little ugly, and her tone was panicked. You don't need to help me clarify it. Chu Lian spent a lot of time to hook up with Shijin. Everyone knows that Shijin, a rich boy from Beijing, is excellent in both character and academic performance. In less than 3 months, he was unanimously elected as the class monitor. After becoming the class monitor, He is very responsible and takes care of his classmates. But apart from the responsibilities and obligations of a class monitor, Shurjin seems gentle, but in fact he is somewhat difficult to approach. Chu Lian tried to show her kindness to him when he first came, but was always blocked by a vague sense of alienation. Thanks to Xu Lingchen's confession at the school gate, Chu Lian began to approach Shurjin openly from time to time, using the excuse that Shurjin had helped her out. Finally, with her unremitting efforts, the distance between the two was finally shortened from strangers to almost friends. Chu Lian knew about the post on the forum, and she was so happy about the scandal with Shurjin that she couldn't wait to see. Seeing that the post was getting more and more popular, there was no need for Xu Lingchen, a fool, to help her clarify it. Chu Lian's reaction was a bit big. She met Xu Lingchen's stunned look and realized it later. What I mean is, those who are innocent will be innocent. Ah Chen, if you go out of your way to clarify, it will seem like you are trying to cover up something. Xu Lingchen remembered many times before, when there were some rumors about him and Chu Chu would always be the first to explain that it was a misunderstanding. His eyes were ambiguous, but he still insisted. Chu, I think it would be better if you clarify it. Everyone in the forum thinks you two are together. Chu Lian was a little impatient why Xu Lingchen kept dwelling on this, and her tone was a little bad. I've already said, there's no need. Xu Lingchen's Adam's apple rolled, and he asked in disbelief. Chu, I can't see any rejection of the scandal with Shurjin on your face. Are you willing? Chu Lian pursed her lips and looked at Xu Lingchen. She thought, this fool has no value anyway, so there is no need for her to coax him. So, she didn't say anything and just agreed. What this means is self-evident. The air was silent for a few moments. Chu, didn't you say that you just regard Shurjin as the class monitor? Xu Lingchen's voice was dry. Didn't you say that you just want to study hard now and won't consider other things? Before Chu Lian could answer, a sarcastic female voice came first. Even if our Xiao Lian considers it later, she won't consider you. It was Chu's mother. She had just returned from the mahjong hall after playing mahjong. She had a small bag for her mobile phone hanging on her wrist. She walked up the steps, looked at Xu Lingchen, and glanced at him with disdain as if she was selecting goods. Xiao Chun, don't blame your aunt for not giving you a chance. I asked you to help people collect money before, but you didn't do it. Now you have no money and no house. My daughter is so outstanding. How can she consider you? Is she going to starve with you? Aunt Chu, debt collection is illegal and cannot be done. Apart from this, I will work hard to make money in other ways. Xu Lingchen said anxiously, Really, I've been working hard to make money recently, and I have made nearly 20,000. After the words fell, Chu's mother and Chu Lian looked at each other immediately. Really? Chu's mother's face changed in a second, and she was surprised and asked hurriedly, How did you make money? Where is the money? Let me see, I tell you, Xiaochen, Annie wants to change a mobile phone recently. Xu Lingchen explained awkwardly, The money is not with me. I can't take it out for the time being. The money he earned by raising his hand to answer questions and endorsements was not enough to make 200,000 yuan, and he could not withdraw it. When Chu's mother heard this, she was happy in vain. She immediately thought that Xu Lingchen was lying and her face fell. For the time being? I'm afraid you can't take it out for a long time. You can't take out a penny from your body now. Indeed, Xu Lingchen had only a meal card with money in his school bag, but the limit of the meal card could only be used at school and he couldn't withdraw money to spend. That's it. It's a waste of my expression. Mother Chu curled her lips and waved her hand. Okay, don't stand here. Annie won't keep you for dinner. You should go back quickly. After that, Mother Chu picked up the small bag, didn't even look at Xu Lingchen, opened the door, and went in. Xu Lingchen was stunned. He had never seen Mother Chu like this, nor had he been treated like this by Mother Chu. Aunt Chu seemed to have become a completely different person, and her attitude took a 180-degree turn. Aiken, you go back first. After Chu Lian said this, she also walked past Xu Lingchen and went home. The door was closed in front of Xu Lingchen. All the light inside the door was taken back, and the sensor lights in the corridor also dimmed. Xu Lingchen stood alone in the dark at a loss. For a long time, he hung his head, turned around, and went downstairs. No one from the Chu family cared about Xu Lingchen's emotions. Inside the house, Chu's mother couldn't wait to ask Chu Lian, "How is the progress between you and the rich young master in your class?" Chu Lian smiled comfortably. "After school, we have gone outside to review and read books together twice." Chu's mother, "Okay, that's good." Then Chu Lian frowned. "But there is one bad thing. There is Xu Lingchen as an obstacle. I can't wait to get involved with Shijin, but he went to clarify for me, which is so annoying. A young master from a wealthy family like Shijin would not like to deal with people who are entangled with gangsters." Chu Lian turned on her phone and saw that Xu Lingchen had sent another message. The content of the message was nothing more than promises like, in the future, he will make a lot of money and will never let her starve. Chu Lian was too lazy to read it all. All her focus is now on Shijin. The most important thing is that she doesn't believe that an uneducated gangster can make some money on his own in the future. Chu Lian showed the screen of her mobile phone to Chu's mother. At this time, the face that used to be pure and innocent was covered with a kind of materialism that was inconsistent with her age. It looked inexplicably a little broken. "I guess it's because I pretended too real in front of Xu Lingchen before. This fool hasn't reacted to what's going on yet. He thinks he did something wrong to make us angry. This kid is completely useless." Chu's mother snorted and reminded, "Don't let him delay your business with Shijin." Chu Lian, "Of course I know. Now that she has Shijin as her way out, she has to get rid of Xu Lingchen as quickly as possible." After a while, Chu Lian suddenly said, "Mom, you should call Xu Lingchen over again tomorrow." Mother Chu was puzzled. "What for?" Chu Lian said in an ambiguous tone, "I heard that my aunt just quit her job recently. Call my aunt here tomorrow." The next day, Xu Lingchen shamelessly asked Xu for an advance of 200 yuan from the money he earned from endorsing books. He begged Xu for leniency for a whole day. Xu looked at his mentally son quietly for a while and finally agreed. After school, Xu Lingchen reported to Xu, took his school bag, and ran away. Pei Muin came to find Xu and asked Xu, "Is Xu Lingchen not going to have dinner with them today?" "Well, he has something to do." Xu looked at Pei Muin, raised his hand and gently pinched the soft baby fat on the girl's face, and asked for her opinion. "Little Moose, can we have dinner a little later today?"
Okay.
Pei Muin nodded obediently. As long as she was with Sister Moose, she would be fine. Then she curiously asked Xu the reason. Xu blinked his peach blossom eyes and said mysteriously, "Because we have something to do, too." Xu Lingchen clutched the 200 yuan given by Xu and went straight to the supermarket to buy 2 boxes of milk. Last night, Chu Lian sent a message to Xu Lingchen saying that her aunt was back and asked him to come over for dinner. Xu Lingchen thought that Chu Lian and Chu's mother were not angry anymore, although he didn't know why they were angry. It was because he heard that Chu Lian's aunt was coming that he begged Xu to give him 200 yuan. It is impolite to meet Chu's relatives empty-handed. So, Xu Lingchen carried 2 boxes of milk all the way to the residential building where the Chu family was. "Go upstairs and knock on the door." "I'm coming." Chu Lian came over and opened the door. Xu Lingchen called out Aunt Chu as soon as he entered the room, and then he smiled and called out to the woman who had her back turned next to Chu's mother. "This must be Chu's aunt. No good word came out of his mouth. The woman turned around and showed her face. Xu Lingchen saw the woman who had abused him when he was a child in the orphanage. Xu Lingchen would never be able to forget the woman who abused him when he was sent to a children's orphanage when he was 4 years old. He still remembers the hideous viciousness on her face when she pinched him again and again, and the sharp pain that fell on his body. Even to this day, it still causes him to have nightmares from time to time. "Why are you here?" Xu Lingchen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he strode in with uncontrollable anger on his face. He was about to step forward and lift the woman's collar to question her. However, he then noticed that Chu's mother and this woman were sitting side by side and had a close relationship. "Aunt Chu, why is this person here?" Chu's mother smiled and said, "Oh, This is my sister, Xiaolian's aunt. Didn't I tell you yesterday that she would come over today?
What?
Xu Lingchen was confused for a moment, and he had the illusion that he had really recognized the wrong person. But he was clearly not wrong. He remembered her even if she turned into ashes. Aunt Chu, is it wrong? This is the woman who abused me in the welfare home. Don't you remember? Or did you find out that she abused me and reported her yourself? Chu's mother nodded without changing her expression. Yes, I reported her. It was naturally a lie to ask Xu Lingchen to come over for dinner today. The purpose was to make a quick decision and get rid of Xu Lingchen. So Mother Chu was too lazy to waste time and went straight to the point. She looked at Xu Lingchen almost cruelly and said, "Although I reported her, you may not know that I asked her to do this to you." Silence. Deathly silence. Xu Lingchen's head was buzzing, and he couldn't believe what he heard. You? Why? Mother Chu smiled. Of course it was to get close to you, Xiaochen. If you had stayed in the welfare home successfully, how could I get close to you? Your mother died, but she left you an orphan, a house in Yijinjiwen, and tens of thousands of living expenses every month. It was also a coincidence. My sister happened to be a temporary worker in that welfare home at the time, so I asked her to cooperate with me. After that, I pretended to report her, and she was taken away and locked up for a few days. And you also came back from the welfare home and naturally regarded me as a benefactor. Mother Chu curled her lips. We had coaxed you to give us the house, but we didn't expect that your mother mortgaged the house to someone else because of debts. We don't have any monthly living expenses anymore. It's really... Xu Lingchen felt dizzy and his body swayed. He couldn't help but take a step back. Aunt Chu, are your care and concern for me all these years all fake? Just for the house and money? Mother Chu didn't even hesitate and spoke clearly. Of course, you and I are not related. Without the house and money, who would be willing to continue coaxing you? Xu Lingchen was stunned. The clenched fists at his side began to tremble. The 2 boxes of milk in his hands seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds, so heavy that he couldn't hold them. He lowered his neck and noticed Chu Lian sitting next to him with his peripheral vision. Chu Lian heard the whole thing, but she looked indifferent. Xu Lingchen looked at Chu Lian with hope and asked in a dry voice, Chu, do you think so too? Chu Lian was browsing her phone. When she heard Xu Lingchen's words, she looked up, her face still pure and gentle. She held her forehead and said distressfully, Xu Lingchen, my classmates at school all know that you are pursuing me, but in fact, I really dislike people associating you and me together. Your academic performance is so poor and your reputation is so bad. This is a trouble for me. The disgust in Chu Lian's eyes was no longer hidden, and it was all revealed. Xu Lingchen slowly put the 2 boxes of milk on the ground. The joy and expectation before coming were gone. He suddenly said in a low voice, Aunt Chu, I waited for you at the door for several hours after school yesterday, but I couldn't contact you. I thought it was the debt collectors who came to harass you. Only Chu's mother sneered, as if she had just remembered, and said to Xu Lingchen, to tell you the truth, there has never been any debt collection. Xiaolian and I have never owed any debt. This is just an excuse to move into your house in Eugene Garden. So there is such a difference between hearing from other people and getting confirmation from the parties involved. He couldn't deceive himself anymore and lie to himself that the aunt across the street was maliciously making up stories. The last light in Xu Lingchen's eyes was completely extinguished. He looked at Chu's mother numbly, and then at Chu Lian. The 2 people in front of him who were particularly familiar to him were now so unfamiliar that he couldn't recognize them. Chu's mother looked at Xu Lingchen with disdain and finally said, I hope you will be more conscious and stay away from Xiao Lian in the future. You are a gangster with nothing, and you are not worthy of her. Xu Lingchen didn't know how he left the Chu family residential area. Through the glass window, Chu's mother saw his back and said worriedly, We won't force him too much, will we? He knows now that he has been deceived. If he does something to ruin your relationship with Shi Jin.
No.
Chu Lian was determined and not panicked at all. He won't. Chu Lian knew Xu Lingchen too well. Xu Lingchen looked irritable, but actually he had a kind of kindness in his bones that she thought was stupid. Whoever was good to him, he would return his enthusiasm tenfold. Even if they had a falling out, he would never resort to underhanded tricks and rather perish together. It was estimated that before his mother, who died young, he had been living in a carefree environment and was well protected, so he was soft-hearted and simple, and so easy to deceive. Xu Lingchen walked to the street absent-mindedly. Many scenes flashed before his eyes. Sometimes it was Chu's mother feeding him patiently. Sometimes Chu's mother taking care of him with a fever with a distressed expression. Sometimes Chu Lian smiling and reaching out to him who fell to the ground. And sometimes Chu Lian pursed her lips and gently called him Idiot Aiken. Sometimes the two of them were in the same frame, Chu's mother with messy hair and a disheveled body, and Chu Lian, with a pale face, complained to him that she was tortured by debt collectors and was miserable. There was a cold hammer smashing down hard, and all the scenes were like. It was shattered like a mirror, revealing the ugly word deception behind the fragments.
Fake.
It's all fake. Xu Lingchen couldn't accept that he had been living in a scam all his life. His 3 views were about to collapse. He sat down on the ground under a street lamp, feeling confused and at a loss. At this time, as if to suit the occasion, it began to rain. He didn't notice that a black car was slowly following him. Not far behind him the window was lowered. Xu looked at the young man's distraught figure like a defeated little lion. Sister Moose, is he okay? Pei Muin didn't know what exactly happened. After coming out of school, Sister Moose and she went to an intersection to wait. After more than 10 minutes, they saw Xu Lingchen coming over. Xu replied to Pei Muin that everything would be fine soon. Then she asked Pei Muin to wait in the car, and then she pushed open the car door, got out, and walked towards Xu Lingchen. The cold raindrops fell and hit Xu Lingchen's slightly raised face. The next second, the rain was blocked, and there was a shadow above his head. Xu Lingchen looked up. Seeing Xu in surprise, his eyes, which were already a little red, couldn't help but become even redder, and the emotions blocked in his chest leaked out a gap of grievance. Mom? Xu held an umbrella in his hand, bent down, and said to him, "Bad boy, get up and go home." Xu Lingchen was obviously still immersed in sadness. Xu looked at the little idiot in front of him as if he was looking at the heroine in a melodrama, and then he heard him say, "Mom, move the umbrella away. I want to get in the rain for a while." 17 or 18 years old is the age when middle school students are going crazy. Maybe not. Xu raised an eyebrow and directly broke the hypocritical atmosphere. The weather forecast says that the rain will not last for more than a few minutes. Almost as soon as the words fell, Xu took away the umbrella with an expressionless face. The rain stopped. Shillingchen. He muttered and cursed. This weather, why does it keep bullying me? I can't even get wet in the rain. His voice sounded inexplicably aggrieved. Xu suggested, "You can go home and take a shower. Our shower room costs 3 or 400,000 yuan. You can get wet until the end of time." She stretched out her hand to Shillingchen. Huh? Xu Lingchen looked at the snow-white hand handed to him by his mother, paused for a moment, and held it. Yujinjiwen 1,600. Today's dinner is a takeaway from a private restaurant nearby. The atmosphere was a little silent. Pei Muin realized that Xu Lingchen might have encountered something unhappy. She politely did not ask, but silently put a bottle of Coke in front of Xu Lingchen, trying to quietly coax him into happiness in this way.
Thank you.
Xu Lingchen spoke in a low voice, not in a very good mood. After dinner, Pei Muin did not stay long, and went back upstairs early. Xu walked her to the door. The door was closed. Xu walked through the entrance and returned to the living room. He saw the little idiot still in that posture, sitting on the sofa, with his neck lowered dejectedly. Xu Lingchen found it difficult to talk about the mother and daughter of the Chu family. He was still struggling and distressed about how to explain his abnormal behavior, but he did not expect that Xu did not take the initiative to ask him about his plans. It was as if she did not see his abnormal appearance and gave him enough space, as if his mother would not ask rashly if he did not say anything. A kind of benign disregard. After getting caught in the rain, Shu Shu asked Shu Lingchen to take a hot shower when he returned home. Probably because of his mood, he wiped his hair perfunctorily, and the ends of his hair were still wet. There was a buzzing sound. A warm breeze blew on Shu Lingchen. On his side, Shu Shu held a hair dryer in one hand and used the other hand to fiddle with the red, yellow, and blue chicken coop hair. Do you want to go to class tomorrow with 2 snots hanging from your nose, and then them when you are thirsty? Shu Lingchen paused at first, and then slowly relaxed, feeling the warmth from the wind and the warm and soft fingertips of his mother. In just 2 minutes, his hair was dried. The wind was turned off. Go back to your room and rest early. Shu Shu still didn't ask anything, and his tone was still lazy as usual. He unplugged the hairdryer, rolled up the cord, put it away, and was about to walk towards his bedroom after saying this. Just when he was about to reach the door,
Mom.
Shu Lingchen spoke. Shu Shu turned around immediately. Huh. Shu Lingchen lowered his head awkwardly again, as if he was choosing how to start. Shu Shu didn't urge him, and walked over again, and sat down on the sofa next to Shu Lingchen, looking ready to listen, waiting for him patiently. Mom, I went to Aunt Chu's house after school today, after a long time. Shu Lingchen's mosquito-like voice was heard saying, Do you remember what I told you about the woman who abused me in the welfare home? Remember? Of course Shu Shu would not forget. She had seen it live in her dream. That woman is Aunt Chu's sister. It was Aunt Chu who ordered her to abuse me, and I reported her personally. She wanted me to be unable to stay in the welfare home, and I was grateful to her, just to get the house upstairs that you left for me, and the monthly living expenses from the insurance fund. Shu Lingchen finished speaking with a difficult tone, and at the end, his head lowered even more, almost buried in his chest. For a long while, he did not hear Shu Shu's response, and he looked up out of curiosity. But he did not see the expected shocked expression of his mother, but her expression could be said to be calm. Mom, why are you not surprised at all? Shu Shu was not surprised. She knew that the mother and daughter of the Chu family were not good people, but she did not expect that the trick in Shu Lingchen's welfare home was like this. She said, I guess that there would be a day when you would be driven out by the mother and daughter of the Chu family. Shu Lingchen was shocked. How did you guess it? Having said this, Shu Shu didn't plan to hide it from Shu Lingchen and said directly, I took back the house upstairs on purpose, and I also deliberately withdrew your insurance fund. After a few seconds of silence, Shu Lingchen suddenly reacted. You already knew that Aunt Chu and Chu Chu were just after my house and money.
Yeah.
Isn't this very obvious? Then why didn't you tell me? Shu Shu chuckled. Didn't I tell you? I was going to pick up a knife and chop them on the first day I came here, which idiot stopped me. Also, which idiot was fooled by a few words after knowing that Chu's mother was faking illness to cheat money. The idiot Shu Lingchen lowered his head in embarrassment and finally reminded weakly, Mom, it's illegal to chop people. And you still blame me for not telling you. Shu Shu didn't plan to let the little idiot go. He took out his mobile phone, clicked on something, and put it in front of Shu Lingchen. Show me. Shu Lingchen took it and was stunned. A short drama was playing on his phone. He didn't understand at first why Shu Shu asked him to watch this, and he watched one episode after another in a daze. Less than 3 minutes later, he saw Hongwen. This son is so stupid. This woman is a bad one. His mother has produced evidence, but he doesn't believe it. He dares to talk to his mother like this. He is so stupid. Shu Lingchen said angrily. He was so angry that he wanted to rush into the screen and drag the male protagonist out to beat him up, but he heard, yeah, what a stupid son. Shu Shu's lazy teasing voice came from the side. Shu Lingchen choked, looked at Shu Shu, and then looked at his mobile phone. Suddenly, he realized why the setting of this short drama was similar to him.
Mom, I'm sorry.
Shu Lingchen immediately understood that his mother didn't want to have an unpleasant quarrel with him, like in this stupid skit. The boy lowered his head in shame again. The next second, the sofa beside him sank slightly, and a white hand was placed on his head, rubbing it comfortingly. No need to apologize. Shu Shu said to him, Xiaochen, it is always difficult to teach people, but things can teach people once or twice. I do this not to laugh at you, but to tell you that as your mother, I can always cover the cost of your trial and error. Xu Lingchen looked up blankly. He looked at Xu Xu and saw his mother's beautiful and lazy peach eyes, which were as gentle as in his memory. She tilted her head. What I mean is, don't be afraid. Your mother will protect you in the future, do you understand? Xu Lingchen felt a sore nose after hearing this. Why did he choose to deceive himself and pretend that he didn't know after hearing the aunt next door say that the Chu family didn't owe any debts yesterday? It was because his mother left too early at that time, leaving him alone. It is conceivable that a child of only 4 years old has a weak ability to withstand. He would always wake up crying in fear at night, but he realized that his mother was gone and there was no one to protect him. A large part of Xu Lingchen's blind trust in the mother and daughter of the Chu family came from a serious lack of security. He was afraid of loneliness and longed for warmth. Since Xu Xu came back, Xu Lingchen felt that every day was like a dream, and he was afraid that one day he would wake up and the dream would disappear. His heart was always floating uneasily, like a little beast without a landing place. But at this moment in front of him, his mother is real, and the temperature from her palms is also warm. All these tell him that his mother is really back. From now on, he will never be alone again. The grievances and longings that had been piled up in his chest suddenly burst out like a tide. The boy could no longer hold back. He bent his neck, leaned his head on Xu Xu's shoulder, and choked up in his mother's long-lost arms. Xu Xu sighed slightly, his heart softened, and raised his hand to rub the back of his son's head. Just like when he was a child and was scared by thunder and said in a baby voice, "Mom, protect me," she did the same and then said to him, "Rub, rub, don't scare me." In the living room, Shilingchen cried for a long time. While crying, he suddenly heard Xu Xu's strange voice coming from above his head. "Hey Shilingchen, I find that your hair color matches your white hands very well." Xu Xu spread out the back of his hand and put it on Xu Lingchen's red, yellow, and blue hair to show off. Xu Lingchen really wanted to ask, "Mom, are you polite?" He was still crying sadly. He straightened his back, moved away from Xu Xu's shoulder, turned his head, and quickly wiped his tears with his sleeve. He was still sobbing in the last second, and now he began to feel embarrassed again. "Well, Mom, let's discuss something." For a long while, he was awkward, and there was still a trace of crying in his voice. "Can you please not tell anyone about what happened just now? If it gets out, my reputation as a school bully will be damaged." Before Xu Lingchen finished speaking, he heard the sound of a camera click. Turning around, Xu Xu was pointing the camera at him. "Mom, what are you doing?" Xu Xu lowered his eyes to admire the new photos in the album and replied, "Oh, I'm recording you crying." In the photo, the boy's short hair was blown dry and frizzed up like a mini lion's head. Under the hair, his eyes were red and his cheeks were wet. He looked like a little turkey caught in the rain. He looked so pitiful. "Xu Lingchen," Xu Xu asked, "By the way, did you keep the camera I used before? There are a lot of your photos saved in it. I want to transfer them all to my mobile phone." Xu Lingchen was a super handsome little boy when he was young, but he was also a little crybaby. He loved to cry at every turn, and his pair of black eyes were as pure as glass soaked in water. Most parents may find the crying of children annoying, but Xu Xu always takes pictures with interest and sighs as he takes pictures. Babies are so cute when they cry. Then little Xu Lingchen cried even more sadly. He really loved to cry at that time. He cried when he was woken up too early, cried when he ate delicious food too quickly, and cried when he couldn't. Xu Xu bought a camera specifically to take pictures of him crying, and took a lot of pictures. So for Xu Lingchen, who has grown up now, those are completely his dark history. Absolutely.
Cannot
Hand over
the camera. No.
He denied it categorically, and hurriedly planned to hide all of his mother's previous relics when Xu Xu was not paying attention. "I don't remember any camera, it should be gone." Hearing him say this, Xu Xu nodded. "That's a pity." Xu Lingchen breathed a sigh of relief and felt fortunate that he had protected his innocence. After being disturbed by Xu's disturbance, his originally low mood was greatly dissipated. Angshi number 3 Middle School. That morning during a break, Sister Xu, Bo Luozai came over like a thief, looked at Xu Lingchen, who was lying on the desk listlessly, and asked Xu, "It's been 2 days. Brother Chen has been in this state for 2 days. What's wrong? What happened?" Xu kept writing the questions with the pen in his hand and answered without raising his head. "Oh, he sealed his heart and locked up his love."
What?
Bo Luozai was stunned. He guessed, could it be that because of the scandal post about Chu Xiaohua and Xingshi in the forum, Brother Chen was jealous and unhappy? At noon, Xu and Pei Muin went to eat together, while Xu Lingchen and Bo Luozi went with a group of people. After eating, they walked towards the classroom. When passing by the canteen, Xu Lingchen put his hands in his pockets and looked straight ahead. Bo Luozi reminded him, "Brother Chen, we have passed the canteen. Isn't today the day you send yogurt to the school beauty Chu every week? You don't want to buy yogurt?" Hearing this, Xu Lingchen paused slightly. But it was only a pause of less than half a second, and he didn't even turn his head. No. Bo Luozi and the people around him looked at each other, as if something big had happened. "Brother Chen." Bo Luozi quickly caught up with him and said to Xu Lingchen angrily, "Brother Chen, you don't need to be sad about that post. After school, we brothers will go to block that guy named Shi and tell him to stay away from the school beauty Chu, otherwise he will be in trouble." Xu Lingchen stopped and looked over. "Zhao Heping."
Ah?
Bo Luozi was surprised. Brother Chen rarely called him by his full name so seriously. Then he heard Xu Lingchen ask him, "Are you sick in the head?" "No, my head is fine." Bo Luozi scratched his head. Xu Lingchen was speechless for a second. With drooping eyelids, he simply said, "I won't deliver yogurt anymore." The boy said in a light voice, "I won't deliver it anymore in the future." After that, he continued to walk forward. About 2 days later, Xu Lingchen seemed to relax and was back to normal. As if nothing had happened, he still took the textbook to Xu to recite classical Chinese. Xu looked at him for a while and said, "Start reciting." Then when Xu Lingchen finished reciting, Xu took the account book and wanted to record his reward. The part-time project she mentioned is still valid. Just as she was about to press the refill to write, she was stopped. "No need."
Huh?
Xu looked over and heard Xu Lingchen's voice say in a low voice, "Mom, I know the purpose of your part-time job is to make me attend classes and study well.
Cancel it.
From now on, I will start to study hard." Xu's eyebrows slowly raised, looking quite surprised. He did not respond to Xu Lingchen first, but leaned out of the window to look. She muttered, "What's the wind today?" Xu Lingchen. He was slightly embarrassed and said seriously, "I'm not kidding, I really mean it when I said I would study hard." Xu looked at him for a while and raised his hand to cover his mouth. "Oh my God, did the Bodhisattva really show up?" Xu Lingchen was stunned. Just when he was curious and wanted to ask his mother when she had been to the temple without him, he saw Xu take out his mobile phone, click on the full-body photo of the Bodhisattva, put the mobile phone neatly against the pile of books, then put his hands together, put them on his forehead, closed his eyes, and worshipped. Xu Lingchen's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but complain, "Mom, it would be strange if this worked." Xu replied calmly, "Sincere heart will work." After school, Pei Muin came to find Xu with her school bag on her back, and Xu Lingchen asked where they were going to eat. Xu said, "No, let's go somewhere first." 15 minutes later, the three got off at the entrance of the most prosperous shopping mall in the city center. Xu followed the sign and pressed the elevator. In the busy shopping mall, the transparent elevator went up all the way. Arriving at the floor, Xu Lingchen looked around, confused. "What are you doing here?" "Haircut." She had long been annoyed with that head of turkey feathers. The elevator door opened, and Xu walked straight to a barbershop with a very stylish decoration.
What?
Xu Lingchen stopped right where he was when he heard the word haircut, with a face full of resistance. "I won't go. My hairstyle is so cool. No one can touch it." Maybe there is something wrong with your aesthetic sense. A head of turkey feathers. It's so ugly. As he said that, Shu Shu turned his head to Pei Muin for approval and asked, "Are you right, Xiaomuzi?" Pei Muin, who was cued, also looked at the top of Shu Lingchen's head and then nodded. Shu Shu, look, we all think it doesn't look good. 2 votes against 1 vote. The minority obeys the majority. Go in and cut it off.
Huh.
When did the voting start? Why are there only 3 of us? Shu Lingchen protested. If you have the guts, get Polo and the others to vote. You 2 are in the same group, so of course you should stand on one side. Hearing the words "you 2 are in the same group," Pei Muin's eyes lit up, as if she was particularly pleased, and silently moved closer to Shu Shu. Shu Lingchen stubbornly stiffened his neck. Anyway, this hairstyle has been with me for several years, and I will never change it. Come here.
No.
Shu Shu narrowed his eyes. Can you come over?
No.
Then Shu Shu stopped talking nonsense and walked toward Shu Lingchen. Shu Lingchen immediately stepped back vigilantly, turned around, and started to run. But before he could run 2 steps, his collar was grabbed, and he was frozen in place. Then the guests on this floor of the mall saw this scene. A non-mainstream shamat boy was clinging to the railing with both hands, and a beautiful girl with peach blossom eyes easily carried the boy into the barber shop at the back with her hands, just like carrying a chicken. Inside the shop, a staff member in work clothes with a headset hanging on his ear came over and smiled politely. "Hello, customer. Who wants to get their hair done?" "Him." Shu Shu pressed Shu Lingchen on a chair. "Not me." Shu Lingchen was about to jump up like a loach, and Shu Shu smiled sinisterly. "You'd better cooperate while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, I don't mind knocking you out and letting the barber come over. But when you wake up, I may not be able to guarantee that you will not become a boiled egg." Threat. This is a threat. In order not to become bald, Shu Lingchen struggled for a long time and finally had to compromise. Shu Shu flipped through the album handed over by the hairdresser, then stopped at a page, pointed and said, "Dye his hair back to black first, and then cut this." "Okay." Shu Lingchen was wrapped in an apron, with a look of despair on his face, and let the hairdresser apply lotion on his hair. The grade of the store is not low. There is a comfortable light fragrance in the air. There is a special place for people to rest next to it, with tea and desserts. Shu Shu and Pei Muin each ordered a piece of tiramisu. While waiting, Shu Shu took out his mobile phone again and searched for the latest news about art related to his daughter. Pei Muin, who was sitting next to him, eating tiramisu in small bites with a small plate, accidentally glanced at Shu Shu's screen with a curious look on her face. "Sister Moose, do you usually pay attention to the violin?" Shu Shu naturally couldn't tell Xiao Moose that he was looking at these things because he was looking for his daughter, so he made up another excuse. "I saw it and just took a look." This barbershop is high-end and efficient. 2.5 hours later, Shu Lingchen's hairstyle was done. Shu Shu and Pei Muin looked over. They saw in front of the mirror that the boy's originally frizzy and long turkey feathers disappeared, turning into a neat black short hair. Shu Shu chose a short and messy hairstyle for Shu Lingchen. 2 small sideburns were trimmed on both sides of the earlobes, layered upwards, and the hair was slightly longer. The ends of the hair in front of the forehead were more than an inch above the eyebrows, revealing the whole face clearly. He was good-looking when he was a child, and with the genes of his parents, he was destined not to grow crooked when he grew up. The boy had dark eyes, a straight nose, and just the right thin lips. The face was more and more consistent with the person in his memory. If the eyes were colder and more indifferent, it would be more like. Shu Shu was dazed for a moment, but that emotion disappeared quickly, and her face returned to normal. She raised her eyebrows and walked around Shu Lingchen twice, and nodded repeatedly. "Not bad." Pei Muin stared at Shu Lingchen in a daze. She felt that Shu Lingchen's appearance after his haircut was so familiar. Shu Lingchen touched the back of his neck uncomfortably. He felt so uncomfortable with the new hairstyle. Shu Shu paid the money with satisfaction. The 3 of them came out of the barbershop and still did not go to eat. They took the elevator to the luxury clothing store upstairs. Shu Lingchen had only heard that women go crazy when shopping. But now he saw it with his own eyes. Shu pulled out a few pieces on the hanger, then pointed at Xu Lingchen and said, "Please let the model try on the rest of the clothes on the shelf and buy him clothes." The clerk immediately called over several male models who were about the same height and build as Xu Lingchen. It was like a catwalk show. From clothes to pants to shoes, whole sets were displayed. The clerks in clothing stores of this level all have sharp eyes. Although Shu looked young and still looked like a student, he had a faint sense of nobility all over his body. The clerks were very dedicated and enthusiastic in receiving him. Sure enough, when it came time to check out, Shu placed a 7-digit order without blinking. Xu Lingchen looked at the dazzling array of packaging bags and was a little surprised. "Is it too much?" "Not much," Shu said in a casual tone. "Just buy these for now, and when I have time, I'll have someone come to your house to measure your size and make custom clothes. In short, no more ripped jeans and ghost skull t-shirts are allowed in your wardrobe." Xu Lingchen muttered in a low voice to express his disagreement. "I think my ripped jeans and skull clothes are all good." Shu nodded perfunctorily. "Yeah, they're good. I'll frame them for you and hang them on the head of your bed to enjoy them every day." Xu Lingchen: "You don't have to carry the packaging bags back in person. The clothing store will have someone to deliver them to your door." After Shu filled in the address and contact information, he prepared to take the 2 children to eat downstairs. Turning around, he found Pei Muin still standing there, staring at Xu Lingchen with her head tilted up and blinking. She was like this when she came out of the barber shop just now, with a look of surprise on her cute baby fat face. Shu thought that Pei Muin was surprised by Xu Lingchen's transformation. When he saw Xu Lingchen, who was embarrassed by being stared at, told Pei Muin to stop looking at him awkwardly, he couldn't help laughing. The next day, because Polo copied Shu's multiple-choice questions in the last monthly exam, his grade soared to the top 300 in the grade. His father was so happy that he doubled his pocket money, saying that his son finally knew to study hard. In order to match this character and please his father, Polo went to school very early these 2 days. He held a meat bun in his mouth and walked towards the classroom with his school bag on one shoulder. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a strange pretty boy sitting in the seat that originally belonged to Brother Chen. The pretty boy had short black hair, a pure white t-shirt with a collar, and a pair of long legs wrapped in black sweatpants were propped up on the crossbar under the desk. "Who the Hades are you?" Polo raised his hand to take the meat bun, rushed over and glared, and pulled the pretty boy's shoulder without any hesitation. "Who gave you the courage to sit in my Brother Chen's seat? Are you tired of living?" Bo Luozai rolled up his sleeves and was about to have a big fight with the pretty boy when he heard Zhao Heping, "Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Such a familiar voice. Bo Luozai was stunned and looked at the pretty boy with a cold face and said in surprise, "What the Hades? Why does your voice sound exactly like my Brother Chen?" "What are you talking about?" Bo Luozai took another closer look, then took 2 steps back in fear. "Brother Chen, you had plastic surgery? You look so handsome. I had your second uncle and third aunt's face." Xu Lingchen said expressionlessly, "I just changed my hair." The bell rang for the last class in the morning. At noon, on the way from the teaching building to the cafeteria, a group of people passed by together. The girls passing by frequently turned their heads to look over. To be precise, they were looking at the boy in the white t-shirt in the middle of the crowd. Shy discussions followed. "What a handsome boy. I've never seen him in our school. Is he another transfer student from somewhere else? I thought Shurjin, the monitor of Class 1, Grade 12, was good-looking, but I didn't expect there would be someone even more handsome. Hey, why is he walking with those gangsters from Class 12? No, handsome guys should stay away from bad gangsters." "Wait. He looks so familiar. That's Xu Lingchen?" Ever since Chu Lian and Xu Lingchen had their showdown that day, he really hadn't come to see her again. After getting rid of the piece of sticky candy, Chu Lian felt relieved. From now on, she could pursue Shurjin with peace of mind. At that time, Chu Lian was queuing up at the school cafeteria with her classmates. Suddenly, a group of people came from the back of the queue, and there was a noise. Zhang Lu behind her poked Chu Lian on the back. "Xiao Lian, It seems that Xu Lingchen's group is coming. Chu Lian didn't even turn her head. Her personality in school was that of a rich lady, so her posture was always like this, with her chin slightly raised, looking unmoved. The next second, Zhang Lu exclaimed, "Oh my god, is that really Xu Lingchen? How did he become so handsome?" "What?" Chu Lian frowned slightly and subconsciously looked in the direction of Zhang Lu's shocked gaze, and then she froze in place. She only saw the little gangster who always wore a pair of white furry sneakers, exuded a poor atmosphere all over his body, and was not presentable at all, appeared in front of her as if he had been reborn. With neat black short hair, a three-dimensional face, and a sharp and smooth jawline, the boy was only wearing a simple white t-shirt and black trousers, standing in the crowd, and was particularly eye-catching. "This is Xu Lingchen." Chu Lian couldn't believe her eyes. But looking at the familiar people who always followed him, if it wasn't Xu Lingchen, who else could it be? Not only Chu Lian couldn't believe it, but the people around her also made various surprised gasps. They were all talking about how Xu Lingchen had become very handsome. Zhang Lu behind her leaned over and asked curiously, "Xiao Lian, what's going on?" Chu Lian said, "I don't know." Looking at the girl's eyes secretly looking at her, Zhang Lu smiled and said, "So, what if he becomes more handsome? Isn't it true that you, Xiao Lian, are the only one he can see in his eyes? Everyone in the school knows that Xu Lingchen likes you, and no one else." Sure enough, when those eyes noticed Chu Lian was here, they all retracted their gazes. If in the past, Chu Lian felt that being pursued by Xu Lingchen, who was full of poverty, was a shameful thing, then now, being pursued by Xu Lingchen, who had changed so much, her heart suddenly floated, and she felt satisfied. Zhang Lu said with certainty, "Xu Lingchen has 2 bottles of yogurt in his pocket. You see, he must want to give them to you, Xiao Lian, when the line comes over." Chu Lian did not speak to express her opinion, but she thought so in her heart. She even slowed down her pace unconsciously, waiting for the team next to her intentionally or unintentionally. After a while, Xu Lingchen and his group also came over. Chu Lian and Xu Lingchen were almost at the lunch entrance. When Baoyuo saw Chu Lian, he quickly patted Xu Lingchen on the shoulder and reminded him in a low voice, "Brother Chen, Chu is the school beauty." Chu Lian also heard what Baoyuo said, but she pretended not to hear it and waited for Xu Lingchen to come over and hand her the yogurt as usual. Although she said excessive words to Xu Lingchen that day, she was always sure that Xu Lingchen would not let her go. However, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and 20 seconds passed. Chu Lian did not wait for Xu Lingchen. She only heard the boy's faint voice in her ears, asking the aunt at the food counter to serve the food. After serving, he stood up, holding the plate, and walked to the other side without looking around, as if he didn't see her at all. Chu Lian was stunned where she was. Zhang Lu widened his eyes and blurted out, "Xiao Lian, what is Xu Lingchen doing? Doesn't he see you are here?" The people around were also surprised by this scene. In the past, wherever Chu Lian and Xu Lingchen were, Xu Lingchen could always be seen following Chu Lian like a pervert. But today, Xu Lingchen ignored Chu Lian. What happened? Has he changed his personality? Polo, who is standing behind Xu Lingchen, said, "I thought it was my illusion that Brother Chen would no longer like Chu Lian. It turns out to be true." One of the followers nearby said, "In fact, I secretly saw that day that Brother Chen deleted all of Chu Lian's WeChat and QQ. It seems like he didn't have any attachment to her at all." These words caused another sigh in the ears of the people around. After all, they all knew that Xu Lingchen had begged for Chu's contact information in the beginning. He actually deleted it. It seems that Xu Lingchen really doesn't like Chu Lian anymore. Suddenly, everyone looked at Chu Lian with complicated eyes and a sense of watching a show. The expression on Chu Lian's innocent little face froze imperceptibly, and she felt extremely embarrassed. Zhang Lu pouted and raised her voice deliberately and said to those who were looking over, "It's better if Xu Lingchen doesn't like Xiao Lian anymore. A little gangster like him who is uneducated and has caused so much trouble to Xiao Lian before. His love is worthless. Who cares?" Hearing this, Chu Lian calmed down. Yes, her target was Jin. She originally wanted to kick Shu Lingchen, who was a burden, away. It would be better if he didn't bother her. Chu Lian told herself to cover up, but despite this, she still felt an extreme imbalance in her heart. Shu Lingchen handed the 2 bottles of yogurt in his pocket to Shu Shu and Pei Muin, and then went over there to sit with Boluozi and the others. Shu Shu turned his head and looked at his son for a while, and found that there was nothing unusual on his face. Pei Muin also heard some of the discussions just now. She felt like she had eaten a melon. She covered her mouth with her chubby hands and asked Shu Shu in a low voice, "Sister, is Chu Lian the girl that Shu Lingchen liked before?" Shu Shu, yeah. Oh. Pei Muin nodded and sighed softly. Fortunately, he doesn't like her anymore now. Shu Shu heard it, raised his eyebrows, and asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Meeting Shu Shu's eyes, Pei Muin was stunned, and immediately hurriedly clarified, "Sister, I am not a person who likes to say bad things about others." "Well, I know you are not that kind of child. It's just..." Pei Muin hesitated for a moment, and said in a soft voice, "When I first transferred to number 3 middle school, when I arrived at class 1, Chu Lian took the initiative to talk to me, and suggested that if I felt lonely sitting alone, she could move in to be my desk mate. She helped me get new books, and told me what progress I was making in the number 3 middle school courses. These are all things that good people would do. But I rejected her all because I just felt that Chu Lian's gentle tone when she spoke to me, and the smile on her face, were not sincere, and she was not a sincere person. In my previous school, many classmates treated me well in this way, and I was very happy. I treated them all as my best friends, but I accidentally heard her say behind my back that I was a fat pig, and that she made friends with me just because she saw that I was rich and could use me as a sucker to spend my money. Chu Lian, with them, it seems." After listening, Shu Shu was silent for a moment. He just felt that Moose's intuition was really accurate, and she could see Chu Lian's true inner appearance at a glance. But when he thought about it, he felt particularly distressed that her sensitive perception was only developed after experiencing deception again and again. Shu Shu touched Pei Muin's thin and warm hair and wanted to change this heavy topic, so he asked, "Then how does little Moose feel about me?" The girl with baby fat on her cheeks raised a pair of watery peach eyes and looked at Shu Shu with starlight in her eyes. "Sister Moose is a very kind person," she said shyly. "In fact, the first time I saw you in the dessert shop, I felt that you were so kind, the kind of feeling that I couldn't help but want to get close to you. From childhood to adulthood, you are the second person who makes me feel this way. Sister, can we always be good friends?" Shu Shu smiled. "Of course." She also likes Moose very much. Pei Muin stretched out her hand again and asked, "Then, can we make a pinky promise?" "Okay." Shu Shu immediately stretched out his hand to respond to Pei Muin and gently hooked her soft little finger with his little finger and said to her, "Let's make a pinky promise. No changes for 100 years. Stamp it, and it's established." Pei Muin was very happy, and her peach blossom eyes narrowed with laughter. Seeing her smile, Shu Shu's mood also surprisingly became happy. After lunch, on the way back to the teaching building, Shu Shu reminded Pei Muin, "The day after tomorrow is the school's unified monthly exam. It is also your first monthly exam since you came to number 3 middle school. You can ask me if you don't understand anything." "Okay, thank you, sister." Pei Muin responded very well, but when she lowered her eyes, there flashed a few rays of light in her eyes as if she had made up her mind and made some plans. The monthly exam lasted for a total of 2 days and passed in the blink of an eye. The 3rd day after the weekend was the day when the monthly exam results were announced. Teacher Huang, the head teacher of the top class 1, felt dizzy on this day. The reason was simple. The results of 6 subjects of Pei Muin, who had just transferred from the Noble School in Beijing, came out with a total score of 0. Yes, that's right, the total score was 0. Except for the 3 characters of Pei Muin's name, the 6 test papers looked the same when they were handed to Pei Muin. She handed in a blank paper. This was something that had never happened in teacher Huang's teaching career in the top class. But the other party was a precious person, so teacher Huang could only call people into the classroom and ask in a soft voice what was going on. Was it because he was not used to the learning environment, or did he encounter something unhappy? Pei Muin lowered her head, folded her fingers and pinched them, and apologized obediently. Nothing, I'm sorry. Teacher, I don't have any opinion about you, she said in a small voice, but I heard before that students with poor grades in the grade will be assigned to the last class. After hearing what Pei Muin said, teacher Huang still had something to understand. It turned out that this little ancestor had not given up the idea of going to class 12 and deliberately took 60 points. Who was in class 12? Teacher Huang's head hurt even more. How could she clearly tell the real reason why she was not allowed to go to class 12? But she had to be responsible for the other students in the class, so she hurried to ask the school for instructions. The next day, the higher-ups actually relented. They agreed to let Pei Muin go to class 12. Senior 2, 12 class. The last class that afternoon was the class of the head teacher, Lao Lu. When the bell rang, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and asked all the students who were preparing to pack their bags to stop and be quiet for a moment. Classmates, there is a new student in our class. Why is there a new student? Who is it? After hearing what the head teacher said, those who had left the bench had to sit back reluctantly. Teacher, is there another transfer student from another school? The head teacher, Lao Lu, shook his head and denied it, saying, no, this new student is from class 1. What? Did I hear correctly? How can a student from the top class 1 come to our class 12? Suddenly, there were bursts of surprised and dissenting voices all around, expressing disbelief. Not to mention them. In fact, even Lao Lu himself found it incredible. When the head of the grade came to inform him of this matter before class, he was confused. He didn't understand why the charm of his class suddenly rose sharply in recent times. Shu was not very curious. She was looking under the desk, looking at the store review post of the specialty food recommended by Xiao Moose, which they were going to eat after school later, and then the next second she heard Shu Lingchun next to her exclaim in surprise. Hey, is it her? Who is it? Shu subconsciously looked up and followed her, stunned. Then he saw the head teacher, Lao Lu, waving at the classroom door. The chubby girl, with her soft white fingers clasped on the straps of her school bag, followed Lao Lu in obediently. Little Moose? Shu was surprised. The student who transferred from class 1 turned out to be Little Moose? Shu suddenly remembered that Xiao Muzi said that she was the reason why she transferred from Jingshi to Angshi No. 3 middle school. Now she was transferred from class 1 to class 12. This kid is really... Shu felt a little bit amused. Sure enough, Xiao Muzi looked over everyone and looked straight at her. After seeing her, she smiled with her baby fat cheeks puffed up, and her peach blossom eyes were faintly shining with expectation and excitement. She waved at her quietly from below. Shu raised her eyebrows and smiled in response. The head of the grade had told Lao Lu that the girl in class 1 was shy and introverted, so Lao Lu took the initiative to introduce her to the students below. Classmates, this is the new student who transferred from class 1 to our class. My name is Pei Muin. Everyone welcomes. When Lao Lu finished speaking, Shu's expression froze on her face, and even her thoughts paused for half a second. For a moment, she suspected that she had misheard. What is Xiao Muzi's name? Then, Lao Lu cleared up Shu's confusion. He took out a piece of chalk from the small box on the podium, turned around and wrote on the blackboard behind him. Pei Muin. The next second, Shu stood up from her chair, staring at the name on the blackboard in disbelief and shock.
Pei Muin.
These 3 words are exactly the same as the 3 words on the notebook in her desk that was filled with the name of her daughter in her dream.
It's Pei Muin. Little Muse is called Pei Muin.
Shu's eyes left the blackboard and moved inch by inch to Pei Muin, who was looking at her and smiling intimately. In an instant, all her sensory functions failed, the voices in her ears, the people around her were all blurred, and the whole world was left with only Pei Muin focused on her sight. She watched Pei Muin walk towards her against the crowd, leaving after the head teacher said to dismiss. The girl stopped in front of her and said to her happily, "Sister Moose, we will be classmates from now on." Pei Muin said this for a long time without receiving a response and blinked. "Sister Moose, what's wrong with you?" A hand touched her face carefully. Shu Shu felt the touch of her palm, soft, warm, and real at the same time. She heard her voice trembling with a hint of trembling. "Little Moose, is your real name Pei Muin?" Pei Muin nodded shyly. "Yes, yes, the Mu of Moose, the Een of music." Shu Shu almost eagerly pulled Pei Muin's left hand, held it, and then put it in front of his eyes to look at it. He saw that the white and tender fingertips of the girl's fingers had similar depressions, and they felt slightly hard when touched. Shu Shu recognized at a glance that these were the calluses that would only be caused by playing the violin for many years. Pei Muin violin calluses. In the dream, the daughter was also called Pei Muin, and she was a violinist. Shu Shu's breath trembled, and she looked up at Pei Muin again, looking back and forth carefully from Pei Muin's forehead, eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, nose, chin. The more she looked at these faintly familiar eyebrows, the more her heart trembled and the more shocked she was. She asked herself as if she was blaming herself. Why didn't she notice it before? Why didn't she realize it? Her first impression of Xiao Muzi, her inexplicable softness and heartache for Xiao Muzi, and the intimate feeling that was not rejected at all. These details have been reminding her for a long time. Shu Shu tried hard to suppress the emotion that was about to burst out of her chest and finally asked, "Xiao Muzi, is the second character of your father's name the fairy at the ferry?" Pei Muin looked at Shu Shu with wide eyes in surprise. How did sister know? In the dream, the daughter lived with her father, her name was Pei Muin, and she was a violinist. All matched. At this moment, Shu Shu's eyes were filled with tears. Little Moose is her daughter. She is the daughter she has always wanted to find. It turns out that she is so close. Shu Shu held his daughter's hand, lowered his head, sniffed hard. His eyes were nowhere to be found, and he was too excited and confused to say a word. Everyone in the classroom had left, leaving only 3 people. It was empty and quiet. Pei Muin and Shu Lingchen were both startled by Shu Shu's sudden move. "What's wrong? Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" The girl's soft voice reached his ears, and Shu Shu shook his head. He could no longer hold back and stretched out his hand to hug Pei Muin, hugging his daughter. "It's okay." There was a hint of suppressed sobs in his voice. Pei Muin, who was closest to him, heard it. She was stunned and said hurriedly, "Sister, are you unhappy? Is it because I took the initiative to transfer to your class without telling you in advance, which made you feel uncomfortable?" "I'm sorry. Of course not. I'm very happy that you came." Shu Shu hugged her daughter tightly. Her heart was sore, and her voice was soft and intimate. "I just want to tell you that this is our first meeting. Please take care of me. Baby, I'm your mother. Please take care of me." Pei Muin was even more puzzled. "Sister, we have known each other for a long time."
No.
Shu Shu didn't say anything, but denied it silently in her heart. Because it was indeed the first time they met, as a mother and a daughter. Shu Lingchen, who was next to her, looked at Shu Shu in a daze. He didn't know why, but when he looked at his mother like this, he suddenly felt a sour and swollen feeling in his heart. What happened? Shu Shu sorted out his emotions as quickly as possible. He heard Pei Muin asking them if they were going directly to that restaurant for dinner. Shu Shu looked at her, his eyes softly saying, "How about not going? Let's go home and eat today." The original plan to go out for dinner changed to eating at home. Pei Muin naturally thought that it was the same as the previous times that they ordered takeout, but after leaving the school, Shu Shu took her and Shu Lingchen to a large supermarket and went straight to the fresh food area. "Sister, are we going to cook for ourselves today?" Pei Muin asked in surprise. She waved her hands and explained hurriedly, I can't cook. Not us, but me." Shu Shu's eyes fell on his daughter's face inch by inch. His eyes were serious and warm, and he said softly, "I want to cook for you, okay?" "Okay." Pei Muin nodded with a smile and raised her hand enthusiastically. "Then I'll help you, sister." "Okay." Shu Shu took her raised hand, and her daughter's chubby hand was held in her palm. The touch filled her heart through her arm. She tried to call her daughter's name, and her voice was a little unskilled and cautious.
Muin.
Do you have any special dishes you want to eat? Pei Muin is a very polite girl. She feels that cooking for Sister Mu Si is a hard job in itself, and she can't make any more requests. She said, Sister cooks my favorite food. Shu Shu saw what she was thinking and pretended to be embarrassed. Your answer is so vague. I was hoping to get some advice from you, because I have difficulty making choices and don't know what vegetables to buy. Hearing Shu Shu say this, Pei Muin showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. She immediately went to inspect the surrounding shelves and picked up 2 dishes. Both dishes are simple and easy to make. Pei Muin was still considering not to let Shu Shu be too troubled. So Shu Shu didn't ask any more questions. After taking the 2 dishes Pei Muin mentioned, she thought for a while, made up a few ideas in her mind, and walked towards the meat area. Throughout the whole process, she held Pei Muin's hand, and Xu Lingchen followed behind them with a shopping cart. Looking at the hands of the 2 people in front of him, the boy subconsciously lowered his head and saw his empty hands. After thinking for 2 seconds, he took a few steps forward, grabbed Shu Shu's other hand by his side, and said unwillingly, I want to hold the cart too. Shu Shu stopped and turned around. Don't you want to push the cart? I can push it with one hand. Xu Lingchen immediately demonstrated that he could pull the shopping cart with one hand and slide it back and forth very easily, and then said, There are so many people here. If we don't hold the cart, it will be so troublesome if we get separated. Shu Shu and Pei Muin turned their heads and looked around almost at the same time. There were few people around, and there was no crowding at all. Moreover, he made it sound like getting separated in the supermarket was a serious matter. Xu Lingchen looked as if he didn't see it, and didn't move or let go of her hand. The words, I will hold your hand, no matter what, were written on his face. Okay, then hold your hand. Xu Shu had no choice but to take one in each hand. She couldn't spare any time, so she instructed Xu Lingchen to pull the bag to pack the vegetables. After Xu Lingchen packed the vegetables, weighed them, and put them in the shopping cart, he took Xu Shu's hand back, without changing his expression. Xu Shu. It was actually quite embarrassing because the 3 of them held hands and filled the aisle like a roadblock. Fortunately, there were not many people, and it would not cause trouble to others. After leaving the supermarket, returning to Yujinjiwen 1600. In the kitchen, Xu Lingchen took out all the things and sorted them out. He put the things he needed on the sink and put the things he didn't need back in the refrigerator. This was a habit he developed since he was a child. When his mother came back from shopping, he would stand on a small stool and sort them out. Pei Muin came over and asked Xu Shu what she could do. The okay Xu Shu said in the supermarket just now was just a response. She didn't want Pei Muin to really help her. Go to the living room and watch TV. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Pei Muin was stubborn and refused to leave. Sister, let me help you. You all have work to do. I don't want to rest. The girl looked at Xu Shu with a pair of peach blossom eyes, which made Xu Shu's heart soften. Then, he couldn't even say a word of refusal and finally assigned Pei Muin the task of washing vegetables. Xu Shu planned to cook meat first. She took out the ingredients and marinated the washed and processed meat. During this time, she always looked up at Pei Muin, who was standing in front of the sink from time to time. Seeing the water rushing onto the back of the girl's white hand, occasionally a few drops splashed on her upturned nose. She raised her elbow to wipe off the water, and then continued to wash with her head down, her eyelashes closed obediently, her soft profile focused and serious. Xu Shu took one look, and then another, as if no matter how much she looked, it would not be enough, for fear that if she missed one look, everything that happened today was just her imagination and hallucination. Thinking of this, Xu Shu's heart suddenly shrank and suddenly shouted, Muin.
Huh?
The girl raised her head in a daze. What's wrong, sister?
She responded, a real response.
Xu Shu smiled and shook her head. No, I just think your name is nice and I want to call you. Pei Muin also smiled with her eyes curved. Xu Shu's cooking style has always been neat and tidy, and she has enough confidence in her cooking skills. But this was probably the first time she cooked for her daughter, and she suddenly felt a little restrained. She kept asking Shilingchen to taste the food, and then asked nervously, "How is it?" Even though Shilingchen gave her a thumbs up and repeatedly praised the taste as good as before, she still felt uneasy. For 3 people, Shu cooked 5 dishes and a soup. The hot and sour shredded potatoes and corn and pork rib soup were what Pei Muin ordered at the supermarket just now. The remaining 4 dishes were scallion roasted chicken, green pepper stuffed meat, lemon chicken wings, and cold shrimp. When they were served on the table, they were delicious and appetizing. Pei Muin sat down and exclaimed, "Wow." All these dishes were made by her sister. She looked at Shu with admiration in her eyes. "My sister is so awesome." Shu was thankful for the dinner she had with Pei Muin during this period. She could roughly guess her daughter's hobbies and tastes from them. "Come on, let's eat." Shu and Pei Muin sat on the same side of the dining table. Pei Muin looked up, her eyes brightened. "Okay." Shu stretched out his chopsticks to the plate of lemon chicken wings and picked up a piece of chicken wing that was obviously not for himself. As usual, this piece of food was picked up for Shilingchen. Shilingchen also looked accustomed to it. He automatically picked up the bowl and stretched it over from the opposite side, ready to receive the chicken wings given by his mother. Then he watched the chicken wings being put on Pei Muin's plate. The boy paused, and the bowl stopped in the air. Pei Muin was also flattered and stunned. They both looked at Shu at the same time. Pei Muin said, "Thank you, sister." "You're welcome." While answering, Shu picked up the second chicken wing and put it in Shilingchen's bowl. In fact, when the 3 of them were having dinner before, Shu picked up dishes for Shilingchen and Pei Muin, but today the order was changed. Shilingchen was generous and didn't care. Anyway, his mother also picked up dishes for him. It was just a matter of order. He took the bowl back with a natural expression and lowered his head to eat the chicken wing. After dinner, Shu cut some fruit again. After eating the fruit, Pei Muin stayed at 1600 hours until it began to darken. She felt that the time was about right, and staying any longer would be a nuisance, so she got up to get her school bag as usual. "Sister, I'm going upstairs." "Are you going upstairs?" Shu got up and looked at the sky outside the window. "It's still early. Otherwise, stay a little longer." She thought of a reason. "You can do your homework here first." "Okay?" In fact, Pei Muin also wanted to stay. Now this point is the latest time she can restrain. When she heard Shu say this, her eyes lit up immediately. She asked if it was okay, and her hand had already put down her school bag. Of course. Shu couldn't ask for it more. There is an open study in the corner of the living room. Behind the partitioned bookshelf is a large desk. Shu took Pei Muin there. Pei Muin unzipped her school bag and took out homework from various subjects and put them on the table. Opposite sat Shilingchen. The boy with short black hair was biting the tip of the pen and was struggling with a math problem. Pei Muin had almost finished writing the Chinese language, but when she looked up, she found that he was still motionless. She looked over slightly, glanced at his question, and then said hesitantly, "For this question, you only need to use the formula on page 35 of the textbook to solve it." Shilingchen looked up and asked puzzledly, "But that formula and this question are not of the same type." Pei Muin explained, "This is a trap question, and they are actually the same in essence." "Okay, I'll try." After a few minutes, Shilingchen looked up excitedly. "Oh my god, I did it, it's just like you said. Just use that formula." Pei Muin curled her lips. Shilingchen suddenly remembered that Pei Muin also reminded him to recite classical Chinese that day. He curiously asked Pei Muin, "Well, are your grades very good?" Pei Muin was stunned for a moment, then replied, "No, very ordinary." Shilingchen suddenly remembered that Pei Muin had just transferred from Class 1 to Class 12 today. If it was a student with good grades, the head teacher of Class 1 would definitely not let her go easily. Now that she was let go so easily, it means... Shilingchen thought of Pei Muin's good family background again, and wondered if her family had spent money to put her in the top Class 1 when she transferred to the new school. Then he must not poke people's sore spots, he said. No matter how ordinary she is, she must not be that ordinary. The school level in Jing City is high. If her grades are put in Ungshi number 3 middle school, she should be much higher than many people.
Huh?
What was your ranking in your previous schools? Xu Lingchen seemed to ask casually, but in fact, he planned to comfort Pei Muin as soon as she finished speaking, saying that her ranking was more than enough to stay in class 1 of no. 3 middle school. Then he heard Pei Muin say, number 1. Xu Lingchen, Mr. Duo? Pei Muin looked at him and repeated her words in a thin voice. Number 1 in the grade. Xu Lingchen, I'm either asking about your best score or your range. Well, the range is also number 1 in the grade. Always?
Every time. Well.
Every time it's number 1. Always number 1. Xu Lingchen threw away the pen, raised his head and began to pinch his philtrum, then opened his eyes again. He looked at Pei Muin resentfully. Just now I was the one comforting you. Now, it's your turn to comfort me.
Ah?
Pei Muin didn't understand. No, Xu Lingchen's face was full of accusations. He grabbed a handful of hair and was about to roar. Who is good about people calling the first in the grade very?
Pass.
The results. Pei Muin lowered her eyes dejectedly, and after a moment of silence, she said, My grandma said that no matter how good the grades are or how high the ranking is, it's useless. An ordinary person is just ordinary. Xu Lingchen frowned and reluctantly swallowed back the words that your grandma is mentally ill and asked in surprise, Did your grandma really say that? I even suspect that it was your enemy who said it. Who said it's useless. Always number 1 in the grade. Do you know what that means? Do you know how awesome you are? You are simply a child prodigy. I don't know how hard I have to work to get the first place in the exam. Pei Muin listened to Xu Lingchen's exclamation and praise in a daze. She found it very novel, and her eyes were shining. Xu Lingchen felt uncomfortable being looked at. Why are you looking at me like that? Pei Muin pinched her fingers. No one has ever said this to me, saying that I am very impressive to get the first place in the grade. Her peach blossom eyes flashed cautiously, and she asked as if to confirm, Really? Is it amazing? Yes, it's super amazing. Xu Lingchen's grades were very poor. When he learned that Pei Muin's grades were very good, he did not feel ashamed or unwilling when facing Pei Muin. Instead, he asked Pei Muin openly, Well, you are transferred to class 12 now. After that, if I don't understand something in my studies, can I ask you? Xu Lingchen promised Xu that he would start to study hard. Pei Muin responded with bright eyes. Okay, I will tell you everything I know. Okay, deal. Xu Lingchen raised the corner of his mouth, patted his chest generously, and said, From now on, I will take care of your daily yogurt, and you can walk sideways in number 3 middle school in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, just say Brother Chen, and Brother Chen will protect you. Although Pei Muin had no intention of walking sideways, she still responded to Xu Lingchen's words very actively. Yeah. She felt more and more that it was a particularly happy thing for her to transfer to Ungshi to study. When Xu came over with 2 cups of hot milk, she encountered this scene with a good atmosphere. She raised her eyebrows and curiously asked what the two were talking about. She heard their voices in the kitchen just now. Pei Muin told Xu about the agreement she had just made with Xu Lingchen. In fact, before today, Xu only regarded Pei Muin as a child of Moose. He clearly discovered that the degree of introversion of little Moose was not just a little bit. The girl looked soft and sticky, but her rejection and vigilance towards strangers were obvious, even to the point of being a little cold. Just like a little hedgehog, all the thorns on its body stood up, and it would only open its soft belly to people it trusted. For example, her. In addition to her, there is also Xu Lingchen. At that time, Xu only thought that it was because Xu Lingchen was with her. However, she was not there just now. Pei Muin did not reject Xu Lingchen, and the two of them got along very well. Xu sighed silently. Could it be that this was the magic of blood? Time slipped away like an hourglass unknowingly. Pei Muin finished all her homework, but she still held the pen in her hand. She wanted to delay for a while and then go home. But the sky outside the window was already dark, and she couldn't delay any longer. She could only reluctantly pack the homework book back into her school bag slowly. Beside, Xu hesitated to speak, watching his daughter's every move, racking his brains to think of any reason to keep his daughter without being abrupt. The fruit was eaten, the milk was drunk, and the homework was done. It seemed that all the reasons that could be used had been used up. Sister, I'm going home. Pei Muin obediently walked towards the entrance with her school bag on her back. Shu Shu followed her to the entrance and watched the door beep twice and open that indicated that his daughter was about to leave. Muin, just as Pei Muin stepped out, Shu Shu called her and blurted out, Muin, can you please not leave and live here? Facing the girl's stunned expression, Shu Shu realized the abruptness of her words and pursed her lips. What I mean is, wouldn't it be boring for you to live upstairs alone? Anyway, there are a lot of empty rooms here.
Do you want to?
Just come down and live with us? She lowered her voice unconsciously. Sorry, this is a bit scary for you. It's okay if you don't want it. Before she finished speaking, Pei Muin was so happy that she was about to jump up. Sister, I'll go upstairs and pack my luggage now. Pei Muin was stunned not because she was scared, but because she was so happy. Her mind was full of what did her sister say. She said she could move down and live. She could live with her. Is this true? Is she really not dreaming? The girl's peach blossom eyes were shining like stars. Shu Shu breathed a sigh of relief and curled her lips. Then put the school bag here. I'll go up with you. Take the elevator to the 17th floor. Pei Muin put her finger on the handle sensor, and the door popped out. She pressed a row of lights, and the entrance, and even the hall were lit up.
Sister.
Pei Muin called Shu Shu in. After entering, Shu Shu found that this room was similar to the layout of 1701 next door, but the orientation was left and right. The interior decoration of the house was very modern and exquisite, and the house was clean and tidy. Pei Muin took a bottle of juice from the refrigerator and handed it to Shu Shu. Sister, wait for me here. I'll go pack up. Shu Shu, do you want me to help you? No, I can do it myself. Pei Muin shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and said, Sister, do you want to go to the bedroom with me and wait? Okay. Shu Shu would of course not refuse. She also wanted to see her daughter's bedroom. Pushing the door open, it was the master bedroom. Warm colors filled the room, and the room was covered with soft wool carpets. Stepping on it felt like stepping on soft clouds, and the ceiling lights happened to be warm lights in the shape of cute clouds, and the ceiling was a whole gorgeous starry sky. The whole room was decorated into a warm and beautiful princess room. Shu Shu was stunned, and suddenly remembered what Xu Lingchen said. 1702 was a renovated wedding room bought temporarily from a neighbor. The master bedroom of a wedding room is usually occupied by young couples, and it is unlikely to be decorated as a princess room. This can only mean that the house was specially decorated like this after it was bought. Pei Muin was like a happy little squirrel, running back and forth between the room and the cloakroom to pack things into a small suitcase. Change of clothes, pajamas, and a stuffed bear to hold when sleeping. She had to take this and that, filling the suitcase, as if she was going to do this with a room. Pei Muin said goodbye to her daughter completely and never wanted to come back. Shu Shu sat on the soft stool in front of the dressing table, supporting her chin with one hand and watching the girls running around. The light in her eyes was incredibly soft. She was so soft-hearted and touched by her daughter's cuteness. When she was almost done packing, Pei Muin suddenly remembered something and looked at her snack cabinet. Oh yes, there were still her snacks. But the box was full and there was no space, and it would not be good to take too many things to Sister Moose's house. She couldn't do that, it seemed. She could only reluctantly let go. I. So, Pei Muin stood in front of the snack cabinet, pinching her fingers, and silently began to say goodbye in her heart. Goodbye, my little cake, goodbye, my chocolate, goodbye, my potato chips. When she said goodbye to the cookies, Shu Shu said, Take all your snacks with you. Pei Muin suddenly turned around, with a look of okay, really okay, written all over her face. Shu Shu nodded with a smile. The girl had just stared at the snacks eagerly, and her deep reluctance was about to overflow. Shu Shu immediately took out his mobile phone and called Xu Lingchen, asking him to bring an oversized suitcase upstairs. After a while, the man came up. The box was big enough to hold all the snacks. Small cakes, small biscuits, chocolates. We're going to a new home. Pei Muin filled the box with snacks and subconsciously said this happily in a low voice. After she finished speaking, she remembered that there were people next to her, and she was embarrassed and stunned. Only weird people would talk to snacks. It's over. Sister Moose will think she is a weird person. Pei Muin was too flustered to dare to look up, and she caught a glimpse of Shu Shu's gentle voice in the corner of her eye. He said to the snacks in the box in a friendly manner, "Small cakes, small biscuits, chocolates. Welcome to the new home." Pei Muin turned her head in a daze, and then met Shu Shu's smiling eyes, who raised his eyebrows at her playfully. Shu Shu even reached around and patted Shu Lingchen on the back. Under the strong eye signal from his mother, although he didn't know why he had to talk to Snacks, Shu Lingchen still did it, and bent down and said to Snacks, "Oh, welcome, welcome." Suddenly, Pei Muin looked at Shu Shu and Shu Lingchen with sparkling eyes. Back to 1600, Shu Shu turned on the lights in all the empty rooms and let Pei Muin choose a new room. "Muin, any room you want to live in is fine." Pei Muin blinked and stopped at the door of Shu Shu's room. Shu Shu was puzzled. "Do you want to live in my room? Then I'll change the quilt cover and tidy up before you live in it." "No, sister." Pei Muin called Shu Shu and stopped talking. She just looked at Shu Shu. Then Shu Shu understood the girl's eyes and asked, "You want to live in the same room with me?" Pei Muin immediately nodded expectantly, like a chick pecking at rice. Shu Shu raised his lips. "Okay." At the same time, he said silently in his heart, "Of course you can, baby. I will agree to any request you make." Most of the rooms in the house have their own bathrooms. Shu Shu asked Pei Muin to use the bathroom in the master bedroom, taught her how to use the water, and then went to the bathroom in another room. Shu Lingchen also returned to his room. When Shu Shu came out of the shower, turned off the headlights, and returned to the brightly lit bedroom from the dark living room, Pei Muin had just finished taking a shower. The girl was wearing long-sleeved pajamas with a bear cartoon pattern and lace flowers on the neckline and hem pockets. "Looks cute. Muin, come here." Shu Shu walked to the dressing table, asked Pei Muin to sit on the soft stool, and first clipped Pei Muin's hair to the side with 2 small clips, then picked up a bottle of moisturizing cream, unscrewed the lid, scooped some from the inside, applied it to his hands, melted it with the temperature of his palms, and slowly applied it to Pei Muin's face. While rubbing, he said, "The air-conditioned room will be dry in the summer, so you have to pay attention to moisturizing." A gentle touch came from the cheek, accompanied by a faint fragrance. The two combined together, like a soft warmth set off to the limbs. Pei Muin quietly lifted her eyelids and looked at Shu Shu, who was so close. Her eyes quietly fell on Shu Shu's long eyelashes, sparkling peach eyes, beautiful nose bridge, and fair and flawless skin. Then she shyly pursed her lips. "Sister, you're so beautiful." "Okay." After a moment, Shu Shu put down his hands, bent over, looked at her and said, "Such a beautiful face. You have to protect it well." "Huh?" "Thank you, sister." "Shu Shu, Muin, can you promise me one thing?" Hearing this, Pei Muin sat up straight and listened carefully. "Yeah. From now on, don't say thank you to me." Shu Shu said, "I know you are a very good and polite child, but you see, we have known each other for a long time and are familiar with each other. We are very good friends, right? Good friends don't need to say thank you all the time, okay?" "Okay." Pei Muin agreed. Shu Shu touched the girl's head. "It's late. Let's go to bed." Shu Shu asked Pei Muin if she was used to sleeping on the left or right side, and Pei Muin said either was fine. Until she lay down on the bed and covered herself with the quilt, Pei Muin was still in an unreal, dreamlike state about the fact that she had moved to Sister Muse's house and lived with Sister Muse. Shu Shu adjusted the bedside lamp to a brightness suitable for sleep, tucked in the quilt for Pei Muin, and then said to her, "Good night." Pei Muin held a teddy bear in her arms. "Good night, sister." About 10 minutes passed. Shu Shu turned his head and found Pei Muin still awake with her eyes open. "What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Are you a little bit accustomed to your bed?" "No, I'm not accustomed to my bed." Maybe it was because the night made the whole world quiet down. Pei Muin spoke very softly. "Maybe it's because I'm a little too happy, so I can't sleep." After that, The girl smiled gently, and she seemed to be in a really good mood. Shu Shu also laughed, then thought about it and said to Pei Muin, I have a way to help you sleep. Do you want to try it?
Pei Muin, yeah, okay.
Shu Shu turned sideways, lay up a little, and opened his arms to Pei Muin. Pei Muin was stunned for a second, and then she understood and got into Shu Shu's arms without hesitation. Shu Shu put one hand through Pei Muin's neck, and the other hand fell on Pei Muin's back, patting her gently, while humming slowly. In the blue sky and the Milky Way, there is a small white boat. There is a sweet-scented osmanthus tree on the boat, and the white rabbit is playing. It is one of the most common lullabies. Pei Muin has always known that Sister Moose has a nice voice. She plays the violin, so she is particularly sensitive to sound. She just thinks that the tone hummed by Sister Moose is very accurate, and there is a different kind of gentleness in her voice. When it enters her ears, it is a warm auditory feast. There is a light orange fruit flavor lingering at the tip of her nose. As Pei Muin listened, her nerves slowly relaxed unconsciously. Drowsiness gradually came over her. Just before she was about to fall asleep, Pei Muin moved closer to Shu Shu's arms and said in a daze, Sister, I've always wanted to tell you that you smell so good and always make me feel so warm that I can't help but want to get close to you. The last word fell softly, and the girl's even breathing could be heard. She fell asleep and didn't notice that Shu Shu stopped patting her, and her eyes had become wet at some point. Shu Shu still remembers the heart-wrenching day. She was wearing a hospital gown, and her lips were pale. She went to the hospital morgue weekly, and stubbornly, despite the nurse's attempts to stop her. The doctor took out a black bag from a freezer. The cold air spread out, and the sound of the zipper being unzipped was like a saw cutting Shu Shu's trembling heart again and again. Then she watched the baby girl curled up into a small ball appear in front of her. So small, just quietly closing her eyes, with her two lower hands clenched into small fists against her chin. She looked so well-behaved, as if she bent down and kissed her cheek, she would wake up with a moan and follow her mother's arms to find her. But the reality was that she was blue all over and had already lost her breath. Shu Shu's face was covered with tears. A feeling of suffocation swept through her brain. She opened her mouth and was so sad that she could not move. She couldn't cry out loud. The results of every prenatal checkup were obviously healthy, and the two children were growing well and steadily in her belly every day, just waiting to meet the world in person, and she would give them the best of everything in the world. But why did it happen? She repeatedly blamed herself and reviewed every step she took. The doctor comforted her again and again, saying that childbirth itself was an extremely risky thing and could not be 100% guaranteed, and then said that they were very sorry. Shu Shu never thought that her daughter was still alive. How was she replaced, and how did she end up with that person? Shu Shu's mobile phone still retained the investigation information from 2 hours ago. The information said that after many years, the doctor and nurse who performed the delivery operation for her either retired or transferred. In short, they were lost. What a lost trace. After coming out of her memories, Shu Shu felt cold all over, but soon she felt a warm touch in her arms and palms, and the coldness was driven away. She looked down and saw the girl's well-behaved appearance with her lips slightly bent, sleeping peacefully. Shu Shu raised her hand and gently brushed away Pei Muin's bangs, lowered her head, closed her eyelashes, and kissed her daughter's forehead intimately and self-reproachfully. Baby, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I didn't protect you well. I won't do it again in the future. At that time, across the wall was Shu Lingchen's room. The boy was always carefree and outgoing, and even slept in a sprawling position, with one foot hanging in the air by the bed, and the quilt was pulled sideways. He was breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. Suddenly, his brows under his black hair frowned, and he unconsciously raised his hand to cover his chest in his sleep. Because for some reason there was a sour feeling and a pain from being pulled there. Pei Muin hadn't slept such a good sleep for a long time. She was wrapped in a soft and relaxing warmth like cotton, and then woke up naturally in the shallow morning light projected from the window. Turning her head, the bed next to her was empty, but her bedding was tucked in tightly, and the humidifier on the bedside table also emitted a mist of flower fragrance. Walking into the bathroom, a pink toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed out was placed horizontally on the edge of a cup of water, and there was also cleanser and 2 small towels folded into squares next to it. Pei Muin couldn't help but imagine what Sister Moose looked like when she placed these things in her mind. She picked up the toothbrush and started to wash. In the interval between spitting out the foam in her mouth, she subconsciously looked up at the mirror. She saw the girl in the mirror with a pair of peach blossom eyes squinting happily, and her face with cute baby fat was more cheerful than ever before. When Pei Muin finished packing and changing clothes and came out of the room, Xu Lingchen had just sat on the high stool at the water bar. The boy yawned continuously, his eyelids drooped sleepily, and a tuft of black hair stood up messily on his forehead, just like a little lion who had not woken up. "Good morning." Pei Muin walked over slowly and said to him, "Well, morning." Xu Lingchen pointed to the stool next to him and motioned her to come and sit. Hearing the noise, Xu, who was wearing an apron around her waist, poked her head out from the glass door of the kitchen with a smile on her face. "Muin is awake?" Pei Muin blinked. "Good morning, sister." "Good morning," Xu asked. "Did you sleep well last night?" Pei Muin nodded. "Yeah, I slept very well." After answering, she asked again, "How about sister?" Pei Muin was concerned whether her sudden check-in last night would affect her sister's sleep quality. Then she heard Xu say, "I'm fine too." You can imagine how happy it is to be able to sleep with your lost daughter in your arms. The two smiled at each other. Xu Lingchen, who was standing next to him, looked at Xu, then at Pei Muin, his eyes moving back and forth between their smiling faces. He suddenly felt out of place and asked in a puzzled and accusing tone, "Why didn't anyone ask me if I slept well?" Pei Muin and Xu looked over at the same time. Xu raised his eyebrows, curled up the corners of his mouth, and repeated what he said. "My dear, did you sleep well?" Shilingchen straightened his back slightly and thought about it seriously, then said with satisfaction, "Not bad." He just vaguely remembered that he seemed to have had a bad dream. In a half-awake state, he felt a sad emotion in his chest. Other than that, everything was fine. "Brat," Xu smiled and glanced at the boy. For breakfast, Xu made sandwiches. The filling was fried luncheon meat and eggs, cheese slices, meat floss, and cucumbers, and the toast slices used for wrapping were also smeared with egg liquid and fried in a pan until golden. It looked delicious, and Pei Muin stared at it with bright eyes. Xu took the cup and poured the heated milk. After pouring the first cup and placing it on the table, Xu Lingchen chewed a sandwich in his mouth, and his other hand naturally pushed the cup to Pei Muin, and then pushed the second cup to the side of Xu's plate, while he waited quietly for the last cup. Pei Muin glanced at Xu Lingchen and whispered thank you. After breakfast, the three of them went to school together. Although the three of them went to school together before today, Pei Muin felt very different today. In the past, she waited for Xu and Xu Lingchen to come downstairs at the door of the apartment building, but today, she and Xu and Xu Lingchen set out from the same door. Yesterday, the head teacher, Lao Lu, brought Pei Muin to class 12. After the introduction, he arranged a seat for Pei Muin. At that time, the only empty seat in the class was the seat next to Baluozai. But Lao Lu remembered the words of the Dean of Studies and had to take extra care of Pei Muin, so naturally he couldn't arrange Pei Muin next to Baluozai, one of the troublemakers in the class. Lao Lu randomly called a table of girls and asked one of them to switch to Baluozai's desk. But the two girls have been sitting at the same table for almost 2 semesters, and they already have a deep friendship. Upon hearing this, both of them looked reluctant, and the one who was asked to switch looked like she was about to cry. Pei Muin immediately waved her hands in panic and told Lao Lu that she could just sit in the empty seat. She couldn't bring trouble to others just because she had to take care of herself. If she wants to get rid of any trouble, she will feel very guilty. After Pei Muin's repeated requests, Lao Lu agreed. Lao Lu was also quite surprised. He had heard about Pei Muin's affairs when he was in the office. The center revolved around the 4 words, precious status. Children born in such families are mostly spoiled and self-centered. If it were not for the situation, Lao Lu would definitely not want the students in his class to be wronged. But he didn't expect that this girl was thoughtful and kind. When she looked at Pei Muin, she showed a little relief. So, the two girls did not have to be separated, and Pei Muin became Balaozai's desk mate. At that time, Shu Shu was immersed in the shock of his daughter's appearance and did not notice this. After arriving in the classroom, Shu Shu said to Shu Lingchen, "You and Muin can switch seats." "Oh, okay." Shu Lingchen agreed without thinking too much. Balaozai's seat was also in the last row, and he and Pei Muin swapped seats only from Shu Shu's left to Shu Shu's right, with an aisle in between. Besides, he had just made an agreement with Pei Muin last night that he could ask her about his studies in the future. As a grown man, it didn't matter to him just changing seats. Besides, Pei Muin was introverted, and she would definitely feel unfamiliar when she first arrived in the new class. It would be perfect to sit at the same table with the familiar Shu Shu. Shu Lingchen readily moved his desk next to Balaozai. Pei Muin came from Class 1 yesterday with only a school bag, and her textbooks were still in Class 1. Without waiting for Shu Shu to speak, Shu Lingchen grabbed Balaozai's collar and left. "Go get the textbooks." It was near the eve of the morning reading class. The students of Class 1 had all arrived long ago, and the sound of reading could be heard before the bell rang. Shu Lingchen and Boluozi walked in through the back door with confidence. The sound of reading stopped instantly, and surprised glances came from all directions. "Oh my God! Look! Shu Lingchen from Class 12. Why is he in our class? Is he here to look for Campus Belle Chu?" She never ran into the classroom so blatantly when she was chasing after Campus Belle Chu before. You know what? Shu Lingchen has become so handsome now. Others noticed Shu Lingchen, and Chu Lian naturally noticed him as well. At this moment, she was holding the test paper and leaned over to ask Shurjin, who was sitting in the seat in front of her, a question. When she saw Shu Lingchen, her face was filled with surprise, but she immediately remembered how Shu Lingchen had ignored her in the cafeteria that day, which made her feel sullen. So she turned her face away in aloofness and pretended not to see him. But she kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. "Shu Lingchen, what are you doing in Class 1? Can a poor student like you come here?" Chu Lian's desk mate Zhang Lu glared at Shu Lingchen and she snorted. "You were so tough in the cafeteria that day, but in the end you couldn't help but come to find Xiao Lian. Let me tell you, to get to Pei Muin's seat, one has to pass by Chu Lian's desk." Shu Lingchen only looked around a few rows and columns, and after finding it, he walked over, passing Chu Lian as if he was passing a stranger. Then, with a gloomy expression, he divided Pei Muin's books into two piles, handed one pile to Balaozai, picked up one pile himself, and went straight out the front door. During the whole process, he didn't even look at Chu Lian, nor did he care about the fact that Chu Lian was talking to Shurjin, and he didn't even pay attention to Zhang Lu. This made Zhang Lu, who was shouting, look like a clown. Someone next to him covered his mouth and laughed at Zhang Lu, and Zhang Lu blushed with anger. Shu Lingchen originally thought that someone like Pei Muin, who always ranked first, had an IQ at the level of a child prodigy. He was the kind of genius who could automatically enter his brain with knowledge without studying or reading. But when he turned his head, he saw Pei Muin, who was sitting in his original position listening to the class and taking notes seriously. Geniuses are working hard, so what reason does he have not to work hard? Shu Lingchen suddenly felt that he could not fall behind, so he immediately cheered up and picked up a pen. Then he saw Balaozai on the desk next to him sleeping soundly behind a textbook that was erected. Without thinking, he knocked on him.
Ouch!
Balaozai woke up in pain. Shu Lingchen said to him, "Get up. Why are you sleeping? How can you sleep?"
Balaozai.
Originally, he was dancing with joy because he had become the desk mate with Brother Chen, but he didn't expect that Brother Chen was the devil. Balaozai wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only cover his swollen head while listening to the teacher's lecture. What was he talking about? He didn't understand even if he kept talking about shoes. Balaozai said that Ling Chen wanted to tear up his umbrella just because he had been caught in the rain.
Mean.
Balaozai was so angry and aggrieved that he turned around and found that there was also a row of people sleeping next to him. He felt unbalanced instantly. No, he wanted to tear up his umbrella too. Then he kicked the person next to him and snorted. Get up. Why are you sleeping? Everyone get up and listen to the class. The person next to him was kicked awake with a confused look on his face. He dared not say anything, but he was so angry that he kicked the person next to him. Then, like Russian nesting dolls, he kicked one after another. The teacher on the podium was giving a lecture and found that the 2 rows at the back, which used to sleep soundly, were now sitting upright. The teacher held the textbook in his hand and looked at it again and again. Finally, he couldn't help but walked out the door. He looked up at the door number and suspected that he had walked into the wrong classroom. One day passed by in a flash. Yujinji won 1,600. Pei Muin, who moved down from 1702 last night, had quite a few snacks, and in fact, she could find a place to put them. But Shu Shu thought of her daughter's snack cabinet upstairs. Without hesitation, she immediately contacted the master to come to her house to install a snack cabinet 1-to-1. After school, the 3 of them went to the supermarket to buy groceries. At that time, Shu Shu was cooking in the kitchen, and Pei Muin took the initiative to help. Shu Shu put his mobile phone on the coffee table and told Xu Lingchen to answer the voice call when the installation master came to open the door for the person. About 10 minutes later, the mobile phone rang. Xu Lingchen picked up the phone to answer the voice call, and at the same time ran to the entrance to open the door of the lower unit and the elevator to the 16th floor. The master on the other end of the phone said it was open, and then Xu Lingchen hung up the voice call. When he walked back to the living room, he accidentally glanced at Shu Shu's mobile phone screen. The interface stayed on the dialog box list. There are 2 people pinned to the top. The first person's note is, Baby Muin Pei Muin. The second person's note was, Turkey? Xu Lingchen was confused for a second. Turkey? Who? Wait, how come this turkey boy's avatar is exactly the same as mine? Xu Lingchen frowned, and didn't even open the dialog box to check the chat to confirm. Instead, he took out his phone from his pocket, found the contact of Mom in the list, and sent a grinning expression. Then he saw a red appear in the dialog box with the note, Turkey Boy, in the list of his mother's phone in his other hand. The conversation was updated with an identical grinning expression. Oh, it turns out that Turkey Boy is him. One is Muin Baby, and the other is Turkey Boy. Xu Lingchen stared at the 3 words for a long time, almost staring a hole in his mother's phone. Not long after, the masters who assembled the snack cabinet came to the door. The 3 masters were professional, efficient, and assembled in an orderly manner. Xu Lingchen stood by and watching the snack cabinet gradually take shape next to his mother's beloved Maotai wall. The boy drooped his eyelids, pursed his thin lips, and under his short hair, the bottom of his dark eyes dimmed inexplicably. The snack cabinet was successfully installed before dinner. At the dinner table, Shu Shu and Pei Muin sat on one side, saying that they would put all the snacks in the cabinet after dinner. Pei Muin's peach blossom eyes were bright with happiness. Xu Lingchen sat opposite silently and never said a word from beginning to end. Shu Shu picked up food for him, and he would eat it, but he just kept his head down and ate his rice. Shu Shu looked at Xu Lingchen strangely for several times and asked, What's wrong? Xu Lingchen was silent for 2 seconds and only said, Nothing, I ate too many snacks before dinner just now, and now I don't have much appetite. Xu Lingchen was the first to put down his bowl during this meal. I'm full, I want to do my homework in my room today. After saying that, he went back to his room, and he really didn't come out again. Shu Shu knocked on the door and delivered some fruit. At about 9 o'clock, Xu Lingchen was still sitting at the desk. Shu Shu came in and said, There are hot dishes left for you in the incubator. If you are hungry, go and eat some. After that, he asked again, Are you feeling unwell? After all, Xu Lingchen usually eats 3 bowls of rice for dinner. Shu Shu touched Xu Lingchen's forehead with one hand and his own with the other. After a careful comparison, he muttered that he didn't have a fever either. Hearing his mother's concerned tone, Xu Lingchen pursed his lips and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he said 3 words. I'm fine. It's okay. Go to bed early after finishing your homework, okay?
Yeah.
The door closed, and Shilingchen silently watched Shu Shu's back as he left. Arriving at school early in the morning, Boluozi was frightened by Shilingchen's 2 dark circles under his eyes. Brother Chun, don't tell me you read this last night. Brother Chun, you have become really terrible now, do you know that? Shu Lingchen ignored him expressionlessly. If it were usual, he would have strangled Boluozi's neck and beat him up. The second math class was over. Shu Shu accidentally knocked off a red pen used for marking, and the pen fell to Shu Lingchen's feet. She called Shu Lingchen to pick it up. After waiting for a few seconds, there was no response. Shu Lingchen? Shu Lingchen raised his head, drooped his eyelids, and snorted softly. You call your Muin baby to pick it up, you call your Muin baby to pick it up. Shu Lingchen was stunned as soon as he said this, and pursed his lips as if to make up for it. However, it was too late. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Shu Shu raised his eyebrows, and at the same time, he turned the pen in his hand in a circle, and his expression became leisurely. Even Pei Muin, who was originally concentrating on organizing the textbook, looked at it blankly and obviously heard her own name. Brother Chun, Boluozi, who was holding a bag of potato chips, came over and said in an unclear voice, "Did you just call someone baby? Eat yours." Shu Lingchen gritted his teeth slightly and pushed his face back with a palm without expression. Then he pushed away the chair, bent down to pick up the red marker at his feet, and put it back on Shu Shu's desk. The whole time, he didn't dare to look at Shu Shu with his neck stiff. He sat stiffly and felt that someone's eyes stayed on the back of his head until a moment later. The boy seemed to be relieved and scratched his hair irritably. All classes in the morning were over, and they went to the school cafeteria. Shu Lingchen and Boluozi sat at a table to eat. Several people ate like starving ghosts, but Shu Lingchen was the only one who was poking the rice in the bowl with a pair of chopsticks. It looked like he was about to poke the rice into powder. "Brother Chen, why don't you eat?" Someone nearby asked curiously. "The braised pork in the cafeteria is absolutely delicious today." Shu Lingchen didn't even raise his head and said lightly, "I don't have an appetite."
Huh.
The man looked at the braised pork in Shu Lingchen's bowl, his eyes greedy, and he was eager to try. "Then can you give it to me? If you waste braised pork, you will be struck by lightning." Shu Lingchen didn't say a word, as if he didn't hear it at all. The man stretched out his chopsticks and observed Shu Lingchen's expression while stretching. Shu Lingchen didn't react until a piece of braised pork entered his mouth. So the man was completely relieved and brought all the small bowls of braised pork. "You kid can't eat alone. Give me a piece too." The braised pork was instantly snatched up by several people, and Shu Lingchen didn't even move his eyelids. If it were in the past, Shu Lingchen would have slapped everyone on the head. What happened today? Everyone looked at each other, confused. Shu Lingchen was still poking with his head down. Suddenly, a pair of white, soft hands appeared in his sight. A can of Coke was handed over. Shu Lingchen was stunned, and immediately raised his head from the bowl and met Pei Muin's gaze. The girl's peach blossom eyes curved at him in a friendly way. "Here." Shu Lingchen's eyelids drooped all morning, and his mood was not very high. Pei Muin didn't know what happened, but she knew that Shu Lingchen liked to drink Coke. She regarded Sister Moose as her best friend, and Shu Lingchen was the same. He helped her, and he was a very kind person like Sister Moose. Although it was just a bottle of insignificant drink, it would be good if Shu Lingchen could feel a little better if he drank something he liked. Looking at the Coke in front of him, Shu Lingchen subconsciously opened his mouth to thank her and then took the Coke. But the words stopped at the tip of his tongue, and he swallowed them back. When he spoke again, they became words of refusal. "No, I've quit." The boy turned his face to the side, his eyelashes drooped, and his profile revealed a few traces of pretended coldness. At this time, the polo boy sitting next to him heard Shu Lingchen's words and said in surprise, "Quit Coke? When did it happen, Brother Chen? Didn't we just agree to go to the canteen to buy Coke after dinner?" After the words fell, the air was quiet for a few seconds. Pei Muin was stunned and understood. Shu Lingchen did not quit Coke. He still liked to drink it, but he simply didn't want to drink the one she gave him. Pei Muin is a girl with extremely sensitive perception. She combined Xu Lingchen's abnormal behavior last night with the words he blurted out this morning. Almost instantly, she realized that Xu Lingchen's bad mood was because of herself.
Sorry.
After saying this in a small voice, Pei Muin turned around and left with the bottle of iced Coke in her hand. When he looked up and saw the quiet and lonely back of the girl, a strong regret swept over Xu Lingchen, making him want to get up and chase her to apologize immediately. He felt as if he had done something very unforgivable and instinctively felt that he should be the one to say sorry. The boy stood up. But he recalled the things that made him sleepless all night, and finally, he gritted his teeth stubbornly and did not move his feet. Xu Lingchen suddenly had an inexplicable idea in his mind. The Coke can was still emitting tiny cold water droplets, and it was obvious that it had just been taken out of the refrigerator. Pei Muin held it in her hand and waited for so long. Her palm must have been frozen. That guy is so introverted that people can't help but want to help her when they see injustice. She doesn't even have many close friends. It's not easy to meet him and his mother. She must be very sad to be treated like this just now.
Depressed.
Xu Lingchen's heart tightened, and he caught a glimpse of Bo Luozai chewing his braised pork happily as if nothing had happened. The boy's dark eyes turned sinister, and he strangled Boluozi with his arms, wanting only to curse. You only know how to eat. You have a mouth, right? You keep talking all day long. Boluozi was strangled so much that he mumbled, Yuan. And %carrot at. Brother Chun, spare me. Afternoon. Xu Lingchen always looked in Pei Muin's direction intentionally or unintentionally. Perhaps he turned his head too often, and there were always 1 or 2 times when he could meet Pei Muin's eyes when she was looking at the blackboard. However, the moment their eyes met, Pei Muin's eyes flickered, and then she looked away silently, not looking at him. The tip of the ballpoint pen in Xu Lingchen's hand scratched the page, and he made a mistake in the formula he was taking notes on. He took the correction tape and wanted to erase the wrong place and write it again. With a click, the outlet of the correction tape broke. Yujinjiwen 1600. Restaurant at the dining table. Xu picked up food for Muin from time to time and said softly, eat more. Xu also picked up food for Xu Lingchen. This was no different from usual, but when Xu picked up food for Pei Muin for the 3rd time tonight, Pei Muin slowly opened her mouth and looked at Xu. Sister, you don't have to pick it up for me. I can pick it up myself.
Okay.
Xu seemed to have no doubts and curved her lips. Then Muin will do it herself. After dinner, Xu finished his homework at school, and the 2 children always brought it home to do. Living room, open study. Unlike last night, Xu Lingchen did not go back to his room early, but sat at the desk. The boy held a Chinese textbook in his hand. He looked up at Pei Muin, who opened her school bag opposite him, then coughed twice and began to recite. From this point of view, if you have no compassion, you are not a human being, not a human being. Stuck. Actually, Xu Lingchen had memorized this document long ago. The boy kept saying non-human while he secretly looked at Pei Muin, hoping that she would kindly remind him of the next sentence as she did before. However, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a full minute passed, but nothing happened. The air was quiet. Xu Lingchen clenched his fingers around the textbook, but he didn't turn the page to look back. He pretended to be serious and complained in a vague way, TSK, why can't I recite it again? It's so difficult and hard to pronounce. Hey, if someone. Pei Muin looked up before he finished speaking. Xu Lingchen immediately looked over, and his dark eyes brightened. Is she finally going to pay attention to him? Then, Xu Lingchen saw Pei Muin stand up, and the girl's voice was soft. Did I disturb you from reciting the textbook? Sorry, I'll go do my homework somewhere else. Oh, it's not me. Without waiting for Xu Lingchen to speak, Pei Muin folded her homework book and school bag together and hugged them in her arms, and left in a hurry, as if she was afraid that she would delay him. There is more than one study room in the house, and there is also a closed study room. Xu Lingchen sat with his back to him and heard Xu's voice as he took Pei Muin to that study room. The boy threw the textbook to the ground and scratched his head with both hands in regret, scratching his hair until it was frizzy. Silly mouth. Why did you talk like that in the cafeteria at noon? And why didn't you speak faster just now to say that he didn't think she disturbed him from reciting the textbook?
Ah, gradusów de gradusów.
At this time, footsteps were heard behind him. Xu Lingchun turned his head. It was Xu Xu who was leaning against the solid wood bookshelf, with his arms folded, his peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, and he looked like he saw through everything and knew everything. He said to Xu Lingchun, "Come and talk." Room 1600 has a total area of more than 600 square meters. At that time, after the two rooms were connected into a large flat, a runway-style balcony about 18 meters long was designed at the same time, from which you can look out at the most beautiful and prosperous night view of Angxi at night. The night breeze blew away the heat of the day. At this time, all the floor-to-ceiling glass doors were pulled up to ensure that the outside sound could not be transmitted to the room with excellent sound insulation. Xu Xu and Xu Lingchun sat face-to-face on a white lounge chair. "What happened between you and Muin?" Xu Xu asked. Xu Lingchun uttered 3 words without any waves, "Nothing." Xu Xu raised his eyebrows and directly exposed. "Your face is almost written with the words Muin and I are having a quarrel, Shilingchen. Do you think you can hide it?" Being seen through, Shilingchen couldn't pretend anymore. The key point was that he had been holding this matter in his heart for a day and a night, and he felt very uncomfortable. "I won't hide it anymore, so Mom, don't hide it from me either." Xu Xu, "Oh? What did I hide from you?" Shilingchen exhaled, and his face no longer had the regret and guilt he had just shown towards Pei Muin. The boy's dark pupils were extremely stubborn. He exhaled heavily, mustered up his courage, and said to Xu Xu in a showdown, "Do you want to raise another child?" Xu Xu, "What?" It was much easier to say it the first time. Shilingchen said, "I said, do you want to raise another child, raise Pei Muin and not raise me anymore? I know that Pei Muin has good grades and a good personality. Most importantly, she gets along well with you. You like her and want to support her. But I have poor grades and my personality and abilities are not good enough. You dislike me. So, you don't want me anymore, right?" These words were mostly said out of anger, like a child who pretends to be wronged and says harsh words and has no sense of security and wants the other person to coax him and then tell him that these are of course not true, and I care about you very much. However, Xu Lingchun stared at his mother eagerly and saw that his mother really nodded and said, "Well, I want to support Muin." The air was silent for a moment. Xu Lingchun's pupils shook, and he stood up from the recliner with a bang, his face full of disbelief. "I actually guessed it. Do you really think so? No wonder you asked her to move from upstairs to live at home, and installed a snack cabinet for her, and installed it next to your Matai wall, and also marked her as Muin baby, and asked me to change seats with her, and you sat at the same table with her." After hearing the word remark, Xu Xu was finally completely sure that this brat started to feel weird and had wild thoughts after seeing the remark when he got her phone yesterday to contact the door-to-door master. Xu Xu pursed her lips and said, "Xiao Chen, what Mom is going to say next may make you feel incredible. You should be mentally prepared and listen to me slowly. I don't want to listen." Xu Lingchun seemed to be afraid of hearing more cruel words from her mother, so he interrupted and complained, "How could you do this? I cut my hair, but the remark you gave me was still turkey. You clearly told me that day that you are the mother who can always cover the cost of my trial and error, and you will always protect me in the future, and tell me not to be afraid. It's only been a few days. Have you forgotten everything you said?" In fact, Xu Lingchun is not a stingy person. He also treats Pei Muin as a friend. Since they are friends, he certainly cannot turn a blind eye to his friend's lonely situation. He is happy to see Pei Muin eat with them, go to and from school together, not have to live alone, and then move down and do homework together. He is not stingy with his mother's attention and care for Pei Muin, but the premise is that it is shared, not all tilted. Until he saw the 2 completely different notes, Xu Lingchun couldn't help but recall certain details of the past 2 days. It was not that his mother held Pei Muin's hand when shopping in the supermarket for fear that she would get lost, nor was it that his mother gave priority to Pei Muin when picking up food, nor was it that his mother took the initiative to ask Pei Muin if she slept well in the morning. But the look in his mother's eyes when looking at Pei Muin was unspeakably gentle and distressed. Just like when she looked at him. No, even more than when she looked at him. The initial symptom of a security crisis is that the heart begins to feel seriously unbalanced. The boy clenched his fists at his side, his face was hurt, his eyes were red, and he felt very aggrieved. You've only known Pei Muin for a few days, and you want to support her?
Shu
Lingchen took a deep breath and couldn't help but say something harsh. A month ago, she was a stranger to us and you liked her so much?
Shu nodded. Yes.
Shu Lingchen felt like an arrow hit his chest and was even more hurt. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shu say, "Because she is my daughter. At the same time, she is also your sister, a biological sister with the same blood as Xiaochen." Shu Lingchen's mind buzzed with astonishment, and he suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Ever since Shu Lingchen could remember, Shu told him that he actually had a younger sister. A twin sister who was his boy and girl, but unfortunately died young. Shu Lingchen was still young at that time, and did not understand the regret and pain of separation. He only knew that every time his mother mentioned his sister, she would always be silent for a long time, and that silence infected him, making him unable to help but pout and want to cry. After kindergarten, when his mother came to pick him up, she often stared at the little girls of the same age in a daze. He knew inexplicably that his mother was thinking about his sister. Every time at this time, he would hug his mother's neck and kiss her face, and his mother would turn her head, curl the corners of her mouth, and then touch his little forehead, as if the loneliness on her face just now was just an illusion. Since childhood, Shu Lingchen has had a subconscious that his sister is very important to his mother. It is so important that his mother would never make up stories about his sister. The wind in the distance blew towards the balcony, blowing Shu Lingchen's thoughts back to reality. His mother's words still lingered in his ears. Pei Muin is his sister. He was so shocked that he almost said, "But didn't you say that your sister?" That's why I said that what I'm going to say next will make you feel incredible. I wanted to tell you slowly. Shu said, "I only recognized it was Muin 2 days ago, but the way I confirmed it was through a dream of mine. In the dream, my sister was still alive in Jing City, and her name was Pei Muin. Didn't I go to Jing City on the weekend some time ago? I went to look for my sister, but I couldn't find her. I never expected that my sister was right next to us." Shu paused and tried to make his words as simple and easy to understand as possible. "Xiaochen, I know this sounds ridiculous." He was taken over before he finished speaking. "What if it's nonsense? As long as it turns out that Muin is your sister, it's fine." Shu Lingchen was so excited that he couldn't believe it and asked Shu, "Mom, that means Muin is my sister. I have a sister?" The man who had red eyes and called Pei Muin all the time and was very angry just now had a look of joy between his brows. "Young man, you have a strong ability to accept." Yes, you have a sister." Shu was surprised for half a second and asked Shu Lingchen leisurely, "Now, are you not angry and accusing me of favoritism?" "Mom, to tell you the truth, I didn't sleep well all night last night and had a lot of nightmares." Shu Lingchen pointed to the dark circles under his eyes that had been hanging on his face for a day, and he said, "I dreamed that you threw me into the trash can and then picked up Muin and treated her as your new child. You held her hand and said that I would no longer be your son. Then when I grew up, I went to your new home to work as a nanny. You completely ignored me and ordered me to serve tea and water to Muin. I was dressed in rags, and you didn't give me food to eat, and even made me sleep at the gate." Shu was stunned. "You little rascal. In your mind, this is how your mother is, right? And you threw him into the trash can and dressed him in rags." She was really convinced. Shu was so angry that she pretended to hit him. Shu Lingchen instinctively raised his hand to hide and explain, I was dreaming. I didn't know Muin was my sister at that time." "Oh?" Shu sat back and squinted at him. "Now that you know, what do you think? Aren't you worried that I will continue to favor my younger sister?" "No, not at all." Shu Lingchen was silent for a moment. Then his voice became much more serious, and he said, "My younger sister has not been with us since she was a child. After hearing what she said about the things she experienced, I can imagine that she must have suffered a lot. Don't talk about favoritism. It's right for you to give your whole heart to my younger sister, because if you really want to talk about favoritism, wasn't I enjoying all your love when she was not around? In the final analysis, I am the one who is taking advantage. The young man raised his eyes. His words were full of sincerity, and he vowed, "She has you now, and she also has me. Not only are you partial to her, I will also be partial to her." Hearing this, Shu Shu was very relieved. He endured the slight sourness in his chest due to being moved, stretched out his hand to ruffle Shu Lingchen's hair, and muttered a little bit of a brat. Silence for a moment. "By the way, don't tell my younger sister yet." Shu Shu was silent for a moment and said, "The way I look now, rebirth and time travel are generally difficult for ordinary people to accept. I'm afraid that I will scare her. Moreover, the most important thing is that Shu Shu has not figured out how his daughter was switched to the Pei family. Whether there has been a pair of eyes staring at her from behind after she left Beijing until she gave birth to the child." Thinking of this, Shu Shu's eyes dimmed. "Did you remember?" "Remember?" Shu Lingchen nodded seriously, and then he suddenly remembered something, and his expression suddenly became guilty. Shu Shu noticed and looked over. "What's wrong?" Shu Lingchen said guiltily, "I was in a bad mood because of the note you left for me and my sister yesterday. During the day, my sister gave me Coke, but I refused, and then I seemed to make my sister sad." He looked panicked. "Mom, will my sister be angry with me and ignore me again?"
"No."
Shu Shu thought to himself. Muin is a soft-hearted and kind child. How could she get angry over such a small matter? But Shu Shu did not remind Shu Lingchen of this. Instead, he curled his lips and said, "I can't say for sure. Maybe, and she will move back upstairs to live by herself out of sadness." This won't do. Shu Lingchen was completely panicked and asked Shu Shu for help. "Mom, can you help me say something good in front of my sister?"
"No."
Shu Shu turned his head and looked out the window, hiding the mockery in his eyes, and said, "You are the one who caused this. You have to solve it yourself." At the door of the study, Shu Lingchen raised his hand for the nth time, but failed to knock. Shu Shu was watching the brat pacing back and forth at the door from the other end of the kitchen, almost rubbing sparks from the wooden floor. He glanced at the time, and it was not time for Muin to finish her homework and review. So, Shu Shu opened WeChat. "Muin, come out and eat some fruit first." The other end replied immediately. Okay, it would take time for this brat to muster up the courage to knock on the door. Here, Shu Lingchen was still nervous and kept thinking about how to apologize later. The door opened in front of him with a click without any warning. Shu Lingchen and Pei Muin's eyes met. Pei Muin was stunned for a moment and subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to speak to Shu Lingchen, but she didn't know what she thought of. The girl's eyelashes drooped slightly, and she pinched her fingers to nod past Shu Lingchen and walk to the side. Seeing this, Shu Lingchen's heart tightened, and all the words in his mind just now became blank in an instant. In a hurry, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground with a bang. Pei Muin was shocked and squatted down without hesitation. "Are you okay?" "Shu Lingchen? Shu Lingchen? What happened to you?" She did not help Shu Lingchen because she remembered some common sense in her mind. People who suddenly fainted should not be moved rashly. They had to wait for the doctor to come to avoid any accidental injuries, so she only dared to call out, "Shu Lingchen, Shu Lingchen?" Pei Muin was so flustered that she immediately turned her head to look for Shu Shu, and then at this moment, Shu Lingchen opened his eyes. The young man got up from the ground again, touched the back of his head, and looked at Pei Muin with a confused face. "Huh? Why am I here? Shouldn't I be waiting on the sofa for the snack cabinet master to come?" Without waiting for Pei Muin to speak, he slapped his forehead. "I remember. I was possessed. Since yesterday, my body has been occupied by a monster, and it has been occupying my body and consciousness and doing whatever it wants." Shu Lingchen said to Pei Muin in a serious manner, "Didn't I do my homework with you in the study room in the living room last night? And then I refused your Coke at noon today? I tell you, it was actually done by that abominable monster. That's not the real me." Don't be angry with me, otherwise I'm too wronged. After the voice fell, there was silence. Pei Muin stared at Xu Lingchen with a pair of peach blossom eyes. After a long time, she didn't say anything, just looked at him silently. Seeing her like this, Xu Lingchen knew that he had messed up again. The boy was like a defeated and discouraged little lion. His shoulders slumped, his eyebrows drooped, and he said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Two sorries sounded almost at the same time, and the other was a girl's soft voice. Xu Lingchen was stunned, looked up, met Pei Muin's eyes, and they both opened their mouths at the same time. Seeing that the other party was about to speak, they closed their mouths at the same time. Xu Lingchen stretched out his hand to signal. You go first." Pei Muin pinched her fingers and said again, "I'm sorry." Pei Muin was not angry with Xu Lingchen, but she was worried that Xu Lingchen was angry with her. She knew the reason why Xu Lingchen was in a bad mood. Because of Sister Mu Si. Sister Mu Si took care of herself too much and ignored Xu Lingchen. It was like a relationship between two people, and suddenly a third person appeared, taking the attention of one of them away, and the other felt that he was being ignored. Whoever it was would feel lost. Pei Muin didn't want this to happen at all, and she felt guilty about it. I will move back upstairs tomorrow. She thought reluctantly and greedily in her heart, just for one night, and stay with Sister Moose for another night. When Xu Lingchen heard Pei Muin say this, the sky seemed to fall. Hey, please don't move away. I am very happy that you live here. Really, I swear, I would be a cuckold if I lied to you. Even if he didn't know that Pei Muin was his sister, Xu Lingchen had never thought of letting her move out. Now that he knew, it was even more impossible for him to let her move. I was too petty. I said those words to you during the day. I regretted it a little bit after I said it, but I just couldn't bring myself to apologize to you. Really, believe me. Pei Muin waved her hands. No, you are not wrong. It is true that I disturbed you too much. Xu Lingchen said, You are not wrong, I was wrong. Pei Muin said again, no. Hey, someone interrupted their conversation. It was Xu, who was holding a plate of fruit and standing at the other end of the corridor. He looked at them with a funny expression and said, Two little friends, why are you so cute? Are you going to apologize to each other here until dawn? Xu put down the fruit and walked over. She took one hand of Xu Lingchen and Pei Muin respectively, and then overlapped them, held them with both hands, and shook them up and down. Okay, I declare that you shake hands and make peace, completely reconcile, and then become the best friends in the world. Do you agree? Xu Lingchen looked at Pei Muin secretly, and Pei Muin looked at Xu Lingchen secretly again. Pei Muin uttered two words in a low voice. I agree. After hearing Pei Muin speak, Xu Lingchen followed suit, and the boy's voice was obviously much more cheerful and clear. I agree too. Xu curved his lips. Come and have some fruit. Xu Lingchen still asked Pei Muin worriedly if she was really not angry anymore, as if he would be unable to sleep or eat unless he got a clear answer from her. Pei Muin thought for a while and said, Wait for me a moment. After that, she turned and went into the study and came out in less than a moment, with two large craft paper-covered notebooks in her hands. My sister said that you want to start from scratch to learn all the knowledge from junior high school to the second year of high school. These are the two subjects I sorted out in the past 2 days, mathematics and physics. I haven't finished chemistry yet. Xu Lingchen took the notebook with both hands in a daze. The moment the notebook was in his hands, it felt heavy, and the touch went straight to his heart. Pei Muin whispered, I wrote it by hand, so there may be some shortcomings. No, it's not. Xu Lingchen opened a notebook and looked down to see that the pages were full of beautiful and neat handwriting, with a table of contents and chapter outlines, clear and concise. The value of the notes carefully written by the top student in the grade can be imagined. This is not something that can be sorted out in a day or two. In other words, when he was still fussing about whether his mother was partial or not, and was entangled in the relationship between baby Muin and Turkey, she was doing these. Pei Muin was telling him in another more clear way that she was really not angry with him. At this moment, Xu Lingchen felt that he was even more unforgivable. After eating the fruit, Xu Lingchen took the initiative to move Pei Muin's school bag and homework books back to the study table in the living room. The two sat face to face again. When Xu Lingchen encountered a question he didn't know how to answer, Pei Muin would teach him. The atmosphere between the two children returned to the previous cheerfulness. No, it was even better than before. After finishing the homework, the sky outside the window darkened. Pei Muin went back to her room to wash up. Xu Lingchen was still sitting in the living room, staring at two notebooks in a daze, with a gleam in his dark eyes. Xu came over and teased him. Why, are you so moved to tears after receiving the notes written by your sister? Xu Lingchen, I'm so jealous of myself. Xu was stunned. Jealous of what? Then Xu heard Xu Lingchen say, I'm jealous of myself. How can I have such an excellent and good sister? Xu chuckled. Mom, what are you laughing at? You don't have such a sister. The boy said arrogantly, his tail was about to rise to the sky. Xu raised his eyebrows. Oh, are you showing off? The next day at noon, in the school cafeteria, Pei Muin stared blankly at the rice plate in front of her that was almost piled up into a small hill. Is it a bit too much? Not much, not at all. Xu Lingchen ordered another serving of braised pork, and his eyes scanned Pei Muin's rice plate to see if there was any space to put it down. However, it was all filled to the brim, and there was no room left. I'll get you another empty plate. Xu Lingchen was about to turn around, but Pei Muin stopped him quickly. No, really no. I can't eat so much. These are enough. That's enough. Oh, okay then. Xu Lingchen had no choice but to sit down. He could no longer pick up food for Pei Muin. He looked a little disappointed. Xu Lingchen did not have lunch with Baluozai and the others today. As soon as the class was over, he took the initiative to follow Xu and Pei Muin. He said that apologies cannot be just words, so what he did just now was his actual action. But this actual action was so much. Pei Muin didn't want to waste food, so she had to ask Xu next to her for help. Sister, can you help me eat some? Okay, Xu seemed to have predicted Xu Lingchen's behavior and only ordered a little rice and vegetables, just enough to share with Pei Muin. Seeing that most of the hill had gone down, the girl blinked and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xu Lingchen's actual action was not over yet. After dinner, he did not go back to the classroom together. He just said that he had something to do, and then got up and slipped away in another direction. Xu and Pei Muin did not think much about it, thinking that he was going to play with Baluozai. But it was almost time for lunch break, and Baluozai and his group returned to the classroom sparsely, and Xu Lingchen's seat was still empty. Until, Brother Chen, where did you go to rob? Baluozai exclaimed. Xu Lingchen walked into the classroom with a green snakeskin bag on his back. The bag looked quite heavy. Baluozai immediately ran over curiously, opened it, and looked, and exclaimed again. So many delicious foods. Brother Chen, are you rich? Baluozai's eyes lit up, and he was about to stretch out his evil hand to take it, but Xu Lingchen slapped him coldly and ruthlessly. Don't move. It's not for you. Then he walked to Pei Muin's desk and poured out the bag. Chocolate, potato chips, biscuits, etc. Delicious food piled up on the two desks like rain. Pei Muin, who was originally doing homework, was startled and instinctively opened her hands to receive it, and then took the full arms of snacks. She looked up and met Xu Lingchen's arrogant eyes. The boy had an expression of brother is so handsome and then announced, to express my apology and gratitude to the notebook, these are the most delicious snacks in the canteen of number 3 middle school, all of which I have carefully selected. Other people's collection cabinets may be filled with wine or porcelain artworks, but Pei Muin likes to display snacks one by one in the cabinet. Just looking at her makes you happy. Xu Lingchen knows that Pei Muin likes to eat snacks and is more like a little hamster who likes to stock up on snacks. If his sister has this hobby, then the brother must satisfy it. Xu Lingchen directly looted the canteen. The extent of the looting was so severe that the canteen owner even teased him, saying that his classmates outside were going to starve. Pei Muin was flattered. She did not express her opinion at the first time. She subconsciously looked at Xu, as if she was a well-behaved child who received a very expensive gift and subconsciously wanted to ask her parents if she could accept it. Her dependence on Shu has been seeping in from all aspects over the past few days. You can have it. Shu picked up a corn sausage, peeled off the package, handed it to Pei Muin's mouth, and said softly, "If you don't accept it, this guy will probably have 2 panda eyes again tomorrow morning." When Pei Muin heard this, she immediately remembered Shu Lingchen, who didn't sleep well and looked haggard yesterday. The girl nodded solemnly, leaned forward, and gently took a bite of the corn sausage. The sweetness of the corn and the softness of the sausage were transmitted to the taste buds, which was very delicious. One side of her fair cheek bulged slightly. Holding a full armful of snacks, she turned her head and whispered thank you to Shu Lingchen. Time flew to the afternoon. Originally, the 3rd class was English class. The English teacher had some urgent matters and needed to ask for leave, so she discussed with the physical education teacher of tomorrow to exchange a class. So, the English class became a physical education class. The bell rang, and the students all walked to the plastic track behind the teaching building to gather. When they arrived, they saw a group of students from other classes on the track. This was a physical education class that overlapped with other classes. It was also a coincidence that the class that overlapped was also a sophomore 1 class. The traditional process of physical education class is to assemble first, then count, and finally the boys and girls run 800 meters before disbanding for their own activities. There is no requirement for speed, but the teacher will supervise and not allow laziness or slacking. Shu and Pei Muin ran slowly behind. Shu Lingchen had already finished and was waiting for them at the finish line. Boluozi called Shu Lingchen breathlessly. "Brother Chen, let's go play table tennis." Shu Lingchen waved his hand to refuse. "No, go play by yourselves." So, Boluozi and his group left. While waiting for his mother and sister, Shu Lingchen got bored and picked up a basketball. He started shooting at the empty basketball court next to him. The boy had a pair of long legs and was obviously born with good athletic genes. He jumped handsomely and raised his hand at the same time. The basketball went into the basket accurately with a bang. "Nice," Shu Lingchen said secretly, and suddenly he caught a glimpse of someone behind him. It was his mother and sister. Shu Lingchen immediately picked up the ball, ran over, and asked them proudly, "You want to play? I can teach you." Shu raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't need you to teach me." Shu Lingchen looked at his mother in surprise. "You can do it? Do you question me?" Shu Lingchen scratched his eyebrows and answered as a matter of course, "No, I just a little bit. I don't quite believe it." When he was a child, he never saw his mother touch a basketball, let alone basketball or any other sports. Shu suddenly curled the corners of his mouth. "Oh, do you want to bet?" As the last 3 words fell, Shu Lingchen almost instantly remembered the monthly exam. He also questioned his mother's ability to get the first place in the grade. His mother also spoke in the same tone at that time. How confident he was at that time, how miserable he was slapped in the face afterwards. Shu Lingchen already had some PTSD from these 3 words. He immediately took 2 steps back with caution. "No bet, I don't bet." Oh no, he didn't take the bait. This brat has learned his lesson. Shu smiled, took the basketball from Shu Lingchen, slapped it to the ground, and the ball bounced up. After a few neat dribbles with her left and right hands, she was still a long way from the basket, but she jumped straight up and bent her slender wrist at the same time. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the sky and landed perfectly in the frame. "Wow, sister is so awesome." Pei Muin clapped her hands excitedly, looking at Shu's sparkling eyes. There was admiration inside. Shu Lingchen was stunned by the sight. He thought he was good at playing basketball. It felt like he had refreshed his understanding of his mother. Seeing his daughter's curious expression of interest, Shu asked, "Muin, do you want to come over and play?" Yes. Pei Muin nodded without thinking and walked towards Shu. Shu handed the basketball to Pei Muin and asked her to try to bounce the ball on the ground to find the feeling of the ball bouncing. It was Pei Muin's first time playing basketball. Because of her lack of experience, her movements were a little unnatural and clumsy, But Shu was very patient with her throughout the whole process, slowly guiding her and praising her at the same time. Yes, that's how to shoot. Then Pei Muin could shoot the ball smoothly soon. When it came to shooting, she basically missed 10 out of 10 shots, either deviating from the route or unfortunately passing by the basket. The girl drooped her peach blossom eyes, a little discouraged, and looked at Shu pitifully, feeling that she was so stupid. Muin is not stupid. Shu seemed to see her daughter's thoughts. She said that before she learned to play basketball, she had missed thousands of shots. She blinked and encouraged, but Muin only missed a dozen shots. She is much better than me. So Pei Muin regained her confidence, picked up the ball, and threw it hard this time. The ball went into the basket. Pei Muin was so excited that she looked at Shu immediately. Her bright eyes seemed to begging for praise. Shu, Muin is great. Shilingchen, who was sitting next to her, also raised his thumbs with both hands. He watched his mother teach his sister to play basketball, and he was jealous. He immediately volunteered. I can teach her too. Okay, then you do it. Shu gave up her seat and sat on the steps next to her. She supported her chin and watched the scene below quietly. One taught seriously, and the other learned seriously. The warm golden sunlight sprinkled on the brother and sister. The years are quiet and good, probably like this. Shu stood up and said to them, You guys play, I'll go to the canteen to buy some water. Shilingchen used all his patience to teach for a while, but he never heard Muin say that he was amazing. Clearly, when his mother was teaching, his sister kept saying that he was amazing. Shilingchen was not willing to be outdone. He cleared his throat twice and asked Pei Muin, What do you think of my teaching? Pei Muin, very good. Shilingchen turned his head and snickered. His competitive spirit came up again and he asked again, So what do you think, is my teaching better or is your sister Shu's teaching better? In Shilingchen's eyes, the question he asked was like asking, Is my brother amazing or is my mother amazing? Pei Muin's eyes were clear, and she answered without hesitation for almost a second, Sister. Okay, my mother is amazing. Shilingchen. Okay, he had a hunch that his sister would definitely be a mother-brained person in the future. Shilingchen thought again about pretending to faint last night and Pei Muin calling his name. Now, when he recalled it, he felt something was wrong. The young man rolled his eyes and said, Actually, I'm older than you. You have to call me brother, you know that? Pei Muin blinked, surprised at how quickly the topic changed, and then she said seriously, But we are both sophomores in high school, so we should be the same age.
No.
Shilingchen said, I don't mean age, I mean the time of birth, the kind that is calculated in minutes and seconds. Pei Muin was a little confused. Who knows the minutes and seconds of their birth? And how can you be sure that you were born earlier than me? Shilingchen was stuck. Feeling that he almost let something slip, he said stubbornly, I just know. And I'm sure I'm definitely older than you. I tell you, I feel very uncomfortable when I hear someone younger than me calling my name. People who are younger than me, even if they're only 1 or 2 seconds younger, have to call me brother, understand? It can be said that he is making trouble for no reason. Pei Muin widened her eyes slightly, obviously surprised, and said, Can it be like this?
Yes.
Shilingchen wanted to hear his sister call him brother, and he suddenly had an idea and said, Why don't we make a bet? How about shooting? I score 10 goals in a row, and you only need to score 1. If I win, you call me brother, and if you win, I call you sister. Shilingchen felt that he had made a huge investment with the last word. As a result, he heard Pei Muin say, But I don't need you to call me sister. The girl's voice was neither fast nor slow, well-behaved and calm, and she was not moved at all. Shilingchen. It's really a sister who is not easy to fool. Just when I was having a headache, more than a dozen people came over and said, Please let us go, we want to play on this basketball court. Turning around, they were the students from Class 1 who were in physical education class. Pei Muin had just found the feeling of shooting and was in high spirits. She wanted to play again, but someone came, and she habitually gave in. Before he could move, he heard a sneer from the side. You said give way, so what? Do you know what first come first served means? The group of people in Class 1 said confidently, but we have more people and you only have 2 people. Isn't it a waste to occupy the court? After that, the other party seemed unwilling to argue with Xu Lingchen anymore and wanted to take advantage of the number of people and start playing with the ball.
Bang!
There was a loud noise. It was the basketball in Xu Lingchen's hand that hit the basket with a fierce momentum, shaking the basket. The short-haired boy pulled his lower lip very lightly and said word by word, "I see who dares to take another step forward." The smashing of the ball scared more than a dozen people on the other side. Someone recognized it with a panic expression. "It's Xu Lingchen from class 12. Otherwise, forget it. I heard that he will beat people when he gets angry." At this time, another female voice interrupted. "Why aren't you guys playing?" Zhang Lu pushed through the crowd and saw Xu Lingchen. She immediately understood and said directly, "Xu Lingchen, get out of the way. Don't you see so many people waiting here?" As she said that, she noticed Pei Muin next to Xu Lingchen. "I was wondering why I saw someone learning to shoot basketball from a distance just now. It turns out you were teaching her?" Zhang Lu looked up and down at Pei Muin with a very impolite look and sneered. "Xu Lingchen, are you attracted to her? Are you blind? She must be heavier than you, but she can't even compare to one finger of Shaolian, okay?" Zhang Lu's expression was sarcastic. Those classmates were afraid of Xu Lingchen, but she was not. Xu Lingchen had been chasing Chu Lian for too long before, and Zhang Lu had often ridiculed and mocked Xu Lingchen in person when she followed Chu Lian. Zhang Lu was Chu Lian's friend, so Xu Lingchen didn't do anything to Zhang Lu every time. As a result, Zhang Lu became fearless in front of Xu Lingchen and even had a sense of superiority that the school bully that everyone feared dared not say a word in front of me. Zhang Lu was about to raise her chin proudly, but a force suddenly grabbed her collar. When she reacted, her heels were off the ground, and she felt suffocated in her neck. In a panic, she met a pair of dark and cold eyes. The owner of the eyes stared at her like frost, which made the hair on her back stand up. Xu Lingchen, what are you doing?" She had never been treated like this by Xu Lingchen before, and she was a little panicked. "What are you doing?" The young man sneered. "Do you know that your mouth stinks? It's like the mud in the sewer, and you can smell the odor from a long distance away. You like to criticize others so much, right?" Then Xu Lingchen looked at Zhang Lu's face and said in a loud voice, "Don't you look in the mirror every day when you wake up? With your square face, flat nose, sausage mouth, and eyes not even half the size of Pei Muin's, how dare you comment on other people's appearance?" Hearing Xu Lingchen's words, everyone subconsciously looked at Pei Muin next to them. In fact, without looking closely, the girl's peach blossom eyes are incredibly beautiful. Her skin is as white and flawless as milk, and the baby fat on both sides of her cheeks is cute and well-behaved. In Zhang Lu's mouth, it seems that Pei Muin is so unbearable, but in fact, looking back at Zhang Lu himself, it is really the same as Xu Lingchen said. Since Xu Lingchen changed his hairstyle, he didn't know that he had a label of handsome guy behind the label of school bully in the school forum. He is really handsome. The boy's short hair is full of Zhang Lu's face was exposed, with straight features and superior bone structure. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and black trousers. One hand was lazily put in his pocket, and the other hand was holding a can of Coke as he passed by. Occasionally, he would talk about something interesting with the people next to him, with a smile on his face. He was so cool and handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. There is a saying that goes, "Your outlook on life follows your features." Recently, many people in the school have been asked by female friends from other schools to ask for Xu Lingchen's contact information. People with good looks attract attention with every move. Now that he commented on Zhang Lu in this way, the people from class 1 to class 12 who gradually gathered around him looked at Zhang Lu with a funny look and started to discuss. For example, students in class 1, Zhang Lu is indeed not very good-looking. She follows Chu Lian all day long and thinks she is a big shot. I have seen her complaining about this or that in the QQ group more than once. Haha, it's so funny. She calls herself the little follower of the eldest lady and loves to boss her classmates around. She really takes herself seriously. I'm so mad. A girl from class 12 also followed up and said, "This girl is crazy. Pei Muin is so beautiful. You don't know that the other day when Lao Lu brought her to our class, I really wanted to ask her how her skin could be so good and look so soft and cute. I have to take a picture of this girl from class 1 and open a post on the forum to complain about her. Hey, look here, rascal. Everyone looked at Zhonglu with disgust and pointed fingers at her. Xu Lingchen had never targeted a girl like this before, and it was obvious that he was really angry this time. For those who love to talk and bully the weak and fear the strong, the best way to deal with them is to pull her in front of others and let her experience the feeling of being in their shoes. Zhang Lu's face turned red with shame and anger, and she didn't even have time to cover her face in front of the camera. Why, you feel bad too. Xu Lingchen glanced sarcastically at Zhang Lu's face, which had turned into a pallet, and grabbed her collar like a chicken and threw her in front of Pei Muin. Apologize to me. It was embarrassing enough to be talked about by others. Zhang Lu resisted immediately when she heard the apology. Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong. She couldn't break free and was furious. Xu Lingchen, you defend her so much and say that you have nothing to do with her. Who would believe it? Of course I have a relationship with her. Xu Lingchen admitted it directly and generously, and then said word by word. I tell you, I'm her brother and she's my sister. Whoever dares to bully her, I will kill him. In fact, Pei Muin has heard a lot of words like what Zhang Lu said. Whenever this happened, she would always lower her head habitually and want to curl herself up, like a little hedgehog burying its head in its belly. Because no one will protect it, it can only rely on this way to give itself a sense of security. But this time, just as it covered its ears and nervously waited for the danger to pass, it heard a voice full of security saying, Hey, don't be afraid. I have already beaten that monster away. Then Pei Muin's hearing returned, and she heard the words, I'm her brother. She is my sister. Whoever bullies her I will kill. She couldn't help but look up and saw the boy's firm profile. Pei Muin's eyes were stunned, and suddenly she felt that if she lost the bet on the shooting just now, it seemed that it would not be so bad. Brother. Of course, she has seen other classmates have brothers. But this is the first time Pei Muin has a real sense of cognition of this title. Brother means a sense of security. Xu Lingchen pressed Zhang Lu's head. I'll say it again, apologize to me. Zhang Lu was furious. Xu Lingchen, you treat me like this. Aren't you afraid that Xiaolian will have a problem with you? She will be angry with you, and then she will never want to see you again. Then she heard Xu Lingchen sneer without hesitation. TSK, who cares? Even if Xu Lingchen still cares now, he will never let Pei Muin down because of Chu Lian. He promised his mother in person that day that he would protect his sister. Zhang Lu opened her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe that Xu Lingchen said to let go of Chu Lian. At this time, a group of people who were playing table tennis, Balaozai, ran over and asked what was going on. After hearing the whole story, Balaozai threw his racket into the arms of the person next to him, rolled up his sleeves in anger, and scolded Zhang Lu. Do you really think that there is no one in our class 12, right? How dare you bully people in our class? Brother Chen, let go and hand her over to me. I will teach her a lesson. Xu Lingchen frowned slightly and glanced at him. Don't say bad words. Boluozai, I didn't say bad words. More and more people came around. Almost all the students in class 12 were there, and many people in class 1 also came. Zhang Lu's face turned pale, and she was surrounded by a group of people led by Bo Luozai. All the students in class 12 stared at Zhang Lu covetously, and no one in Zhang Lu's class spoke for her. In short, she couldn't leave unless she apologized. I'm going to call the teacher. Zhang Lu thought this threat would work. Go ahead. Someone from class 1 told him what he accidentally heard when he went to the office to hand in his homework that day. You don't know how much trouble you have caused, right? Do you know what Pei Muin's identity is? Her family donated a gymnasium to the school. You are so bad at talking to her. Let's see whether the teacher will help you or comfort her when she comes. Just wait to be criticized. Don't even mention that you are Chu Lian's follower. I'm afraid that even Chu Lian will not be good enough in front of Pei Muin. Why don't you apologize now? Don't you think you haven't done enough to tarnish the reputation of our class 1? Apologize. Apologize. Each word came at Zhang Lu like a slap in the face. A few minutes ago, She never thought that she would be put in such a situation because of her bad mouth. She is a bully in nature, so when she meets a strong person, she will naturally be cowardly. Boluozi directly reached out and pushed Zhonglu from behind, pushing her in front of Pei Muin. Xu Lingchen was standing behind Pei Muin with one hand in his pocket. The boy was well-developed and very tall. He stood there like a barrier. Zhonglu was almost scared to tears by this scene. She could only close her eyes and said to Pei Muin, "Yes, I'm sorry." Xu Lingchen's eyes were grim. "I can't hear you. Speak louder."
I'm sorry.
Boluozi scratched his ears. "I still can't hear you. You are not sincere after all. Speak louder."
I am sorry. Yeah.
Xu Lingchen was not satisfied and said, "Just one sorry? Say after me, I'm sorry. Pei Muin, I was just being mean and foul-mouthed. That's why I said those words to you. I will never do that again. Please, be magnanimous and forgive me. Repeat." The last two emphasized words frightened Zhonglu again. She finally followed tremblingly and said it word for word. Xu Lingchen looked at Pei Muin, his voice no longer cold to Zhonglu. It changed to gentle easily. He asked Pei Muin, "Have you forgiven her?" He handed the decision to his sister. Zhonglu stared at Pei Muin nervously, her eyes almost begging. She was lucky. Pei Muin was a soft-hearted and kind child, not aggressive or persistent. The girl nodded slowly. Zhonglu felt as if she had been pardoned instantly. Polo made a face at her, and then got out of the way. Then Zhonglu covered her mouth and ran away crying. She was really embarrassed today. The crowd gradually dispersed. Xu Lingchen continued to teach Pei Muin how to shoot. When he looked up, he saw Xu standing behind him leisurely with 2 bottles of yogurt, obviously not just arrived. Xu Lingchen immediately ran over, wanting to tell Xu what had just happened like pouring beans. "I know Xu curled his lips and praised. "I saw it all. Someone didn't break his word and did a particularly good job of protecting his sister." Hearing this, the expression on the boy's face became arrogant again. "That's it." Xu threw 2 bottles of yogurt over. Xu Lingchen caught them and gave one of them to Pei Muin. The brother and sister drank one each and took a break at halftime. When they continued to practice shooting, Pei Muin looked at Xu Lingchen and suddenly asked, "Does the bet we made just now still count?" Xu Lingchen was still chewing the fruit particles in the yogurt at that time and did not react to Pei Muin's words. "What bet?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned, and then excitedly changed his words. "Count. Why not? Come on." The bet required Xu Lingchen to hit 10 in a row to win, while Pei Muin only needed to hit 1. Xu was the referee. 10 were thrown out, and Pei Muin had a 0 hit rate. It was Xu Lingchen's turn. The boy felt that he had never been so nervous and excited shooting in his life. His palms were sweating, and his whole body's attention was on the basket above his head. If for nothing else, just to hear the word brother from his sister. So, with 1 ball, 2, 3, until the last 10th ball, Xu Lingchen even adjusted his breathing several times. He threw it skillfully. It hit yes. Xu Lingchen turned around immediately, his dark eyes shining brightly. In his extremely expectant gaze, Pei Muin tentatively said, "Brother?"
Hey.
Xu Lingchen responded loudly. The boy was so excited that he ran around the basketball court twice before he suppressed his joy. His mind was full of his sister calling him brother.
Ha ha ha.
Pei Muin was a little stunned. She asked Xu worriedly, "Sister, is he okay?" She couldn't understand why Xu Lingchen was like this when he was just called brother. Xu shrugged. "It's okay. It's just a monkey that ran out of the zoo." Xu Lingchen was really happy and robbed the school canteen again. However, this time he robbed the beverage cabinet. He treated the whole class to drinks, and on the way he asked someone to help him carry the drinks back to the classroom, 1 bottle per person. Everyone was collectively surprised. "Brother Chen, what day is today?" "Of course, it's a good day." Xu Lingchen stood on the podium with a smile on his face and said solemnly, "I have an announcement. From now on, I will be Pei Muin's brother in our class." "Well, to the extent of a real brother. She is my sister, and she is my biological sister to me. So, Since you are all speaking for my sister today, I must buy you all a drink.
Woohoo!
Long live Brother Chen. Everyone slammed the table, cheered and whistled, and raised their drinks. Boluo's eye frowned and pulled Xu Lingchen to the corner, asking worriedly, Brother Chen, tell me the truth. Did you do some part-time job outside the school again and made so much money? I tell you, anything that makes a lot of money is dangerous. Besides, you are so poor. You should save the money you earn. It's a pity to spend it like this. No, you think too much. I'm busy studying all day. How can I have time to do a part-time job? Then, before he could finish his words, Xu Lingchen unscrewed a bottle of Coke and put it in Boluo's eye's mouth. Drink it with confidence, I'm fine. At this time, everyone turned their heads and said to Pei Muin, Cheers to classmate Pei Muin, the sister who is as close as Brother Chen's biological sister. You are also welcome to become a member of our Class 12. Yes, welcome, welcome. Several girls who had just spoken for Pei Muin on the basketball court said, Don't listen to what the girl from Class 1 said. Classmate Muin, you didn't know that the day you came to the class, you were so cute that I wanted to hug you so much. Pei Muin was stunned to meet so many pairs of eyes. She was sensitive, so she could tell that all these eyes were full of kind emotions. This kind of warm atmosphere of the class was extremely unfamiliar to Pei Muin. She had always been a loner in her previous school in Beijing. She thought she would never know what it felt like to be surrounded by excitement again. It turned out to be unspeakably warm. The girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled, and then she immediately picked up the yogurt in front of her with both hands and followed the cheers in the direction of everyone.
Sister.
She looked at Xu excitedly, as if she wanted to tell Xu whether she was also recognized. Xu raised his hand and touched the hair beside his daughter's ear. Muin is great in itself. No one in this world is qualified to deny you except yourself. Remember, okay? She wanted to pull back her daughter's self-confidence little by little. Yeah, Pei Muin whispered. Sister, I saw a very good restaurant in the local area the other day. I want to treat everyone to dinner at the weekend. Is that okay? What a kind child. Just felt a little kindness and couldn't help wanting to return it. Xu smiled. Of course. At the other end of the classroom, before class, a few students secretly browsed the school forum and followed up on what happened just now. Suddenly, a post was pushed to the top. Chu Lian from Class 1 is having a birthday, and she invites classmates to the largest restaurant in the city, Chuanqing Restaurant, where a single table costs more than 300,000 yuan. Chuanqing Restaurant was not originally called this name. At that time, Xu had just arrived in Engshi. One day, she casually walked into a snack bar and ordered a bowl of seaweed wontons. Unexpectedly, this restaurant looked small, even a little small, not to mention the decoration, but the taste was surprisingly good. Fortunately, she came early. Just as it was approaching meal time, there was a long line of people waiting outside the door. The menu of the restaurant changes every Monday, and there are not only pasta but also dim sum, stir-fried dishes, and the like. Xu's taste buds were captured at once. In the early stages of pregnancy, her taste began to become more picky, so even that. For a month, except when it rained, she would come to patronize the store. During a meal break, Xu heard some customers discussing that the owner of the store, who was also the chef, was a descendant of the imperial chefs of the palace and had an exclusive craftsmanship passed down from his ancestors. Xu felt that the title of the descendant of the imperial chefs was well-deserved, but if that was the case, why would he still stick to such a shabby store? Until one day, she came to the store as usual and saw a piece of store transfer paper on the door. As soon as she entered the door and walked to the ordering area, she heard the boss's voice on the phone, and his voice was very gentle. I have found a way to solve the surgery fee. Selling the store?
Who told you that?
That's not possible. Wife, just listen to the doctor in the hospital and wait for the surgery with peace of mind, okay? When you get better, everything in our family will get better too. Don't you know your husband's ability?
Have a good rest.
I have guests here. I'll be busy first. Bye, wife. It turned out that the boss's wife was seriously ill. She had to rely on expensive drugs to fight the pain, and that was why the store was so small, because almost all the money in the family was used to buy medicine for his wife. And now, There is finally a medical technology that can help his wife get rid of the pain completely with a high probability, so he has to rely on selling the store to raise the high cost of surgery. The moment the phone was hung up, the boss's bones and strength seemed to be taken away, the gentleness and cheerfulness on his face disappeared, and the whole person leaned there decadently, looking up and looking around at his hard work, his eyes full of confusion and reluctance. But soon, the reluctance faded, replaced by the corners of his mouth slowly rising with relief, probably thinking that it was totally worth it to exchange the store for his wife's health. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure at the window, and the boss immediately stood up, sorted out his emotions in a second, and asked enthusiastically, "Oh, sorry, what would you like to eat today?" Shu ordered a few dishes as usual, as if he had not noticed the boss's gaffe just now. Soon more people came into the restaurant. Shu ate very slowly, so slowly that all the other customers left, and she was the only one left. She wiped her mouth, stood up, and asked the boss how much it was. After receiving the money, the boss smiled habitually and said welcome next time, and then was about to take a rag to clean the table, but a slender white hand reached out to him again. This time it was not cash, but a bank card. The boss was stunned, looked up to meet Shu's gaze, and heard her say, "There are 600,000 in this card, which should be able to solve your urgent needs. Little girl, this is not a joke. No kidding, the password is on the back of the card." The boss looked Shu up and down, and felt that this girl had the demeanor of being rich or noble, and did not seem like someone who would lie. He immediately waved his hand. No, I can't take this money. You and I are not related in any way. You have no obligation to help me."
"No."
He was interrupted before he finished speaking. "But your wife needs this money." Shu smiled. "Just think of me as being a little selfish. I don't want to never be able to eat such delicious food again. It would be a pity if the shop was sold like this. Besides, you and your wife must have a much deeper feeling for this shop than I do. Don't you want to fight for it again?" The girl curved her beautiful peach blossom eyes, sincere and honest, without making people feel embarrassed at all. Then she handed over the card again. The boss took the card with both hands with red eyes. He was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. "Thank you. Little girl, I'll write you an IOU. I will definitely pay you back the money." With that, the boss went to find paper and pen. His hands were shaking when he wrote because he almost sold not only the shop but also the ancestral recipes. Later, the shop was closed, but the notice on the door that originally read shop transfer became, "Dear customers, I'm sorry, my wife has surgery and will be back soon." When writing the IOU, the boss wanted to give his ID card to Shu, but Shu didn't want it. He just took the IOU and wished his wife a successful surgery before leaving. It was 2 months later that Shu came to patronize the shop again. In the shop, the boss and his wife were smiling, healthy, and busy. Seeing Shu, the boss was very excited. First, he expressed his strong gratitude with his wife, and then wanted to pay Shu back the 600,000 yuan. Shu tore up the IOU in front of them. "You can use this money to buy a bigger store." She never thought of asking the boss to pay back the money from the beginning. The boss said that it was impossible. He really didn't know how to repay Shu for his timely help. Shu shook his head and said, "Seeing your healthy wife is a reward, because I like to see things complete and happy." Later, the small store was moved to a big store. On the opening day of the new store, the boss invited Shu, hoping that she could write an inscription for the new store. The original name was Xiaoxing Restaurant, and Xing was the name of the boss's wife. Shu suggested that the name of the new store should be Chuanqing. Quan, the endless spring water, indicates vitality. Later, the boss really relied on his excellent craftsmanship and management ability to develop and expand step by step, from the beginning of Xiaoxing Restaurant to Chuanqing Restaurant, and finally to Chuanqing Restaurant, which has become one of the landmarks of Engshi City and the largest restaurant today. The grateful boss wanted to use the 600,000 as original shares and officially list Shu as the original shareholder of Chuanqing Restaurant for dividends. Shu refused. She was not short of money. The boss said that they should both take a step back. He said that since Shu Shu liked his food, he would prepare a consumption card for Shu Shu. Every month, as long as Shu Shu wanted, he could use the card to come to Chuanqing for free. That consumption card had no consumption limit and was always valid. And Shu Shu was the only one who had it. At that time, Shu Shu was getting older and heavier, and she didn't like to go out. Later, when she gave birth to Shilingchen, she also took Shilingchen to Chuanqing several times. After her death, the consumption card belonged to Shilingchen. Rising Sun is one of the largest and most luxurious private rooms in Xingchuan, which was booked by Shu Shu himself. The super large round table in the private room can accommodate 40 or 50 people at a time, just enough to seat all the people in class 12. Since everyone was more reserved and shy, Shu Shu took the initiative to take the task of ordering dishes. After asking all the children about their dietary taboos, she nodded and signaled the waiter waiting at the door to come over. Then everyone had an intuitive feeling, that is, it turns out that listening to people ordering dishes can also be a pleasant thing. In the huge private room, the calm voice of the girl rang out smoothly from the main meat, to the side meat, to the seasonal vegetables, to the staple food, to the soup, to the dessert, to the fruit. A lot of familiar and unfamiliar seafood were ordered, the types, weight of each piece, origin, and transportation method, which made people confused. Sister Shu, aren't you a transfer student from another city? How come you are so familiar with the dishes of Xingchuan restaurant in Angxi? Boluozi asked weakly. Shu Shu answered fluently. I have also eaten at Xingchuan several times before. Oh, is that so? After ordering the dishes, during the short waiting period, Shu Shu sent Shu Lingchen to the lounge next door alone. Xingchuan's consumption card. Is it you who gave it to Chu Lian? She crossed her arms and squinted at him. The tone of a statement. Because there is no need to ask, the mother and daughter of the Chu family have no money and no power. How can they afford Xingchuan? Shu Lingchen stood with his eyes downcast, nodding his head honestly.
Yeah.
He said that at that time, he sympathized with the tragic experience of the Chu family mother and daughter, so he took the initiative to bring them to Xingchuan for a meal. It was the first time for the Chu family mother and daughter to see such a luxurious hotel, and they were both very happy to eat that meal. Then the next year, Chu Lian's birthday wish was to go to Xingchuan for a meal every year in the future. Shu Lingchen was also innocent at the time. Seeing Chu Lian's face full of longing and looking pitiful, he gave her the Xingchuan consumption card without saying a word, making her wish come true. Now Shu Lingchen recalled his stupid naivety, felt ashamed and guilty, and admitted his mistake in a low voice. I'm sorry, Mom. What's there to apologize for? It's not a big deal. Shu Shu showed no signs of being angry at all, and her expression was funny and relaxed. She asked again, Then why didn't you give out my card at that time? Yes, there are actually 2 consumption cards for Xingchuan. That year, on Shu Lingchen's second birthday, Shu Shu specially brought him to Chuanqing for dinner. At that time, the Xingchuan restaurant was already very large, and its daily operations were managed by a professional team carefully trained by the boss. But just by chance, that day the boss and his wife invited an old friend to dinner, and saw Shu Shu sitting in the hall and little Shu Lingchen in the baby seat at a glance. The boss and his wife knew that Shu Shu was pregnant, and when they asked Shu Shu to write an inscription for the new store, they gave her a pair of pure gold locks in advance. Although they didn't know that Shu Shu was pregnant with 2 children at that time, it was hard to refuse the kindness, so Shu Shu accepted the gold locks, and then, because she was afraid that the couple was still thinking about repaying the favor, she insisted on not telling them the contact information and specific address, and basically, she was the only one who came to eat. The boss's wife couldn't let go of Shu Lingchen and teased him, praising him for being beautiful and cute. Shu Lingchen was not shy at all, giggling so much that he wanted to show all his little teeth, and hugged the boss's wife's neck and called her aunt in a baby voice. The boss told Shu Shu that since his wife's successful surgery, after 2 years of conditioning, her body has completely recovered, and then hinted that they will also welcome a new life next year. Shu Shu smiled and congratulated them. Perhaps it was also the expectation of his future child. The boss looked at Shilingchen's expression and liked him more and more. He immediately said that he would give something to this child as a birthday gift. Shu knew that it was another valuable thing when he heard it. She immediately thought about it and said, why not give Shilingchen Zhang Xingchuan's consumption card, saying that Xingchuan's baby meals are also very good. Shilingchen especially likes to eat, and just ate them all. The couple could hear that this was a euphemistic refusal, and had no choice but to agree. So, on the same day, a secondary card was opened for Shu's consumption card. A small secondary card exclusively for Shilingchen. There is no limit on the amount. But later, Shu always emphasized to Shilingchen that he could only use this card once a year at Xingchuan and could not use it a second time. Otherwise, he would be caught by the police uncle and locked up in a small dark room. It was scary to be caught by the police uncle. So much so that Shu Lingchen remembered Shu's words firmly. Shu Lingchen gave his Xingchuan consumption card to Chu Lian and told her this rule, but his mother's main card belonged to the category of his mother's relics, and he kept it well. The mother and daughter of the Chu family did not know that there was such a thing as a main card. They only knew that they could only go to Xingchuan to consume once a year, and Xingchuan recognized the card but not the person. It was precisely because of this that Chu Lian dumped Shu Lingchen without hesitation after he lost the Yujinjuan house and 50,000 living expenses. Shu was not angry that the mother and daughter of the Chu family took advantage of these external things. But she felt sorry that the kindness of the boss of Xingchuan was consumed by such a person. Shu had seen the fact that Chu Lian was going to treat people to dinner at Xingchuan on the weekend on the forum, and when she got home from school that day, she took back her main card from Shu Lingchen. The reason why the main card is called the main card is that it has the absolute right to cancel the secondary card. Chu Lian still wants to step on Shu Lingchen to establish the image of a big lady, so she will let this image collapse completely. In front of everyone. After coming out of the lounge, Shu asked Shu Lingchen to take the main card and go out of the box door to find the front desk. The box where Chu Lian was. Chu Lian sat at the main seat of the round table, next to Shijin next to her. She raised her hand and tucked a strand of black hair behind her face like a lady. With a gentle smile on her face, she handed the menu to Shijin and asked if Shijin wanted to eat anything. Shijin said in a gentle voice that he was not picky about food and anything was fine, just let Chu Lian decide for herself. Okay, then I'll do it. Chu Lian waved to the waiter at the door, and then began to order dishes skillfully. At that time, some people at the table started talking again. To be honest, Pei Muin from Class 12 was originally from our Class 1. If she hadn't transferred to Class 12, how could the people in Class 12 eat Xingchuan? They can't even understand their studies. How can they understand how to eat here? Take Shu Lingchen for example, he's a poor scoundrel, but he still wants to pursue Chu Lian. He's getting better now, and he's had Pei Muin's meal and seen the world. Zhang Lu also came today. She was furious ever since she was humiliated by Shu Lingchen that day. When she heard someone complaining about Shu Lingchen, she had a smug look on her face, as if she had gotten her revenge. Chu Lian naturally heard it too, but she was ordering food, as if she didn't hear it and didn't express her opinion. At this moment, the waiter, who had been lowering his head to add dishes on the tablet, suddenly adjusted his earphones. No one knew what was said on the other end of the earphones. The waiter immediately stopped adding dishes and even put away the tablet. What are you doing? Chu Lian frowned and looked over unhappily. I haven't finished ordering yet. Only to hear the polite but cold voice of the waiter. Sorry, miss. The Xingchuan consumption secondary card you used has just been cancelled, so you can't continue to order food. As soon as those words fell, the discussions at the table stopped instantly, and everyone looked over. Chu Lian doubted for a moment that she had heard it wrong. Did you get it wrong? She immediately took her small bag from behind the seat, opened it, and took out the consumption card. See, my card is here with me, and I haven't left yet. How could the card be cancelled? The waiter smiled and explained. It was directly cancelled from the main consumption card. Where did the main card come from? Chu Lian had never heard of it before, but the waiter didn't care about it. The manager had just said it clearly in the headset, and he was only following the arrangements from above. He simply stretched out his hand and said clearly, "You need to figure this out yourself, because this private room was opened with a secondary card, and now the secondary card is invalid. So please leave here, and everyone else present." Without saying a word more, the waiter directly pressed the microphone, and in less than 2 minutes, everyone in the box was invited to leave by the security personnel who came in. What kind of experience is it to be waiting for food in the last second and being kicked out in the next second? It was a shameful experience, and everyone in Class 1 was confused. Student Chu Lian, what is going on? Even Chu Lian herself was dumbfounded. What did the waiter say just now? Main consumption card. And hers is a secondary consumption card. But her card was given by Xu Lingchen, and he never mentioned that she had a main card. Could it be that Xu Lingchen has a main card? Did he cancel his card? Regardless of whether it is or not, Xu Lingchen must know what is going on. Everyone is still looking at her, waiting for her to explain. Chu Lian's scalp tingled. As usual, when her identity and personality were on the verge of collapse, she brought out her familiar rhetoric, with an indignant expression on her face. There must be something wrong with the system. I'm going to find the person in charge of Xingqiuan. The experience this time was too bad. After it's resolved and I've finished my meal, I will definitely file a complaint. As she spoke, she reassured everyone. Everyone wait for me in the rest area over here. I'll go find the person in charge. Chu Lian also looked at Shi Jin carefully. Squad leader, wait for me here. Unlike the surprised or unexpected expressions of others, the emotion on Shi Jin's upright face was calm from beginning to end. He looked at Chu Lian quietly for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. Yeah. Chu Lian went around another corridor to the private room area. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and pulled Xu Lingchen's WeChat and phone number from the blacklist. She wanted to send a message, but a red exclamation mark popped up, indicating that she was no longer the other party's friend. She wanted to call, but the notification tone kept saying that the call could not be connected. Chu Lian's pupils shrank slightly, as if she couldn't believe that Xu Lingchen had actually deleted her and blocked her number. He was so ruthless. Chu Lian really started to panic now. She had to find Xu Lingchen first, so she lied to a waiter who was pushing a cart and serving food that she came to eat with her classmates, but she got lost after going to the bathroom and wanted to ask how to get back to the private room. The waiter happened to come out of a private room with students and kindly told Chu Lian. Rising Sun Private Room. The atmosphere at the table was very good, and everyone started chatting about some interesting things while eating. It was nothing more than the embarrassing things of someone in the class. Most of them were about Bolozai. It's very funny. On the day when the results of the last monthly exam came out, when Lao Lu said that Bolozai was in the top 260, this guy stood up and said stupidly the person who spoke exaggeratedly imitated Bolozai's words at that time. Teacher, I was assigned to the same examination room with Sister Xu, and I copied Sister Xu's multiple choice questions. Haha. It caused a burst of laughter. Bolozai's face turned red, and he wanted to rush over to beat the man up, accusing him. Am I so stupid? You kid is itching for trouble. I must teach you a lesson. Pei Muin looked at Xu Xu, another person involved in this funny story. The girl seemed to like this atmosphere very much. She smiled with her peach blossom eyes bent softly. Xu Xu winked at her. Xu Lingchen also smiled with his lips pulled. The door of the box was pushed open at this time. Xu Lingchen, a female voice sounded.
Chu Lian.
The laughter was retracted, and everyone turned their heads to look in surprise. Of course they were surprised. You know, in the past, they only knew that Brother Chen always ran after Chu Lian. This was the first time that Chu Lian took the initiative to find Xu Lingchen. Xu Lingchen. Chu Lian forced herself to ignore all the eyes and called out again. Xu Lingchen did not change his sitting posture and said calmly, Is there something wrong? Can you come out for a moment? Chu Lian looked at Xu Lingchen pitifully. As usual, she wanted to pretend to be weak, so her eyes were full of water. After a long silence, Xu Lingchen stood up. Just when everyone thought he was going to listen to Chu Lian and leave, the young man had no emotion on his face, as if he knew why Chu Lian came to find him. He said to Chu Lian indifferently in front of everyone. I canceled the card. I have the right to cancel my card. You don't need to pretend in front of me. Aren't you tired of pretending? Oh, it shouldn't be tiring. After all, I not only had a mansion to live in but also money to spend, and I could come to Xingchuan restaurant for dinner. These two sentences choked back all the words Chu Lian had prepared. It was equivalent to tearing off most of her fig leaf. At that moment, Chu Lian's face turned pale. She was very confused. Why did Xu Lingchen look so strange? It seemed that he had become smart overnight in the middle of the night and was no longer as soft-hearted and gullible as before. Ah Chun, I know you are angry with me because of what I said the other day. I'm sorry for making you sad. Chu Lian wanted to show weakness as if she didn't believe in evil, but before she could finish, Xu Lingchen didn't even want to listen and looked directly at the waiter. Sorry, please ask this person to leave. He disturbed our meal. Okay. In Chu Lian's incredulous eyes, she was once again driven out of the box by the waiter. Xu Xu's expression was not surprised at all. He could see it when he asked the little idiot to use the main card to cancel the secondary card in the lounge just now, and he went without saying a word. The little idiot is no longer a little idiot, he is now Niu Hulu Chun. The door of the box closed. Everyone didn't have time to be surprised that Xu Lingchen was so indifferent to his sweetheart Chu Lian, but was confused by what Xu Lingchen had just said. Brother Chen, what mansion, what money? And what card? Ahem. All eyes looked at him with confusion, and Xu Lingchen touched his nose embarrassedly. A little, he couldn't say it. How could he say it in front of everyone? In fact, he had been foolishly deceived by the mother and daughter of the Chu family for many years. He gave his house to others, his money to others, and then he lived in poverty. It's all his black history. It will seriously damage his dignity as a school bully. Let's eat first. We'll talk about these later. Xu Lingchen sat down again, not daring to meet Xu Xu's half-smile next to him, and changed the subject dryly. Hey, where were we talking just now? Let's continue chatting. The meal ended happily, and a group of people came out of the box with full stomachs and laughter. When they walked to the hall, they saw a group of people who looked like students sitting in the rest area. Different from the relaxed appearance of Class 12 after eating and drinking, the people in Shift 1 have been waiting here for more than 2 hours. Half an hour ago, because they knew they could have dinner at Chuanqing restaurant today, some people skipped breakfast and lunch and came here with an empty stomach, just to have a big meal in the evening. They felt that they would be at a loss if they didn't eat a bite of Chuanqing's food. But who would have thought that Chu Lian would never come back, and they would be hungry until now? Their hands unconsciously pressed their rumbling stomachs, and they felt like their chests were sticking to their backs. Chuanqing restaurant has a good business, and during peak hours, there are often customers lining up to wait for a seat. So during the waiting period, Chuanqing will specially prepare tea and snacks for the waiting guests. They are all free and unlimited. Chu Lian had been gone for a long time, and there was no response to the messages and phone calls. Was he still resolving the complaint with the person in charge of the restaurant? In short, no one thought about leaving at that time. This is Chuanqing restaurant, and a meal here is enough to brag to others for a long time. Who would be willing to just leave like that? After all, Miss Chu Lian's personality has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and no one doubts that this meal will be cancelled. They caught a glimpse of the things on the buffet table in the supply area and immediately thought that it was not a good idea to wait like this while hungry, and they were a little too hungry. The group was so greedy that they started to eat fruit tea and snacks. Originally, they thought that they would just fill their stomachs casually, but to their surprise, although these were free desserts, they were all made by the chef of Chuanqing, and they tasted soft, sweet, and amazing. So one small cake after another went into the stomach. 40 or 50 people, the consumption can be imagined. After a while, the plates on the buffet table were gradually empty. Several waiters in charge of the supply of the rest area came over to remove the empty plates. When they were about to push the cart to the back kitchen area to refill the snacks, they were seen by the lobby manager who had just arranged a guest in a private room and stopped. The manager glanced at the rest area and asked, "Why haven't these students left yet?" One of the waiters said, "I don't know, manager. They have been sitting here for almost 2 hours. Aren't they waiting for a seat?" What do you mean by waiting for a seat? There are still a few empty private rooms tonight. The manager glanced at the stack of empty plates on the cart and asked, "Are they eating these snacks?" "Yes, they are. They are not guests." The manager frowned and immediately ordered, "Please ask them to leave. Don't serve tea and snacks until everyone leaves." The guests who come to Chuanqing restaurant for dinner are either rich and powerful or well-educated. If they come here for a serious meal, who would eat appetizers and desserts as if they were a full meal. "Okay, manager. Over here." The people in class 1 waited a long time for the snacks to be served again. When they saw the waiters in charge of the rest area coming back, they were about to ask what was going on when they heard, "Sorry, please leave Chuanqing restaurant and don't disturb the guests who are waiting for seats later." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Zhang Lu stood up first unwillingly. "What do you mean? Aren't we guests too? Why are you chasing us away?" The waiter smiled politely. "But you've been here for nearly 2 hours. There are empty seats here, but I didn't see you sit down to eat." Zhang Lu choked with embarrassment. That's because we are waiting for a friend." She went in to find her person in charge. "Won't we be able to eat when she comes out?" "I am the person in charge of Chuanqing restaurant." The lobby manager came over and asked, "I have been busy all the time. Haven't I seen the friend you mentioned?"
Impossible.
Zhang Lu widened her eyes. "It's just a girl, wearing a white dress and long hair. She said 2 hours ago that she was going to find the person in charge. Didn't you see her? Or was she not looking for you?" As he spoke, Zhang Lu took out his cell phone and showed a photo of Chu Lian to the manager. The boss had explained that Chuanqing restaurant had issued a total of 2 free consumption cards, 1 main card and 1 secondary card. Anyone holding the card was the most important guest of Chuanqing, a benefactor, and needed to be treated well. Although Chu Lian had only come to Chuanqing twice with a card, the manager had a deep impression of her. Even when he heard that she was here to celebrate her birthday the first 2 times, he specifically instructed the waiter to prepare a luxurious cake with more than 10 layers and longevity noodles, making a big card game for her. Today is the 3rd time. The manager was going to continue making arrangements for Chu Lian, but who knew that he was told by the front desk that someone came with the main card to cancel the secondary card because the secondary card was used by someone else. "Did you see clearly? It's her. She's my friend," Zhang Lu said. "She just went in to talk to your person in charge about this matter because of a misunderstanding caused by some consumption card issue." The manager nodded. "Yes, the consumption card. That is a consumption card that only our boss's 2 important guests can have. As long as they hold the card, they can enter Chuanqing for unlimited consumption." "Yes, then my friend is your guest. Her name is Chu Lian." Hearing the manager say that the boss's important guest must be of a high level, Zhang Lu immediately explained proudly. "The surname is Chu. Chu as in clear, Lian as in pity, Chu Lian," but was interrupted by the manager with a sonorous sentence. "But this consumption card is not hers. She used it impersonally." As soon as the voice fell, everyone's face changed drastically. "How is it possible?" Zhang Lu said, "My friend is a rich lady. Her family is not short of money. Why would she need to use it impersonally?" At this time, the manager caught a glimpse of the 12th class coming out of the box after dinner, and his eyes were fixed on one of the people walking in the front row. After learning that the person holding the main card came to cancel the secondary card, the manager watched the surveillance video at the front desk and recognized Xu Lingchen at a glance. The manager stretched out his hand and gestured. Because that person is the real card holder, everyone turned their heads. Following the manager's gaze, they saw Xu Lingchen. "What are you kidding?" Zhang Lu saw Xu Lingchen and sneered disdainfully without hesitation for half a second. That person was able to come to Chuanqing for dinner today by freeloading. The manager ignored her, walked straight over and stopped in front of Xu Lingchen. Unlike the seriousness towards Zhang Lu just now, there was a gentle smile on his face. "Excuse me, the classmate's surname is Xu, right? The reason why Chuanqing can swipe the card is because the boss also explained that the cardholder has the right to transfer the consumption card. This is a very important friendship, so the manager once curiously asked the boss about the relationship between him and the main cardholder. The boss said very solemnly at the time, without her, there would be no Chuanqing today. Over the years, Chuanqing's backend system has been constantly updated, but the information of the 2 cardholders in the computer files has always been ranked ahead of all the guests. The guests are ranked in order based on their consumption, while they are ranked purely by their status. Of course, their information is almost kept confidential. Managers above the manager level only know that the main cardholder's surname is Shu, and the secondary cardholder's surname is also Shu, and they are a mother and son. They don't know more. When I came to cancel the secondary card, the front desk asked Shu Lingchen's name. The manager saw that Shu Lingchen was not very old, and then confirmed that the boy was the son of the mother and son. Hearing the manager's question, Shu Lingchen nodded. Yes, is there something you want to talk to me about? The manager looked behind Shu Lingchen and saw that they were about to leave, so he said to Shu Lingchen earnestly, "Well, little classmate, have you finished your meal? Can you please go to the VIP room to rest and stay a little longer? Our boss is on the way here." Just as he finished speaking, several figures hurriedly walked in from the gate. It was the owner of Chuanqing Restaurant, his wife, and a little boy next to them, their son. All 3 of them were dressed in formal attire, and it was obvious that they had come here temporarily from some banquet. Lingchen. The boss saw Shu Lingchen at a glance. He was familiar with Shu Lingchen's appearance because a few years ago, when Shu Lingchen grew up, he came to Chuanqing for dinner. He came here specially because he learned the consumption information of the consumption card. He thought he could see Shu, because at that time, Shu had not been to Chuanqing for a long time. The 2 sides were almost out of touch. The boss hurried over, but only saw Shu Lingchen and his strange mother and daughter. The boss pulled Shu Lingchen over and asked him, "Where is his mother? Why didn't you come?" Shu Lingchen was silent for a long time at that time, and a very bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He pretended to be relaxed and said that his mother had gone abroad for a trip these 2 days and didn't know when she would be back. After that, Shu Lingchen's consumption card's secondary card was used for consumption twice. However, those 2 times it was not Shu Lingchen who was used, but the daughter of the mother and daughter that Shu Lingchen brought with him last time. The girl said that Shu Lingchen had given the consumption card to her. Today was the 3rd time that the girl came to Chuanqing with a card to consume. When the message was passed to the boss didn't react much. He took a look and turned off the phone screen without interest. But after a while, another message came. The consumption secondary card was in the process of being cancelled, and the one that cancelled the secondary card was the consumption main card. Shu's consumption main card. After so many years, Chuanqing's machine finally sensed the magnetic stripe of the main card again. The boss immediately brought his wife and son and hurried over. "Lingchen, where is your mother?" After the boss called Shu Lingchen's name, he looked around him, searching for Shu. In the past, Shu Lingchen would have made up some excuse that his mother was traveling, but now, his mother is back. "Oh, my mom," he said subconsciously, looking behind him, and then he was stunned.
Yeah?
Where's his mom who's that old? And where's his sister who's that old? They were clearly just standing here holding hands. How come they're gone? But he immediately realized his mother's current situation. So this time, Shu Lingchen no longer had a bitter smile on his face. He said in a relaxed tone, "Oh, my mom didn't come. I came here with my classmates for dinner today. She just came back from a trip and was tired. When she left, she told me that she would order a bunch of Chuanqing's signature dishes for takeout after she had a good rest. Is that so?" The boss nodded and told Shu that he could come to Chuanqing for dinner. After that, he asked Lingchen, "What happened to the secondary card? Didn't you give the secondary card to a girl? The girl's name was Chu something, Chu Lian?"
Yes.
Shu Lingchen lowered his eyes and said, "That person is a liar. She cheated me of many things. I don't want to see her come to Chuanqing for free anymore." The boss said, "It doesn't matter. The card has been cancelled. I'll have someone issue you a new one later." After saying that, he asked his son to call Shu Lingchen brother, and the proprietress looked Shu Lingchen up and down, smiling and said, "He has grown so tall, but he was as small as a carrot when she was holding him when he was a child." The people around were all stunned when they saw this scene. They were all speaking Chinese, so why couldn't they understand it at all? Why did the boss and his family of Chu Anqing look very familiar with Xu Lingchen, and that consumption card didn't belong to Chu Lian? How could it be given by Xu Lingchen to Chu Lian? Xu Lingchen is obviously a pauper. How could a pauper know the boss of the famous Chu Anqing restaurant? The magical scene in front of them reminded people of extras. The manager and the so-called boss must be invited actors. But let's not talk about the manager for now. The boss of Chu Anqing has been interviewed on local TV stations several times, so it is impossible for him to be fake. Then, it can only be true. Zhang Lu said in astonishment. Boss, you are mistaken. Why do you know Xu Lingchen? Isn't he just a poor gangster? How can he afford Chu Anqing? The consumption card is obviously Chu Lian's. Hearing the insulting words, poor little gangster, the boss frowned and looked over. My classmate, please be careful with your wording. I am not mistaken. Xu Lingchen is the distinguished guest of my Chu Anqing restaurant. The Chu Lian you are referring to, as far as I know, is just a girl from an extremely ordinary family. She came to Chu Anqing for dinner a few years ago, and it was Lingchen who brought her here. Lingchen is not a poor gangster. The boss had experience in business after all, and he sorted out the ins and outs of the matter in a few breaths. He chuckled. I'm afraid that Chu Lian lied to you that she was a child of a wealthy family and took Lingchen's consumption card to come here to pretend to be rich. Zhang Lu retorted stubbornly. Ordinary family? Xiao Lian used to live in Yujinjuan community, with a living expense of more than 100,000 yuan per month. We have been to her house and saw that her daily necessities are very expensive. How could she be from an ordinary family? That's because the house in Eugene Garden doesn't belong to Chu Lian at all, and the money she used to buy luxury goods was obtained from Lingchen. A strange male voice sounded from behind the crowd. Turning his head, Xu Lingchen looked at the person in surprise. Uncle Lu Tong? The person was none other than one of Xu Shu's professional managers, Lu Tong. Behind him, a Class 1 student who had been to Eugene Garden on the day when the Chu mother and daughter were driven out of Eugene's house recognized Lu Tong. I remember him. He is the owner of Chu Lian's house in Eugene Garden. Didn't Chu Lian say that her house was sold to him by mistake? How come he knows Xu Lingchen too? Lu Tong smiled. The house at 1701 Eugene Garden has never belonged to Chu Lian, but was left to him by Xu Lingchen's mother. Lu Tong glanced at Xu Lingchen meaningfully. Xiaochun's mother has been living abroad all year round and is not at home. Chu Lian and her mother fabricated all kinds of tragic experiences. Xiaochun has a simple character and sympathizes with them. Not only did he let them live in the house, but he also gave them almost all of his 50,000 yuan monthly living expenses. That's why Chu Lian in your eyes can afford to live in a mansion and buy luxury goods. Xiaochun's mother learned about this, so she asked me to take the real estate certificate and take the house back some time ago. Lu Tong turned to look at Zhang Lu, his eyes light and sharp. I have all the transaction records of Xiaochun's transfer to Chu Lian. If this classmate still has any doubts, he can call Chu Lian over and confront me and Xiaochun here. Zhang Lu shrank her neck back and was dumbfounded. She lost all her momentum and immediately became cowardly. The people around were in an uproar. So that means Chu Lian is not a rich lady at all. She lives in Brother Chen's house, spends Brother Chen's money, and enjoys all the voices that praise her. But when everyone scolds Brother Chen for being a poor, small-time scoundrel and a toad wanting to eat swan meat, she just watches and says nothing? This is too outrageous. How can there be such a disgusting and hypocritical person? So everyone in Class 1 finally realized why they had been waiting here for more than 2 hours, but Chu Lian didn't reply to messages or answer calls, and never came back. It turned out that Chu Lian used Xu Lingchen's card every time she went to Chu Anqing to treat people, and she didn't have to pay a penny. Now Xu Lingchen has canceled the card. What can she use to treat people? Then they just relied on Chu Lian and ate and shouted here with confidence. Help, it's so embarrassing. A group of people didn't have the courage to look at the people next to them. Their faces were embarrassed, and they no longer needed the waiter to invite them. One by one, they quickly fled from Chu Anqing in disgrace. Hearing Lu Tong's words, the boss of Chu Anqing had a teasing expression. patted Xu Lingchen on the shoulder, and said that he could often bring his classmates to Chuanqing for dinner in the future, and he could directly find the manager if he needed anything. After that, he left with his wife and children. Xu Lingchen watched them leave. He couldn't help but wail in his heart. His reputation as a school bully. His stupid black history was exposed so vividly. When he turned around with melancholy, he was met with dozens of piercing eyes, which scared him. The people in class 12 surrounded Xu Lingchen and stared at him with eyes that he had never seen before. Someone said faintly, "Brother Chun, you, a rich second generation?" Rich second generation. Rich second generation? The third sentence was the voice of Boluozi, who almost broke his voice. He seemed to have just come out of the shock. "Brother Chun, I have known you for so long, and you haven't revealed a single word. You have kept it secret very well." Xu Lingchen touched the back of his neck. "It's not as exaggerated as a rich second generation. It's just a house." "What do you mean it's just a house?" "Brother Chun, do you know how much the house price is in Ujinjiwa now?" "That's it." "Hey, wait a minute." Boluozi suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother Chun, didn't you say you were an orphan? It is said that your mother left you a long time ago. How come this?" uncle said. Xu Lingchen. How could he forget this? He only told Pelozai and a few others about his mother's death. What he said at that time was the truth, but now what should he say? Xu Lingchen was worrying about how to explain this matter, and he heard Pelozai's disapproving and accusing voice. "Brother Chun, how can you curse your aunt like this?" Xu Lingchen. "Although your aunt let you stay in China alone to study, my mother said that women don't have to revolve around their children all day after giving birth. They also have their own interests and ideals to realize. Your aunt just likes to travel a little, and you actually said that your aunt is dead." "Brother Chen, you are so rebellious. I will tell her when I have a chance." Xu Lingchen. "Although there is no need to smooth over, why do I feel my hands itching and want to beat someone up?" A group of people separated at the entrance of Chuanqing restaurant. Across the street, there was a Rolls-Royce with a license plate of 6 in a row. Xu Lingchen walked over and the passenger door opened automatically. Sure enough, Xu and Pei Muin were sitting in the back seat. He asked, "Why did you come out?" Xu raised the white mask he took off from his face and said meaningfully, "What do you think?" Xu Lingchen reacted. His mother couldn't show up in front of Boss Chuanqing. After N years, if Boss Chuanqing saw his mother, who still looked the same or even younger than before, he would think it was a supernatural event. He glanced at his mother's sister next to him and quickly stopped asking. Chu Lian ran away after being invited out of the Class 1 box. She couldn't invite this guest anymore. There was no other way except to run away. Seeing the overwhelming messages and missed calls on her mobile phone, she didn't dare to reply to any of them. In a hurry, she returned home. How should she explain what happened today to her classmates? Chu Lian picked up her mobile phone and edited a message in the class group. Sorry, everyone. We can't have dinner. Everyone go home first, because I received a call from my family at the last minute. My parents came back from abroad and said that they would spend my birthday with me in person this year, so they sent someone to pick me up. I'm already on a private plane now. I will apologize to everyone when I come back the day after tomorrow. Crying, Chu Lian also searched for a picture of the night view from the airplane window and sent it out. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes passed. The group was silent. No one responded. What happened? Monday is school day. When Chu Lian walked into the classroom, she pretended to be sunny and cheerful after a warm birthday celebration with her parents. But she found that everyone in the classroom was there, but the atmosphere was unusually quiet. It was so quiet that it was weird. When they saw Chu Lian coming in, everyone looked at her gloomily. Chu Lian felt an inexplicable tingling sensation on her scalp and said with a face full of guilt, "I'm really sorry for standing everyone up that day. It's all my parents' fault for not telling me in advance that they were going to hold a party for me on the yacht, because it was a family affair. Next time, I will definitely invite everyone to join us." Oh, so that's what happened? We're not angry. Chu Lian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this group of idiots were really easy to fool. It's good that everyone is not angry. The next second, someone asked, "Then Miss Chu, when are you going to pay Xu Lingchen back his 50,000 yuan monthly living expenses?" Chu Lian's smile froze. "What do you mean by paying back the money? You still want to deceive us, right? Chu Lian, you're a fake. The house in Yujing Garden belongs to Xu Lingchen's family. All your luxury goods were bought with the help of Xu Lingchen. Xu Lingchen is the real young master. You really deceived us so badly." Chu Lian's heart sank, and she couldn't help but step back. How? How did you know? Do you know how embarrassing it was for us at Chuanqing restaurant that Saturday? I feel like I've never lost face like this before in my life. I'm still here to speak for you. Zhang Lu glared at Chu Lian angrily. At this moment, she didn't have the usual flattery on her face. Her eyes were full of fire. "How dare you come to school? Fake. Get out. Get out of class 1. As she spoke, she threw a book at Chu Lian. At this moment, everyone who thought that they had suffered humiliation at Chuanqing that night turned into anger at this moment. In a rage, they also followed Zhang Lu to throw books. "Fake. Get out. I'm going to post 100 posts on Tieba to expose you." Chu Lian felt dizzy and her face turned pale. It was over. It was all over. The image of a young lady completely collapsed. How could this happen? Chu Lian dodged all the books thrown at her. Her feet were weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, a pair of hands supported her in time from behind. Chu Lian turned around and met Shi Jin's gentle eyes. She was stunned and said, "Class monitor?" When Chu Lian stood firm, Shi Jin let go of her hand. The boy had a school bag on his shoulder, and under his school uniform was a spotless white shirt. He looked around the classroom quietly and said in a calm voice, "There are still 10 minutes before the morning reading class. Teacher Huang will be here. Are you sure you want to make trouble?" Shi Jin's status in class 1 is still very high. He has good academic performance and transferred from Jing City. Everyone speculated that he was a rich young master. Everyone would still listen to him. So everyone came over to pick up the books they had just thrown away, and everyone would glare at Chu Lian fiercely when they passed by. But as one of the victims of Quanxing that night, unlike the anger of everyone, Shi Jin's expression was still gentle, and the look he gave Chu Lian did not even have a trace of disgust and disgust. Chu Lian's eyes lit up slightly, and another hope rose in her heart. After Xu Lingchen was labeled as school bully and handsome guy in the forum, there was a new label, rich second generation. The forum posts were all exploded. Who could have thought that the poor and sour-dressed shamat hoodlum was actually a rich young master? Brother, you should have said you were a rich second generation. I was too loud when I mocked you before. Now I'm slapped in the face. Ah, it hurts. Houses are for people to live in. Money is for people to spend. Brother, you are a pure love war god. And you are silently scolded without saying a word. During the break, Boluozi handed the phone to Xu Lingchen and laughed. Brother Chen, look, someone in the forum said you are a pure love war god. Get lost. Xu Lingchen's mind was full of black history. In the past 2 days, the people in class 12 also exploded, all immersed in the explosive news of Xu Lingchen being a rich second generation. Suddenly, Boluozai caught a glimpse of Xu, who was sitting by the window. He immediately leaned over and said, "Sister Xu, why do I feel that you are not surprised at all that Brother Chen is a rich second generation? On the contrary, it seems as if you have known it for a long time. To be precise, Shilingchen should be a rich nth generation." Xu raised her eyebrows and hummed. This was her tacit agreement with the second half of Boluozai's sentence. Boluozai's eyes were full of curiosity again, and he asked, "Sister Xu, actually I have always wanted to ask, you and Brother Chen both have the surname Xu, so are you related?" You guessed it all right. Xu remembered the time when Chu Lian misunderstood her relationship with the mentally boy and some thunder-like rumors that had been circulating in the school. In order to avoid future troubles, Xu simply said, "Actually, I am Shilingchen's distant cousin." Sister hadn't finished speaking. "Xu Lingchen, aunt." He seemed to know what Xu wanted to say and directly took the right to speak. "She is my distant cousin aunt." Shu Shu turned his head. Behind the empty teaching building, Shu Shu crossed his arms and asked, "Why do you say I am your aunt?" Shu Lingchen asked back, "Then why do you want to say, I am my cousin?" Shu Shu said as a matter of course, "Because sister sounds young." She initially thought that sister was not suitable, but after listening to it, she felt quite comfortable. "But you are young." Shu Lingchen's eyes accused, "I am a generation shorter than them." He had wanted to say it a long time ago. Hearing Polo and the others calling their mother-sister Shu one after another, it sounded like they were calling him at the same time. What a great nephew. What a great nephew. Just aunt. Aunt is just right. Chu Lian felt that she and Shijin had a chance. Ever since her exposure, she used to be praised wherever she went, but now everyone in the forums called her a fake, and classmates passing by in school pointed at her with contempt. This was something she had never experienced before, and it was extremely embarrassing. Even though she didn't realize it at all, these were less than 1/10 of the ridicule Shu Lingchen had endured in the past. Everyone was scolding her, except Shijin. The attitude towards her was the same as before. One day, Shijin asked Chu Lian to go to KFC to do some homework. Chu Lian tied her hair up like a lady, trying to use questions to create interaction with Shijin, and then she heard Shijin suddenly ask, "Do you also think I'm a rich boy?" Chu Lian was stunned. "What?" Shijin repeated what he said, and the boy with regular features looked indifferent. "I'm not. My family is very ordinary. The reason I transferred here from Jing City is because I got into trouble and offended people in my previous school, so I was forced to transfer to the remote city. Want to know why I live in Yijinjuan? That house is not mine, and I have less than 200 yuan on my body now." Shijin took out his mobile phone again and turned on the bank statement. The monthly flow basically did not exceed 1,000 yuan, and the balance was only 135. "If you want to get money from me, it's impossible." Chu Lian was shocked and couldn't say a word. So, in other words, she actually abandoned Shu Lingchen, who still had a house and money, for a Shijin who was nothing? "No, I heard that Shu Shu is a distant relative of Shu Lingchen, and she lives in a large flat in Yijinjuan. What a rich family." Chu Lian couldn't believe it. At this moment, the regret and pain in her heart could not be concealed, and all showed on her face, looking mercenary and ridiculous. Across. Shijin looked at her expression quietly, as if he was admiring her ugliness. His face was still gentle, but behind the gentleness, there was an inexplicable sense of distortion. After a moment, Shijin retracted his gaze, took the school bag and stood up to leave. Back to the house in Yijinjuan. The room was dark and empty everywhere. This house was indeed not his home. It was borrowed by his mother for a favor. Shijin didn't turn on the light, picked up a bottle of mineral water to drink, and in the trash can next to him, there was a bucket of unopened yogurt. They were all given by Chu Lian, and he didn't drink a single bite and threw them all away. A boring game is over. The weather forecast said it would rain all week, and sure enough, it started to drizzle in the middle of the night. The streets were wet everywhere. The students could not run the exercises after the second class, and they were all playing and fighting in the corridor outside. Balaozai and his friends changed the way they addressed Shu Shu from Sister Shu to aunt. They originally thought that Shu Shu was about the same age as them, and it would be unpleasant to call her aunt. They should call her sister, and then they would receive a death stare from Shu Lingchen. Ever since Shu Lingchen's identity was exposed, Balaozai felt a little melancholy. He was not used to how to get along with Brother Chen, the rich second generation with money. He felt a little awkward. When he expressed his concerns, Shu Lingchen directly grabbed him and said, "No matter what time it is, I am your Brother Chen. Do you understand?" Bo Luozai begged for mercy as usual, but with a smile on his face. Several people around him also rushed over with smiles, and they started to play around. During the play, they heard people from the next class talking about Chu Lian. In fact, Chu Lian had come to find Shu Lingchen again a few days ago, and she was crying and begging Shu Lingchen for forgiveness. Seeing that Shu Lingchen ignored her, she even pretended to faint, thinking that Shu Lingchen would go to help her. As a result, She heard Xu Lingchen say that he just saw the canteen had restocked new flavors of yogurt, and he wanted to go downstairs to buy a few bottles for his sister and aunt. People from the next class said that after Chu Lian was sent to the infirmary, the school doctor found out that she was pretending to faint. These days, her story has also spread among the teachers. The principal believes that the impact of this incident is bad and directly persuaded Chu Lian to withdraw. Pei Muin has always thought that Xu Xu and Xu Lingchen are siblings. Knowing that Xu Xu is Xu Lingchen's distant aunt, she also struggled with whether she should call her aunt as well. Xu Xu said, "Muin can shout whatever she wants." Pei Muin curved her peach blossom eyes and whispered excitedly, "Then I still want to call you sister." Xu Xu gently pinched her nose. "No problem at all." It was almost time for school to end, and the rain stopped. Xu Xu planned to go home to make dinner today, and as soon as he left the school gate, he took the two children to a large shopping supermarket. The standing positions of the three people changed obviously and tacitly. From the beginning, Pei Muin, Xu Xu, and Xu Lingchen, it became now Xu Xu, Pei Muin, and Xu Lingchen. Mom and brother are outside, and sister is in the middle. In fact, no one took the initiative to stand like this. It just became like this naturally when pulling a bag or pushing a cart. After shopping and coming out of the supermarket, Xu Lingchen was holding a large shopping bag in one hand. Pei Muin originally wanted to step forward to help him share. "Give one to me." Xu Lingchen flexibly dodged her hand, refused, and then said, "Do you know what the word brother means? It means that I will do the work first, you get to taste the delicious food first, and I will take the blame for you if you get into trouble. I can't let you call me brother for nothing, understand?" Xu Xu exclaimed unexpectedly, and teased, "You've been telling a lot of jokes." Xu Lingchen sternly defended himself. "What jokes? These are all my heartfelt words, okay?" Xu Xu raised his hand, pinched his index finger and thumb together, and spread the other 3 fingers. "Okay." Xu Lingchen thought about what he had just said, and wondered how he could say such a cool thing. He added, "No, I have to post it on my moments when I get back. I tell you, I think this sentence of mine will definitely be selected as one of the top 10 coolest signatures this year. I'll make you cry with my coolness then." Pfft. Xu Xu and Pei Muin looked at each other. Both of them could not help laughing. They were about to cry. For the dinner menu, Xu Xu prepared steamed sea bass, broccoli and shrimp soup, steamed chicken feet with soybean juice, and a cold cucumber salad. The method of making cold cucumber salad does not require much technical skills. Just smash the cucumber, cut it into sections, put it in a bowl, and mix it with the sauce. Xu Lingchen took the initiative to take over this task. But in the stage of smashing the cucumber, he encountered a big obstacle. He ate it while smashing it greedily. While he was stealing food, he cut another piece and handed it to Pei Muin, saying that it was crunchy and delicious. Xu Xu bought 3 cucumbers in total. When he was assembling them, he originally wanted to make 2 cold salads, but in the end, only 1 was left. "Xu Lingchen, don't let me eat too much. I still have to eat later." Xu Xu urged Xu Lingchen and directed, "Go. Take your sister to the living room to watch TV. Don't make trouble here." Sister Xu Xu was said very naturally. Pei Muin felt like she was a close member of the family. She wiped the water off her hands and followed Xu Lingchen to the living room, biting the juicy cucumber in small bites. It was indeed crunchy and sweet. In the living room, Xu Lingchen really posted that sentence on his moments, and there were a lot of ha 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 below. Pei Muin sat on the sofa on the other side, holding her phone, and silently gave Xu Lingchen a thumbs up. A prompt popped up on the screen. "You liked your brother." In her ears, there was a very popular reality show from the TV. It was said to be super funny. It happened to be broadcasting a scene where the guests were fighting for props in the mud. They were all dirty with mud like big cats. Xu Lingchen kept laughing while watching. Pei Muin looked at him and then looked at Xu Xu's figure in the kitchen. She thought that she hadn't eaten snacks like crazy for a long time. When she felt unhappy, she would eat snacks like crazy, but since she came to Angxi, she has never done so again. The snacks were placed in the display cabinet like ornaments, as if they were also saying that they were happy not to be eaten. Pei Muin now felt that she was surrounded by a thick and warm happiness. If only it could go on like this forever, if there was still. Just thinking about it, she was about to put down her phone and prepare to watch the variety show with Xu Lingchen, and the phone in her hand vibrated. It was a call. The number was from Jingshi. When her eyes touched the note above the number, Pei Muin stopped moving instantly.
Grandma.
I'm going to answer the phone. Xu Lingchen, who was concentrating on watching the variety show, heard the girl suddenly say this. Before he could turn his head and speak, he saw the girl trotting into the bedroom with her mobile phone. Isn't it just to answer the phone? Why does she look so flustered? In the bedroom. It has been nearly a month since she came to City. During this period, her grandmother has never called her. Not to mention this period, even on normal days, this is also an extremely rare thing. Pei Muin didn't know why her grandmother called. Perhaps the strict image of her grandmother was deeply rooted in her heart. Before pressing the connect button, Pei Muin subconsciously took several deep breaths and then mustered up the courage to push the button and said in a low voice, "Hello, Grandma? What are you doing?" An impatient female voice came from the other end of the phone, and she started to blame. "You are so slow to answer the phone. No wonder you can't do anything well." Pei Muin listened as if it was normal. Ms. Song didn't care about Pei Muin's emotions, just like she didn't care at all about what would happen if she transferred to Engshi, where she was unfamiliar with the place. She just ordered, "This weekend, you go back to Jingshi. The old man of the Su family in Gangcheng is going to hold a 90th birthday party. You will go with me then." Who is the Su family in Gangcheng? Pei Muin had never been exposed to the social customs of the aristocratic family since she was a child, and she had no contact with them on weekdays. When she first heard the strange name Ms. Song said, she was confused. She replied slowly, "Grandma, I don't know them. Can I not go?" "Of course not." When Ms. Song heard Pei Muin's refusal, her tone became a little harsh. "Are you going to stay at home all your life and never go out to see people? Look at other children who are younger than you. They are all sweet-mouthed and excellent. They have won so much good reputation for their family. Look at yourself?" Pei Muin remained silent. She just didn't want to go. After a while, Ms. Song said in a proud voice and suddenly changed her tough attitude. "Forget it. It's up to you to go or not. Anyway, your father will go that day." "Dad? Dad will go?" Pei Muin's eyes lit up almost instantly. "Yes," Pei Muin said without hesitation. "Then Grandma, I'll go." After hanging up the phone and coming out of the bedroom, the meal was ready. Xu and Xu Lingchen were sitting at the dining table. There were 3 bowls of untouched white rice on the table. Hearing the noise, Xu turned his head and called, "Muin, come and eat." "Okay." Pei Muin walked over quickly and sat down. Xu Lingchen picked up a chicken claw with the first chopstick and put it in Pei Muin's bowl. Pei Muin whispered, "Thank you, brother." "You're welcome." Xu Lingchen also picked one for himself. The chicken feet were steamed till soft and soaked with the flavor of soy milk. He ate it contentedly while asking, "Muin, have you decided? Do you want to watch Strong Rabbit or I'm a Racing Driver this weekend, or both? If you want to watch both, we can watch them on Saturday and Sunday." A few days ago, Pei Muin mentioned that she had never been to a public cinema to watch a movie. She used to watch them in the home audiovisual room. The audiovisual room was empty and dark, and she was all alone. When Xu Lingchen heard this, he immediately said that the 3 of them would go to the cinema on the pedestrian street to watch the movie this weekend. Pei Muin happily agreed at the time, but she just received a call. The girl squeezed the chopsticks in her hand, looking apologetic. "Sister, I can't go to the movies with you this weekend. I need to go to Beijing this weekend." Xu and Xu Lingchen stopped eating. Pei Muin said that the call just now was from her grandmother, who wanted to take her to a place to attend the 90th birthday of a Mr. Su. It was a very important birthday party. "Mr. Su?" Xu raised his eyebrows and said, "The Su family in Gangcheng?" Pei Muin was stunned and surprised. "Yes, sister. How did you know?" "Oh, I've seen news reports about this name on TV." Xu made up stories in front of his daughter, without changing his expression. Anyone who has come into contact with Pei Muin would know that the Su family in Gangcheng has always been low-key and would not easily show up in the public eye. Shu said in a gentle voice. It doesn't matter. If we can't see the movie this weekend, we can watch it next weekend.
Don't feel sorry.
Shilingchen agreed. Yes. Yeah. Pei Muin breathed a sigh of relief, but still looked absent-minded. Shu noticed. What's wrong? I just feel very surprised and incredible. After a pause, Pei Muin expressed her doubts. In the past, Grandma would never take the initiative to take me to occasions or banquets like this. This time is the first time. Shu recalled that his daughter said when she transferred to number 3 middle school that her family didn't care about her at all. Shu asked carefully, what is the relationship between Muin and your grandma? Pei Muin lowered her eyes and was silent. The answer was self-evident. Shu was not surprised at all. Song Yunqiu, the mistress of the previous generation of the Pei family, was an out-and-out lover who wanted her to live and hate her to death. From her daughter's reaction, you can know her attitude towards her daughter. Dislike, or to be more realistic, disgust. Why disgust? Shu's eyes fell on his daughter's peach blossom eyes. Even Shu Lingchen, before knowing that Pei Muin was his sister, once said, "Oh, Mom, actually look carefully. You and Pei Muin have similar eyebrows and eyes. No wonder you two get along well. Isn't this what we often say, fate?" Shu's eyes were filled with a smile. A hint of mockery was revealed. The second daughter of the Song family, who is now the old lady of the Pei family, had a competitive personality. After marrying into the Pei family, she wanted to raise her chin to the sky. At the beginning, she pushed her into the toilet in front of all the servants, completely destroying the dignity of the mistress that she had to maintain all the time. She was so angry that she was like a crazy woman who had changed beyond recognition, and she wanted to rush up and kill her. Song Yunqiu didn't like her and even hated her, so she would also dislike her daughter, who looked like her. In other words, Song Yunqiu knew that Muin was her daughter? Then, Song Yunqiu was very likely to be an insider who knew how her daughter ended up in the Pei family. Pulling back from a brief thought, Shu saw his daughter's entanglement. Muin actually doesn't want to attend this birthday party?
Pei Muin nodded.
Shu said again. But is there a reason why you have to attend the party? Pei Muin nodded again, wondering how her sister knew her so well. Shu curved her lips and then said, if Muin is willing, I can accompany you to Hong Kong City this weekend. Pei Muin was stunned at first, and the next second her expression became visibly excited. She couldn't believe it, really? Can sister really go with me? Pei Muin didn't like banquets at all, and she would definitely not be used to it. By then, you can imagine how uncomfortable she would be at the banquet. This would make her lose her sense of security. There are still 2 days until the weekend, but she has been anxious since she hung up the phone. When she heard that Shu was willing to accompany her to Hong Kong City, Pei Muin's early fear disappeared instantly. Shu. Yes, I'll go with you. Okay. Pei Muin's eyes curved with laughter. Then you all go, leaving me alone at home on the weekend? How pitiful I am. I also want to go out and play. Shu Lingchen protested. He mainly wanted to go out and have fun. Shu glanced at him. Someone clearly promised me that he would study hard, but his review progress has been stagnant recently. This month's monthly exam is coming soon. It seems that he is going to break his promise? Shu Lingchen changed his words in a second. I will stay at home and read this weekend. Going from Engshi to Jingshi and then to Gangcheng is going the other way, taking a detour more than twice as far. If that's the case, Pei Muin will have to miss a day of class. Shu said it would be much more convenient to go directly from Engshi to Gangcheng. Pei Muin called Ms. Song and said she would go directly to Gangcheng instead of Jingshi. Unexpectedly, Ms. Song, who is usually not good at talking, was silent for a while and then agreed, but she repeatedly emphasized that she must not be late for Mr. Su's 90th birthday banquet. The weekend is here in the blink of an eye. Shu and Pei Muin boarded a plane right after school on Friday. It was a private plane. Starting point, Engshi. End point, the helipad on the top floor of a star-rated hotel in Gangcheng. Generally speaking, The procedures for requesting a private route are complicated and lengthy. Shu applied on the night Pei Muin received the call, and it was approved in less than 2 days. As for a private plane, Shu is one, but it is stored in a museum a million miles away from Mengshi. Even if it is right in front of her, she's been cracking for so many years, and the plane has not been repaired and maintained for a long time, so it is unlikely to be able to fly. Not to mention that the plane fell apart in the air halfway through. So Shu planned to temporarily transfer one from a private buyer. But Pei Muin said it was not necessary because she had one. The next morning, Pei Muin's private plane flew from Jingshi to Engshi overnight. There was no helipad in Yujinjiwen, so the two of them took a car to Engshi Airport as usual to take the plane. When we arrived at the destination, the captain and the flight attendant were already waiting under the private plane in neat uniforms. Both of them were women. The fuselage was light pink, and the wings were smooth and beautiful. Shu, who had been keen on collecting private planes for some time, could tell at a glance that this plane was fully customized and the price was definitely not cheap. There were small words printed near the upper entrance stairs. To Xiao Muin. This line of gilded and elegant fonts sparkled in the afterglow of the afternoon sun. This is not the private jet used by the Pei family, but a private jet that belongs to Pei Muin personally. Seeing Pei Muin, the two staff members nodded slightly to her. Entering the interior of the plane, I realized that the inside is 100 times more exquisite than the outside. From the reserve restaurant, cabin area, dining area, and rest area, all are the colors and decorations that Pei Muin would like at this age. This should not be the first time Pei Muin has used this plane. She led Shu in front with ease. The girl said shyly that she often saw food recommendations from cities across the sea. There is no land transportation to these cities, so she would fly over by plane to buy food, and she would take this plane. Pei Muin said to her sister, "Next time, let's go out to eat delicious food together, and bring Shu Lingchen with you." She said that if there are cities across the sea that are relatively close, if you don't want to take a plane, she also has a private yacht. Shu was slightly stunned. "Muin, who gave you the plane and yacht?" The Pei family first ruled out Song Yunxiu. Pei Muin thought for a moment and said, "The plane was given to me on my 10th birthday, and the yacht was given to me on my 12th birthday, but that person was anonymous, and I don't know who it was. Is it the same person?" In fact, Pei Muin was not a materialistic child. She was never interested in expensive things, such as the high-end fashion and accessories that the young ladies and gentlemen of the same age as her would like. When she was 10 years old, someone suddenly gave her such an expensive thing. She instinctively wanted to decline the kindness, but when she saw the pink plane, she felt that the plane was designed to her heart from beginning to end. She liked it at first sight. More importantly, the staff kept persuading her, saying, "Miss Pei, it is actually very convenient to have your own plane. You can sit on it and eat delicious food everywhere, right?" With just one sentence, Pei Muin was firmly in control. How could the person who sent the plane know her so well? When Pei Muin reacted, she had already signed her name on the receipt. When the girl looked up at the pink plane that already belonged to her, she did not notice that the staff holding the receipt breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had completed a difficult and extremely important task. Later, the origin of the private yacht was also such a process. "Well, Muin, have you ever thought about whether it was a gift from your father?" "Mother?" Shu asked inconspicuously. Pei Muin lowered her eyes and said disappointedly, "Sister, I have no mother since I was a child, only a father." The 4 words "no mother" were like sharp needles piercing the softest part of Shu's heart. The soreness spread to her limbs like an electric current in an instant, and the pain made her whole body shiver suddenly. Shu couldn't help but reach out to hug her daughter. Pei Muin thought her sister wanted to comfort her, so she raised her hand and hugged her back. She smelled a very faint orange scent on Shu's body, and her nose sniffed greedily, burying it in the crook of Shu's neck. "In this posture," she said, "Dad doesn't come home very often. I originally guessed that these things were given to me by Dad, but Grandma told me that it should be Dad's friends in the business world who gave them to me to curry favor with Dad. Grandma also said that if Dad was really so thoughtful, he wouldn't have come back even for my birthday." The plane flew smoothly into the sky. Xu Xu and Pei Muin finished their dinner in the restaurant area. The port city would not be reached for a while, and there was nothing to do on the plane. In the rest area, Xu Xu and Pei Muin lay on the bed and watched TV series. The stewardess turned off the lights to a position where the eyes would be comfortable to look at the screen, then closed the door and left quietly. Pei Muin watched TV and felt sleepy. She nestled in Xu Xu's arms and soon fell asleep peacefully. Xu Xu was not asleep. He looked very clear-headed. His hands gently stroked the girl's soft hair that had been untied from the rubber band. After a moment, she slowly lowered her head and gently touched her daughter's forehead. Maybe she went to bed too early. Pei Muin woke up after less than 2 hours of sleep. Xu Xu found her rubber band from under the pillow and tied her hair with extremely natural movements. Pei Muin felt the warmth of his slender fingers on her skin, and she sat still obediently, squinting her eyes in happiness. Since moving to 1600 downstairs, every morning her sister would tie her hair, and at night her sister would untie the rubber band for her before she went to bed. The two walked from the lounge area to the bright cabin area. Xu Xu noticed that there was a rectangular object wrapped in craft paper on one of the sofa chairs. Pei Muin explained, "This is a birthday gift for Mr.
Su.
It's a painting. It's not expensive, but it was painted by Mr. Su's beloved little apprentice who was lost. Grandma bought it at a high price, saying that it was valuable and must be delivered to Mr. Su intact. Since the auction point was close to Engshi, she asked me to take it to Gangcheng." Xu Xu stared at the painting and felt something was wrong. If it was so important, why did she let Muin, a child, bring the painting? Shouldn't she bring it herself? "Sister, what are you looking at?" Seeing that Xu Xu didn't move for a long time, Pei Muin walked to Xu Xu in confusion and also looked at the painting, scanning it up and down. The next second, Xu Xu turned around, walked to the food preparation area, pulled out a Western-style knife, and went straight back to the painting. In Pei Muin's astonished eyes, with a scratch, the painting's wrapping paper was torn from top to bottom. Xu Xu put down the knife and decisively tore the paper to both sides with both hands, only to see several large black holes on the flat canvas inside. How could this happen? Pei Muin was stunned. I didn't touch it. After receiving the package, I just moved it to the plane. Obviously, the outer wrapping paper is good. So it goes without saying that the painting was broken before it was wrapped. This mark shows that it was violently stabbed with a sharp object, which completely destroyed an originally beautiful ink painting. I have to tell Grandma that the painting is broken. Pei Muin hurriedly asked the flight attendant to bring a satellite phone, but after she dialed the number, it kept showing that the call was connected, but was not picked up. Pei Muin was very anxious and was about to call again, but Xu Xu gently held her hand and comforted her. "Muin, it's okay. You don't have to call anymore."
Huh.
Xu Xu looked at his daughter's innocent face, took the satellite phone from her hand, and returned it to the flight attendant. "Because this call would most likely not go through. What should we do now?" Pei Muin said helplessly, "The old gentleman's birthday party will be at 8:30 tomorrow night. Where can I find a painting by his young apprentice in such a short time? If I want to replace it with another birthday party gift, it won't work." Grandma said that the gift list has been handed over to the Su family. "But if I send this rotten painting to the old man, this is too rude. Grandma will definitely be angry too." However, the truth is far from being as simple as what Pei Muin said, that it was just rude or that Grandma was angry. The Su family in Gangcheng has been aristocrats since their ancestors. Among them, there was an ink painter who is still highly respected and influential among the literati. He is an excellent painter of plum, orchid, bamboo, and stone. Mr. Su, who attended the birthday banquet this time, is the descendant of that literati. His painting style is uniquely inherited from his ancestors. Apart from his identity as the head of the Su family in Gangcheng, he is also an artist with both virtue and art, and is highly respected. A hand-painted painting with elegant artistic conception, fresh and light, is hard to come by at a high price. So it is conceivable that at the 90th birthday banquet of such a person, how many heavyweights from all walks of life will be present. If Xu Xu had not accompanied him this time, When the gift-giving session came, Pei Muin, who was unaware of the situation, would present the rotten painting she brought personally to the banquet in the name of comforting Mr. Su for loving his lost little apprentice, and the atmosphere on the scene would not only drop to the freezing point, but Pei Muin would also be very angry. Pei Muin will become the target of public criticism. From what her daughter said, she had never been to such an occasion before, so she felt confused that her grandmother actually took the initiative to ask to take her along. It turned out that this was Song Yunxio's idea. She wanted to make Pei Muin the biggest laughingstock of the birthday banquet that day. Hitting the birthday boy, Mr. Su, in the face in front of everyone, the consequences.
Haha.
Shu Shu's eyes were cold. Pei Muin was so anxious that she was about to cry. Her first moment was not to be afraid and want to evade responsibility, but to try to find a way to make up for it. At the same time, she blamed herself and thought that it was rare for a 90-year-old grandfather to have a big birthday. He should have been happy and cheerful on this day, but how sad he would be if he knew that his little apprentice's painting was destroyed like this. Just when she was anxious and panicked, a pair of soft hands held Pei Muin's hands, as if a feather fan was gently brushing, and the wind soothed her panic, and then told her, "Muin, leave this matter to me. I will take care of it." Pei Muin looked up blankly and met Shu Shu's gaze. The latter raised his eyebrows lightly and asked, "Do you believe me?" Obviously, Shu Shu had not yet proposed any accurate solution, but somehow, Pei Muin nodded almost without hesitation. "Yes, believe it." Shu Shu smiled. "Okay." It was almost 11:30 in the evening. Pei Muin's pink private plane landed steadily on the rooftop apron of the star-rated hotel. Before departure, Pei Muin reported the hotel, where she would stay, to Song Yunxio. When the staff led Pei Muin and Shu Shu to the suite, they handed Pei Muin an invitation to the Su family banquet tomorrow night. Song Yunxio's phone number has not been dialed yet. Shu Shu was not surprised at all. She had guessed it long ago. Before the staff left, she walked over and whispered something in her ear. Because she had slept on the plane, and she knew that after the painting was destroyed, Pei Muin had no sleepiness. Shu Shu took out her pajamas and handed them to the girl, gently pushing her shoulders and asking her to take a shower first. When Pei Muin came out of the bathroom absent-mindedly, she didn't see Shu Shu in the room, thinking that Shu Shu had gone to another room to take a shower. Then she went to the living room and saw Shu Shu arranging something on the smooth coffee table. When she got closer, she saw that it was a simple drawing table. On the felt was a paperweight, and under the paperweight was a clean rice paper spread out, with paints, brush washers, ink, and other painting tools placed next to it. "Sister, this is," Shu Shu said. "Oh, I thought of a way." "Yes, what is it?" "Since the painting is damaged and can't be repaired, then draw a new one that is exactly the same. By chance, I know a little bit about ink painting." Shu Shu curled his lips.
Ah?
Pei Muin was stunned, and the girl explained, "Sister, I don't mean to question you, but I heard that this old Mr. Su is an artist in ink painting. Will he see through my copying at a glance?"
No.
Shu Shu winked playfully to reassure Pei Muin. The tools and materials she asked the hotel staff to buy were all of the best quality. Although they were not as expensive as those used by old artists, they did not need to be expensive, as the ones in Shu Shu's hands were used in the rotten painting. Pei Muin sat obediently on the sofa next to her and watched Shu Shu doing the preparations skillfully. She was a little surprised that her sister could actually paint so amazing. But soon she began to feel melancholy again. The little apprentice was so loved by Mr. Su, and the art must have been taught by Mr. Su himself. Therefore, it must not be an easy task for her sister to copy. However, after a while, Pei Muin's worried expression on her face at the beginning gradually became magical. I saw Shu Shu switching her brush several times, and a picture of red plum blossoms with thin white snow falling on the branches appeared in her hands. Compared with the rotten painting, it can't be said to be similar. It is exactly the same. Even the holes that were poked were filled, and the position was exactly the same. Oh my God. Good. So amazing. Pei Muin was surprised. Sister, how do you know those places are like this? The original painting depicts the very common winter plum blossoms. Shu Shu glanced at the rotten painting placed on the sofa opposite, paused, and said lightly, "Well, because I have seen it many times on the internet, and it was also a coincidence that I copied it, so I remembered it."
Wow, it's amazing.
Pei Muin couldn't help but praise. As long as this copied painting was framed, who could tell the difference? In short, in Pei Muin's opinion, she couldn't tell the difference at all. Shu Shu put down the paintbrush, put all the tools aside, and said, "Put it here to dry, and you'll have time to frame it before tomorrow's birthday party. Let's go, it's getting late, go back to the room and rest." Shu Shu finished taking a shower. On the bed, Pei Muin was covered with a quilt, leaning her head back on the pillow. Her soft peach eyes were awake, and she frowned from time to time in thought. It was obvious that there was something that bothered her. Shu Shu dimmed the crystal lamp on the bedside, then lay down, and asked softly, "What's the matter?" Pei Muin turned her head and said, "Sister, I thought about it. Is it not so good to give a copied painting instead of a real painting as a gift? How about when I get to the Su family tomorrow, I will personally apologize to Mr. Su and explain the situation. Will that be okay?" What a silly child. She didn't know that Song Yunqiu was clearly trying to put the blame on her. As long as Song Yunqiu was there to add fuel to the fire, no matter how sincere she was, she would be accused of quibbling. Shu Shu tapped the tip of the girl's nose, pretending to be angry, and said, "Huh? Didn't Muin say that she would believe me?"
Yes.
"Since you believe it, then promise me that you won't think about it anymore, okay? Sleep peacefully?" Pei Muin blinked, nodded, and then turned sideways. Shu Shu opened his arms at the same time, letting her nestle in his arms, watching her close her eyes obediently. After a while, the girl's soft breathing sound came from his arms. Shu Shu's hand was still patting her back, looking at his daughter's peaceful sleeping face, his eyes full of gentle love. Just as Shu Shu guessed, Pei Muin still couldn't get through to Song Yunqiu the whole next day. It seemed that she would not let Pei Muin have the chance to contact her before the banquet. Although it was not necessary to wear high-end clothes to attend the banquet, it was still necessary to dress formally. Song Yunqiu said that she would take Pei Muin to the birthday party, so she only gave Pei Muin an invitation letter. For the rest, she didn't care about Pei Muin. Pei Muin had never attended a banquet before, so she obviously didn't have the common sense in this area. The girl was still wearing the blue and white school uniform of number 3 middle school. Even if she didn't go to school, Shu Shu found that the girl was still wearing the blue and white school uniform of number 3 middle school. Pei Muin's daily clothes are ordinary long sleeves and long pants, the kind that wraps the whole body as if hoping to make herself feel safe. Shu Shu was well prepared. Since they were only in Hong Kong for a day or two, Shu Shu and Pei Muin's belongings could be packed in one suitcase, but Shu Shu also pushed a large suitcase when he went out. Pei Muin had a sense of boundaries and did not ask Shu Shu what was in the suitcase. Until the next day, she heard her sister calling her over and saw her sister took out a set of clothes from the large suitcase and handed it to her with curved lips. Pei Muin's eyes sparkled, and she was surprised. "Sister, this is for me? Well, put it on and see if it fits." In fact, this question is unnecessary. This dress was specially made by Shu Shu according to Pei Muin's size. She has made a lot of them, about 1,000 sets for all seasons. This one is the first one to be completed, and is the most suitable for the temperature of this season. It happened that I could use it in Hong Kong this time, so I brought it with me. A moment later, Pei Muin came out of the cloakroom. A navy blue butterfly collar gentle top, a quiet plaid long skirt on the lower body, matched with a pair of white leather shoes, a set of Chanel-style suits with a sense of light luxury. Pei Muin's features are good. The girl has a pair of clear peach blossom eyes and snow-white skin. She pinched a corner of the skirt with both hands, raised her eyes and looked at her obediently, which made people inexplicably think of the first snow in the world. So clean and beautiful. Why is our Muin so beautiful? Shu Shu walked over and smiled. Pei Muin pursed her lips shyly because of the compliment. Shu Shu took her to the full-length mirror. After a long pause, Pei Muin opened her eyelids and slowly looked into the mirror. Then, she was also amazed by her own appearance. Pei Muin's breathing was slightly choked, and she stared at herself in the mirror, without blinking. She inexplicably recalled what she looked like the last time she looked in a full-length mirror. At home, the corners of her mouth were stained by chocolate. She looked embarrassed, clumsy, and pitiful. Pei Muin couldn't help but sigh softly. "Sister, you look so beautiful." "Yes, our Muin is very beautiful." "No," the girl said in her heart. She wanted to say that she hadn't worn such beautiful clothes for a long time, and she hadn't looked so beautiful. "Sister, thank you, I like it so much." Although her sister said not to say thank you to her again, she still couldn't help but want to express her love. Shu Shu led Pei Muin to the dressing table again. Pei Muin sat upright on the soft chair and saw Shu Shu behind her through the mirror, with his long eyelashes drooping, his side face focused, combing her hair with a wooden comb. "Sister is so beautiful, no matter how many times she thinks so." Pei Muin's hair is fine and soft. Shu Shu used a curling iron to slightly curl the top of her head and the ends of her hair on both sides, sprayed it with styling spray, and combed Pei Muin into a princess head. The knot was tied with a rubber band at the back of the head to fix it, and a few strands of bangs were pulled out with a comb to put on the temples to make it fluffy. Then 2 butterfly hairpins of the same color as the clothes were pinned on the 2 small locks, and diamonds stacked into small were inlaid in the middle of the hairpins. Real diamonds. Finally, Shu Shu took out a handbag from the large suitcase. It was a dark leather bag with a small and playful style that exuded the feeling of a rich girl. There are no more than 3 of this bag in the world. The last time it appeared in the news was when a princess of a certain country accompanied her parents to an important banquet 2 days ago. Shu Shu took Pei Muin and turned around, nodding with satisfaction. Perfect Pei Muin looked at Shu Shu and asked Shu Shu in confusion if he didn't change clothes. Shu Shu said that she was not interested in the banquet, and she would find a place to stay after accompanying Pei Muin in. The Su family in Gangcheng is one of the famous, wealthy businessmen. The scene of the most senior elder in the family celebrating his birthday can be imagined to be grand. Night slowly fell as the banquet time approached. The car circled around the mountain road and went up. The Zijing Manor, where several generations of the Su family had lived, was like a moonlight treasure box hidden in a secret forest. It gradually appeared in front of us. The invitation letter was handed in. Pei Muin and Shu Shu said goodbye in front of the entrance of the banquet hall. Shu Shu pulled the baseball cap on her head. She didn't ask for directions and went to the flower hall next to her skillfully. The cell phone buzzed. Pei Muin took out her cell phone.
It was Grandma.
She picked up it. "Have you arrived?"
"Yes."
"Did you bring the painting?" Pei Muin glanced at the waiter who was called from the hotel to help behind her. The waiter was holding a wrapped painting in his hand. She replied, "I brought it." Ms. Song asked Pei Muin to wait at the door of the banquet hall. The call was not hung up. "Where are you? Why didn't I see you?" Pei Muin saw Ms. Song's cell phone against her ear and looked around. Through the green belt, their eyes met. But Ms. Song turned her eyes away and was about to miss it. "Here." Pei Muin couldn't help but speak. When she heard the voice, Ms. Song stopped moving, and when she turned her head, her eyes were fixed on Pei Muin. She was full of surprise and almost didn't dare to recognize her. "This is Pei Muin." The granddaughter, who always likes to lower her head, hide herself behind her thick bangs, is introverted and dull, and doesn't like her at all. The lights under the corridor of the Su family were bright, and the girl stood there as if she could glow, with a sense of quietness and obedience. Ms. Song looked at Pei Muin in disbelief as she walked her step by step, and even her usual dislike and impatience with Pei Muin didn't show on her face at the first time. Pei Muin also knew that her image had changed a lot. She was stared at and pinched the bag of the small handbag in her hand a little stiffly, and then she heard Ms. Song snorted and said, "Who told you to dress like this?" A tone that was not very happy. Pei Muin replied, "Dressing appropriately for a banquet is the minimum respect and courtesy for the host." "Grandma, you are dressed very formally today. Do you think there is anything wrong with this?" The girl's peach blossom eyes were clear and clean, and she asked seriously. If someone didn't know her, they would think she was being sarcastic. But she is Pei Muin, and her character is just like her clean eyes. It is precisely because of this that Ms. Song felt like she had punched cotton and the force bounced back to herself. She frowned. Pei Muin had never attended a banquet, so how did she know all this? The most important thing is that she dared to reply to her words. In the past, she only knew to listen silently with her head down. Forget it. This is not the point now. Where's the painting? Pei Muin pointed to the waiter behind her, and Ms. Song asked, You haven't opened it, have you? I spent a lot of time taking pictures of this painting to give to Mr. Su. If it's damaged, it's all your fault. After confirming that the painting was tightly wrapped in the waiter's hand, Ms. Song withdrew her gaze with satisfaction, without waiting for Pei Muin's answer. Take the painting and go in, the banquet is about to begin. In the luxurious banquet hall that looks like a crystal palace, the lights are brilliant, and there are leisurely and elegant music coming from nowhere. Celebrities gather and chat with each other with laughter. Pei Muin followed Ms. Song carefully, quietly lifting her eyelids and looking around from time to time. She was not interested in this kind of occasion that she came to for the first time, but was looking for her father. But after patrolling for a long time, she didn't see her father.
Grandma.
Pei Muin spoke softly and called out to Ms. Song, asking impatiently, Where is Dad? Has he come, or is he still on the way? Why haven't I seen him? But she heard. He didn't come.
What?
Pei Muin was stunned for a moment. Even the ends of her hair were swaying with anticipation in the last second, and she was stiff in the next second. Didn't you say that Dad would come? Ms. Song turned her head and glanced at her, saying cruel words in a light tone. He was going to come, but when he heard that you were there, he decided not to come. The air was quiet for a few seconds. The girl stood there, slowly lowering her long eyelashes to block the emotions in her eyes, and then she said in a low voice, Oh, since Dad is not here, I'll go back first.
No.
Ms. Song frowned unhappily when she heard this. The painting had not been delivered yet, and she said unhappily, Do you know how rude it is to leave at the beginning of the banquet? You are impolite and don't care about the reputation of our Pei family? If it gets out, what will outsiders say about your father? The last half-sentence successfully kept Pei Muin, and she had to continue to follow Ms. Song. On the way, Ms. Song met an acquaintance. It was also an old lady from someone's family in Jing City. This time, she came to Gangqing to attend Mr. Su's birthday party. The other party also brought her granddaughter, who happened to be about the same age as Pei Muin and was still in high school. Ms. Song had a kind and happy face and pulled up the little girl in the princess dress and praised her, praising her for her beauty and excellence. The other old lady said modestly, Oh, please stop praising her. My child is strong-willed, especially in studying. After finishing classes at school, she goes home and begs her parents to hire a bunch of tutors. She studies until late at night every day just to be able to maintain her ranking in the top 10 in the grade. I'm old, and I can't bear to see my child suffer so much. I just hope that she lives a healthy and happy life. Ms. Song immediately scolded, You are so ungrateful. I can't wait to envy you for having such an excellent and self-conscious granddaughter, unlike the one in my family. As she spoke, Ms. Song glanced behind her with disdain. The other old lady then noticed Pei Muin's existence and said in surprise, This is Ms. Song, the one in my family. The other old lady looked Pei Muin up and down, without any malice, just out of curiosity, because the young lady of the Pei family rarely appeared in the public eye and was rarely seen. Pei Muin politely asked, Hello, Grandma.
Oh.
The old lady smiled and nodded, and asked Pei Muin's name in a friendly manner, and then said to Ms. Song, Your Muin is very well behaved. Why did Ms. Song express such disgust in her words and deeds? The other old lady subconsciously thought that Ms. Song was being Versailles. Ms. Song said, Well behaved? Does being well behaved work? She is not good at anything she does. She is so old but has nothing to show for herself. Your granddaughter is the best. Her academic performance is so good. It was the same belittlement as always, and still in front of outsiders. Pei Muin, as fingers holding the bag straps tightened palely for a moment. She felt as if she had fallen into that familiar black hole again, automatically blocking her hearing. This is her instinctive self-protection mechanism, and also an avoidance mechanism, just like every time her grandmother said these words. But this time, it seemed different. While her ears were buzzing, a gentle voice said to her, "In this world, no one is qualified to belittle Muin. Muin is great," and brought her back to reality. Miss Song's eyes were still full of contempt. Pei Muin looked straight into her eyes and said bravely as never before, "I'm great, too." The girl repeated firmly, "Grandma, I'm also very good," in the face of Miss Song's astonished gaze. Pei Muin did not avoid or give in. The girl's soft voice, but every word was clear. Just now Grandma praised this grandma's granddaughter for her good grades because she can rank in the top 10 in the grade. I have never hired a tutor for after-school tutoring, but since I entered school, no matter how big or small the exam is, I have always been able to rank first in the grade, and my total score is much higher than the second in the grade. But Grandma still says that I'm not good enough, I'm stupid, and my grades are not good enough. Then according to what you said, are you also saying that this grandma's granddaughter, who works hard to study and take extra lessons and ranks in the top 10, is worse than me? Grandma, is this what you mean? Pei Muin asked a question from the bottom of her soul. As soon as she finished speaking, the faces of the old lady and her granddaughter turned ugly. After thinking about it, they realized that what Pei Muin said was true, so they all looked at Miss Song. Miss Song choked and glared at Pei Muin. "What nonsense are you talking about here?" Then she immediately looked at the old lady and her granddaughter and explained, "Madam Zhen, I didn't mean that at all. I really think your granddaughter is excellent." Pei Muin was not ready to let go of this conversation. "In that case, Grandma just admits that I am excellent. Those bad things you said to me before were actually your deliberate sarcasm, not the truth." Miss Song almost couldn't breathe. She wanted to deny Pei Muin's words immediately, but once she denied it, it would be equivalent to belittling the granddaughter of the old lady opposite. This blockhead. When did her mouth become so clever? Pei Muin's voice just now was not loud, but not small either. Her serious tone had attracted the attention of the people around her, and people looked over here from time to time. Old Madame Zhen held her granddaughter's hand as if to protect her. Her expression was no longer as familiar as before. She looked at her and was still waiting for Miss Song to speak. What's the difference between this and being roasted on a fire rack? Miss Song almost couldn't maintain the dignity on her face. She almost gritted her teeth, smiled with her face but not her heart, and answered Pei Muin's words. "Yes, of course it's all sarcasm." Mrs. Zhen took her granddaughter away, and Miss Song turned around angrily, lowered her voice, and scolded secretly. "Pei Muin?" Pei Muin asked with concern. "Grandma, are you angry? Is it because I said something wrong?" The girl's eyes were clear and bright, and she said politely, "That Grandma should not have gone far, otherwise I would go and apologize to her." After saying that, she was about to go find someone. You stop right there." Miss Song's chest rose and fell a few times, and the jade necklace on her neck was infected by the temperature of her skin that had become hot due to anger. Why did it feel like Pei Muin seemed to have changed? Obviously, no matter how she scolded and reprimanded her before, she had endured it obediently, and this was the first time she refuted her. Where did she learn all this from? At this moment, the banquet officially began. The lights above the heads gradually dimmed, leaving half a bright beam of light, which stayed on the man standing on the spiral staircase at the top. That was the eldest son of Mr. Su, and the current person in charge of the Su group in Gangcheng. Everyone's eyes automatically focused on him, and the movement gradually subsided. The man was dressed in a suit and tie with an extraordinary temperament. He gave a speech in a loud and humble voice. The content roughly meant to thank everyone present for coming to attend his father's 90th birthday. A moment later, an old man in a red traditional Chinese tang suit appeared in everyone's sight. In the middle, although Mr. Su is already 90 years old this year, and his hair is white, his back is not bent at all, and he still looks energetic. He not only has the calmness and sharpness of a businessman, but also the elegance and calmness of a scholar. He came out accompanied by his youngest son and daughter, took the microphone from his eldest son, and said 2 concise words. After a round of applause, the guests presented gifts. They were really pearls, porcelain, and jade, and they were stacked up with congratulatory speeches like a flowing banquet, which was overwhelming and dazzling. But as the birthday boy, Mr. Su did not have much moving smile on his face except for the servant who nodded slightly to express his gratitude after receiving the gift.
It is easy to understand why.
The Su family is the famous super richest family in Hong Kong, and their ancestors were aristocrats. They have seen all kinds of rare things. For a family like this, it is not about how expensive the gift is, but whether the gift is given correctly. Mr. Su, I wish you good health and happiness. Ms. Song walked forward slowly, speaking congratulatory words, and took a rectangular box from the servant beside her. The box contained a scroll painting, which was a birthday gift prepared by Ms. Song. Mr. Su loved painting and ancient poetry, so Ms. Song specially asked someone to find a scholar from the Jiang dynasty to write a poem. Mr. Su sat on the Yunlong armchair, motioned his eldest son to accept it, and nodded to Ms. Song. You are thoughtful. After handing over the gift, Ms. Song did not go down immediately. Mr. Su, I brought my granddaughter here today. My little granddaughter also prepared a gift for you. As she said that, Ms. Song pulled Pei Muin, who was holding the painting, over and introduced. This child is thoughtful. I heard that you have a beloved little apprentice, so I spent some time to find a watercolor painting by your little apprentice for you. As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings were silent. Mr. Su's young apprentice was not a famous scholar, and the paintings he made had no collection value, but for Mr. Su, they were extremely special things. What a gift! However, hearing what Ms. Song said, Mr. Su did not show an interested and concerned expression as everyone expected. Instead, he seemed to be more serious than before. Mr. Su's expression did not show, but he was sarcastic in his heart. This was not the first person who sent paintings painted by his young apprentice as birthday gifts. Before the birthday banquet, there were 7 or 8 paintings one after another, and he rejected them all. These people did not appreciate those paintings, the skills and artistic conception of the painters, but purely to please him and to curry favor with the Su family. It was simply a waste and a defilement. If that girl knew, she would be angry. But on second thought, Mr. Su remembered that the girl had said excitedly, many people want to buy my paintings recently just because I am your apprentice. I plan to paint hundreds of paintings at once, and then hold a charity auction. They want to buy them, right? Then the highest bidder wins. If there is too much money and nowhere to use it, then donate it to charity organizations and do good deeds. What do you think? Oh, that girl will not only not be angry, but she may even set off firecrackers, and then we can hold another charity auction. Thinking of the past, Grandpa Su couldn't help but smile and shook his head. His expression softened a little. He waved his hand and accepted the painting without refusing. Ms. Song was stunned. Don't you want to open it and take a look yourself? She smiled and pushed Pei Muin in front of Mr. Su. This child has been working hard to find this painting for a long time. Grandma was talking about something. Pei Muin looked at Ms. Song in confusion and asked in a low voice, Grandma, this painting is not. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. It is impolite for a child to interrupt in front of adults. Ms. Song turned her head and glanced at it in a warning. The frame was not small. Pei Muin held the painting in her arms with both hands. The edge of the frame covered most of her face, and only a pair of eyes were revealed in the shadow. Perhaps it was the brief thoughts just now that evoked the past and old people in her memory, which touched her heart for a moment. Hearing what Ms. Song said, Mr. Su suddenly wanted to see the painting. In fact, he had seen all the paintings drawn by the girl. He was curious about which painting was in front of him. Then a servant lowered his head and handed over a pair of scissors with both hands. Mr. Su took the scissors and began to cut the craft paper used to wrap the painting from the left edge of the painting. His movements were very careful and slow, and it was obvious how much he cherished the painting. Ms. Song had already stepped back a few steps, and the malicious emotions in her eyes, waiting to watch the show, became stronger and stronger. However, as the craft paper was cut off bit by bit, the content of the painting gradually revealed itself. Mr. Su's face did not show the expected solemn and angry anger, but his eyes became warm, as if he had seen a painting without any abnormality. What happened? Ms. Song frowned in confusion. Just as she was about to go forward to check, she saw Mr. Su reach out and touch the painting. The next second, the face of the 90-year-old man changed drastically. With a snap, the cutting scissors fell from his hand and fell to the ground. Mr. Su didn't care. He stood up seriously and reached out to touch the painting again and again, as if he wanted to confirm something. Then, probably because he got an accurate confirmation, he became visibly excited. This painting of plum branches with thin snow, whether it is the style or the details of the brushstrokes, is fine. It's the habit of that girl. This painting is indeed from her hand. But it's not the one he watched her finish. It's been so many years since that painting. The ink has long dried, and the drawing paper has more or less a slight sense of oldness and yellowing. And this one, although the ink is all dry, it's too new. He felt the difference as soon as he touched it, and instantly concluded that the time from the start of the painting to the drying of the painting must not exceed 3 days. In other words, this painting was recently painted by that girl. She appeared. Mr. Su almost instinctively raised his head and glanced around the banquet hall. Where is that girl? Mr. Su's abnormality was too obvious, and the people around him looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. At that time, Ms. Song also stepped forward to see the painting clearly. She was immediately stunned and surprised. How could this painting still be intact? Didn't she order someone to destroy it? How did those people do things? Pei Muin saw Mr. Su's reaction and thought that the painting was a fake that Mr. Su had discovered. The girl pursed her lips, moved the painting down, and said with guilt and frankness, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. As you think, this painting was not painted by your beloved little apprentice. The original painting has been damaged. This painting was actually copied temporarily by someone else. I'm really sorry for being so disrespectful and offensive to you and your apprentice." Hearing the girl's soft and polite voice, Mr. Su subconsciously looked at her. It didn't matter if he didn't look at her, but when he looked at her, his eyes were directly fixed on Pei Muin. To be precise, it was her eyes. If seeing the original objects was enough to touch Mr. Su's heart, then seeing the original person would instantly make him return to a certain real fragment in his memory. When Mr. Su was young, he was an outstanding businessman, but he had an extremely strong hobby, which was to paint ink paintings. He painted plum, orchid, bamboo, and stones so well that he became famous. Many people came to him to pay thousands of gold for his paintings. Mr. Su refused all of them. He did not paint ink paintings for fame, but for the inheritance of his ancestors. Obviously, he succeeded in inheriting it. However, what puzzled him was that his own children had no talent in this area. Mr. Su trained his 2 sons and 1 daughter since they were young, treating them equally and teaching them personally. But one by one, they either painted the noble orchids into delicious leeks or painted the straight bamboos into crooked caterpillars. It really him off. Mr. Su thought that they might still be children, playful, and unstable. If he continued to insist, would it be better when he was older? Well, it seems that he thought too much, and the result was still the same as when he was a child. Terrible. However, what is even more infuriating is that he can't teach painting, but he can teach business at a glance, as if he is open to cheat. Mr. Su often scolded the younger generation at home with the words, "You are all greedy, you only know how to make money, and you only have money in your eyes. You have no interest in painting." Every time he said this, he could talk for half an hour, and the 3 children stood there in a row, like wilted trees. It was his wife who persuaded him earnestly. "Have you never heard of a saying? God has opened a door for you, and it is highly likely that he will not open 2 windows for you again. You can't have your cake and eat it too. How can everyone get all the benefits? Is this the truth?" After listening, Mr. Su pondered for a long time and finally figured it out and stopped forcing his children to learn painting. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Later, the 3 children gradually grew up and started their own families. Mr. Su wanted to retire as soon as possible, so he slowly stepped down from the position of the head of the family business and shifted the burden from his shoulders to the shoulders of his children. During that time, he had just been free at home, and an old friend who he hadn't seen for many years came to visit, and the other party brought his little granddaughter. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old. Oh, she was so beautiful, with a white face and a pair of smart peach blossom eyes. When Mr. Su saw her, he praised, "She looks even better than your second child, who was often mistaken for a little girl when he was a child. How can your second child be so fertile?" The other party smiled and replied, "You were busy and didn't come to the wedding of that bad boy, so you didn't know. He relied on that face and begged and married a more beautiful girl." The girl was not only beautiful, but also had curved peach blossom eyes and a very sweet mouth. She called him Grandpa Su all the time. Hearing this, Mr. Su was overjoyed and envious. The 3 children in his family were all naughty boys. The 2 were grandfathers, and the activity after dinner was fishing by the lake. The location was the lake behind the manor, and the servants had already arranged the venue there in advance. Knowing that children would not like such a boring thing as fishing, Mr. Su told his grandchildren to play with his sister and not to bully her, otherwise he would serve her fried bamboo shoots with meat. When the close friend next to him heard Mr. Su's instructions, his expression became so meaningful, as if to say, "It's too early to say anything, who knows who will bully whom." After fishing, the sunset had already shown signs of drooping, dyeing half of the sky red. The servants carried the trophies of this afternoon, which was also one of the dishes for dinner later, fresh fish soup. The 2 fishermen in front took off their gloves and walked back while talking about something. When they were about to reach the garden, Mr. Su saw from a distance his 3 boys squatting on the grass, jumping frogs around the green belt. The 3 frogs lined up. The scene was so funny that the servants next to them couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. "What are you doing?" Grandpa Su walked over and asked in a deep voice. One of them looked up and answered his grandfather's question, saying, "We were just playing games with Xiaoshu's sister. Xiaoshu's sister said she could take on 3 people alone. We didn't believe it, so we made a bet. Whoever loses has to jump around the garden frogs until dinner." Grandpa Su was speechless for a moment and asked, "So, you lost?" He knew that all his grandchildren were game fans and they were all good at it, so he was a little bit unconvinced. "Yes, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, and finally 9 out of 10, we all lost." The 3 boys were still squatting on the ground, wanting to cry but not crying. "Grandpa, you are finally back. Can we have dinner now? Can we take a break? We are so tired." Grandpa Su snorted. "No, keep dancing, just lose weight." After hearing this, the close friend next to him laughed and patted Grandpa Su on the shoulder, teasing, "Old Su, I told you when we were fishing, your instructions are unnecessary." Grandpa Su looked around and asked, "Where is Xiaoshu's sister?" "Oh, she is in the sunroom. She said she wanted to bask in the sun and take a nap." Grandpa Su glanced at the time. "It's getting cold at this time. I have to wake the children up to eat, otherwise they will catch a cold." Grandpa Su also likes to bask in the sun and specially set up a simple studio on one side of the sunroom in the garden. When the weather is good, he often paints in the sun. He brought his best friend to the sunroom to find his granddaughter. When he walked in, he didn't see anyone sleeping on the soft couch, but there was a rustling sound coming from the studio next to him. Grandpa Su immediately went over to take a look and saw a small figure sitting cross-legged on the carpet with her back to the girl. The bun on the back of her head was shaking, and one hand was holding a brush, making a gesture of scribbling on the paper on the small wooden table. When she heard someone coming in, she turned around. Grandpa Su, are you done fishing?"
"Yeah."
Grandpa Su responded, but his body had already unconsciously walked over. His eyes fell on the little girl's hands and the pieces of paper placed on it. No, not paper, but painting. The contents of the paintings were all plum, orchid, bamboo, and stone that he had drawn, but they were obviously not drawn by him, because there were still marks of wet ink on them. Looking at the pictures one by one, Grandpa Su's eyes lit up again and again, and he said with surprise, "Girl, these are all drawn by you?" The little girl looked at the pen in her hand and immediately stood up to apologize. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Su. I'm just too bored and have nothing to do." "Don't worry, I haven't touched anything in your studio. I asked the servants to find the brushes and paper for me." No need to apologize." Grandpa Su waved his hand and couldn't wait to ask her again if these were drawn by her. "Well, these are not drawn by me. I copied these hanging on the wall of your studio." Grandpa Su compared the two and found that they were exactly the same. He hurriedly asked, "Did Xiaoshu learn to paint seriously at home?" The close friend replied, "Well, kind of. Actually, it was her grandmother who had nothing to do and signed up for an ink painting class with a few sisters. After a few days of classes, she felt that she couldn't learn it and didn't want to go anymore. Xiaoshu said that it would be a waste if she didn't go since she had already paid the money. It happened to be summer vacation, so she went to class in her grandmother's place. It must have been a month or so. Can she paint like this in just a month?" Grandpa Su's eyes lit up when he looked at the little girl. This child has talent. Good, really good. After dinner that day, Mr. Su made a major decision. He wanted to take his best friend's granddaughter as his apprentice. But his best friend's family was not in Hong Kong. That was fine. Since he wanted to take a disciple, he had to be sincere enough. Mr. Su came all the way to express his intention to take a disciple. He even had the excitement of wanting to pass on his lifelong skills to others. Mr. Su was famous, so his best friend was naturally happy to see him. But who would have thought that the little girl refused right away, saying, "Grandpa Su, this is a legacy from your ancestors. I'm not a member of the Su family, so I'd better not do it." After that, no matter how much Grandpa Su tried to persuade him, he couldn't get what he wanted. His best friend gave him a suggestion. "Invite my granddaughter to drink the fish soup made from the fish in your lake again, and it will be done." Grandpa Su looked doubtful. "Is it that simple?" "You are kidding me." "It's that simple. The girl has nothing but a greedy mouth." So, Grandpa Su had to invite her to his home with half belief and half doubt. He looked nervously at the little girl who was squinting her eyes while drinking the fish soup opposite him and said in a chosen way, "Girl, as long as you become my apprentice, you can have this fish soup whenever you want. Otherwise, you can think about it again."
No need to think about it.
Grandpa Su's eyes dimmed, thinking that it would not work again. And then he heard the little girl say, "I agree to be your apprentice." That day, Grandpa Su was so happy that he wanted to set off firecrackers at home. After that, every weekend, Grandpa Su would call a private plane to pick up the little girl to Gongqing's home. The three boys in the family welcomed the arrival of Xiaoshu. Because of Xiaoshu, Grandpa would no longer pay attention to them and let them paint. Later, when one of them got into trouble, Grandpa was angry and called Xiaoshu overnight, saying, "Grandpa, please calm down. Xiaoshu is listening. Don't scare her, or she will never be your apprentice again." Pulling out of the distant memory, the gray-haired Grandpa Su was in a trance. He stared at the little girl in front of him. It was not Xiaoshu, but it looked like her, too much like her. Those eyes were simply carved from the same mold. His voice was trembling slightly as he asked Pei Muin, "Child, how old are you this year?" Pei Muin was a little overwhelmed by the kindness that Grandpa Su suddenly showed and answered politely, 17 years old. 17 years old. Grandpa Su silently calculated the girl's current age in his mind. If there is a 17-year-old child, it is completely within the reasonable range. The main thing is that they look too much alike. Looking into the girl's eyes, it was as if he was looking into the eyes of the bright and lively little girl back then. Grandpa Su asked Pei Muin again, "Child, you came with your parents, right? Where is she?" "I came with my grandmother." Pei Muin turned her head and looked at Ms. Song next to her. If there is a 17-year-old child, it is completely within the reasonable range. The main thing is that they look too much alike. Looking into the girl's eyes, it was, "Child, your last name is Pei?"
Yes.
Pei Muin nodded and answered, "My name is Pei Muin."
Pei Muin.
Old Master Su silently recited the name and then couldn't wait to ask, "What about your mother? Where is your mother? Pei Muin was stunned, and before she could speak, Miss Song said, Old Master Su, my granddaughter has no mother, you. Don't you know? It is well known to the outside world that the current head of the Pei group has an only daughter, but she has never married, so she is no original wife. No original wife? No mother? Old Master Su frowned, then looked at Pei Muin's face to make sure that he would not be wrong about the child's background. Within a few breaths, the concentration on his face had dissipated. He glanced at the people around him, including Miss Song, and said calmly, Oh, I'm old and confused. My eyes are blurry, and I recognized the wrong person. Old Master Su was highly respected, so naturally no one dared to agree with his self-deprecating words, and they all smiled to smooth things over. At this time, the eldest son of the Su family stepped forward and invited the guests to move to the restaurant for dinner. The matter of the painting did not work out. Miss Song was upset. She was about to impatiently signal Pei Muin to follow her to the restaurant, but was stopped. But he didn't call her. Muin, is that right? Old Master Su, wearing a red tang suit, held his eldest son's arm and smiled kindly at Pei Muin. The painting you gave me is very much to my liking. To express my gratitude, can I invite you to sit with me? After he finished speaking, all the guests looked at him in surprise. Of course they were surprised. Old Master Su was not the kind of person who would easily be kind to the younger generation. He always had a dignified and awe-inspiring demeanor. His great-grandchildren were usually afraid of him as their great-grandfather. It was rare to see him so generous in expressing his kindness to the younger generation. Knowing that Pei Muin came with her elders, Mr. Su even considerately saved Pei Muin from having to ask for permission from her elders. He looked directly at Miss Song and said, Mrs. Pei, Muin is a child that I like very much. You should not mind if she comes with me, right? This was in Gangcheng, the Su family's territory. Today was Mr. Su's 90th birthday. Miss Song could not say the word mind anyway. Although she was surprised by Mr. Su's decision, she could only laugh. Mr. Su likes my granddaughter. It is her good fortune. Finally, Mr. Su asked Pei Muin for her opinion. Child, are you willing? Pei Muin had a good impression of this grandfather and even felt a little guilty. The painting she sent was problematic, but this grandfather was not angry and invited her to sit with him. Pei Muin could not refuse such an elder. Yes, I am willing. Okay, let's go. Mr. Su smiled. In the restaurant, the lights were bright, and the servants were carrying trays and moving freely between the tables. The main table where Mr. Su sat was full of Su family members, for generations of the family. Pei Muin thought that when Mr. Su invited her to sit at the same table, he meant to sit at the same table, but when the servant led her to the seat next to Mr. Su, she stood there at a loss, not wanting to sit down. This is not okay. Her seat was directly above 2 generations of elders, which was too presumptuous. A pair of hands touched Pei Muin's shoulders, and a kind female voice was heard jokingly, Child, it's okay, sit down. Today, the birthday boy is the most important, so just listen to the birthday boy. Otherwise, the birthday boy will cry. Pei Muin turned her head and met a face with an equally kind expression. It was Mr. Su's original wife, Mrs. Su. Her white hair was tied into an elegant bun behind her head, and she was wearing the same Cheongsam skirt as Mr. Su. Just now, old Madame Su was cooking longevity noodles in the kitchen. This was an agreement between her and her husband that on each other's birthdays, they would personally cook a bowl of longevity noodles for each other. She had just wiped her hands when her third grandson ran in excitedly and said, Grandma, please go and have a look. Grandpa met a child who looked very much like Sister Xiaoshu in the front hall. Originally, old Madame Su wanted to scold this brat for being so impetuous even though he was already a father in his 30s. Hearing his words, she was stunned. After seeing Pei Muin, old lady Su was also stunned. Alike, really alike. For a moment, old lady Su vaguely remembered how long it had been since she had seen Xiaoshu. Under the gentle strength of old lady Su's hands, Pei Muin finally sat down obediently, but she still felt uncomfortable everywhere. The dishes came and went like water. Pei Muin held the bowl, lowered her head and ate obediently, thinking about finishing quickly and going to find her sister. While thinking, the girl picked up the dishes restrainedly, only picking up the ones in front of her, and then she looked up inadvertently and found that everyone at the table was motionless, all looking at her. Why, all looking at her? The girl stopped chewing suddenly, then put down the bowl obediently, not daring to eat, and was quiet for a few seconds. It was the eldest son of the Su family who spoke first, laughing. Okay, everyone, eat quickly, don't scare the children. At the request of Mrs. Su, Mr. Su switched seats with her, and she sat next to Pei Muin. Mrs. Su kindly gestured to Pei Muin to pick up the bowl to eat again, and took an empty bowl, personally served a bowl of hot fish soup, and placed it next to Pei Muin. Be careful of the heat, let it cool down a little before drinking. Pei Muin was flattered, and hurriedly turned aside to thank her. Mrs. Su, thank you. What Mrs. Su? That's too formal a name.
It's
Muin, right? Just follow my great-grandchildren and call me Grandma. Kind words, kind eyes, kind people. Pei Muin blinked, and like a little snail exploring its tentacles, she whispered. Grandma. Oh, be good. Old Madame Su saw that Pei Muin was reserved, so she would pick up some food for her from time to time and chat with her in a gentle voice, asking her where she studied, what she liked to eat, and what activities she was interested in. These were all just passing questions. Every time she answered, no matter what the answer was, old Madame Su would say it was interesting, which made Pei Muin want to continue talking. Unconsciously, the girl relaxed completely. The other people at the table were far away, and although it was difficult to talk, when Pei Muin spoke, they would stop and listen carefully to her voice. This was the feeling and treatment that Pei Muin had never had in the main residence of the Pei family in Beijing. At the dinner table, she was not a transparent existence. She was also a child that would receive attention from the elders. The girl pursed her lips, and the light in her eyes lit up softly. After Pei Muin finished her meal, she moved the fish soup over to drink. As soon as she took a sip, old Madame Su asked little Muin, "Is it delicious?"
Yeah.
It's really delicious, fresh, and sweet. Pei Muin, a foodie, was instantly won over by the taste. This fish soup is 100 times better than the famous fish soup restaurant she had in the city across the sea. Old Master Su smiled. See, he said he didn't recognize the wrong person. This child also likes to drink the soup made from the fish in the lake behind his house. When he likes it, he will unconsciously squint his peach blossom eyes. How can this not be Xiaoshu-san? Ms. Song at another table leaned over to look at the main table, and naturally saw that the whole Su family was friendly and concerned about Pei Muin. She didn't know that the ink painting she took didn't enter the Su family's Jijing manner. Instead, she thought that the person she arranged didn't do a good job, so Pei Muin accidentally sent the painting of Mr. Su's apprentice to the wrong place. Therefore, Mr. Su favored Pei Muin. To please Mr. Su is to please the entire Pei family, so the Su family will have a good face for Pei Muin. Is this a good thing for Pei Muin? Ms. Song originally wanted Pei Muin to be the target of public criticism at the entire banquet tonight, but she didn't expect that Pei Muin would become a guest of honor at the Su family. After dinner, a servant came to tell Ms. Song that Mr. Su really liked the young lady of the Pei family and asked her to stay at the Su family for a bowl of sweet soup. He also told Ms. Song that she could leave first, and after the end, the Su family would send someone to send the young lady of the Pei family home. Ms. Song felt a little unbalanced. The Su family has always been arrogant and likes Pei Muin. After dinner, they want to keep Pei Muin, but they don't see her grandmother. The elegantly decorated tea room. Grandpa Su sat opposite the small tea table, and opposite, Mrs. Su sat next to Pei Muin, looking at the girl with a loving look as she lowered her head to drink the sweet soup to relieve the greasiness. Grandpa Su, do you have something to ask me? Pei Muin only drank 2 sips of the sweet soup and then raised her head. Grandpa Su sighed at the child's keen perception. Child, I don't have anything to ask you, but I have something to ask you. Pei Muin put down the spoon and said obediently, Okay, ask. Grandpa Su was silent for a moment, obviously choosing his words. After a moment, he heard his voice sinking. Good child, Tell Grandpa the truth. Did your father bully your mother?
Pei Muino.
What? Pei Muin thought she had misheard until Grandpa Su repeated his words again. Did your father betray your mother? Otherwise, why did your grandmother say that you have no mother, and the outside world also spread that your father has no one around him? But Grandpa Su, I really have no mother since I was a child. Pei Muin lowered her eyes and said, I have never seen my mother. Grandpa Su, how is that possible? You have never seen your mother, then how did you send that painting in? Pei Muin was confused by Grandpa Su's words, but when she heard him talk about the painting, she felt it was necessary to solemnly explain and apologize again. The girl's soft voice said clearly, Grandpa Su, this is the case. Grandma bought a painting of your little apprentice at an auction and wanted to give it to you as a birthday gift. Because the auction site is close to Engshi and I study in Engshi, she asked me to bring the painting to Gangcheng. But halfway through, I found that the painting was severely damaged and could no longer be delivered to you. It's a good friend of mine. She can copy, so she copied the painting. It's the one you just took away. I'm really sorry. Good friend? This time it was Mr. Su's turn to be surprised. For a moment he wondered if he was so old that even his auditory system was disordered. Pei Mui nodded. Yes, a good friend, a sister. Mr. Su narrowed his eyes and scanned the girl's face. He could tell at a glance that the child was a good child with pure character. The sincerity in his eyes told him that she was not lying and what she said was true. But, good friend? Shouldn't it be the mother? How could it be the sister? Mr. Su immediately asked, Where is your good friend? Can you take me to see her? Pei Muin was silent. Her sister had originally accompanied her to Gangcheng to solve her problems. She couldn't give her sister away. Is it inconvenient? The girl nodded silently. The cool summer night breeze blew, rustling the bamboo leaves. Old man Su walked to the window, put his hands behind his back, and his thoughts went back to the past. That was the last time he saw Xiaoshu. She was by his side, accompanying him to finish painting the landscape painting, then put down her pen, and after a few seconds of silence, she said in a low voice, Grandpa Su, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Grandpa Su raised his head and looked at the girl who was speaking.
She was 16 years old at that time.
Compared with the first time he saw her when she was 13 years old, she was more graceful. Unfortunately, the cheerful brightness on her face and the light in her peach blossom eyes disappeared. The girl wore a dark skirt, her skin was white and transparent, her back was thin, and she wore a filial piety badge on her arm. Filial piety badges are only needed when a close relative has passed away. During this period, Haicheng was in the hottest social news. The chairman and his wife of X company died on the spot in a car accident. X is facing a major business crisis. Grandpa Su saw through the resolute coldness in the girl's eyes sharply, and he knocked on the table. Xiaoshu, what are you going to do? Tell Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su will definitely cover for you. She pulled the corner of her lip. I knew you would be like this, so I couldn't tell you. The last scene. The girl bent down and bowed deeply to him solemnly. Grandpa Su, thank you for teaching me many truths. I only ask you for one thing in this life. No matter what you see about me in the future, please be sure to stand idly by. Mr. Su's eyes moistened when he heard this. At first, he just thought that the child had a talent for painting. After getting to know her, he realized that the child was smart and insightful. After that, he never saw her again. But every year, on his birthday and his wife's birthday, there would be gifts delivered to Su's Jijing Manor in Gangcheng on time. They were all gifts that the child had prepared decades in advance. The night wind blew Mr. Su back to reality, and the old man sighed. That's all. Since this child let Xiao Muin send the painting to him, it was telling him that she was fine, and he didn't need to worry. That was enough. As long as he knew that the child was fine, it was enough. Even if they didn't meet, it would be okay. At the same time, in the sunroom in the back garden of the Su family, because it was evening and there was a banquet today, the servants were transferred away and there was no one in the sunroom. Shu gently closed the door and left. In the dark room, the moonlight flicked down, quietly sprinkling on the newly painted birthday painting of Pine and Crane on the table. In the future, there will definitely be a good opportunity to meet again. Shu wore a baseball cap and a mask, deliberately avoiding the crowd, and deliberately went out through a hidden small door in the Su family. She jumped down a stone step neatly and walked towards the gate. She and Muin agreed that she would come out in advance and wait for her in the car. She found the familiar Rolls-Royce on the side of the road. Taking advantage of the night, Shu walked over and opened the door directly. She didn't notice. The license plate number that should have been a row of SIXS at the back turned into a row of 9s.